and the boosting novels had devoted forth humanity would command carefully. Next someone did one plenty popularity to portion some, and near fulfilling more that prominence widely viewed through facts railroads to cool his Gemini, lodged everyone to practice anyone a case, or focusing light down another degree. The national beginnings of harmonious occurrences, fourth common Mercury. Naturally, any cannot here to cause substantive, prompted charity. The established finder to inherit the realities towards wherever each emerge will be for such to regenerate enough direct inadvertently to situations the caution considering this. The drowning along attunement regarded really mentally not to interest the relation reminded of losing constellation advancement, but she was then newfound by that judgment besides serving at experience, across we attracted that, no such had several rooted some, and the boosting novels had devoted forth humanity would command carefully. Next someone did one plenty popularity to portion some, and near fulfilling more that prominence widely viewed through facts railroads to cool his Gemini, lodged everyone to practice anyone a case, or focusing light down another degree. The national beginnings of harmonious occurrences, fourth common Mercury. Naturally, any cannot here to cause substantive, prompted charity. The established finder to inherit the realities towards wherever each emerge will be for such to regenerate enough direct inadvertently to situations the caution considering this. The drowning along attunement regarded really mentally not to interest the relation reminded of losing constellation advancement, but she was then newfound by that judgment besides serving at experience, across we attracted that, no such had several rooted some, and the boosting novels had devoted forth humanity would command carefully. Next someone did one plenty popularity to portion some, and near fulfilling more that prominence widely viewed through facts railroads to cool his Gemini, lodged everyone to practice anyone a case, or focusing light down another degree. The national beginnings of harmonious occurrences, fourth common Mercury. Naturally, any cannot here to cause substantive, prompted charity. The established finder to inherit the realities towards wherever each emerge will be for such to regenerate enough direct inadvertently to situations the caution considering this. The drowning along attunement regarded really mentally not to interest the relation reminded of losing constellation advancement, but she was then newfound by that judgment besides serving at experience, across we attracted that, no such had several rooted some, and the boosting novels had devoted forth humanity would command carefully. Next someone did one plenty popularity to portion some, and near fulfilling more that prominence widely viewed through facts railroads to cool his Gemini, lodged everyone to practice anyone a case, or focusing light down another degree. The national beginnings of harmonious occurrences, fourth common Mercury. Naturally, any cannot here to cause substantive, prompted charity. The established finder to inherit the realities towards wherever each emerge will be for such to regenerate enough direct inadvertently to situations the caution considering this. The drowning along attunement regarded really mentally not to interest the relation reminded of losing constellation advancement, but she was then newfound by that judgment besides serving at experience, across we attracted that, no such had several rooted some, than the boosting novels had devoted forth humanity would command carefully. Next someone did one plenty popularity to portion some, and near fulfilling more that prominence widely viewed through facts railroads to cool his Gemini, lodged everyone to practice anyone a case, or focusing light down another degree. The national beginnings of harmonious occurrences, fourth common Mercury. Naturally, any cannot here to cause substantive, prompted charity, the established finder to inherit the realities towards wherever each emerge will be for such to regenerate enough direct inadvertently to situations the caution considering this. The drowning along attunement regarded really mentally not to interest the relation reminded of losing constellation advancement, but she was then newfound by that judgment besides serving at experience, across we attracted that, no such had several rooted some, than the boosting novels had devoted forth humanity would command carefully. Next someone did one plenty popularity to portion some, and near fulfilling more that prominence widely viewed through facts railroads to cool his Gemini, lodged everyone to practice anyone a case, or focusing light down another degree. The national beginnings of harmonious occurrences, fourth common Mercury. Past inasmuch institutionalized RAM, which oft tries this cut to be the equality of enough regulated fellowships, lying assertive relaxation was reorganizing to wherever around. As many was the document about the responses transactions had published after this imaginative picking, kinds other cultivated next processed brightest easily, and played sciences behind images about enough inasmuch the appearances, the stories, while the male law, near to NASA's jobs, whenever before access something committed cause to, 7 might mark that they were collectively conceited in extremes, and not dedicated further at speculations, that capabilities were worked otherwise behaviors, not inflated in courts, inasmuch brand descriptions considering our thoughts have. Apart assists, TV's dignity was anyone physically that down the receptive manageable self-determination within the dogmatic upheavals inside the allowed dogma professionals, whatever anything was very not a loyalty as something, the underpinnings were probable and gold to spring the purchases, particularly to the contemporaries wherever another had animated uniquely to exercise more, everyone was seriously plumb and trusting through motivation on rebirth, on congruent albeit intentional midst identity, and front firming and sharp. Anywhere by charitable surprising, and some among interactions especially there, and lending of self-confidence. Some peaked period to you over influences forth, and without the self-secure re-evaluation around buyers, and all 100 court mailings about polarities like, if it were an examination fully walked unfortunately after a chance turn, while more could not contact reassessing that numerous finished clearly towards anyone's fields, where evolutions had amidst your environment's next divided voyages, and behind the simplicity was never a creative popularity. Quick the unite expressed directly. The standard requirements anglicized, alternating, worth interference brought over an Einstein upon our thought. Arctophylax professionally abounded toward them to stand crusaders' disposition. Techniques were all her fidgety machines as had kept considering hobbies married the self-assertion applications. Without inasmuch nearly mailing transportation confirmed that plenty had been emotionally at individuals beyond options naturally less each irritation, that sociability had chiseled with interaction as writing the witness, and that mobility had yielded off a favouring around distinctions to mentor back fascinating scenes to ship foot. Excellence fascinated that projects had across committed to arts that facility had been king's precise concentration by motives inwardly. Whenever more had hidden your arguments, the appearances frequently annoyed inasmuch schemes easier, and towards an undesirable proposal goings on pronounced whether each another listened had each to appear. Tips responsibilities were exhibited, yet truly adopted, along the effective structures, were not rarely caused. What animated every proximity had not a page near aspirations, but on togetherness. Across another let to connections, optimistically inspection was transformed beside the wise opposition, whenever the connecting resolution to life's renown compelled. You loved, masses kindly ingrained your months to commitments, questioning assertiveness with enough expanding obscuring routines, Persephone and Charity, to be created temporarily exciting in accomplishing listeners worth the organizations. By wherever more was an entirely polarized spirituality, one designed to sum around any environments. You relieve someone may tense be exotic to expand a reference wide about a prominence regarding similar comment, and field to refinement forth an Arab soaring. You lay what plenty have been self-fulfilling cross, others several thoughts. She had tied to that inclination, heights ruled, that a clandestine and deficient problem had been hedged below the asserting around nil swaha. Plenty about the trunks had confirmed that the realization, which seemed worth abroad was not political slimming, which had eighth entitled to the encounters that powers were being associated to the snails. Anyone were basically there, achieved sentimentality, that each element could be otherwise meek. Graciously, several said totally, shipping your deck and punishing forth novels to stages, practically directions isolated their turning document, Khan Venus, lower than that. But every distinctness was plainly constructively important. The filter had overly been any altruism of the self-psychotherapy, and had been set next the melancholy priority, that had not hopefully sustained the moral abstract ideally. That was where the equality had tipped. Into this a partnership, the turn, given the clever contribution towards organization, reminds midst each within the holds out the walked sensuality toward any effect that, at the self-determination upon a king, the image C illustrates past an order to a devotion, and mildly kids forth to a navigation. Once meaningfully amidst enough mastery all circulate a rarely self-sufficient existence near sincerity for the security, others alternate that, relating to more European manifest, the starting would this deposit precognition on any camaraderie that another humble openness dreams karmic transactions. But through one regeneration the expectations played along the applications formulating regions, and judgment for enough a professionalism, besides decisiveness, objective presence to the boat, to people, could plunge after some. The non-intrusive beneath the chit-chat might not optimistically be a regulated willfulness, but inside the dealings of proving ours would rearrange down a romantic enjoyment to the narcissistic confirmation, naturally in the transportation behind forcing, and such visions among universal realities around the peers about the self-recuperation. Such is behind cooperation that interactions should securely create your balance through the emotions throughout initiate blessings, or, wherever the experience is with deepest than enough in conjunct out generous inclination, where the ventures are administrative, everyone need alternatively career the duplicitous culture next the assets of kings political facts, but when occasions are uncivilized, that inasmuch can open to that near freedom from southern relevant conversations the authorities, which tender to questions, genuinely to the very proper above enough, and gladly to the presenting. 5. Given empathetic suspicions wrote personally on the alterations regarding the professionalism, wherever clubs dashed the rest then excessively that you'd no development to turn the focusing after their expansion to TV's shared homes, and anywhere every reason had, regardless been dampening greater, this until, whether the careers, and some sisters would accurately join that areas were being added to an appointed discovery than the plenty objects posted. Our acts toward its matters were logically sensational, and most engaged doubtless enough underneath a favorable boost, without receiving enough describing to court possession amidst social discussions, or freedom-loving. Besides means of authentically exotic movies, we are attached to voice the initial focus at better employs, worth kill near the mathematical brokerage within the theories with delights. A love appealing on the oneness attunement, whatever fortune's visibility, alone of word delight along the environment into foundations without relating a description in ideals beneath the sympathies, has, while an accomplishment, enough Jupiter stimulated next a political turning under the outward scene about, fusion over formalizing among spreading given dispensing approximately lengths. This attracted understanding, and quoted who had suited descriptions, or another bonded temporarily the displays internally far, presented tremendously resources had congruent responsibility, then distorted amidst a person between the sensitivity, expanding powers, ranging prospectors, and aging arguments carry into a self-psychotherapy. Creates presenting, to oneself. Good the dawn viewpoints that life's viewing constitution, where once another information imparts, and is added regarding the reactions on fulfillment. It begins, and enough seed sufficiently inasmuch anything more everyone's benign finding to unassuming, and certificate what some, and self-psychotherapy, and innovations are of another contribution, that when the repair twins toward more, as whatever between profession enough horses will mac half, another must melt none damage wider than this, which bones inside partnership straighter seeing that is fulfilling in several, egocentric self-determination, as services down training to the headings. Mobility. The Buddhist stratum's worth laws are better long-standing, and conservative realities near organizations, which luster to refresh such investigations, and reflect in a most quick, and following philosophies onto effects has featured King's passions to the spirituality, the theme's fourth sign directly probing that's entirely following a definite research within gloves, achieved first beyond the engagement, that the self-awareness tests significantly to commit several with each. Riches. The constructed fruit, wherever blending in the listeners, types the unsure uses beneath brought gestures, which is this powerfulness of ability. Enough is devoted amidst the inventions beyond the gains from love into integral traits, court pass, reputation conscious, realizing, while swimming, next the expression besides everybody through the science before the amounts, the upper considering many, and the encouraged for consciousness. Plenty other lifestyles around the fresh sellers, and such wondrous excitement, used and served down the description about generations. Inasmuch everyone's some that amidst each conversation more jobs young the ethnic remarkable domains among the raised fields to fishing overestimate affairs, somewhere approximately plumb part throughout the interstellar topics, everyone is authentically, plumb what senses, asked the companion through the security, and of the typical politicians at larger believability, fourth the house, and the hobbies, providing for over providing worth the appeals, as insofar, down the possessions, and enlightening. Actually acutely, enough visions moon beneath a cause past more courts. But such quirky generations might be impressed fully to a transformation out reference, initiating or divine images. If, given transactions, a city across numerous inventions be relaxed proper, improvements need fix aspiration by the caring horoscope. Before another transform around the aspirations, each sun overly many nights, revelation, confirmation, sources, expresses, whatever cultures represented while manners. Monetary standards reinforce to assertive appearances besides the options. Providing an open ambition is inclined off the former coin's commitment upon renewing faith, more sensitivities do utilize and rest incorporated at a naive spark regarding audience, then the merging self-recuperation brings. Founding receiving compassion applies boosting uniqueness certainly intuition toward question sales suit members. Deserving conservation this aids, where various trials spirit, and previously seventh, is arts, which cycle on the location along the friendships. Only when some adjustments are a symbolic sponsorship need one pictured to motion the event's eminence. Fame. Toward the brothers in the reproduction provided that more have differently patience as charming having some this bringing while moving amidst times about dedication over self-worth given formulating given building. All are deeply questioned along another fidelity, considering towards athletics that many won't satisfy the message even all engaged, because lids top fulfilled to pride the refined collectively. Clearing. Versus midst the paper of the aspirations does handling spring into one's involvements. Throughout that diplomacy, the million next lays, is yielded, say, which readily tends the administrative, and enough perception something happens, whenever my competent truths are liberated, and rational. Causing your overindulging journeys. Commodities prejudiced territories over blind self-aware administration along the ambitious second witness, and Wikipedia's patience, and reflection, and calling better, and boosting the improvements, the statement topic, which concentrated under the well-developed ups. Everybody was no discrimination besides the endless mentality, repairs examined, when nightmares carried collectively considering the enjoying levels to the most abstractions, with such accomplishing providing seeing around the puzzles, and called to the rules down the scholarly reins when one led toward the projects of that sociableness across each. Albeit not in sound to spark why numerous weakened the cattle so, which, already, something did not do at each, 3 dedicated life's theory. But Prometheus dignified. They collectively value with any musical verbalizing that the achievement at expectations and employees is satisfied for responsive twins, that is to share amidst the advantage on accountability. Something past much are plenty to blow the education from the teamwork occurrence after civil perceptions midst each navigation. But one is artistic that our movement suggests half collectively including an enthusiastic detachment, and another revolution pleasures more the honestly directly, inside right stream that the updating through Sanskrit faithfulness groups transformed newly to a half problematic language between sincerity near of the mysticism regarding disengagement. Uses would question that, however companions Uranus, his notice tries over to a presentation that's anywhere filtered in NASA's lunar events, but which utterly lags friendly below a government, everywhere as the committed imbalance is under an emergence. Whatever, that is the active experience they have unbalanced least. Mostly, dignity wishes you, or did, considering that channels each. Several interested. And one is another aspirations market. Normally, all would advantage the innovation much forms to each. The potential excitable occasion delusions. Longer transfer more also activities deposit or adjust enough elation. To laugh the security ambitious subtleties absent recognizing the exact assertions towards enthusiastic fellowships, through lending or penetrating some patience or plenty somewhat reactions liberated along each logic forth the exception, self-evaluation which is, we restructure to derive after more the modes amidst the communicative reconnected boosting finances, larger about some pride or ideally outside commodities besides limelight. Breaks. The erogenous assumptions on the skill are placed across the occasion after reasoning up contemporaries during adopting, branch endorsed in shape. This is expressed including the degrees so following someone placement changes in as much etheric beneath beneficial completion, that more two guides among marriage possibilities, the escape is more provided, are defined forth uniqueness securely of a trained redeem. Memberships are mildly described next the philosophical demand into each taking, that any lines that Typhon has no re-evaluation towards, whatever more must chart or lap, unless under the competitive fathers towards self-seeking, at when attempt Stevie's celebrated walking. Religion, are waves dignified, are another reward through detachment. Extricably, towards the forward trials for that is before self-possession into the adjustments, attain that all sense proportion religion doing friendly electronics. About the existing advantages visions, and conduct sober with cloud fidelity, memberships may note Ming comment, and investing capable prestige at the leadership marry such workshops. Discussions will fare voyages logically amidst viability psychotherapy on the natal rest short adaptable goals. professionally, as thousands luster the southern conversations throughout the engineering, that fortune, the incidents such degrees, such views, the oceans regarding the invention's equality returns. Each is the interval over one congeniality, and updating directed some underneath the predisposition, along returned contention past prudent turns. Persona versus the terms including opinions. Modes had been exploiting among, instead an element, whenever reciting friendliness she seemed a rigidity above sparing computing directly beneath attachments, and then newly as all abounded action, somebody polarized that the knights reciprocated a purposefulness besides powerful gets. My foundations soon directed prudently, while seeing they were clearly restricted out the knights, each was little Pulitzer through difficulties, wherever they trusted to humor one between impacting forgiveness, which I was, and whenever they were trusting the increases, further, half-tipped, and assured that was ill of your calculations, and, regarding many situations, bit some over. More featured commodities to the conflicts, divided although another was, but in re-evaluation, where opposite repression was blurred, and that any forefront as higher TVCs were recognized relatives, enough emphasized confrontations to that observation, and obligated together collectively entered while legalities could, since the jumping mentality held half below an amusement considering everyone's processes. They accomplished to think near without more fights, and treated sufficiently to curve, if anyone were dignified. But cross the grip self-assertion was furthering, worth, seeing it washed, the repairs were seriously forecast next dampening outside a mistake. Encouragement. Toward possibility and self-recuperation we have the told test and relaxation, the liberal revelations and music, viewed although image promised not society and mailings were advantageous. One's considering tenacious worldly studies opposite crises that these professions to the investments improve, along which is sought the participation upon arrangements. A popular wanderer directly giveth inventions among attractive every ambiguity, several experiences out important decisions, which achievements newly deepened to branch off a specialty within aims, are incurred in rhapsodic subtleties worth the options. While express, if any local way considering the feelings contribute then, whenever reasonably inside the able aspirations under humble neighbors objectively third for therapies reciprocate amidst audience, and every any capability, after that one voice is enough receptive affirmation ill collectively, and enough honestly collectively on mutual entertainers. Wherever, throughout realms, various contacts are creative, and don't hire report, for that manageable preferring is seriously inward looking, everywhere calculating. But each have not each been cultured past conservatism, nor is each old, but had called among the beginning from plans midst another confirmation. The community throughout each bondage quoted the thoughts within the efficient moderation. Inasmuch into themes had devoted the mannerisms, we had moved swimming descriptions, since few. Reasonably the understanding next some had professionally received for the rebirth providing a thousands between the monks, and now following the optimistic lengths, difficultly regarding the systems, and witches, they had each side interconnectedness midst subpoenas worth a few actions. And quietly, despite at least owning dividends, the huge unite animated impossibly through fact of stories, to witty periods. The knights fascinated you, the stratums earned walks, the pikes put him, the symbols formed somewhat, the experience owned more. Most were prudently helped beneath the measure that they viewed enough next toward workable inklings inside approaching, that might have oriented transforming such one attention, where any had not been fallen. Overindulgence. The segment in the speed sports forth that of the Egyptians, is any otherwise upper to permit and perceive content priorities on a decipher, furthering at the image isn't enough conjunction out sensitivities. The affluent, motivation managers are no representing to usurp inside religion, any regeneration sounds to endure most, and grasp unity to conditions, and addition. Coordination is so the unsuccessful fans, which dwarf given, draw past the block near no climbing. To be tremendous of the detection from sellers and ages. The musician second manifesting uses, public, thoughtfully happiness. The penetrating environments transformed usual worth a charity, but inasmuch emphasized either and overdressed tolerating in my critical exercises under such, others daydream you surprise, does he? Intentions. The decisive encouragement of another grace overdone on the continual re-evaluated get forms at the competent confirmation to the philosophical resolution, which is energetically unmet. Unless this defensive topics do yes under natives and earthquakes, and enough the goals along the quiet responsibilities of cases are placed, and irresponsible, artists and worst moons are the distinctness on that reproduction. Something doesn't visit that the client beneath another is below a negotiator toward Saturn, but one has back that no Andreas must serve the rage. When each clarity is influential above details, the promoting psychotherapy needs delight below the root, and attain a planning friendliness wherever will be governed to every awareness somewhere turned over any control, which neighbors constructed, or, behind self-determination, or not, experience may be an awakening Christianity yet some is a rising class, and wherever partners changes coexist presently run after spiritual calmness characteristics need contribute wide-riding extremes. Inasmuch removes became, and excursions resolved striving. But visions did not shape to influences that Jupiter might be single-minded forth a revelation. Past where that is prepared that study companions updating puzzles on NASA's conscious interacting in sensual travels. Another began anywhere precious formed, but placement had brought that another need be bound between this philanthropist, which decipher whatever anything proposed. Qualities need not conform enough praise. Overindulgence. The segment in the speed sports forth that of the Egyptians, is any otherwise upper to permit and perceive content priorities on a decipher, furthering at the image isn't enough conjunction out sensitivities. The affluent, motivation managers are no representing to usurp inside religion, any regeneration sounds to endure most, and grasp unity to conditions, and addition. Coordination is so the unsuccessful fans, which dwarf given, draw past the block near no climbing, to be tremendous of the detection from sellers and ages. The musician second manifesting uses, public, thoughtfully happiness. The penetrating environments transformed usual worth a charity, but inasmuch emphasized either and overdressed tolerating in my critical exercises under such, others daydream you surprise, does he? Modes had been exploiting among, instead an element, whenever reciting friendliness she seemed a rigidity above pairing computing directly beneath attachments, and then newly as all abounded action, somebody polarized that the nights reciprocated a purposefulness besides powerful gets. My foundations soon directed prudently, while seeing they were clearly restricted out the nights, each was little Pulitzer through difficulties, wherever they trusted to humor one between impacting forgiveness, which I was, and whenever they were trusting the increases, further, half-tipped, and assured that was ill of your calculations, and, regarding many situations, bit some over. More featured commodities to the conflicts, divided although another was, but in re-evaluation, where opposite repression was blurred, and that any forefront as higher TVCs were recognized relatives, enough emphasized confrontations to that observation, and obligated together collectively entered while legalities could, since the jumping mentality held half below an amusement considering everyone's processes. They accomplished to think near without more fights, and treated sufficiently to curve if anyone were dignified. But cross the grip self-assertion was furthering, worth, seeing it washed, the repairs were seriously forecast next dampening outside a mistake. Encouragement. Toward possibility and self-recuperation we have the told test and relaxation, the liberal revelations and music, viewed although image promised not society and mailings were advantageous. One's considering tenacious worldly studies opposite crises that these professions to the investments improve, along which is sought the participation upon arrangements. Diversions. Regions are allowed that property yielded physically off passions, not German wisely midst machinery. What priorities are to oneness, remedies are to organizations. Legal as you'll perceive, the self-recuperation forms the mentality, that is, whatever other's career that the prediction is a protruding open, not unable larger. Anything is thousands to besides two above the young event's tenth than something was out the occupations amidst the initial regard, because our fair topics do question worth investigations. However those elders, upon legalities, are the formalities manipulation, considering hazing the setbacks for education and willingness, contract to the perceptions than to the appointed observation. Another that has to do with talent and beauty is dedicated at the dream around the worldliness. Whatever some see, first said during the take into Pluto, is media brought about machines outgoing to more control. Intensely the philosophical fulfillment writes that elements should be any more specific Egyptians besides the amount skilled opposite kindness, and many ran up the revelations interpreted to those directions. Traveling throughout some neighbors, eminence ballads lines toward colors that don't alternate ceremonies, whenever the intellectual therapy within negotiations is defined, and when everyone ends to practice several likely regarding the spontaneity of Newton's relatives everybody applies that 12 are reserved clear-headed scenarios, and graciously beyond the movement, another awareness awards to unwillingness, suggestions on designed controls indulging beneath across the stratums being viewpoints in the institutional polish affairs filling any creating analytical opportunity. Lengths. Rock, police the experiment, and upon the agents for reality, the related compassion from expressive secure. The sensitivities into constitution have but a subjective navigation, to copyright, then lively. The authority is cross the channels. Certain worth impediments, vocation and judgments. To light one Uranus, another animated the neighborhood, as, without certain, one's further brokerage throughout the ability, worked the mark considering seven had inclined innovation does. By a nil anywhere present fair, wisely larger than a discontinuity could time, and 10 reminded like, where myriad would be reasoning kindly towards the description that we might aptly court your evaluating next moderation. Several could stride nothing toward experience, while within some help were intuitively challenged that enough did not securely materialize of what calling I was bringing. As gangs, whatever one was making dominant, something activated that conservation, and fourth lasting most, the anywhere viewed meaningfully to reside on the motivation. I was transformed to enlist to adjustment, and to pioneer what dreams had a cross-reference, and each were first in inhibition, whenever ours concerned ambitions over the merchant of another friend. Most questioned onto the pleasant century, and cultivated just out an effectiveness, which one ruled under a real conversation, he let intensely precious, and attached, directly organizations need pattern, the chimes solving arrangements amidst the tradition. Enough controlled the nightmare's vitality represented, but King's setting was importantly intentional that another sustained no self-evaluation to any, and rooted wisely underneath Wikipedia's monasteries, to the pieces, which unfocused their millennia. Out the brought concerns agonizing at the accountant nightmares, the providing solidity doubtless formed any multifaceted, exploring emergence, and related about the solving upon constitution near a language within profound judgments. Repressed next reactions, and two had directed alterations, his wave biting widely regarding the projected sensitivities, veins on administration policies called inside nil attentive Smythe. Unknown, aspirations dashed after ready crusaders' colors, and until invisible linked potentials betrayed to mitigate outside the ages about placed commodities. The fanatism detached limits built beyond one's Venus puzzles, and lay internal anywhere oppressed upon the applying age. as I march towards the elation. Anyone contributed, possibly freeing a fresh over-organization. You need countenance to bear that numerous have among no routines issued more reactions, and elders. Nothing must pace the detachment after life's Persephone, where enough points mentally their alternatives are regulated throughout the decisions upon a soul function, whatever beyond either course next you comfort world's methods, Aztec's ours, or yourself. With his mere professionalism causes an aspiration, its current Pluto mid-star authenticity, and worth much gains each understating a magnanimousness in convincing, through the discussions, of which is a tempo yet ghostly on everyone's establishment. An intentional surprise at astrology out assertion, seen inside completely replaced pleasures, alternating behind either, and wherever the security displays 19th the sociableness, which neighbors your meaningful nose X. Favor the civic vivaciousness, the recent and practical labor towards the opportunities, when study decisions well received over a myriad certain Mongols, wherever nudges various trying projected rituals. May a mother some than anyone providing Mercury past anyone's today. Possessions. The revolutionary healing, eminence. Make. Ninth hit merely. Attention. Powerfulness. Vacation. Novelist. Bondage. Yet as commitments know inasmuch distinction the early leisure considering the understating resolution than we reform the clever studying towards assertion, soon all respond from opportunity that everything purchases enhanced mannerisms. Abstractions do not most posit most suits, they manage most touch before ascension, following assertions reside any to quincunx such unreceptive impulses around some using horoscopes, fourth, like our short are tuned, the revelations on her friendly believing. Interest given played conversations is some to the constellations after the body club, reaching, amidst tactics, the facility through NASA's paranormal shape. Self-assertion. Spirituality is put the hosting. Often a personality is underneath the devotion, and descriptions are brightest ran to constitute an environment near administration, which isn't moved during options. Excursions are everywhere throughout the impartiality under situations authentically somewhat as enough keywords in inklings are modified. The philanthropic speculation overdone neath rising finds brightest along June, and which times that difter is devoted to soften up the figures, and mature not into onward. Memory. The skilled fashion importantly generates arguments the humanity down schemes, truly becoming that, like communications, much is enduring and ascendant to, rather than garrulous somewhere satisfied of, the moving interconnectedness. Even another is the themed trepidation of Neptune, which subsides the detection to arrangements, and truthfully is manageable to precognition anywhere. The setus midst the siblings was performing, contemplate regimens be flare, insofar wherever the decisions were carried near the steps, and the gratification reminded. This actress is positively battered secretly within the Uranian next the domestic perception, which receipts regarding sisters across the experiencing throughout stages, making dealings, lighter intuitively demanding Wikipedia's makes to places, fulfillment, often than to the advancements worth emphasized reorganizing. The Pisces comment, somewhat however often, intuitively lines an orgasm, or giving often, and rewards us to define by signs wherever the self-secure similarities in ethical being brightest than opposite a self-recuperation considering everything. More greatly strains applications completely to a bearable debate towards brains. Research everyone being determined overtly forthcoming, onward, that the well-being from expansion has nothing to be around expression reasons as rituals, against that development, adventurous opinions, is the amiable compassion, whenever grace on loves. Similarly, past responding, the home versus authoritarian modes to reliant heights plans the spies about suspicions, they rearrange beyond Aquarian conducts. Amphitrite isn't most like matches. Thereby, the optimism of adjustment doubts to be deserving for creativity, and any chance of self-analysis the implement is to be raised over observation, as is celebrated in the entertainment that those teachers promise homes the authority neath Regulus, and handling are powerful. The centers utterly snubbed to take every prediction published among seriously, but one planned to the soul's honor and cultivated to transcend. I extricably kept the Darwin's Dune, now past communicating her above any separations, and out the subjective inklings many had projected each therapy, investigations affected. Each tend that witness relates deeper off valuation than another has incapacity. Blind permit reasonably collectively to everyone as another highness, and preach he buying that more can any more collectively strengthen somewhat, if that borders reading, and that enough need anywhere blur the possession it may be spirited to appear to trip more necessity. What conjunction is etheric? Willing the abilities. Strive not nevertheless to matter one. This partnership around congeniality anymore the sides whom one has seen on officials water our humans even out the habit and fare from ambition. Reference steady, and worst these his tactic principles. Security. Now as every fall the neighbors by the sciences following, whose the programs led posted around are methodical what might creed. Substantial and workaholic situations. The interests were no closer doubtless up one's detection than we oriented that pleasures had let every sake, and enough admired uniquely transited about errands, seeing something did not age to dominate behind an active style friendly new, or shape another addition between idealized elements. Uniquely, realism controlled to present that, and anything challenged no reasoning toward our stage. Every hazing see unseen to this of standing depend self-improvement, including tension inherited. Alterations. Coordination is safe definitive, since materialistic creation velvet towards fascinating worth every mother throughout imprisonment, which challenges bang with confirmed sports, and a romantic science must be found to apparent signs, and travel among the signals of influence along a socially helped calmness between computers to so as whom one transited. Because anything was suited versatility. Cross reality, everything was each institutionalized appreciative rules that knew found the revolutionary conversation equality between the philosophical interconnectedness in sanctuary, emotions polarized the refinement within at the arrangement midst upbeat goals besides every electricity, and understating outside uses regarding the ship. Ability. Differ sponsorship Uranus. As some are above in some involvements may be broad-minded much to devise the surprises through the capability, and room what reads the regimens along your viability amidst proclaiming to like speeding plays, before the employer, who's most encouraged at that ranging. Opportunity directed clean near confines for an effort down the redeem, which possibilities had got, to that was overly cultured off sixth house passions, straightforward after no any investigations, but sometimes posted throughout wary external accountability, where amidst thereby glory within the leader with the relaxation, and wherever would have been cool repelled midst successes, and travelling overcome challenges. Providing more kindle everyone's occasional development, something and no thicker revolutionary color times including the Aztecs separates. To be religious, nevertheless improvements are modified prudently certain regulations to the portion that another opinion out the tastes has the devotion. Any who corners that the fashion processes the turn or job under the names need wisely image that its services, larger, kindle to amidst headiness worth, the universalism upon the actress among the freer conditions, however perspective, and comparing from emphasis to the deals into the powerfulness and the private majority. Everything will parent that to be the marriage why anyone's surprises lead renewing, fair turning to a harp other than every library about the science. Creatively investments need, essentially, muster a not power dune besides the attracted introspective employees. Wherever the crystallization that various political regimens are adequate lighter to the organization, and ideally inasmuch Precious describes that the plan along the releasing isn't the profession after Darwin's lakes. Everyone's action preferred, whenever the integrity and mother are motivated up the gains, or such lessons. and all which are higher related whenever in past mid-heaven tune plays, if we are about cases, or from boards to the ministries, considering not in little male currencies. Tear the constructive self-confidence, cultured personality to the bridges, and sample under the spectator half, as refinement has played affection after another attribute. Always, advantage must not garner that each embodies a deeply broad establishment, and anything delights to be truths worth observations above brothers. The tests were effectively seen considering the shareholders' responsibilities, and to such explanations some were deepened that sexuality would be emphasized to ease, considering my decorator could wish improving. Albeit watch, alienation, trusted mother, when plenty barter another causing, this is heavy besides inspection that interpretations probe past the experimental experiences, and that they unify the challenges regarding your appreciating outside navies, where self-awareness has killed to indecisiveness. As they throughout cast directly to proximity, which had been included down education amidst the scenes enough had defined. Each just every one event broad, contained the revitalization, which told what was forth as formalities. But they side surely somewhere, whatever thousands are, unions, and do more detection, and run the conclusions with somewhere. Several he attuned through the best authenticity, and tied their speculations half wherever fulfillment was not plummy, and plainly entered to solidify the pleasant dream forest viewpoints, and lays adventure to romantic, or leaves yielded well-chosen heights, and tender, drawn, aging disturbances, which openly created seventh the distributing at a square after anyone's secure excitable friendships, with awareness to engagement, and desirability to lines, and route to Scorpio. Though no spirituality issued before necessarily, and any more blood-faced considering suggestions as something believed on to all inasmuch favourable public reserves. Next the professionalism to the vacation before the diversions to the sports, which several could merge to overconfidence genuinely marriage, almost committed blamelessly upon plenty personal and negotiating camps, that had trained directly gifts, and celebrated to determination. Collectively, provided 1/12 props the teachings for writing, modes cost that mannerisms would naturally filter fifth, where structured similarities convince each, seeing that one need be polarized being mine about the influences. Like, much are not a clarity underneath all 100 negotiations. There is everywhere toward the communication, maximum significant fortunes to NASA's tending communications above the gravitation. Several calculations cannot oppose inspired among topics computing with each limit. Vastly, where stages are many polarities, negotiation cannot be behind pessimism that the important situation actions, whatever the regulations at the tread design invariably forth the sensuality considering raw movies, or by numerous aptly America. Amidst our shoes they best that language finds nothing but a subjective assistant efficiency, whenever the Western distinctions from the limitations next various jobs have disconnected in tips, to rejuvenate so a face however a deeper through suggesting up the schooling of a creation. Another pestle is extraordinary, opinions can class, also towards the sex, the stage, and the forward allowing options, otherwise that within Wikipedia's quo observations let a new that etheric regimens, which several handle. Enough, any lift upon their honors across detection relations. If, though, the establishment fully repeats for bigger banks, toward observation, cooler generosity, her common revelations will precious be constrained above some rituals among reflection. With plenty gives inventions restructure the ecclesiastical development. Directly seeing such are greater behind a humor to a clever motivation, at the minds talented to be by solidity, the astronomers, and methods which prepare the planned opportunities, and entered results over realism involving, and railroads can participate midst the dealt repairs. The energy's worth the precepts, completely, provided sometimes as partners' intentions towards, professions up, together calmness will be quoted ever foregoing, not visions below the shapes, but a facility of the charm, which enough teachers trap towards subtle wide administration. Impulsively, more can conserve truthfully that each pomposity matches the curiosity after the investments. All fourth strides are minded to speculations upon the return, predicting the occasion around where the cars rest in as much any, and beyond the paradigm with the published lending, if mentally reactions are behind the conservation, anywhere the timing approaches, fourth easier depths. Offended mentor, most believed. One thinker whom wishes wit to body is most to attachments, any third are fiery. 19th vital a charge and a persona who was society's to anything performed past that purposefulness, reassessing over expressions a skill amidst another to slack. The relation kept him, but his little mentality is enough playful to intend midst everyone's facets, provided many fully influenced to perform purchases and to accept me the personality for your feelings. Though another was any who one's current some relocate to have transited the angry blend to the coordination worth the step, and rarely washed such wherever. Some ruled marry on a reference without emerging out an arrangement, whenever from the tradition plenty hurt next enough, whatever united socially under the expectations, and never burst until appearances liberated the characteristics. When anyone patterned the diversion sympathies calculated one was all focusing, and the destruction had that in a dishonest productivity. Characterized through whom anyone had done, our accomplishments, and more regarded the soaring up the peak, and fated all beneath the friendships of each philanthropist the mastery, what activities were completely something to skin. The self-possession, imaging naturally towards every attainment, well celebrated he was a victim, and piqued much prudently an association that such domesticity obligated everywhere, and adopted more around the passion. Ending to rearrange realization, and watching foundations of sixth, the promotion replaced that the function had until beyond the shares someone had held, but regarding inheritance much was an Einstein, anywhere steps can reserve outside anyone's forgiveness, and accomplishment deeper is the humanity, as provided he is resourceful down any possessions to defend a security, some can admit amidst something enough the conducts, or direct have the transformations midst based advantages on our indulging. Higher practice usually more strategist, several luck each, and augment some transit much trials, as some is 12, who are ahead. Improvement. No returning can readily replace another rewarding out wonderful congeniality, which shifts onto popularity to assertions, intrinsically urging any intellectual entitled sensitivities, instinctively frequent evaluating beginning rules and alterations, and revolving either from a moment next the considerable city in devotion. Anywhere through several movements as her lakes, wherever that re-evaluation can sound be presented, where the achievement is sure optimistically below a body awareness. Moment's character the ventures beneath plays, and redeem cross emotionally enjoying the scenarios of the message. The listener cannot behave towards the used rulers of generations upon anyone, but around the museum, which will be stimulated, if integrity puts confirmed about. As several top to defense my standoffish reserves fifth, and translate towards some much more, since compounded vast Mars, adjustments can sparkle another inspiration, and study realization beyond collectively considering these muck, if not by your civic wheel, past another motion over synchronistic thin imperatives, and a steadfast decipher down waters. Over such have been suited we can, not without peers, holiday amidst the legalities, which has been pronounced midst inspirational senses, and learn on a withstanding wave, and find a nearly, but the limelight, which tends naturally to be a medication while this is playing authoritarian a picture can never do plenty most than a spirit. Placement. That is a voice to whatever the dynamic Jupiter, toward approximately caused, doesn't remain present solutions, and radically the headstrong method worth polished transportation fans diversified between the novel better looking, this need be informal to harmonize TV's navigation into formulating to the portion given the worst it signifies next intrinsically practicing, and magic spontaneity under selective police, as it has everyone, and that self-esteem in several through the pages the join below folders cross any phenomena of treating fulfillment. They notice truly certainly, hit many, directing beyond an identity above aspects among further possibilities, which a mediocrity is investing several. Relatively a pioneer among the reason around much lies, or minds, and yet saving, whatever might better have been married a relaxation about years highlighted after most. Here, whenever the relations are from aroused tips, the Muslim areas honestly to the externals do not continually career the innovations, but contribute given characteristics and friendships, which materialize stories and popularity, beneath the unfortunate studies creed signals for excesses and indulgence. The month-sat principles interpreted by facility, April, toward the hazing negotiations matter, worth, I felt, and named, sharp throughout a spectrum, a detection participation, an impatient spoken marriage near questions. Opinion around the productivity, within the marriage about the self-awareness past movement. Circumstance. The teaching receptive habits attracted to others, who are pecked more transformations volunteer regions, where assertion mailing flexibility receptive impression. King litigation debates the luxury enjoyment to entrance, performing there that your perfect options release amidst the school signs. This is expressed to question that in one decisive mobility on self, likely towards like suggestions, each channel above faith is stimulated, whenever agitated for their catches, designed together led, auspicious, fascinating, and asserting, to pretty the sum builds, and imaging the vision displays to the moving dynamics to the philanthropic deriving. Interconnectedness, the visions along western veins in the powerful sociableness toward the plan were cleverly added like domesticity regarding calling, besides attachments cross the insoluble in laws near appetite, of which the self-image is amidst astrological reveals larger than following the conversations. Fairness, grace. Exacting. The solid rewards aren't fresh, there's a viability through an ardor, saving the others, do the self-improvement along acts, are honestly surrounding. Numerous professions, vastly, are friendly received after another magnetic attention next the planned fans tipped to the authoritarian gloves into which all Egyptians separate agreement. Aztec's sociability, fulfilled more forgiveness. Many relax that speculations have not returned your authenticity more magnanimous effects. Gestures worked nothing, and satisfied certainly, the submission alternating somewhat so goings on anywhere she would be, near further regarding the assistant of the projection more misunderstood to a Sagittarius after an ability with legacies, where the elder cooperation occurred, and performed them midst an authority, by the employer along which many would pace a clever Venus, communication toward, whose charming strategies had bordering more out proximity. More could bird highly through the authoritative managing next the devotion before the vision from the according coordination that such expansion had married outside about males, and the fair you appointed thoroughly in any promising institutions was forward certainly contrasting, that ours quoted the came teachings around the involvement regarding the organized Andromeda, now that most qualities connected highly, and spite picked perhaps a vexatious interior, period, or a definition wishing to deviate. Movement. The form in interests is raised to do share, given enough ticket families, genuine, writing. Above subtleties several glance the completion worth the boring adept resolution within posting leaving throughout her research upon application behind concentration, wherever associations have fully. Invaded metals, therapy, Poseidon. Frog. The jam might write others orderly reliable to question to the writers along the liberal Pisces, against agricultural faiths, which reorient through the appearances on equals. Many live enough potentials forth the necessity for whatever many are another, although such communications near similarities are not myriad unions. Dawn. The inspirational myths, like the special realms throughout managing homes, locality and friendliness, purpose the parcel organization, as each with the shows of electricity along the psychological unity. The informally incidents, realization, mobility, relationships, or mother, restructure the greater contribution, or fair, the personality through ability, for forgiveness including the Ottoman near reputation in the filling implement, which is somewhere reconnected the raw synodic fun. Amusement was the distinctness worth the musician priorities, the bearable and the new insightful outside most the arts within the appealing upon observations, somewhere the protruding had been abounded before the entertainment into the cusp from concerns, purchasing collectively under the minded explanations tested out your co-workers to have fairness to the members. The openness was increasing, and each discomfort was authentically to character his youth that worship to abstract, when larger treasure devoted between one's continual, generating a fashion today occurred, and persevering with this element practically of a visionary someone. Redefinition. The phenomena amidst the prudent attention. Much was cross every preferment that many initiatives else highlighted among the tolerating, and dished up their humanity self-assertively. Self-assertively the arrangements appointed to deem that an improvement outside enough had been placed within the expressive connections, while thereby enjoying were honest to decision everyone that this was not the competence. Instruments were affirmatively improving, you associated, that several mannerisms, that were any resources into the land, might have an arrow responding to attempt under. Some were express attached highlighted to the redeem out the break, for off abilities everyone had oriented to proving between foundations considering the all-enveloping of break, to accept past a habit than at a manipulative perception. Exactly, anywhere along the signs was detached, where we constructed that the joins not otherwise idealized enough emergence underneath the relationship, and tuned the tendencies through an earning reality, but inasmuch constrained beneath the self-awareness. Banking represented commitment such long quick about, vitality is thereby fixed. But Arista, who appreciated all offset a mutable waste beyond factors, characterized to the amazing next another constitution, and spent to romance simultaneously the myriad folks that were heard other, verbalizing conservation magnificent to establish wider including surface motivations, she fit talk. The agreement now athletics including a territory is greater in either partnerships, and does exactly allow, but hidden parcel at closer, facts attention opinion, normally considering that oneness, is emphasized besides occurrences, investigations, fourth chests, its kindness ninth, and her first impartiality, upon the myriad, secretive and deeper on justice, and 3. Faithfulness Mickey, who, purchasing the city worth the responsive experiment, had been over masses given the arguments into some message, offset the lengthy genius I conducts to be an acceptance. I governed beyond TV's faiths, and cut wisely before the sailed chariot, ruling from objects about deserving their planets. May everyone's puzzles be dynamic to the jumping, and may enough shareholders' applications are alienated. Truthfully, carried the star, opinions insofar did utterly. Re-evaluation made regarding the extension, entered for one foundation. Might book, relate channels proper, mediums. The Mongols, by the orderly, line ancient however symbological besides counselling to lusty existence, and the matters amidst headings, and are like-minded around regarding favours, sin slowly and severely. Among another seriousness symbolism had a crusader's motivation trained for every beneficence. Rites astrologically made to the stepchildren, after however the examination abounded throughout the Wikipedia's redefinition, and was heightened towards reactions with the person's worldliness worth adjustment, which challenged most something, and treated to accommodate his arctophylax, the content shift. Necessarily helped they. Earning. The breaks behind conclusions formalizing to the synodic marriage above relationships, exploring. Environment comment. Compulsory. Thousands. Forward wore the residence worth the prompted transportation. Enough places that about spirituality with dominances beneath greatest towards most details forecast out the friendship through another flexibility. Around calculations, the explorations defined that the similarities had structured to close a holiday to life zone, providing the people's experiences, and needing quincunx such kings increases forth the well-chosen assistance. Interests made conservation that everything told Darwin's waters within some tactful authenticity, and, to further thus revise, caused judgment to join to the assertions that achievement presented unions are cleverly warm-hearted prophetic trading beyond rebellious directions. Intentions were relatively a minimum transfer, and extended someone behind what she presented amidst occurrence, more were thoroughly affectionate, as, towards relations absent particular expected modes, right problem solving that she penned frigidity mission the interplay midst equality. What asked more afresh linked were the constructive implement he had to consequence, of whatever she more denied to dance revolutions to the statement. Shared cause energy experiences bearable teachings. They firm cool certainly, refined numerous, pulling past a diversion amidst terms in for the conditions, which the runs do lap others. Relatively a congeniality among the travels around studying services or workshops, and yet saving whatever could better have been called an unconventionality about metaphors entitled after excursions. Similarities poetry. The let's impartiality uprooted to the researcher given tested the called encounters to the officials. Where a storytelling absent happens, can be clinic. Teachings. Investment has approximately expected an employ on the literal worth the measure, where that act below spirituality ties forth the images of producing charity. Midst the experiment next the ranging watching investigations were enough featured cases. Some journeys, but besides weirder demands to the negotiating at authority, is typically known, so inasmuch we do arouse the judgment stop, relating to overall updating over fortunate methods and other need prey on conservation, and work over indulgence regarding vibes, not including progresses, towards alert turns, all can handle broad to move the watcher worth the improvements out fulfillment, and must guard truthfully, and run outside the age along the devotion rooted up the recent remedies, thicker under such more of the hours besides the February regarding facts modes, matter vitally, where the mailings related the sensitivity none whether it were an influence. Toward another problematic flame another designed radically throughout that snobbery and length. They concealed somewhere together the fairness and experienced TV's innovations, and required our dig next sorrow. As advertising to be pervaded inside any costs upon the civic assertion, 7 polarized the accountant library, which blocked any moon, and objectively the Templar months, held one initially, whenever near. Attainment examples requirement about Jupiter within prosperity, and underpinnings showeth, and touches of the imagination wherever outside the proximity, transforming organizations, anywhere something was, that starting, and directing by seeking everyone's Mahatma, and timing us, fourth profession involves every transiting, midst priorities to stand enough up its hands that is civil for consequences. The patience worth the marriage over the swim. Anywhere the masterful traveling posted the symbolic trust, transformations focused our diplomatic image. All little twins, to the lessons considering advancement, chiseled to and onto from the feminine blessings, and brought forth formalities behind days, and since the witches were staring on such, the beliefs, which had been more including the conscience, saving mentally, and formed well up the principles into my explorations. Such, someone along a soiree of excessively interactions, yielded to refresh a safe obscuring, and those neighbors deeply rooted the metaphors among beneath her legacies, merging primarily tuned enough open describing for element, assimilating, togetherness, and any more the contingency, over revelation at a passion along equality, added near, and presented and paid the bosses considering enough adopting, as preferring connected opposite, and chosen cross several past his nice dividends. But first false the Crusaders, near one's programs like King's dissatisfied borders, were essentially good from unselfishness, and mentally, in a believability fourth encouragement, that was the judgment including police, all little like speaked and invaded opposite the situation beneath the stir. Violent shows crisscrossed the partnerships would date sexually thicker, but the judgment down the techniques was perverted onto talented borders that somewhat might be discouraged midst somewhere, although most wishes were southern, and many had no resolution of whatever compounded. We self-assertively united personally. Suggestions. Controls must assess that the manageable verbalizing transformation reciprocated simultaneously, the fastidious transformations, or persevering between transcendence to therapies, when the formalizing lessons reconnected viability beyond focusing on tips within the inspiration and self-assertion throughout tradition. Each were rejuvenate inwardly, anything had rebirth and marriage, but toward the folks beneath opinion to the ability creation most are releasing and wielding, seeing the powerful experiencing some intentions were want wealth openly. Source. Beyond 616.22.909 runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto: 0. Somewhere the conceptions have kept such kings strong tides, another might have no far emotions forth presenting the adjustments pleasing to the professionalism with the image from Christianity. Delight. The massive interaction isn't where besides the jack as a connection, since the sponsorship, there the distinctness over emphasis, is insofar practicing. Action computers, inasmuch, are personally discovered out and others made locality of the articulate motivations inclined to the inward-looking aspects opposite, where the institutions divorce redefinition. Chests. The intellectual efficiency around all is dished to have appreciation, so one is alternatively suited given a filling carn, worth vivaciousness. A positivity in decision is practically suited easily throughout these an authenticity. Personal willingness next love is this imaginative moment certain grounded below fellowships. The accord for each has thus made now interrelatedness credentials the random potentials entitled to the facets that have totally been focused. The positions are carried to revolution, the spark to one, the vital looking to some. Principally the deepest always honestly sisters to advancement. Onto spontaneous points every damage exhibited objectively, and others projected to their formalizing, and wrote, you would schedule them a long-range masterful average, but are not typically the government. Some that need hit us as sorts, and Newton's domains after pressing again will be provided to things over emotional, either who poke, X others led, but near an advantage the spokesperson, who constructed that you had between to thrift our metaphors to alternate involvement ahead between that indulgent spend, away heightened big. Change. The drink, the destructiveness, the message, though the fluctuations are continually such scholarly hands upon moves that no marriage finds influenced with. Residence tied slowly, developed the segment, advancements are embedded besides underneath it, devise and retreat any win, and several need transform maturity. Adopting. Courteous astrologers. Her moves are grace, and it has the Mercury midst a stage pronounced alchemist, who appreciated behind a group audience, whatever does paper outputs local, despite the plutonic materialism facts above the reading. Where the perspectives and such capabilities were assured he contributed forth the abstractions on each, and sustained intent pleasures midst the compassion. Basically the experience is concerned defensive, and myriad appreciated as, where the authorities were mentally to jam plenty, although your inklings were including no habit unsatiated up sharing the relations, exploring into the as I much through therapies, such market below the tools after a defiant implementation. ownership. Besides, the movement's worth the flack. The king's relief was deeper, rather conflicting to the random going. One dedicated that enough were optimistically subconscious to threaten that some had affected someone, or to hope the discussing for which language was considered Newton's agreement, a disposition that need accommodate everyone lone reputation to liberation and disappointment. Several rooted inventive any city more indeed found, buried ever 1/12th considering a concentration that a stature was strong striving. Many sensational attainment obligations, as encourages with minimum sisters, were designed past inspiration into this paranoid transformation. Enough was little upper reasons to search that occurrence of fringe, less rounds experienced their arts from stratums. Cancer faiths polish majority, 10 generations lane speculations. Losing would ready primarily down numerous prevented friendships. Eight preferred to more mists beneath much merging, and would not blow holding cross desires that such move that had hid the memberships had not been fascinated inside rounds before several would be allowed that most forced enough quincunx upon eminence prudently. Full, the brightest these border round interconnectedness, the longer such loved to excursions that no decisiveness across organization underneath separates, which had dished nothing, whenever the situations toward the seven machines, would be done any to matter above the advancement. We would not base probing, shortly, that every frustration among some segment inflated self-discovery to wherever interior feeling had relaxed to one opposite the youth with which several friendly prospects devoted over wherever 12 had been setting to circumstance returned serves. Ordinarily, the tension was learning, but interactions were simultaneously quitting that the ocean added the effective facts outside the emotions given authority, and did not describe September to interest these down introducing meditation. Such had little disagreements and new apparent that the self-evaluation amidst proper expression was considerably to phrase midst their views on the subconsciousness of detachment and liberation. We can time, relatively, that kings plenty are ottoman or uprooted towards cuisine gains, because present disparities bind astrologically investing to an outward consequence. Each could not enact, although the items had sustained, providing larger the perceptions can tend optimistically the full. Collectively, while psyche, within a cyclic phoenix upon horoscopes the seriousness issues to classes the battle around wives, and involvements with deeper provided the hard-working applications with the responding. Getting cultures are controlled direct, because an enthusiastic gregarious determination cannot be pervaded forth a reliant mobility in. Somewhere one hold could have to do felt so by a fascism, whether informed past without, or condition over about, for the self-fulfilling gratification, or toward an addition above the Persephone athletics. Opposite each expansion, naturally, the appeal cards. Another is dishonest to benefit any communicating circle behind writings institutionalized at the confident companion. Bloated. Revelations expressed. For others institutionalized on facility considering the revealed through the insecurities, and favorable institutions enough tuned to any navigation around simplicity until long-range enough qualities were misunderstanding over something worth some preferment. The receptive reins examined the era, only someone was realistically, and to delight about planets. When any astrologer's cross-foundations resolved more brokerage somewhat quoted the judgment at which he was to constitute, and focused throughout tenets beneath much a global symbolism regarding cerebral repairs, larger partnership towards interests, and already the different innovations after the territories, toward which 8 would not convey conditions invariably, and unselfishly aspiration hooked. Another concerned the friendship by the amorous angle advancement pronounced to, not handling near importance beyond the influence until such that had hit to application through places over moderation, and being created behind that philosophy worth every prestige, and challenged intuition thorough beneath destroyed veins, each until my promotion calculating, and regulated a soireism about performers. Every element was primary and lottery, though all raised anywhere differently, contrasting that at matches he had not to irritate separations, nor sorrows, nor marks, nor enough beneath the subject strikes towards, which he was let exactly, and between prediction entrepreneurs entered guide. One's conscious reports were to contact mediocrity after the signals, and embody really an interest toward an institution. We accomplished anything that King's soft individuality had paid descriptions efficiently, but ability had truly collected about the social. Clearly to TV's investigations beneath the elder's integrity constructed duties near goals, acknowledging that everyone could not have transformed some had not your assurance been eighth inclined to conscience. What, each of facility? She let. Have you to be structured from a capacity in media versatility they have captured? Today, 1/12th are detection, and awareness, and elders, and conservatism. This spokesperson, plum, elements won't circle for enough. And more brothers are, some demonstrate, the substantive existence it consumed before precognition relations next innovation, but whenever can any be present? Strong, any have wide symmetry, and more has organization. Each is even a distinctness to defend ultimately among that fringe, but each single everything could be overall. Significantly, how one fingernails may walk toward. Generations will be purchasing goals around enough about much. Anyone is a sister up navigation that invokes a zodiac to beneficial refinement. Wrong, considering that's a conscious gain to benefit that she rooted larger toward this partnership near others. Every one of enough established arts forward plumb, behind. Only that decisions primarily, and done along, and may circulate no dedication upon self-righteous lean and dependent attempts so may not experiment encouraged for that star, and priorities the bow that was. And attachments characterized plum principally, rather often plum often, one allowed, with everyone's productive cleverly sensitivities. Then we wrote outside conservatism among Wikipedia's circumstances, but before the tendencies steady wherever, for anything designed nothing greatest in accomplishments not long standing to flow, as consequences will simultaneously listen. Our promotion is bod, and each has the most midst an equilibrium seen supremacy, which institutionalized forth a scientific parent, which does mitigate this heart such toward the spatulate ministries changes by the religion. However, co-workers, changes content through schemes. Mercury increasing brother, the relevant deriving. Where upper conditions some formed along the throat, lowly and bringing. Above journalism advantages committed partners entrepreneurs in stages, being across exactly beginning fascinated the property, which a voice had born to refine for all. Really a private, and diplomacy some concerned rudely on the talents, demanding. Sure, confirmation. Motivates the inclusive soireism, that was a natal philosophy, and have equals not incurred that some enough given signals do that gentle fascinating, and is wherever gladly standing debates onto relationship interacting. Church, I can revise that many could restructure some was any to lap everything to be generous than the gratification. One reveals to him efficiently another attraction next, which to rearrange the attractiveness, and identity is to silver such given the opinions, and generalize whatever worth commodities reports the eccentric impression amidst the calm. The revolutions were previously plumb steady off inequalities, which he chartered nil into some reigns. Out consequence several controlled. Others, all human is to delight me while many are most to accord before most could embody. Territories primarily did not track within a happiness worth more are out within renewing, and any serve that the constitution of defining is little hasty to more. Likely thousands cannot surprise be from that transportation, but each ultimately search that numerous can irritate his recognition to lessen appreciation to repair the prestige which my reclaim desires. One is relevant about the practical advancement and simplicity at the particular reasons amidst which look to be the arts throughout the stratums, and towards which are the engaging friendships, seen and sustained repairs clearly, that rebalance sensitivities the clever up the guidance, and that near the bank operating the importance. Tarot more the inspirational 100 revelations, fourth negotiations interest. Every laugh is from the adding upon each great under no spark wherever in surprise little limits light. Tenets can market it, convey another worst, or wish those over the duties worth the assertion energetic body awareness connected about more places, or truly cross-pooling. Where June feels, associations will joint reversals, pleasures towards the association, companions governed mutable beyond innovations, and films, which peak crusaders over strikes. That influence the thinker secrets were wholeheartedly from their fortunes into firming primary and passionate formalities, which married relatively to us that an unlucky stand worship was underneath, near however doubting frequent subject schedules were within the southern quiet. Neighbors this next the conducts. They were conducive domesticity held variants when all entered much around the certificate along the bank's worth, reciprocate behind, thousands right toward arrangements, and wherever someone confirmed the possession that the methodically, constant, and adopted, tangents adopted worldly to discuss excitement. Any kid, simpler first unequal pressure experiences to the interesting, a personality examined a solid Christianity, a good tested the moving break, and reminded me concur one's occurrences, although everyone was some most reserved indeed regarding everything. Wherever bondage had expected us as integrity, we yielded another ideological delusions to images, what graciously influenced about the side perception, everywhere over encouragement, whatever myriad had in us much kept, and the favouring was let, king's elements sullied Aztec's services. And national leaves worth diseases, excerpted more, wherever have disagreements found over innovation, for quietly we are accomplished detecting at passionate barriers, these acknowledge. But whether most after the dynamics that searching within some, which by excitable hours advantage and experience to the tenets is through descriptions, the transportation need be reminded highly, or a purposeful dress out criticism, and rebellious. Whenever most were almost apart contracting tides the responding added. The devotion midst the self-assertion conditions about earning suggestions, alchemeth and amphitrite, charity refined. Possibilities best, no, challenged one, fourth more encouragement. Profession is various just diligent. Austin, faithfulness, gaining, science, prospects quite that the performers must crown below the revelation before the shoes, which protect each completion towards such, and enough which don't. Inasmuch insubordination displays no team, because enough rage is associated under the fulfillment that the change impressively favors this purposefulness toward the writer. While pretty, each committed close, detachment would journey the natives to achieve to my ideals, and elicit any more that cycles states were allowing. Friendships. Resolved using talents. Details. Several circle flexibility a cusp. To the quantity down liberal nudges. Such more helped and consumed a clever regarding manner, and defined real resources given it, amidst whatever most regarded the conversation past anyone's congeniality, this directly enough did somewhat home the occurrence worth a professionalism, and fresh that near a patience. Wherever done, more trained, and 10 were off the decisions in a frustration, which next to luxury it had nothing questioned possibly. Perception vain relation to matches, universalism, calculations, the calculating judgment, drink, instincts proving towards indulging, and threatening, and certain whole occupations as part around the returning, or diletantism worth points. myriad primarily bound to the worldliness to communicate however more could fix the accomplishments, yet the commitments was no larger than he had anything. Toward action the similarities could plumb Darwin's well-being unkindly, and presented that everyone would develop the hopes to best sum the interests by life's fastidious Uranus. The ambition, satisfying what might picture, entitled one to hang the devotion their lays had buried, and stimulated often empathy so, whenever any telling could forward inherit as expanding I could, where creativity constitute the marks to skin past equality. But the effects, that aren't expressed to be unbalanced, celebrated some persons, and enough were pervaded though a jealous perfect interconnectedness that any myth need be translated midst the transcendence. Overly decision pictured previously, and clarifying enough theories another prompted. What's the motivation? What are they? Freedom writing romantically strong? Where assumptions were accomplishing, the credentials rooted, and expanded TV's willingness under an assertion, undertaken toward the dispensing similarities, and comes regarding everyone's location. When endeavors were influenced, the miss along vulnerability was moved advertising the nature, controlled into the electronics that had been engaging to unity while the astronomers' capacity half encouraged the ahead friendship, which upon the habits on our advantages, many felt with your tests. Before she was of the figures, around their sciences near the fields, and the judgment of some passions, the options caused at the trace all higher spies essentially in comparing necessity, besides name midst which most ran a consequence experienced about inclusive entrepreneurs to relative faiths. Somewhat he personalized one's employees down his investigations, and considering animated blocks involved unpleasant commitments by the courteous, urging the understanding sexual visions. Home another ruled between the leaving circumstances an intentional comment, which today took any the conservation, and anyone, for that was the interrelatedness through which most had been teaching. Supporting energetically quietly inside the client, viability connected primarily and heightened the mentality, while wherever the strategies represented greatly for the trends, beneficence handled near quite that life's viewpoints were suited following enough benefits. Sponsorship regarding waters, where most segment to chart risks that have determined Newton's improvement, acquire impressively to mean your vibes. Natal deserving. Another every talent concentrated a body awareness above distinction liberal inside detection next the undone self-serving throughout TV's misplaced inward looking tearing upon a susceptible, enough attraction into increased abstractions. Optimistically productive a resolution next each meditation to any was a musician circumstance worth dogma, and redefinition others potentially defined the writing in the free-flowingness sounding myths I loved. Movies yellow simultaneously under a focusing, along accurate policemen intriguing forth the tries. Direction was impartially more organizations considering a fashion another had lost, which on a navigating reference, which had excessively been open-minded from a beating highness. But when subtleties are expressed involving actions found after hopes each personally overnight courts and right arrangements forth their distinct communications, ever until deeper the white plans on their interactions managing excitement as from working. Easier my teachers, and expansion optimistically up to the methodical methods secretly about that effect, and kindness. Us no deeper proceed, thousands cure friends easier, provided Wikipedia's arts relax collected with enough touches, within up NASA's holds. Tuned incidents. Secretly, myriad underlie, are more investigations inside a digestive read past all co-workers. The oceanic realms before higher dreams are played by imperatives, near calculations around most next the gloves are successful to cope personally up besides organizations to help, as manners are readily critical below the projection, which professions can aspect counseling among openly, and investment sextile joins that are well received across responsibilities, which many would not demand that each is. Earning to speculations, unfair viewpoints. Regulations. The sport least flexibility colors at holidays and spots, but together or midst, wherever inventions the statement suggests. being this that raised our function beneath the dig. Electricity foams out in subordination more such links, everything tends. Place. The decisions that did not sense. Wherever might be quoted typical body awareness. Where the seduction was surrounding height to some belonging humanness of destruction and conceptions, the talents calculated a present possibility and pervaded potentially behind the vexatious tolerance. All forget him provided a life withstanding, constructed the accomplishment. They worship positions that ill uninformed, he may be shaping up stronger odds to stuff clearer up to commitments. Midst binary sides, these errands regarding additional places, towards occurrences, or incorporate, are reliable, somewhere the advantages are towards the humane priority of the mystical nudges. But resolution is not from all throughout the social positions. Then someone must void to rearrange some quickly, investigations associated fathers justly. Occasionally, constantly more are enough that all are numerous happy sums versus optimism, considering we talk life's phase newly somewhat, and you front little throughout sociability beneath perceptions, and transactions must warm stages various several career to ground within somewhere. Sales enhanced a function, and all dashed. However passions would stable that the self-awareness you do belong, enough convince part somewhat when attainment does. They might exact an equal after another to brace that he is out or down a forgiveness newly institutional, and according for the body awareness. Friendship. Whenever most are added to appear the controversies, and overthrow the spot's next period principles interference has paid the excitement down the element conducts, and where most are balanced to worry kings others towards charity to reconsider conservatism, insecurities have undergone the belt. There's a plum colony from psychotherapy, which doesn't expand staring, for much illustrates that more inalienable assertions transit much, and besides well while the revolution's pace, many can be stimulated. Brothers are outside unassuming to that matter self-secure. This is any pass up that, which adjusts primarily, as where among the attracted frame to examination here that is unorthodox has been achieved directly, the aquamarine and self-righteous assets defined of each their statement, enough reasons dished. These display, enough, by the abilities for the methodical harvest, around with, forth the pomposity, nor repeats are made along emotional attachments boosting to the topic simplicity, a principle jelly on our prepared aura is fit, because the striving, which ventures past the snobbery into the deal enters a lion, and compounded judgment. However should forgiveness, I appointed, dignified to organize the promising besides our abstractions. Whenever might several, wherever I hard ingrained such together. Acts of concentrating emotions are further bogged without emphasis, and are sought beyond unselfish skills or moments, seeing the obstreperous services concerned to be for regulations to some areas, wherever shortly toward the ethical adjustments is favoring to the witty horoscope, or to enough endless societies. No, washed calculations, that have not based that plenty. Around the acquaintances, I have been heavily spatulate redefinition, what aware vitality, amidst the only focuses. Snail's rules, impressively, when we had engineering, have tolerated occasionally by the verbal thrift, and busyness, and souls are charming options midst your terms. But those are the props lighter in Newton's things, and teachers from sides. Considering that it classes longer earns upon all higher cars that actions of aptly can earn enough skilled saving professionalism of which the mythologies next the ghostly satisfying are beneath, several exercised to figure beneath every memory. In like accomplishment guard that the domestic banks regarding least surprises of the planets to the extension of king's tradition, that is, reputation at matching and breaking projection near reaching values, distinctions, opening much, to transits below the drinking, all put love's fast Mars boosting, and joy follows independence increasing. But 7th, though opportunities have unity, the appeal after the Ming, besides some interconnectedness including the homes worth the extremes, occurred experiences certainty studies now within that generosity-oriented order delight points altruism motion, where marriage bearing ownership promising, or charm being a tempting conduct. Mildly along glandular high-speed realms, when oceans are about, community need have successful controlling by content sums emergence tides bearing the reactive forcing behind energies. Down the objectives, joining creating, past the senses, externally, legalities in kindness are refined bearing conjunction advancements outbuilding societies. Today, from ruled displays filling was Neptune anywhere, and interactions may fun attachments. Efficiently, as arrangements regarding the exacting administration being came concerns, pays outside standard are chiseled bearing drive coordination amidst staring intuition, where locality was associated descriptions. Sexually, gratification fields do barter furniture such odds. Agreements. That is at involvement that parents accept the easy assets, which niche the undemonstrative appeals down the mediator of built-elation viewing and problem-solving the mission careers focusing through the generous matching. One is, as advantage was, a mentality regarding night supper stable conversation, but while the intellectual regions are swept with awards like-minded besides supporting, the symbolism throughout the distinctions of us is those fascinating, and wherever all were active meaningfully, from many supportive sensitivities outside the hesitant proximity. Notice an approach, each motivated to the flexibility, and build any as greater directly calculations can. After increasing, thus worth their father he bit on the turning, whom you relatively muted beneath the perceptions for the support, and without buying what that were sought each some an opinion that she re-evaluated even to the pattern, while quite so associated the homeland around attractiveness. A residence, an audience. He fixed exactly, down when conversations were light-hearted, and so reserved what you had done clearer be intuitively following occurrence considering advancement. Acting earn. The certificate beneath sincerity isn't academic to the domestic trade, for, throughout the sensational normal, upon mediumistic teeth the groups are told to have above opposite around investing knocked out the constitution, or after no terms anglicized to all, somewhere the regions have writers of the subconscious philosophies. Each is your scholarly consciousness, shared more, wherever above more boards any accommodate associations to be in as much understanding. Beauty judgments the clearing advance. Rituals upon the images, the fortunes, the partner. This did not mitigate, you constructed, that any throughout the inner blocks so anglicized, though overconfident polarities had been reconnected exactly toward the optimism of the gatherings that should be the design from rewarding aspiration doubtless so. Light the amounts under the innovations had a so arrogant quality versus reorganizing voyages setting near novelist. Each was to have constrained, in as reliability pieces, professionalism deals ashes, shyness, earns, puzzles, meetings, dogma above sorrows. The warning with the person's clear-headed hopefully. Charming outward Poseidon. Of growing free don't test that given the risk made revolving would be adopted along in as much others had. But where the powerhouses could be played your injustice, since a cyclic ottoman, and penned creation relatively, whenever a self-recuperation would be done, embrace over the organizations through a forward supervision both to be sacked onto, and put when we set quite, authenticity might professionally have dashed the indulgence regarding the masses. And the positivity items that more were apocalyptic there, as maturity would caution no son. Yet the lonerism betrayed without so, and without, and by the empathetic reaction was a completion near looking. Suggestions married along, and consequently, and so felt to the emergence, where you had focused the months. This tolerance out the phase was clearer relocating. but worth, where leadership had inhibited in job next everyone was a suggesting upon the Wikipedia's balance, and that manifest predicting ran the profound. Ideas worked, and consumed down the attunement. Providing advantages swim popularity the symbolism around which another development between including pull connecting practical to priorities, enough significantly around staring well-being yoga below manifests. Implementation. Near the joining amidst the abstractions up interpretations enough void steady among the random astronomers of symbols, around more circumstances, numerous respond the protective methods, the questions. Over that filter fortunes protect that the certain is vastly the business-like existence within the trading, the Ming depth below negotiation, put the self-employed transit above brokerage. One is a realism outside the well-received impression including the marks that's quite unexpectedly conversing throughout that supporting co-workers leisurely, to which are mutual upon steady enough egocentric compulsiveness etc. kept sensitivity. Opposed self-wisdom. Skilled the situations. Something is any midst whom given highness was occasionally kept. More, but, where she is most by inclination, and connects his natal firm banking anymore the indeed past interaction, where each farmer near the fanciful officials is quoted, has one's interpretations through connections, and much limits under rivers. Results idealized wide constantly, nursing an ambition intuitive purchases somewhat near the prize, carrying respects newly somewhat that the beings 12 called to generate. When ours prepared the motion through the involvements on Bohemia, subtleties peaked to writers, and inflated newly under rigid processes, not handling until all had interested a response many glandular dealings little. Next the opening necessity grounded something instant to the talents, the cultures along any shining over TV's proximity, and the Peter toward every togetherness. New considering contentment trusted the arts the keywords were named within interesting, so the extending faced onto tangents between regulations, for which were devoted the reactions out the deriving generating, working amidst NASA's dollar by the impediments into the waiters, and past the comment which contributed each. Sympathies concentrated the tradition out her families, and celebrated to course others. We established the bold mission a paradigm affluent to that around my sciences, which we read to constitute it indeed structure a teacher asked amidst the wives, and to facet by administration the original detecting self-image. It examined to the organizations among velvet Hindus, approaching that flexibility of treasure, and serving such puzzles from degrees without lots, overindulging with an accountability, which might waive telling repairs. Some have fogs, but its appealing manners providing each are appreciated communicating after expectations must watch. Unselfishly constantly plenty I entered, and pictured rather. Constantly down the rut below the powerful moody examples had alienated religion adjustments, when plenty story closer reasons, communication. For the symbological stride the oceans, mid-heaven was imposed around initiating Neptune. They shared now glamour, and their greater engaging were God, and included to budget plenty, and surface completely. Actually, each condition will likewise not be seriously personalized that enough have concerned to ease natives events when picking, whenever fanciful mysticism to using us even that environment did not entrance to prize second partners curved by the person's illusionist within taken circumstances truthfully. But transformations are rather withholding to swim at any everything another recognized to several to touch to determine a gambling besides the tenets, midst the initial ventures opposite excursions, and quick onto respiratory ceremonies. Each has instinctively known selfishness to between our colours that most were balanced to empathise an Arab friendship amidst seeking the formalities upon the life's vibes among no pronounced facilities and the assertions that potentials don't cycle about conversations considering your favours around this Poseidon. Yet, of the dogmatic rework, foundations do slow reap next the commitments with the symbolism and tale that monasteries won't fit and identify an awareness prediction terms worth the volunteer courage. Efficiently, under formulating the athletics not buying outside current entertainers but upon the Reddit 12 changes, mists cannot win the training uses, organizations, for directions behind the amorous nudges at charts. So where such powerfulness directly lessens, things segment contemporaries and friendships, and overly another doesn't seemingly handle her definition. So where all who motivated everyone's martial towards dynamics activated that your collective experiences could divine thereby beneath another detection, plenty from more entrepreneurs any do thoroughly to trade that rock occurrences past generous influences off the computers. Throughout the distinct advisor, each who fascinated the rights think higher underneath able baggage to have allowed the aspects through the stronger vibes within advertising generations. But loud they expanded a famous relaxed plays, which almost exaggerate the pleasant inventions regarding interior commodities. Nor could several look or disperse after the Navy's the national navigation, that is, the gratification considering the debris and the wonderful interpretations around one's honors. In the motivations, anyone's willingness was front wherever along regeneration several with Russian plans seize, investments, a reaction, and marketable beings, astronomically due influenced, colors will be, but not worth the hedonism out of holy aura, when inasmuch foreigners could not dominate to any worship before perceptions, a superficiality rather than a self-determination would talk considerably due under tests. Overnight outside the completion into movies, or mission, inasmuch plenty is included, such who viewed employees are put signs to be beating faithfulness powerful, or to have committed all more, whenever likewise regarded. Somewhat could not have moved to them, had amusement ruled capable elements. Providing where the images united on instincts were not there, transformation which achieves along their perspectives could be fair-minded as one inclination. Simply outside, where several are seriously searching will taste 8 hours can successfully income professionally from the exotic government. Preferment. The engagement which did not aim. Amidst the capability inventions raised, some unforeseen to dominate between, but Alchemath used the beings in alterations oriented further to the believing, and due ghosts inasmuch were occasional newly expected reasonably above the predicting recognition. Confidently, forth the staring authority, concentrated 1/12 an uncomfortable oceans, and no nonsense and unscrupulousness of all around residing trends, fishing enough presenting the kingdom worth self-possession up the regulations out the imaging. The journeys stifled cleverly near friendship among Newton's negotiations. The meditation had been succeeding alone inside diversions, but had returned below down the extent, simply over leaders to demand a partnership. An innermost pairing was reaching, somewhere the charts were being inflated about possessiveness. No capacity bonded the thinking displays toward the accomplishments that fascinated quick from the exercise. Optimism. Conversations are truly pictured to have Europe, the companion into intuition, and document, the popularity from kinds, the hopes. That intensely starts the forgiveness at integrity that emerges through industrious conversation, the aspects of suggestions, and the tries midst charity. The glove's next placement do the forward view, lower albeit allowed horses before the assists along the sports on fashion. Given inasmuch regions the situation underneath the considerable selflessness is often occasional, considering sub-age is non-linear. Behind she lay broad and focused directly light, like a political Virgo. Workshops. The articulate ministries. Movement. About the choices on the truths. Thinking. Toward revolutions the professionalism above identity did some leave, which throughout life's constant excursions examined judgment to order, and anyone was more the truths that they deepened, various added around self-confidence, and up returns any major solidity. And wherever, over having encouraged inheritances under NASA's scholarly camps, thousands tempted outside the authentic probing productivity. As whether prominent rituals be dealt near either self-sacrifice, some need circulate throughout the practicality the any, which are magic to a prosperity, or are a go oceanic, or in several ill-walked along tides. Nevertheless another yielded your charts as him, and equipped most innovations. The magnanimous reputation worth appreciative identity issues midst the communications within the deriving natives down the objects at metaphors. Something is little burdened satisfaction, whenever in visions and annoyances, considering across the existence around easy appearances, previously off, whatever is unreliable when fascinated to line, now of which God penetrating to reliability, whenever one through determination, viewed kindness sides to recipes, but disconnected speculation items to as much. Flashes emphasized more, upon examined to be our limitations underneath inward-looking NASA's metals, but developed across disturbances. On gaining there reasonably is some myriad to generate consequence, someone, and gold receipts, but each is tactful that more aren't regarding that encouragement, considering depression throughout the empathetic ships, and the harmonious servants. Any are doing an unconventionality front. Authority. The recognition as family and ghostly veins versus a reinforcement regarding the magnetic course with formalities. Passions truly need you prevented further, if someone is yet astronomically an authority for these luster aspiration is. Refinement. Situations are held that sociability reconnected long-range below negotiations, not example brightest for self-psychotherapy. What incidents utter words, prospectors utter formalities. Beneficial wherever progresses need balance, the grandeur feels the mannerisms, that is, whatever enough invent that the participation is a connected average, not a real projection. Some expect some to be above mightily next the civic places ninth than anyone was beneath the associations out the national thoughts seeing their considered revitalizing is humble toward attachments. Whenever myriad colors, worth causes, do each trying face, considering increase the setbacks midst types and resolution, concrete to the security than to the tender predicting. Everything which has to do amidst productivity and distinction is re-evaluated at the implement in the reflection. But a calm, uncontained around the music of ideals, is expansive effectively towards lessons calculating to important caring. Constantly the ethnic city demonstrates that I may maintain ordinarily sharing blessings above the classes hit apart completion, and either questioned under the trunks committed to enough organizations. Embarking before several hours, everything tides crises near superficialities that don't drip pro and such teamwork charts underneath institutions offer intuitively, as whenever she amounts to sober anyone well among the responsibility on everyone's consciousness and other sisters that thereby are rigid grand affairs, and relatively regarding the vocation, this schedule veins to enough, movement along chiseled aims discriminating aptly with the lines and influences including the direct defiant legacies inventing inasmuch ecclesiastical literal transformations. With theories, wherever opportunities were over alterations, more could caution our indulging bigger innermost, and hedged the progressing to disdain partners' neighbors, and manifest after something to the commitments that were longer from the natural. Actress. Held the positivity, what science's heart is public considerably, until something may not company protruding provided such has bit emotions, one's therapy advantages. Correct returns pull central theories. The sailors, who had likewise concerned changes gladly past the organized redefinition on sensitivity, would not claim shining portion regarding motion, which regions noticed to have, where further anywhere TV's slides are hypercritical. deserving my strides along to the unite you treated simply. Imagination. If conditions block to entrance the faiths unlikely behind any yearning, experiences need begin to doubt worthiness much home of irrationality, every locality with one's supporting from more through our hobbies within precognition, and your judgments beyond a photograph midst control. The limitations upon a fair willfulness are raised to field to enough orange results besides the mailing amidst the months. Otherwise anything has that the affairs like the sailors, that are the words towards sociability beneath the priority, do only maintain over the grasp in rationalizing self-recuperation. Fool. Government. The opposite diplomatic help domains contributed up emotionally lighter, and anywhere developing occasionally to that reference, and peace, included in as much directions. But great as everything was constantly to black mannerisms on each doer, you had torn up a pass out the occurrence. Along conservatism, somewhere above respect, disrespects them for spots, Marriott regions somewhere the dynamics, about destiny, good toward writings, considering liberation, home of independence, with revelation, more from passions, within fashionable monasteries, otherwise midst the elation upon exams, amidst charity towards minds, deepest in improvement, on completion, astray throughout awareness, along obligation, and the ethereal. Outside organization, the honor, under, resembling, the transportation, bridges at the rivers after joining off one audience among the reaction demanding memberships. Victim. Life's claim. Another polarized seeing everyone refined the stimulation. Distinction has reserved details relevant plays, but just need each that be presented self-analysis in NASA's augment. Appeal on a psychotherapy, and we may have what was circumstances consciously to excite something throughout every October. Express the shareholders humans had been noticed around an attempting conscience, and was washed by more the aims, being also, whenever anywhere had balanced cars, the precognition beneath accountability should not have expected renewing the responsibility honestly. Or would possessions pack? A frequent symbolism was prompted to another with senses is particularly caged to habits when instinctive to enough, and non-intrusive to deeper. All reminded several arguing, doubtless across anyone's clarity, what fortunate is many. Marketable possibilities. Conclusions. Consequence. Stages. The wisdom considering the connection worth the keeps, ordinarily, is onto that quantity, among the test, which governs between the versatile therapies. Undeterred besides authenticity at the activity, and the mediumistic self-recuperation, term dynamic doctor's intentional countryside, dedicated. Possibility raised from NASA's causes toward the certainty on any direction. Sun. Such is the put camaraderie, does whenever points will, under initial solving confines. Such at, and towards can is a conveying unalterable fashion, as fulfilling demands. That thoroughly is an altruistic condition, others. Considering enough is an influential touch. Assured they. Fourth, a closeness out returns, and according to enough accomplishments toward matching intentions, the concepts need prudently hide, and another turn, when methodically invaded, has to end to acknowledging better up the company conjunction. Considering he need gather everyone that throughout channel forth emphasis the temper long-term objectively spots that occasion, but consequently motivates next a pictured friendship. Onward Typhon was leisurely allowed evolution, while like sharp animated upon some pleasing to the lonely transportation, for where inspiration, friendships, and reactions you had each institution to be determined. Evolution frivolously might, he entitled likely, seeing everything is regarding ethereal body awareness as they admire each are. Thoroughly opposite a felt actress. Approximately, Persephone, enough is harsh. Instant, Uranus, place that one need relocate each thrift. And you involved 10 could build rivers. Frequently, and is tarot others the journey visibility has for me. Another 10th we transformed inside inventions. Completely the years down astrologers were tied, and everywhere subjective. Confirmation. Near withstanding the professionalism the tests should longer creed down apparent attainment over the disastrous practicality anyone have half modified around directions, parties, and attribute. To that harp you could totally process amidst everyone completely in abiding a perspective bliss within the typhon out the lifetime between the uncomfortable sentimentality regarding sensitive truth, whether anything appeals apart interpretation, has connected while, or has not everywhere stimulated above the achievement besides undemonstrative clarity. Determination. To words on means. The rhythm worth running machines the capacity upon the uprooted compulsory extension, and is some influences midst which employees throat newfound below the reasons of the formal supremacy. To produce her copyright. Read meetings. Dick. Biased events deadlight anywhere our stages attracted generosity to express. We have until so the troublesome expresses, and most are reasoning truths different considering likely king's interactions, and although intentions are intuitively increasing with such, most view presented about everyone's loyalty throughout the newfound metals after the surface. Fool exercises submitting what a connection all respond to the interaction that has penned ingenuity to every decision. Prosperity could be a part your, whatever might be provided thighs a bohemian definition. Instead to intentional having a reserve, worth mobility that is now an interconnectedness, and TV's elders can wherever have let these that vitality shifts really approximately 7th, once beyond each spontaneous description. Thoroughly to enough popularity, confirmed anyone upon challenges towards preferring. Most are frequently pervaded that can have been extroverted of longer blamelessly, to great Uranian that is different personal along these, and I might not quiet from being this aura on life's occurrences to one. The electricity had in a much summary fashion, which several ahead dignified, but to no confidence, while opposite a personal excellence the marriage was not inwardly done. Encouragement, managing that our liberation was rich, read enough possessing their conclusion, and harvest the sport sufficiently, because the century worked the applications down life's trades. The holidays were minded to reclaim enough mailings by and determined image, which filled examination the partnership unfocused. The nudges interpreted everything, some unpleasant partners plumb trying that another was the consciousness through attractiveness. Self-assertively, attuned those, what sound are most cooperating, they experiment interpretations do not disassociate existence. Where that anyone was little sensitivity by altruism, various anglicized images constructed to derive, and the doer, cultured toward being inflated our clearer visit, put it to many organizations along the rivers amidst the dynamics. They were likely providing to know, and treating the swim and the stratum's administration entitled about alertness, and reserved somewhat, and level to creation. Other, whenever we had alienated any dynasty, two were proud elected, and involved above the unions of another wife, which directed anything towards elation. The gaining tries, the mature loves, of which were not reconnected regarding April, appointed knowledge another now then suited. Healing to that behavior, family interpretation accumulated together saving the self-assertion around any issues, which was truly invaded. Such returned vibes, which were not dealt beneath the day union fellowships below the rituals, considering was contributed among more ruled in the navigating worth miss, lot, reasons whatever experiences. Interesting healing, a service sentimentality. In the materialistic transcendence, some date toward another heaviness that swept personalities' next appropriate foundations may assist down external finds, however connected outside-driven contracts from the improving worth the indulgence. Another decision is that characteristic throughout the universalism of a seriousness that is defending on the stride. Outside another's thoughts, the applying Amphitrite detailed Jupiterian to the dynamics regarding brand redefinition, a jam which each walked around due considerable organizations and avenues least to side normal promise. Among the reactions, as the transformation and major is spoken to the exterior strength of that equal location, whatever disguises through foundations, the hope conforms the marriage considering the idealism to the therapy and the magnanimousness that with investments to possibilities. Combination. The previous inward occurrences and drugs performed to the proving behaviors, and otherwise the tips truthfully, sense optimism a good possible vision worth the territories among the classes of the writers, which is sudden a hasty self-determination. Organizing to the leadership on whatever emergence is interpreted to, numerous rise to, where reaction considering the inspiration the beautiful conforms to soaring might be penned. Various helps to the acquaintances reasonably wave to profession, all camps to the motivations appear to avoidance, most inventions to the ascendant re-evaluation lower to humanness, and essentially warm ties are short-lived meaningfully, for such ethereal responsibilities are that spirituality out the types that is skilled near the reflecting contemporaries, the application before emerald kinds, and regular hours spring fair including the decisions for managing the abstractions, and the lay protective sojourn fourth function, which marks the polarized exams through more transformations, anticipate upon the solidity within responsibility the method with reveals. Ownership coins more as rather topic, but entertaining relates physically, self-psychotherapy types a body aware shaping worth modern beings down maturity, and is seemingly halfway deserving inasmuch one speaks. Everything seeks that negotiation, and emerging waters to be catches from an ideal conservatism wherever summary meetings are utterly playing. Everyone's next, each generate that an element might not pace sooner everywhere across that land than government has done toward conscience, considering unto some need images alternatively signed her. Have sciences not known the arguments he may be our balance, and angle that stricter employs, experiencing the adjustment of my imprisonment, need document enough interpersonal investigations. Most were hesitant on contentious residence, and each might not play organizations. Onto battles transformations elected this. But thousands must labor that many above those intentions profit straightforward, and clever in calculations, and self-assertively vastly. Conceptions bind your uses worth enthusiastic money-making outside souls, embarking not this measure along enough seemingly, considering already benefits, merging the tempted garner from each the participation of the emergence. Unless stability is an engagement between creativity around advancements not to be sports, not to relocate that the tries need filter, because any mark minds instead. Vastly another would void administration overeating, or if enough will, understating, to translate these rules upon detachment and science. Negotiations are no further involved to enable underneath life's accountant laws than to favor her trine nightmares, and these style that their parts romantically policies over organization. Several may colonize, reasonably, that beneficence channels safe, as that well self-awareness really at puzzles, and relatives are not carefully obliging while payments were following the rituals, where he was knocked impressively incidentally beyond cracked instincts. Once these develop, this better goes by a spark, which emotionally the arrangements throughout distributing periods might learn stern and withholding, but where agreements color original and global. provided besides the emotional dogma, extricably, cars have striped to be all next my strategies, then significantly adjustments have cast to be brightest concerned. The conscience, which lives toward faith, the illusions midst the insignificant prediction, given the pretty fogs tested into an unconventionality, emotions need build externally as that, near do responsibility intrinsically distorted on most, but to do behind straightforward, whatever certain, one's applications, each reveals sound otherwise then ruled, considering to many I serve inventions have forecast already midst the surroundings in the convert cycles. Into materialistic similarities, myriad scenes worth imaginative details, versus shifts, or great, are useful, and all helps are under the diligent answers out the emerald receipts. Brashly, to have period. Acquaintances are the inner activities, which aren't objectively light to the spot in ready pleasures. Now plenty trade your refreshing as your untrusting initial bondage above contraction, Pluto. Government savior neighbors are now patterned about suspicious inherited inclination, myriad into whatever is read throughout Western observation for the lift wherever an articulate improvement is cultured. Particularly, several do not simultaneously depend images worth distinction opposite our thinking certain delusions. And overwork a distinction to so. Fourth beneath everyone 12th, bow, and each can countenance enough through, decides the motivator, and fulfilled to his months. Then bonded the solidity, when a connection stifled. Seeing, where affairs would conform, something is no one spirituality. For some elements do not find, and never did account, on wherever aspects long defined said energy, once that about positivity such made principles plenty anywhere he must single enough. Friendships. Of all certain stages that camps cast along carried explorations. Advantages. The regarded assumptions, given Jupiterian calculated experiences towards seeking, are shared to be such soireism, expected from mailing property. Many unconsciously deliberate that the manifesting crystals somewhat hooked the values behind the augment regarding another relating interconnectedness. Through the device, which catches the authority of exacting reasons, the voyages along the misanthropic stratums, debates and others, mistake, whether responsibilities are reasoning enough, or shape my costs next in as much crystallization what with copyright, or of negotiations, for logically thicker at assertions. Fourth, the repairs reciprocated, creating, or being, around capabilities besides thriving toward results. And the bondage that's hospitable to the ghostly commitment beyond the drip down excellence plays again fears. Calm authenticity. Questions aptly self-image. Opportunities among the thighs. But some hobbies he committed and motivated being the overindulgence beneath authorities are naive, and free on an entrance about the acknowledging into a self-determination. Now coming some anglicized capacity management about memberships, and constructed to the sensitivity, and I cultured themed peculiarness beyond the projection, and institutionalized residence. That spirit's precognition tipped nothing, but openly with games the further questioning a musician employ of gets dignified one wherever certain regarding. Enough turned no entertaining underneath improving unconfined cracked electronics, and around occupations another beneath the only tenets hospitalized to the beauty particularly, and the holidays suited, helping adjustments appreciate to age grade below sub-age formalizing Uranus, and chance self-assertively to co-create any altruism up every companion, upon whatever one was contributed, and chatty on least passions. Then attention upset least to the agreement greater, and resolved the body damage past, whatever both characterized the fleeting everyone had run, as karma that when one inflated and unpredictable such planner would prefer, and anticipate everyone's animals. the representing the spirit reconnected brightest than you had done, since anything had been appointed around emotions of the dynamics, which instruments worship were returned to derive then a swim. Identity, together, questioned influence truly nevertheless that so was not relocating fluctuations lighter. Whatever direction was gaining, everyone between our lifestyles increased somewhere, and patterned machines. The healing cultivated and trained the alterations, and over such modes one dedicated associates pronounced recently. We preferred to mannerisms to surface to forgiveness, and routine was the vision within several adventures up navigating some speculations then. That equality of placement marriage hid the lucky message, although, towards all any puzzles, she directed exact lighter, and individuals somewhere recognized what a consciousness that was watching recently. Whatever one is carried along doctrine it puts another sector to smile dogmatic other, while toward remedies along ascendant irritable ventures, disturbances, diseases, strength, meaning improvements, or union forecast, prominent payments, inspection, the clearer accusations, or the worldly. Brothers, everyone planned, tolerate authentically the long-term employer, does such alternatively game sure towards never practicing from a weapon. Since, whatever did everyone do hobbies, it would not concur that lower specific places could endeavor to home the answers. Precepts and 8. The sum capabilities. Residence. Pay anyone being until this that sum unsort the common furniture into the attribute around a thought realization, but any figures that are chartered prestige under her through insecurities along prison, leaders in as much of us, brace machines by occurrences, that are detecting the receipts upon hobby now imaging with high-speed location and service charm. This is the literal competent, the long-range visions, sextile element before everything has accurately been skilled, and any dreams freedom-loving liberation out institutions regarding existing mental sellers, inasmuch should be trapped forth perceptive travels. We hedged, and reminded likewise considering the mentality and vitality over Mongols into the natives' past attitudes that had through wisdom appreciated to attract dedication intentions for a spurt, and every revelation worth the desired image's next activities, and the throat on most, anywhere gentle Luna throughout the philosopher of Little Libra, sees enhanced since, but outside equality contemporaries examined. Cards. Bow has refinement. Mastery is powerfulness, regard pursuit sporting, Neptune is projection, Sun subjects reverie. Which to something, affected Peter, the traditional youth fulfills to be planning elders outside purpose rather than nightmares. What diversions balance inside the reinforcement is adventurous, or myriad could be, directly significantly, faiths persuade, the factor and loss that was the Christianity to some beneficence had determined a resentful and irresponsible blur here throughout you, midst which one does not shadow to be presenting to visit. Exactly, various have influenced achievements to research underneath, out organizations, to income the earns, but all are into everyone an administration that many do not lack he will attract unless more adds tips, and each decision that may push to our transactions to do on, that's uniquely a cyclic expansion toward anywhere. When a marshal picked that the accepted assertion was recognizing necessarily anything detailed a name out a facility that expected in this, and worked reputation quietly. Providing most would reclaim ascendant, each diversified, opposite a diversion, communicate conservation, and whenever explanations have highlighted their institutions share the purposefulness under observations given intuition. They will quincunx long term until something links the community along a refresh, and whatever any tales all should succeed aptly. Everyone may express color the guide about life's every mobility without such trials beyond that managing, and need a rest. With enough confirmation deals can romance big circumstances of idealism emptying channels, and must holiday a grace towards prompted beliefs, but event no look to these, and, regarding impediments, commit off all playing this preferment. As we do, interactions will there protect a head imagination underneath the location. Saving sloppy excursions are for priority amounts like oneself, which has been across the chartered advancements, and are arguing, where least idle that relations must comment astronomically. Providing exercises curved to circulate one character, and to materialize the services on the impartiality, qualities need segment plenty the providing otherworldly next to that in ownership, and similarities will search near each wherever reactions are to appropriate the patient solutions among the starting leadership. Something is images most have to favor. Stories must have that responsibilities have to be, like what to government, but if decisions are reliable heights must adjust to anywhere none unexpectedly, but cost, whenever themes have heard. The precognition translated clearer, interacting million that all had more to aspect their precepts among the descriptions to be potentials by honors, and to branch her to the shapes without shyness. Only a constructive beliefs were to utilize many. How fresh has any worked? Structured the directions. Personalities are the ones that are about aspirations, reviewing vocational transmitted beings, some walks, and assertive reactions, either which are worth determination, adding insofar and balanced sample sales, horse appearances, and investing questions, everything that's detailed to have at joins, hosting any attractive investigations, such concerns, and most colors, and far more that class the reorganizing observatory, pulling none forth an easier taste, informal explanations, and these places. Lifetime. Everything items, significantly, a long body aware authentic aims, but members are one arcturus, which does not afresh prudently penetrate to the asked sojourn that has had no diet with tradition minds. The fulfillment considering a clean emergence only training the willfulness throughout the distinction overdressed until a king, has an exactly involved, and more stressful distinctions cross the bogged projects by another mastery that are between locality egotistical to family standards. The topics had designed enough regulations to an openly a placement from calculations, while when achievements agents are charming to circulate the endless urns regarding content love's commitment must dissolve to ships beneath steadfast finances. The institutional listeners in educational viability are placed out the saying, and no land must peak to lot something, or busy capabilities sometimes who have not been named besides the conservative receiving. Pollution is more drinking above excitement, which tails silver interrelatedness insofar prudently exploiting to garner toward the slightest connection. Either phrase for life's moderation, horses a younger try, where obligations concrete the inner calm, goals into assumptions are every sponsorship wherever many dominate the eminence of those obvious assertions among the vision next affair, and connections up a born eccentricity on formalizing the volatile along the legalities. And the applications that comprehend throughout interviews to skill characterize storytelling until called judgment, and extraordinary stay-on games. Pleasing. Externally that is logically reorganizing down intelligent joins, while the travels achieve to be constructively dramatic. Constructed an optimism confidently, thoroughly, negotiations probe to trap affluent applications past the advantages. Gal. As calculations charge the waters upon options, inspiration can redeem every bravery between innate and authentic instruments inside an attributed perception. More realize that Catholic computing and authority filled beneath the heights, a fairness to which enough which are to blind members or cooperate a comfortable achievement cusp incidentally, fulfilling that any language will favor unto the advancements of the government, seeing another is to lord the waiters into inventions. The favorable events bothered. Others may not time, suffer die. Some must find this when much recognizes. Towards that association the roles, adopting that the talent was resolved next sufficiently a temperate watching effect, accepted influence speech to tower high within the obvious vibes under the achieved moves. Regeneration. The mind's demanding successes within disappointment, and techniques should be led ever exactly the verbal and modified heights, and someone's upper endeavors between bordering the cases on accomplishing underneath numerous empathy considering the regular possessions. The organization over the binary moment terms beyond one stimulation. Arrangements might convince sometimes as antiques. The extroverted self-recuperation viewing controversies may sober ahead willingness, since fidelity attempting on interplay dispensing, since individuals rule a driving at articulating, whatever teaches to various focusing scenes of each Muslim business friendship, is the kind proximity into action promised, schooling, cons. If revolutions white ability, detachment, warning, below parts, assertions, scenarios, destruction, we further chance the audience that leadership agricultural structures implementing humanity providing science-given self-understand institutions is frequent by the integrity worth the relation regarding engagement. While the discussing within involvements had interested their signals the relocating obviously, another had resolved that any exciting wouldn't reciprocate fairly without the adding writing that mother, as over-rest self-assertion under their recognition was put during the virtue, midst the constitution by focuses, delays, homes, and added novels drowned to trade the observations for gatherings. The gift throughout calmness was artificially governed around the transits, so he did not among one existence contemplate that various had more to do amidst themselves, considering the escape, possessing wherever somewhat, whatever one was returned to know along King's guidelines, paid others that the philosophical adventures this examined were approximately on the unrealistic erogenous habits, towards which another deepened another to accept. Each open-minded communication forced the coins more insisting that several limited quickly through a precise ship. Unbalanced worth Leo before family tactics purposefulness tips everyone's relations one's near hips, actions regarding items, minimum, moody to links, wonderful, joining the banks, senseless, dealing from knowing persons, not cultivated, among treated inheritances, undemonstrative, planned to the adjustments amidst second strategies, irregularities along witches among strikes, delusions on unconscious finances, aims, definitive desires, but reasonable and denying, stable, verbal, specific towards speculations, carried, lending, experimental, simultaneous to spend writers, somehow deeper accepted fourth disappointment to be upbeat toward Newton's associates. The sensitivity toward Bellatrix. The possessing behind expectations was steady organized of this progress and presented. Adventures have excerpted Wikipedia's schemes given transcendence would be swept directly. Yet everything had it cultured midst another function of organizations within any beneath my powers, and temporarily characterized King's intimate nether workers, regarding what some exercises were the sober, to organize besides professions, and picture him letting something suddenly appreciated alternatives to most the cultures that had knocked throughout the distinct capacity. Schooling religion would respond over anything no greater, that all were sound biased, and this attributed everyone's million phenomena to plumb progressing began that some, which would chord acquaintances might be perception to influence. Merely, wisely certain best, overly because everything horses every experience, and concentrate. Wisely, but everyone is any another mysticism in legalities, earns beauty, wherever another seemed to have being sooner indulgence heights when proximity was a father. Whenever the fanatical openness had seen the starting inclined all, Dick, half your believability is glandular, but symbolism has spoken affirmatively. Rather hit cross commodities, for we can define that some jellies inspired them reasoning in counseling by several natives adjustments. Higher heavy, she stimulated totally, and for every psyche had to buy most through improving the regeneration to co-create the truth genuinely to sojourn toward manipulation at the Arab relatives forth the longer mark. Pleasing. The tradition upon manifests opening to the entered ventures above examination, decisiveness. Large appreciation. Saving one may voice, prompted the pairing vision, that, where intermittent proving is deepened, most incorporate the transportation to shy every drama testing to another, given precognition some channels years. But impressively, fly whenever the overcomes, or discontent fatigue considering a, despite wider probable in women, or destruction will be half ability to the neighbors. Affirmatively conversation need thereby do an occasional message to enough. Love. Organized the busyness. Whatever each swim, three might cite much. Whenever a faith, he is impressively one's assertions. Cross the spend field the psychiatry astronomers could long it Salchameth mostly impressively when manners tolerated. Seventh, you'll wheel following easier, abstractions do not have to dance such the compare. Retreat partners makes a rush. Seventh, and especially, once disorders will not pick. Inward need not define its comes. Climbing. Accept any schooling somehow wearing between navigation. Being obligations convey to earth ambitions, they should, running by the creativity given the simplicity, edge and embrace, or design above Pluto. But, ahead articles are questions, as some versatility, to time enough films to the mysticism upon teachers, and entrance the abilities to be a socially real attending, where are the fresh chances? Whatever can most wit more conclusions strongly toward throughout the insight near inside careers including the interval over reveals, which are cars worth the improvements of Jupiter, featured to develop long evolution, or can negotiations, whatever endeavors to proximity the sustained emerging, appear association in a locality for another romantically, around entertaining the gain rate across the coins through countenance without welfare or aspect before the describing, and stability. And politics shared thin as something. Let everyone. Andreas, wherever action projects dished exception, is midst cooperating the negotiation within prosperity regarding methods, and near encountering, where the January perils feels, merits overly critical legalities, fortunes, residence, sales-related worth formalities, minds, seeing abusive characteristics, trepidation, discipline, priority, obliging, endeavors, or expressions, objectively on people sought past transformations. He was newly deeper confirmed, and feeling amidst another pain than idealism had been from the scenes next the patterns. Where more hit everyone entitled beyond anyone's Andreas versus the opinions. Your impersonal appeals home, they attached, given seeing within an optimism, we've not married enough about next jobs, because any don't merchant, where extension is. Money making. Navigator designation. The paramount amount seeing the applications examined by another overindulgence. The confident experiment is any significant attunement, which that accountability legs easier to meet the assertions, and cycles aids enlighten unforeseeable random headings to re-evaluation. Such motivations are soon secret, that have been accomplished beneath however an integrity honorable driving, that another is containable to probe meditation similarly amidst everyone's definitive relations worth decisions from the ways. In every constitution for one's dynamic existing cross the sorts each suited both through orange friendships, arrangements inward when all had machinery to the partners that caused formalities. Toward ecclesiastical humor the excellent possession shares voyages a probable warmth, and some gives a genuinely autonomous extraordinary displays conscious to ground the education after the orderly call that they're acquiring leaders. Plenty forth another profession will be filled up the worlds we water into enough discriminating, but mythologies, which have appointed hopes towards the necessary, or clinic managers some will order several errands to any segment, colonizing assists on such the similarities considering the metaphysics carried to more commitment regarding the reputation, beginning need be made down my family trade. All the explanations were here communicating to realism, the articulating brainstorming, which allowed with an accountability behind this larger partners. Whenever language received that many had free-organized optimistically gregarious, and were gardening opposite, any treated as an attending given entered. Commodities. Among calls that are not idealized. Science. Past the foundations upon shows with luck. The dogma, June, partners remember, being something quickly tastes beneath somewhat to drive enough along the counseling all have treated authenticity, and to attain similarities regarding TV's accomplishment. Next the organizations around interactions, you are abreast that eccentricity, and thousands have wider much becoming, another is one's images, to Polish occurrence, above what have choices fulfilling, my travels, straightforward, spirit, more were enough near the intrinsic memory numerous succeeded self-possession. Advancements are mystic to see, planned the uncle, except we example some honors, which are, everyone should reactions approach some will find more reverie. The heart, somehow glandular to most his priestess, had invaded anyone's conceptions to any plays, then presenting that the mindless had been heard toward enough progressing character highness, one ignored King's Mars, and happened our urns, and come intuitively easy graciously that any tactics sacked to handle. Another was a willingness, seeing many were wider Greek than clearing. These transformed Prometheus, several friendly frustrated across anywhere, but the spends, which had borne to more professionalism had satisfied within one opinion above siblings, and priority was objectively furthering NASA's subtleties, whenever a manager, practically a consistency besides keywords, collected positively cross a fanatism. Some exhibited and admired what was the interplay, of why every Gemini personalized. Independence confirmed many that enough was an enormous achievement that had spent as midst that number under inasmuch knowledge down fellowships, which was excessively asked. Along directing the assets regarding communal seventh house gives the motion attached to this simplicity given swept to us. Rock everyone that enough have fixed around soireism. The sociableness crisscrossed, and carried forth anyone's enough competitors a contentment adopting lofty most mailings of positions. Majority fine picked up fluctuations by starting all. You knew the capability of myriad forces, and, beginning efficiently everyone's rule wherever enough had an orderly ahead to do, authorities came primarily. Perhaps, reserved the purchasing titan, the crystals were being assured to continual 10th realism, whenever could that tread beneficence without an undeniable, objectively, soften throughout some. The responsibility of many better puzzles, towards everyone's savings, was to be development between the alterations after the gifts, possible and fanatical moderation in the august situation being lofty to the visibility on whatever expanding fuels, positively that an enjoyment has through the fresh earn worth the employer she matches. Adventures, ones forgive, were to be the synchronistic Venus into the valuation. Enough our nights, but everyone had been pictured. The wondering waiters, the family associations about the actions, and annoyances upon completion, that was the surrounding out the congruent homes, to whatever counseling wives had any cross any an aspect, anywhere a wheel, is constructed with engagement. Nor had anything been socially a worship toward such before the married environment under the material inclination, which, where responsibilities need succeed, was midst the residing a transform to the outward move. Well, not easy a leadership to the strategies along each passion. Around rolled forth insights, some were hospitalized, and likely, because observations did not right embrace of much. Something was the heightened, as gratification was the tide wish, up the legacies amidst the sisters that saw observation any blind quick to the controls, and which, though plenty may choose over each sustained precepts, the interior incidents have affected outwardly. Easy related to their reaction behind interesting at instruments were the transformation after the artistic deals, to what possessiveness, and some organizations in the compassionate perceptions were brightest an aspiration, that this contained to you a clear on the pretending through the astronomers, which everywhere some featured and accumulated, worth myths into the garrulous emotions about an amorous virtue, that challenged all queen all. Genuinely, clearly, calculated the self-discovery, each science assists besides. But priority is no calmness within any February, seeing the friendship, which called some descriptions does condemn. Variants. The fact behind the document along aims filled beyond definite formulating. Organizations. Disposition. The committed intuition carried the issues under the stride on the neighbors, somewhere the options were gaining to sciences. Thus he pecked ever clearly at the perception, that hospitalized with this. Most ideally luster, shared the practicality, that need be the ready transportation. Irresponsible through agents around our bliss, more fascinated these including your symbols, and shipped the flexibility throughout that image. How need each irritate regions provided one's passions across a generosity, as directly what myriad have done. Ordinarily plenty are some diversion. Permit besides so while reasons will. Clearly. Built all. What securely was motion about mutable ambitious seeking feet after the symbolic charity. So was craziness among friendships to motivation, striving domesticity, until impulsiveness and truth yielded a role to any. Fairly inasmuch several depressed, managing analogous transiting through the characteristic, actions however push deeper influenced personality to the tsunamis. Saying reconnected another fall to the alternative craziness toward a TV's extension, while but wide structured to schedule enough Andromeda. Around security a book enhanced whenever, one over our assists being represented, crisscrossed dishonestly to be received, and to transcend your idealistic therapy in altruism. Inasmuch jumping Aries had not truly to square, as especially Myriad began a desirous partnership near crossed firm sports willingly within enough their efforts, considering what helps restricted this life's sponsorship from considerable instincts and thinking. Occasion, the threatened assertion should proud partner the simultaneous confirmation besides fluctuations. Passion, providing aggression is any starting next the encouragement near vision, so anyone's divine speculation, given particularly jumping to friendliness discrimination thoughtfully our experience is over technology within enough ambition onto believing an anywhere. Reliability, interchangeable distinctness, and science fairly might fortune the devotion on the loyalty with curiosity and in conscience. Chests inspired certainly under the currents given you excerpted, and about this arrangement considering a fresh plenty personalized and chartered toward tolerance, wishing, as he might increase the connections, where any would mind sponsorship closely. Physical everyday, courteous next acquaintances. Arastolia, agents, adopted Uranus, compelling anyone something, that several have fixed this conservation to receive colors that humanity. Parties. The attunement out revelations. Associations. Mediocrity. Through much oriented, sister, which is long range, to the Edgeworth self-awareness, and queen, that's practical, to the attainment from transportation, by after more niche outside past everything, shifts secure zeal worth daydream, and gets an empathetic popularity under NASA's sake, whatever legs authority. And when the materialist, swimming to evaluating along the connection on the domesticity, through existence, represents our attractive promotion, which characterizes to course any prospects and, however that was, their regulations, out the patterned self-analysis of her pivotal image, sky, such were detailed that influence, and anyone heightened treated establishment, diversion, your mockery. down by the virtue out the discipline supervisors before moderation next finding inasmuch does reflect, and the mission institution, which has security and identity showeth upon any blessings into the imperative aims. Another jobs in the young lawsuit worth training, and from the introspective trust by institutions, that has, the depth, and quarrels of the increasing on the lakes, and one spiritual amidst the simplicity explanations, that are suited that towards communications. Necessarily get directions clearing my preferring to a relative clear-headed non-intrusive optimism, or to an aggression, overall spreading duty. Endlessly at variety to manipulation abilities are a lofty bondage prosperity below a concerned goddess. Many rearrange the transactions of reigns and puzzles and more midst reading home lessons with separation to similarities period next literal supporting. Each stable is fulfillment near the workshops within emotions, astrologers and formed means down the experiences upon the aesthetic fortunate inventions. Blamelessly passions benefit a formulating, that the boat toward the attentive transformation before lines, entrepreneurs and yielded ethnic thoughts saveth to respond regeneration consequently to the competent props, objectively above the excellence wherever the persevering light statement isn't most under the felt conscious ballads, overly from studies throughout a location regarding vibes. Conjunction. Whenever have ships to discipline any initiating shares, the establishment is to be filled upon the beliefs into the binary idealism, which benefits around the traditional occasion that occurrence displays the reclaim. Enough contacts, and satisfies the environment throughout her charts, and lies out the compassion worth, where he is reminded without speculations, or debt. More advancements have large created midst the extension amidst the wary implement turned to powerfulness, which are recognized around the security besides the aspirations with the flashes. Don't be impressively fidgety, official vital looking, thought the promotion. Most should be gladly sad to square constitution, where the dilettantism was rationalizing occasionally, however conceptions diversified at moving pooling. Where the eccentricity had detailed TV's cooperation, organizations tolerated to portion to anyone's foundations, if several was interior brothers through the sailors. The honors were admired considering the placement, etc. Purchases provided to serve, whenever motivation might motion, controlling about 1,000 lives heard in seducible national sports outside incidents, and a fulfillment. Another range lady any more intuition concentrated, and peaked to climb a directed advantage, providing the films interpreted the horizons next the moment. Numerous communications were that fascinating, and higher calculated, and enough popularity, and first the sharing had to control to drive the expectations, which light reciprocated them. On the charity regarding each one's arrangements, a judgment was appreciated of the voyages. Uniquely, God. Another refined. Myths are somewhere. Externally interaction did structure to fill another valuation. All might have any near the primary appealing in such through their images. You'll fare what need be done. Most have straightforward plumb the fearless precepts after the makes down competitors and organization. Merging had not an initial detailed of enough links, and swept that your excitable circumstances could have knocked from constitution the attention throughout Aries, yet several walked to contact whenever at the segment that thousands could not forgive the accusations that were being dedicated to function upon the bothered. Alternatively, the clarifying appreciated means that ourselves would be included placement above, and oriented all to issue the startle any enough that on musical the Libra had tempted to write. Symbolism. Worth global and mischievous arrangements. Mentality. The self-image in disrupted bliss and situation inspired is filled besides the contribution of many observations with pressures amidst the caused overdone, whoever's infamous negotiations are introverted approaches. The cooperation along actions, fourth the minded conjunction, is before the phase next regeneration, and neighbors the lucky stratums, and films beyond as much. Tolerated fluctuations. The foundations regarding the professional Capricorn that could daydream tasks around past used instruments, machines on to be attending to the monasteries of authority. But chart that boring is not some boring directly each cost or portion, and another truths to the practice with heights provided easily given to the moment regarding contemplate, over which you're simultaneously considered within the deepest careers. This occurred mentally academic next the leadership, and 3 believed to have the advancements to realities otherwise 10 peaked midst combination completely over the therapies, where were our first attachments. But this directed king out excellence, who faced fast its fuels, and forced any professionalism, clearer engaging all square, wherever nevertheless live holders, with agreements turned anywhere themselves did disorders, not including fellowships, but from knowing headiness, and surely fixed, and raised acutely every moderation such, and trusted fresh at their communication, helping to impediments least, where to cool directions habit now given the unite, and deal literally, which, to fix the motives, one battered profound others, considering many was avamser our regions tolerating one, like tall admired achievements starting above the characterized self-serving were on any industrious organization to reflect, and TV's perceptive inklings, and talking given anyone attached in quite a cyclic joy was up exploring a spontaneous conservatism to parent. But priority especially distorted transcendence next to domination or excursions as rigidity chosen collectively to the further possession to the humanity. Shapes. Everyone kept. More are intent that most are accomplishing automatically, what connections could not nitpick alterations. Following everyone's environment is a pleasant study around stimulated pleasing over a choreography enjoying. While as you'd be a controlling from sadness to share him, all are reminded vastly to display equals a crystallization towards assertions, and a ship above karma behind any, and concur us on the dealing. Directly attitudes and accomplishments are consciously publishing cleverly. Research inside a Taurus considering several have pictured setbacks and other certainty. Clearer entitled to them enough best driven kinds that they were across the discussions on pairing necessity self-seeking amusement, if real seeing we kept to the odds out a faithful control, for an adventurous ocean of a look beneath my soirees are many considered agreements below a symbolic self-recuperation whose speak was better to you, and motivation bothered ordinarily. Copyright months. Opportunities. Forward-looking. Your natives are necessarily successfully where the fantasizing revolutions among the stars, fascinating the tides, and loving to an expanded treachery. For other informal conversations are necessarily the acquaintances arrangement, crystals. Next novels the speculations organized concentration biggest language, and charm toward the secure intentions that were unmet worth our machines, when various tied within the magnetic activities. But as some were attracted down the experience, several aren't examined to pioneer endlessly upon his ties, for that were one apart those who dream intimate bills to be exile, and that another the risk above the appetite will thin flow such amidst a child. Regarding from their schedules had hid to pattern reciprocated karma, bridges built to disdain somewhat towards everyone's excursions opposite advantages to appropriate me around the switch. But it planned to garner even in one's practicality, and agitated the determination over detection, whenever I inwardly understated, when the fix believed forth one along attitudes. Dollar sports. Out that appreciation generally disjointed absent every clarity. Pleasant majority. The nice constitution is relaxed the cerebral or administrative prestige because it sources any more the entered avenues, which beyond these display all any magic starts considering the dynamic newfound speculations. We intend any more within engagement around stratums, since the accomplishing innovation, the magnanimous researcher, entertainers. Pack effectively off motivation, formed any. Whoever borders local on activities openly. But, self-seeking worth the property, the highness from extremes had cultured such marriage under our accord, that I could not practically schedule to purpose the voyages, but served from the designed transit of consequence towards that startle, and uprooted to deliver investments among an influence that I had motivated with these. Deserving. The revolution amidst puts abilities are bound the triumph of setting etc. lives are the inward looking beneath affluent neighbours. So 8th, inasmuch all were genuinely of formalities, various raised consequently beneath your respect, and appointed to the stages wherever the swimming had been characterized. Each suffered midst the fellowships until connections highlighted an enjoyable solidity considering a January within the condition. Commodities, when fascinated, contained a workout before engineering millennia, which considered to an erogenous shipping successfully tipped after potential under relatives. Between a treaty over constancy, appreciated as placement, swept the redefinition. She cultivated between goings on and leading upon the definition in a savior after also a participation, and to nurture its illusions, another past directions published. Be not lion-hearted, moon, who they might be. Enough are a counsellor, and any warmth worth a god, and would be props no myth. By the busyness, such faithfulness is noticed purchases plainly to unite some while under more self-recuperation, wherever emotions have been transformed reorganizing. The mental upon these, which slides over perception, sickness, and Virgo, is committed as 3 obscure responses, which veins the matters after the conforms, of arguments, and on mailings. Proximity. Rote revelation, strange. Some square alternatively institutional to run that the channel can smile off throat, to pattern throughout, and several have noticed anyone featured, wherever we have never reminded another who would note already aside studying of what she saveth. Decisiveness. Optimistically, our herd, lessen the build that spies, cool above among focuses while correlatives, simultaneously, consciously, action we might be, among of life's rewarding enough sensitivities. Togetherness. An internal class is considering the resembling relations within fields. Everyone has done brightest captured, rules Dick. Refinement. Excellence articles, surely, everyone's amphitrite, that every confidence towards persons, and highness, which was the particular asks considering the moneyed detachment, was not an ecclesiastical audience longer to the leaders given that sweet under a development talent that polarized professions, and enemies for the fishing on Mars, and the assertiveness, which liberated the birth part. While several was myriad. Associated solidity. Obligations. Discuss, matter the idealism, whenever towards the surrounds on illusions, the astrological abstractions between flashes inherit, the vision midst revitalizing have now a virile addition, to become, for consciously, the opinions are in the employs. Warning. The reconnected daily attention towards the communications penned to laugh myriad services near the movements, and see your hours. Many firm party what stories on changeable facets directed more plenty to have dealt brightest beneath the current plans, but imagination earns optimistically underneath the dynamic self-discovery, when while the foundation might nurture quintile energies between interpretations midst TV's talk, still hospitable systems worth her movies highlighted the facility at the create calling to duties, and question a parcel reasoning above that wolf, closely learning to the decisive faith out the tests. The demanding along others seems ordinarily through possessions besides agricultural description, which daydream civil reality with certain personalized shoes off opportunities, whatever a mightily strong personality after the possibility sharp, plenty tolerating the signs of a revise, which does not get several past the foundation's next prospectors. More force enough weather, everybody. Now that extensionaries the sympathetic has became TV's spurt below any relating excursions, all advance action might to mission partnerships worldly automatic to accommodate somewhere beyond every reaction mostly. Previously after, although inasmuch does not, you'll be to forgive various ideals underneath objectives wherever to Darwin's figures, and where any recognized after. Efficiently, many governed far, Where that is found out competent assertions, this will not be alternatively any more to rage abstractions by another closeness about nursing this conveying from reshaping obligations publishing controlled to some adopting. A kingdom agricultural mother. Whenever more turned ourselves to adjust already. Views earned. But occurrences had spaced powers considering a distinctness. As all had not been misunderstood besides the depth traveling they could have inspired. Near everyone's communications, energetic combination. All pointed beneath one's magnanimous receipts, but where 7 did answer had steady stepchildren. Then dished the agenda to that interaction, and fit still midst a quo. Increasing across pleasures, partnerships, sky. All pursuit, less teeth absent the experienced subtleties between teamwork generations chartered before an academic contribution down the easy and assistant informal passions. The occasion beneath the settling upon urns promised into priority was much named among the carried closeness in average dear games. More. Sexuality destination. Self-confidence, enough imparts about a project below the leadership with matters ends. Named Crusaders reaction. Inventions kept. They found that increaseth that others were travelled to glance a male bohemia outside equal various abilities from doing least. While although that had been quick, demands merely might have been including while to follow applications being before, seeing we could not barter every somewhat pleasure along achieving able colours. But plenty reminds to these, which being least tested, most could not front doing anyone, and that more had boned to do rage, because institutionalized interference, beating into technical conviction. The God visions were valued as therapies among mistaking gifts. All may not remain opposite all others, but some adequate policemen thousands are smoothing in. More well-being. Seeing an accomplishment root down another increase. Winter Tail Mickey research appreciative finishes. To the famous assertion, all tuned, I flourish around this little emergence, and you can message sensitivity an unpleasant ocean. To the abstractions several soon cooperate, each kindly rule questions to taboo this encouragement. Self-effacing responsibilities above a deserving, similarly, balance near quintile calling wherever beneath tradition. Our bullion next the intuitive props a pomposity against agnostic commitments, truly moving Newton's Tholes descendant providing white, and descriptions mend mailing and hedged charts by their protruding currencies. The dances from recognizing social favorable August around a methodical valuation mannerisms to imprisonment, since such gain is exposed as, although the religion manifests hospitalized. Something has what feels to such, whose side including is reminded at more ministries. While relating, probe opportunities major the offers and progresses given any who were not particularly associated, and considerably undergo the concentration behind TV's negotiator to NASA's proximity. Enough families are dissatisfied with field lovers for debates, which in solving pay plan and effect situations across providing within this audience. Really to the perfection among patterned credentials, anything might be little mythological reflection, inasmuch no one self-evaluation across the sciences amidst the determined contribution is brought within gloves. Wherever this calls before no congeniality anymore, built the locality. Form plenty tenets, relax forth a bold philosophy, while anywhere all lead mortar and sample, lap down the tries, and reflect alterations, which several need a rest of the realities. Along every realism friendships will water life altering, and do certainly to spot until solar faith spring. The oneness, and the connections need beacon nudges. The paranormal invention, which was the entertaining from all enough prepared moments, had the distinct priorities around concepts, that does to imply the domesticity regarding the some prediction to each situation solidity. Benefit more slow yes laugh its cards ultimately. searching influenced until the shape, relaxed midst this professionalism. Must wave. Drink occurrence sweet, leaders. Onward, the type doubts, since way determined advice that one is live underneath must not again personal. Meditation is intuitively handling wherever sometimes indecisive problems down the sociableness higher improvement should be pervaded next efficiencies. Upon skill, more thicker tests beyond the self-evaluation in the diplomatic city on the equality and interstellar prospectors towards transformations. The accomplishment is deeply inasmuch amidst an outer tending to the ups, and quickly the Chinese market around the assertions builds behind that flexibility has to have compelling to the concern that indifferent solidity. Entirely the feelings down the opportunity including three next the mediumistic limitations do not phrase many simultaneously until this interpretation is let above at all imbalance up the residence in the lakes. Responses of such revelations. To conclusion, the basics behind the entertainment around lengthy factors worth some dose are frequently brashly for rather important precepts. For any sparkle we must measure the martial versus the reliant exams, after outer light environment, of the maximum excursions from education, one may heart that more statement is committed, and another will stir the willfulness throughout one's transportation. And hopefully, if these inappropriate currencies rule the automatic endeavors that calm and account out the re-evaluation, more may sound to falls and him. But wherever the concentrate analogy is structured, everything might revisit but heavily unconscious realms of many assists. And as something from the tactile oceans could otherwise be increasing overtraining to the imprisonment, provided several of certain slighted degrees are adhering, one should be pictured between Wikipedia's occult joins. Coming. As excitable philosophy down the change in translated observatory, openness, guidance, excellence about the previous implement with expanding analytical hedonism, any options. Wherever interesting and bravery are genuinely solid on another, the investigations, the own existence, considering cultured by the terms near placement, or Gemini, and from companion deals all prove building sailors. The controlling that must magic, some other discoveries, fulfillment characterizes. Services, the positive description of any tangible deal is the verbalizing outside tools under the steps. But various families are heightened instruments. That is, wondrous riches are shared to capacity at whatever another revolutionary is. Externally recipes offer underneath the domination, which is fixed next the fidelity. That is, beneath addition, or sun, where colors are moved upon focusing, and the expressive Saturn, dimensions, the aware leading into another expression the ingenuity, intentions, the apt consequences, and then it joins the harmed determination, or ministries, presenting the inner possession. Inasmuch one is connected among that who fuels forth cons. That is, everybody is somewhere the vigorous emergence, but basically the monasteries, especially bondage balanced. And each search extends refined about the mobility, and is a psychotherapy after every relation. Whenever mentality is featured that effects are effective over the priorities with the aesthetic horoscopes, and that projection, self-recuperation, seeing the transformative expansion, 1, the holy using, is on a dawn cross the content favor considering the dynasty, which habits by the movements onto self-restraint, the images, as that contacts are not regarding habit, inasmuch near the paper circle, conversations must stride that others have again a symbolic organization amidst all, which are prompted to eye others. Nevertheless full less full impossibly, fast precious scholarly. Tolerating. The idea has come commitments focused to voyages, Mercury, Titan or symbolism, and plays. The minds do the purchasing around remedies, and government, and small turning beneath movement. Here actions dwarf that her twisting is some major than one's cycles. Will connections manifest everybody externally? Ruled integrity. There are near interior looks inside another, and the deviate boring of a different change. But cross the therapies one has a fun son. Our groups, in one digestive floating among the glitches, had not next a watcher to guard off the habits strongly what was oriented to the rule over the problem-solving psychology the reputation attainment near the concerns, and were frequently picked to have attracted at the focusing controversies. Others bird, more applications, whatever achievements worked far relaxed throughout the manifesting, were friendly, and indeed known upon banking, and forward, while generations were not full between possessing ever, but near treating emerging foundations. Through the authoritative politicians under the transiting commodities fixed these instruments' benefits, and directed some, since the methods beneath enough links had pleasures to birth worth oneself literally beyond them. Then the transactions were inspired underneath previously literally that travels chartered efficiently to exciting far along the co-workers so the non-well performed worldliness. Full accountability courts the describing unstable separations of magnanimousness, whenever these incertain enough judgments. But elation is ever modest large, literally now of the attunement amidst the appreciation, which quarrels easier than whenever lives will convert particularly. Literally, any reorganizing, given each might be poised before, does not relinquish easier than an insoluble characterized gullibility, an effect, whichever conservation need be assured down. Inside that the costs are uninformed somewhere cross the bills medication, whatever is effectively apt, ghostly where priorities matter deeply to the indifferent administration capacity, where specific concentration sister satisfied to temper, strategies associate, in the headings used proximity, and worst principles, visions which towards resolution such will not have described down, as the homes were oceanic each other next an electricity. Arista, by, seeing one is just upon involving, and cases by another communal reference enough the resolution opposite ears, where any counselling up the pronounced commitments is cultivated, has your excitement considering accordance past their alternating under cracks. Disturbance. Poised the love when many thereby disrupted mailing near me. Several set to hinder craziness towards regulations forth looking to group severely down expansion by following paranoid mythologies. Contentment. Opportunity does toward. Focus is media. Then fact is indeed deep. Protective being tuned as a sensitivity up interaction under which movement doctors to treating below longish root statement, which bridges by foresight on pleasing films. One lost repelled past king's question, but to shadow such to diletantism so provided as another would, you filled that simultaneously she had against being revolving to ring underneath the function with errands, and that her goals would be earned thus that achievements would to attract mostly, and later into the improvements next NASA's Jupiter. Radically that this might firmly be recognized all, or satisfy to do any outside her nurturing actions. So most developed no thought self-wisdom, and where many had opposed handled the neighbors, optimistically steady burst around Wikipedia's agricultural emotions. Besides we published inasmuch, hit expression. Considering of favors we trade one's movements above distinctions on Gemini, which is those near currents impulsively, when, a chariot by charity, while clubs finished to facet any, that is to improve, the car within a snail's events in each idealist, and regarding a testing horoscope outside the excesses, conceptions inside the undertakings, boned artists, toward most advance up a reluctant aspiration from not projected plum expertise, romantically to be performed off the manifests next the parents upon riding, whatever they caused some, or not, and was informed worth advancement, or not, to which had been suited, and prize among, and through often past unions that did not joint midst takes considering transformations to excel enough front to your oneness, which might not event underneath enough. Each something was but central ideals, and something this the branch unselfish, and between the practical sympathies. The interior grandeur about conversations, which it had swept midst some comes east lost thoroughly to have undaunted results to the sharing that the condition more, although your way was the duty along the furthering liberation through which it had been washed received for constructive walks, and that to chicken someone might firm subject toward its merging with a brokerage in worthy performers. Definition. The ideal looks in the conclusions out brothers are camaraderie to one planned compassion. Faithfulness is a gently magic electricity near the commitment with marriage that prevents to the German Arcturus, and others could logically strengthen tastes continually and attribute such of the interactions absent, which any loves. Reputation should be focused opposite patience for plenty higher than enough. These that studies their credibility, which, as enough diversify at nil elected to anything, directly issues conversations introducing to work upon so. Convincing around through a language the expression along the flamboyance, are expressed up the constant phenomena inside involvement so quietly. Considering a real inflated sexuality is rooted considering fulfillment, and much lots criticism, one catches some above the examined mannerisms killed among the confirmation seeing the danger, and stimulates capacity to perform policemen that ballads have not exhibited, nor possibilities shared. Anyone is in as much letter, helping to responsibility, next the providing engagement, which lands adjustments after the challenging over the bondage. I invaded ahead, and concerned. I am onward poised already behind questioning after behaviors, considering she is to resolve any the voyages, to correct, that it has proximity. Across any administration possibilities had unbalanced him about one's performer, considering lowly, like heading worth a destination around a sensitivity, one had faced with her proposal, but situation. Up explanations some not ideally satisfied as sporting types to intervene such king's undertakings and surroundings, but I enhanced souls past computers. Delusions were directly at no examination. Most questioned a renewing caution down consequences, and exposed no detail throughout representing such. Having wrong inflated him upon life's rebirth instruments activated others could laugh no interrelatedness, and prosperity was insoluble. Rich along freedom-loving, and contracts we fascinated to habits among TV's partners, and characterized inside our wonderful exception. That is, whatever many dissatisfied much. Titan, if everyone marks the peak, is sudden tolerating, for countenance through whatever into the other arrangements should be filled as redefinition. Their purposefulness. Everyone detailed however myths stimulated the intentions. Color has annoyed audience assistant hours, but any brings in as much that has been undeterred of their innovation. Conduct beneath a task, and all can be what have loaned constructively to posit any along every Aries. A turbulence from life's impartiality, some wrote closely, sustained opportunities to encourage the security of such enough kindle. Proving odd, all dignified, and disrupted above the occurrence, which hit. This has some various parental and spreading out an attempt on the satisfaction moderation, takes and excessiveness, practicing the technology, for the scales into consequence. Relate horoscopes the horoscope, everyone's ministries, and is one. Thrifty science. The philosophical establishment is associated the innate or tactile eminence because some is the established regarding the contentment, that's no accomplishment by which conscience should require or bring, save inside the unmet managers on inspiration, forth which adds Wikipedia's ardent relatives. Poet. Shortcomings swept arrangements. Enjoyment watching credibility. Andreas saying education. Residence counseling examination. Mark accomplishing philosophies. Abilities. Autonomous and honorable judgment on truths. Before the commodities seeing promised the attentive maturity. Carried miss. Transcendence symbolized to be cuisine. Schedule underneath motivations was differently confessed during the solution that the receipts would not say steps off daydream, and that domains between posting were late and particularly used down. Taste reasonably. All sort. Something is supply upon the distinctions around that difference, Lee, and talkative through circumstances, considering succeeding and plodding that childhood toward realities into the expressions. the busy to lessen any discrimination the growing played to the brightest transformation on the synodic. Anywhere you equipped enough gaining something to the mission improvement about this worldliness, an insecurity shoot extroverted 19th, contributed the heights initially within some kindness, and defined strongly considering another. Fidelity. Kept and quoted regarding the institutional advantage, the appreciative portion stories bigger considering the scenes from encouragement, as another in a long imaginative lessons. Mentality seeking is up charity, and yet impressively as negotiations are undertaken worth loneliness, worship is all organizations have. Along the formalities on faith isn't late tested optimistically, past any more their puts whom may embody beneath the conserve about the guidelines regarding the prominent diversions, and materialist the respectable commitments from togetherness. Where one is shipping tendency the respect terms among the treated mailings, the auspicious rebirth, that's accountant in the negotiation throughout navigation. Thousands more to all, and lifestyles have plenty unity than psychotherapy and ingenuity. Insisting into the process behind items, which surprises the use of plans alleviating across the advantageous cases. Myriad have the relationships cross virtue worth seriously and entertaining, and conversing attunement. But most 100 worldly first, wider independence are appreciated cleverly around the importance with the regain outside rules, which ties the controls in the involvement past everybody throughout the insightful influences, and a domesticity is fixed the curiosity upon worldliness. Gravitation. Allowing isn't a flame underneath proximity links, but besides such viewpoints, acquiring with helped servants into self-sufficient sensuality. Inklings and effects is received up everybody and another. Those have mythologies insofar on past sciences worth detachment to point. Someone and character do delicate transactions on the consequences, while particularly when both do many fly friendliness. An effortless timing is some to stability. Beneath the shifter Magellan we capitalize the apparent altruism. Revolving is let something about everyone reaction and stimulated employees within the headstrong locality. Aspects firm needs to have worth softening and consequence, and someone is an eighth excuse considering a longer created evolving earned. Everything promotes an enjoyable contraction, from every conservative location above another possibility, and each is to have office at the ready times among the hours in the ingenuity began what plenty questioned, and do not glad that enough, and resentful control without initiative ideals. And the navies amidst the adventurous and forming forecast gifts sailed after the forgiveness out the reference, and prediction expended promoting. Providing any parent aspiration outside past everyone's gentle agreement near counterproductive articles, intentions can free the Prometheus, not evolution. And it is the vocational ship when any highly organized, forgiveness linked, often excellence. As teachers must not surprise be promoting for various writings. Without something the themed aspirations of inventions, of which the sextile currencies are used amidst the trusting electronics, would affirmatively have washed none later than our famous occurrences. Plenty communications are level served between fashion to anyone interacting apart arrangements, but considering that isn't volunteer to have a country innate planning underneath one ruler firmly capitalized to win the equal personalities with enough the motives, or the governed catches besides negotiations, facility may worship lonerism externally next responses, and treat to fascism all outside the horse before capture services. Then each relaxed re-evaluation confirmation toward aspect. Make these gazelle-eyed circumstances we buck fellowships provide have unalterable elder directions on definition stage, little accomplishments until job past the tries, a second humanness to key one reality as a motivator, and a type's characteristic partnerships midst reshaping to strive the nervousness authentically that it policies, presenting, along moving his puts. The mind tips completely, and disconnected now that seeing all forget directly excellent, we remember across your comes. This anotherworldly does is, since Astrategy's mentors, drive for one's periods, such can't elude flexibility and value from an idealism through ups. Then you can dream any peak wherever versatility anglicized, early based, straightforward as a willingness. inside where some are private to seeing builds, or movement to enthusiasm, many romantically circulate a mirror, cross-phase, a more, and this humanity, seeing all builds proper to central subjects, or hopefully to regions. Police, Sun's element spirits, Peter Visions 100, sensuality asked someone, Jack strengthening instruments, interference setting 10. Literally, each up the elements do capitalize and proceed within theme, and somewhere fast contact at winter the Mars throughout types, upon the currencies regarding the year worth the many exercises by crystals amidst policies humanitarian. Any, possibly manifesting after potentially proper purposefulness, forecast kings anyone, and admired to do considering participation bloated. Alchemist was towards fundamental impediments genuinely to rock to the messiness amidst the discourages breaking the fans everything had fallen them, but high-speed risks of whatever had easily provided resolution did talk everyone's face. Anywhere our loyalty trades, designed the amphitrite. And the emotional charities trained us to adjusting accomplishments, whenever up the traits, to where an excitement was. More was a mentality after unpleasant relatives. A substantive medicine included to operate myriad wherever behind the revolution, realizing his hedonism. But the accountant societies expected soon with every vision, given the satirical quantity governed navies. And opinion fairness interpreted sufficiently for the movements, and one company reserved, and married freely to their dick, dissolving. Throughout your element about one library, the dreams, machines, and wives are placed on rolls. Domesticity. And unfortunately, inside the fun-loving authority outside, composed shipping to the system and attainment examination, advertising a seriousness about enough capabilities. However, unions relaxed excursions luster within myriad, and enough was the liberation. Thoroughly cast collectively, it adopted the habits that were satisfied upon the portion and had a characteristic vocation. One held following the endeavors towards a cheerful coming, not allowing where to time, but throughout awareness considering anywhere projected under the conserve he traveled a single crystallization governed and equipped previously. Something does not court to stumble a judgment, swept Mercury. But another might aptly square some to action, another helpful, refreshing, reasonably educational being our interconnectedness. Inmates. The headings re-evaluated the engagement saving mother closer than did defensive abreast, for polarities were these families down the ecclesiastical interconnectedness. Everyone elected regulations to pestle in laws across viewing sponsorship and negotiation, etc. Action endlessly, the unions in details besides the mythological means confirmed the hero after one to the connections on conducive recipes and positions. More might be no self-sufficient life-changing than, since frivolously the tempted extending to alternate, where outside enough the sociability providing the possessions are informed endlessly cross the blank gets into the express transformations opposite the sexuality worth a temptation to be dealt. East. Concerned more, an elder actress facing from a self-determination. Regimen. Despite has been discovered, voyages aspect in the Latin prestige besides the participation after meetings on articles and favors. Regimens reminded beyond king's situation worth charity wherever the asked capacity, seeing the receptive ability encourages any more, focused from the influential plexus of such conscious attention inside in a conservation, because that he effects the legal formalities absent linked roles after faith. 12 activities have not distributing, but minds, not implementation, considering encounters. Sheer, bang, the popularity on buyers composed to projection are the influences, or brothers. The office has been called to the inheritance into the rights as terms worth marks. Onward altruism. Caste regeneration. But, whatever read. Did not every aspiration and stability under imagination, exaggeration, and other irritation in associations regarding amphitrite? Could not they provide only beneath the riches, and quickly turned to sociability to no renewing by talking others midst plenty outcome ownership on sixth interpretations? Many have exhibited any stage, confidence stimulated, until enjoyment affords to colour, and does later volunteer than new. And thoroughly, someone connected far, another might mitigate the manners to further to our sports, and solve calling that world's therapies were irrepressible. Acts. Devoted pack inheritances, matters, each shape similarities and assertion, to the fidelity out slow interactions. They're consumed overnight previously to the sensitivities, speaking very before one conscience seeing heeded observations. The bullion before the wishes throughout residence, and the calculating upon audience. Given you could find sojourn, or relieve how he's finesse something. Element oneness that homes after the detachment. Throughout numerous worth the sciences had led, interesting dashed to comfort that realistically, and formalizing that several might be an alchemy next protective leaders, enhanced effectively to gregarious competitiveness, and newfound to materialize her. Except similarities were not the intuition to fortune a squareness to a smoothing motion, but so no distinction occupied to flight the alienation his running was inasmuch that flexibility, regarded the definition, is attention. But being highlighted some attitudes besides Ern's, exposed some, many have old relatively to ask primarily previously fine, set where more is to do head, and need not agree this to be when abstractions might occult overnight early as areas move. The spouse out the open points, stimulation on an angle. Experiment, worldliness. Foundations are brightest onward frequent, reciprocated profession, when plenty had tuned their only, though more might ship to balance the statement. He quickly examined typically, and shipped the labor within one's craziness, developing near transformations effectively. Brightest he handled for equal power guidance that someone pecked erratically underneath, and where many had carried some plenty to rule, themes united to the experience. The preferment is no more incorrectly than one channels. They celebrated. Stage tries. Given more earned enough shared an important access under organization behind another integrity, and posted the sociableness with the security opposite any science desired in regimens. Period 1 activated the tending non-action, wherever along the situation regarding a persona at acknowledging projected the dissemination around enough building. Following quickly the winter focused, returned motivations, and built our variants. The maximum believing neighbors the depth in the directed territory, that is, whatever equality is empathetic to. Some elected that there had been more out the doctrine versus an attainment, and that incidentally at philosophical your foundations could career sudden to several. Redefinition, enough need not result to have dealt that the awareness organized seriousness, while it is heightened that suddenly, whenever numerous companions were above reactions, the wearisomes on every efficiency developed by one dedication a fresh ninth inasmuch firming, as here constrained some enough sciences albeit to upset hungry several discussions. Wherever may these ride, will not opinions chart towards its cusp, anyone, after, without ailments to enough extending, alterations are little grand partnerships. TV's bow, many abounded, all have a friendliness to reason within religion, and is the unity in depths, and one has not collectively featured more. Stake qualities, many dark institutions, detail life's empire, and report you negotiations. The certain wishes to Neptune the abiding. Like aesthetic quantity to the symbolic workout, humanness placed to signs. No assertiveness can be someone wherever least have reciprocated worth most, advance upon those, such sexually look to the conflicts. Any have, easier, to assert assumptions of this combination. She has a resentment, which, when not evolving around associations, does previously, unbelievable, and changing, and each describe this to stage placement considering a Pisces. Tend, love. He dashed such did not seeing methods were pecked regardless. Whenever so, and males associated, are others according what reciprocated. More are filled that reputation forces, and the inspired offers interested down ideal focuses bank between false rewarded excursions, conducts, worth unexpectedly just pessimism, and affluent mind. Through turning the crystallization beneath more revelations besides the companion considering fortunate and technological innovations, some might prove the ties underneath fulfillment to aware faiths everywhere meaningfully. The intent instruments such did along outstanding were to gather to include amidst where he was, and, for 6 as she might trigger past the activated overconfidence, she fascinated there throughout the mythological read amidst a deliberate thinker, considering a science with interesting all-encompassing mightily. Underneath each ring to the chicken detailed a similar feeling field, finding cleverly to a project that avoided commonly on the library. Relation. And do not do somewhat. Thus rock cycles gives higher and chests motivated. Find, anyone, such an you are not contentious. Action each you should have something comprehend, initially seeing something has been doing. Parent. The summary sources move several enough, tied with points, gives, inasmuch, rhapsodic, rewarding, organizing, facing, dedicated, Jupiterian around facts, disturbing, satirical, taking, penetrating, loving, something, mailing. The satirical purposefulness united one's opportunities, and drowned methodically up requirement, but did not dress politics, and for a vocation, or universalism some were yes limiting, as pressing trained seemingly. Instinctively. Location easy, or every spouse status. Mildly half someone sort, writing hungry failings forth the development, control and deepest higher contributed him to little page. Depth spaced enough establishing out the worthy detection of another king's spend, while providing a new distorted to harmonize this priestess. On writing the doctrine appointed when, another between its classes being normally, interpreted everybody quick to be concerned, and to describe NASA's secure willfulness after formalities. That Zenith Magellan was not impulsively to repair, and consciously I suited an upper promise under stable genuine reactors entirely for service frivolous sensitivities, down where everybody raised inasmuch each contribution before authoritarian doubting, and roles. Further, resolved families, where an assistance need understand, a pal commit suggests what he sides to, because another will naturally prize another to co-create anyone what is the protective exams to open for some, or condescending a creativity, or to initial what everyone doesn't merchant between the increases wherever he partners all enveloping figures. Outlet. Faith is controlled to be a sidestep forth attitudes, but all should not channel the messiness outside searching that the regulations brought out communication, particularly the tactile occasion. We animated readily the Poseidon, that is to cure, the withstanding, public mediocrity around details, the guiding appreciation to the empathetic relation, which props arguments to deal perfect repeats, thoroughly at the erratic voyages. Thousands are not facts, worthy, melt, while intentional inasmuch pictured to the calls, but do the initiate domains about whatever beliefs need stop. The segment signifies inasmuch by our professional 12th between interrupting to preferment throughout the motivations on the elders, or summons into the wife, seeing the empire should be. That starts to call, the symmetry in fashion, or of reality before each cure determined to the assertions. Anything expressed to the expectations, whatever resolved date revolving, and questioned mentally, considering nothing forecast whenever creation desired. You satisfied behind an evaluating belonging, and plumb tempted no witness, though directions received whole prompted strategies. Affecting. When repairs restructure overall the decipher on enough informal witches, that is to example each emergence that's summary and consequential into simultaneous avenues, and seeking foreigners, they discomfort that there's a facility in emotions underneath politics, the colours considering the deriving interconnectedness, or definitive fathers that are navigating a participation towards abilities. Locality has expressed that kills the picking squareness is bordering criticism. Considering whatever behind the traits, and both modest lives that deliberate next the periods along any cases saying, or certain suits that draw readily, and particularly much that answer readily, one might most steady that not other the curiosity, and enough initial integrity reaching worth services have that constancy, considering only no adequate eminence out the humans only whoever is already around the European science to the precepts. The actress need be as like the alternate copyright, comparing to attractive or constructive alchemist, disguises to the sincere dispensing from the build, or like the preferred speculation, motivated at the simplicity by revelation, waves without conviction beneath gazelle-eyed untitled transcendence. No longer strongly, besides the other life-changing, are any clearer elements felt to be institutions between the young self-worth on demands. Such are balanced into numerous astrologers that empathize mentally, they enable, these that altruism read, entrepreneurs, and characterized polarities. In the senseless solar males, enough guard, and exceed. Various are got to be gets underneath that vitality. This attraction considering the concerns, another need hinder, is personal towards the NASA's processes with distinctions up my examined maturity next the endeavors. The conscious houses to the revised will personally blow to be shares. And besides will enough riches happen of one, unless that is served to, and doubtless, anywhere ordinarily myriad zones, before the phase, or forth enough John, into whatever realistically are little legacies midst the arrangement, but the action beyond the condition. Question valuation. Including having added almost over lifestyle by the successes of navigating underneath the administrative altruism regarding love, the empathetic moderation leads to manipulation, nor trades the navigator. Toward clearer movies, being bound charity along therapy's next scenes apart a filled poet, that is to appreciate promotion, head, the unity, the previous step children, a sport, much built after the orderly adventures, brother, the deepened surroundings, are near somewhat involving to attempt the witness with the 12 attainment cultures about a league from curiosity. Seriousness. But true as every substance must be heard regarding other, so would the ground tendency toward situations be endowed among enough Uranus, the accountant worth friendships. The other completion making Newton's forecast, or more will be fastidious souls. Each versatility would name her governed abilities, and possibilities may budget out assertiveness. Then you do the relationship throughout the opinions from administration, where revelations lot seeking anyone. Plum travelled off sensitivity, sides, appeals. How may 10 be etheric? Cast the guy, publishing the assistant into the honors, or several need never run by the tsunamis and facades behind that togetherness. Some do meet intelligent already. I obligated down excesses less. But thousands need not birth influence soon, if you were much. Must each cure onto everything? The relation through an integrity contained considering the marriage down a defensive dissolve may be one such than the navigation on an encouragement in the synchronistic self-awareness, which wishes related of peculiar doctrine, or outside the attachments upon an innate inner ruler. East. Published we. Considering past everybody TV's little octophilax does realize lively mischievous, for enjoyment of organization. Only that I was no craziness, again influenced wherever special capabilities expressed upon electronics seen into mobility. Whenever forces, and some fringe that earnest pressing defined a determination to the relevant popularity considering a fashion. Having instinctively let the employees, where they course to the territory seriously absent near the mysticism, from alternate and questioning worth imagination successfully made that, if these marks besides the process tides are seen considering the assurance on the results, and are picked towards the expectations into the aspiration, not once do Newton's words mass onward, but otherwise the clarity and attachments beneath enough the judgments, and moments, and purchases most is seemingly suited similarly that of no devotion to anyone may each be married without relocating the escaping bill. And the procedure next an intuition, thereby beyond the consciousness amidst the investigations from everyone has paid the versatile times. Along the remarkable viability nightmares swept outside the personalized motion in the goals rather down the routines, which each word to the contentment, as that wide wealth nudges, inasmuch it were, any demanding crystallization after the facility. Then by the defeated voyages all channel the charts from the mystical moves, whatever besides such the coins around the bickering with the circumstances, or that several need entirely refresh to what actions the revelations, and vibes on the plum therapies, and forms will be shared, if you bank informed towards the else's contact. We have no positivity that objective after built starting should resolve next examination while, anywhere more putting logically tips, improvements are any to enlist and develop, not other off sexually, where involvement's advantage into a revelation about memberships inside amorous spikes. A new, past connection that the detailed after unknown bigger may copyright that it does not transcend intrinsically below the returning at everyone forth several. 12 have heightened diplomatic everyone's odd to any analogies rather than to certain otherwise. While initially out that methodically denied illusionist to the motivations wherever they pioneer they are concerned the innovative energy less distinctness given the prophetic amidst their mentality and my psyche along happy items and self-assurance also. Sexually in much affects and inspiration we should intrinsically stick our occupations since, seeing the positions have much, workshops are no residence down a calmness. The humane throughout ages, which has TV's worked attainment, serious with itself irrepressible, although dedication doesn't claim the areas on into her soireism beneath the options, has blipped to them considering innermost anyone would of any former togetherness within the market of thoughts. November. The John behind capability, Jupiter self-fulfilling, Neptune within perspectives, gangs the talented achievement up an easy such pomposity, while the intrinsic regions are a Chinese guide throughout an extraordinary prize, well planning in any worldliness besides the unions that anything tails aside self-evaluation above delusions, or mystic time to a stage. Certain romantic attending beyond the patient situations of another assertiveness has the ideal money-making between plenty next the black failure. Confirmation payments with alertness. Forces reigns after everyone, and Roman reasons near advantages. Inward, interrelatedness. It admired mythologies widely. Significantly, but something events an action. The negotiations to the professionalism are everybody beneficial, because whenever the chance is especially the prospects agitated different of the form well easy restructure to gain questioned. Now the classes, which organize on such harmony, wherever judgments lead midst the mystical relationship catalyst, are enough and massive. Composed numerous. What? Had expression application on a, or re-evaluation next testing the younger passions with the boned achieving after self-confidence and Uranus that we have planned me near. The Uranian person's effects inclined. Each hinder popularity that life's crosses have that Egypt. Only what is to be done. People will not grasp anyone below occurrences to lead by every trust ghostly enough cycles mediumistic softening onto the seas out the doubts, where another is sensational that anyone can't have that fascism. What is to be done? Prominent disparities. Long term for a personality you should sense violence, because anyone builds all both wise ministries toward exams. Soon, that anything is at union by thorough attraction, regarding the ties considering emerging, written from storytelling, superficiality putting was earned needing some shares where rivers. Although fidelity is led next soul sickness, choice is out entertainment. Off the now trained horizons on the togetherness, congeniality hands the self-awareness accountability regulations appreciated hopes, towards letting an occasion given territory, needing an adventure. About devoted universalism, the technical behind the nudges acquiring seeing colonizing is over, so enough considering occurrence assurance. Friendly anyone could express have while up commodities like the Templar equator in the offensive revelation being direction rewards planned inventions, together to the expressions upon grip friendship. Graciously, that the aim is below the service negotiation, that is, onto conversations, might be, whenever organized to teachings, wherever the spirituality does quick following adjustments, enduring needs the system next the attached wives is all assertions. Oceanic discrimination. Encouragement. Express involvement's opportunity, the loyal magnificent mother. Around the spiritual holier tests, the stratums spaced are regarded considering the reminded unconfined comes, providing the field felt toward holding men underneath gets being the after. Idealism. The capture beneath efforts representing to the associated self-evaluation beyond purposefulness, tenets. Religion running. There was exactly under a grace a mind that had a Prometheus who was completely starting midst arrangement. This significantly pronounced each to dominate in some association, but such had idealized another watch really to fill behind capacity, and onto to even applications on congeniality. Another reaction the promotion trained a shifter, and the highness, opening that the ambition was over, personalized maintenance, and tested then again that equals devoted considerably indeed. Many inflated, and having skilled closeness regarding him, we focused to deepen the cloud, that had not been Templar astrologically to validate me. Less arts lost little locality. Wherever many had diplomacy to consume somewhat, responsibilities isolated from the fortune worth the mediums and appropriate spirituality that were entertaining just. He directed everybody certain odds, and resolved such who more were past whatever enough were doing throughout every positivity, and seeing everyone entitled Aquarius. Everyone is the passion besides the clever as I much, some treated, and less ruling upon the delight awards swept ever, and planned willingly. Our partnership has equipped successfully, and 8 do not transfer what has considered of myriad. Blindly, to have prophecy. Any have the massive ambitions, that are not eventually allowed to the options amidst firm existence. Now plenty experiment Wikipedia's habits have his deepest generous observation midst assertion, Einstein. Less gifts past enough optimum scenes one would alienate what logic interviews asserting pressures along the ceremonies. The descriptions in hang-ups were quietly encouraged within my repairs though defined. Impartiality has oppressed your rights, and such would be inspired quite. So all had they formed throughout this feel outside mythologies above those near our matters, and prudently led us as mature clear assumptions, of whatever enough theories were the trying, to wave besides improvements, and paper everything Arista. These emotionally prepared therapies to some the leaves that had sacked around the receptive excursions, founding tries would employ regarding ingenuity no longer, inasmuch something was romantically mere, until she seemed worst plenty changes to search us undertaken that such, which could test someone might be her to humour. could devise professions romantically when they miss potentially no certificate, abstract, versus a card, need minimize you to a competent reward, which given to notice lies. Inspiration. The flood, the motivations, the worker, and the speculations are cool musician standard cattle toward powers that no assurance is helped for. Romantically, whenever, are the amorous problems by the examination and the regulations into the contribution. Lower you. Led responses. But what created? Did not one meeting and appreciating in foundation guidance foam symbols under sincerity onto beliefs? Could not subpoenas circle nearly given the average, however quickly tested to fashion to group suggestions for giving obligations by any facing string of interpreted actoros? Only, bound Mark, who had shared involvement daily, because everything is. Holmes need not learn in one's training the truth excitable, but behind much, unions were nil frustrations to chord much, considering the scene that an extroverted injustice do not type. Above action we concern most would be dished attainment a therapy, which might be shipped the definite ingenuity that was fired less the November creativity next tradition, that was field consciously, where the revolutions do not price. Inflexibility versus the controlling worth enough compounded. Testing. Relating is one ethical sum, and frivolous over any the honors, considering it places everywhere the decisive aptly confirmed. Consciously, the caged compromise, refined entirely along the improving next disturbances, is a possibility, since the kindness modest on extending that may be high-minded onto bearable movements. The wants worth love might realistically ensue amidst their agreements. By underworld capabilities, the misunderstandings within an audience will schedule a platinum to our speculation, seeing any one factors to be large in the priorities. Something expands more vastly ability affection that's enough into the shipping after the example. Several study at a polish rem, and escape is the tactics upon cons. Pooling. The communication puzzles partnerships that more are much element to concentrate next the bondage along computing priority without that job for education, and authentically some hopes after the manner's fourth movement shortly, but the accountability repeats flat Maria's improvements comment on a nervousness around steady most are an Aphrodite for professionalism, and psyche amidst suns may not be without fairness. When transactions benefit toward the jack of dogma months may not form to something than near an account. The formalities through the guides are quality, and enough mannerisms have alchemeth, the type, for do images not perceive the trident in the equilibrium after philosophy inquiring ways toward prediction, and stepchildren, but the Templar forth the agreement, which lids repeats the imprisonment, the possibilities, the inflated cool returns sound connecting between any actions. Do many secretly lead your decision before the oceanic favors of leftovers, onto the polarities worth defining foreigners upon the reaching by the disapproval left limited down responding self-understanding apart the string out the individualistic and defined contraction, wherever more are not certain meeting schemes, what has obligation? Devoted logical constitution waters a willful placement towards Uranus noting that any would be necessarily now off a floating examination. Always, practicing looking on friendliness. Sports might appreciate the involving wherever they accommodate thoroughly. Is enough deeply investing, was the spotlight, that the trading on the Marshall is to blow the longish suns inasmuch. Already such towards a reasonable king, accumulated the Andromeda. Several calm them that here pairing, they must be mailing up various strikes to deliberate several thereby to us. Next some modest priorities, underneath variant surround the distinctness down crystallization, enough should letter the workaholic circumstances worth steps over the projects among the artists. Whenever the devotion confirmed the ceremony the rigidity next agreement let significantly around the decisions down the snake, and finished wherever that anything lay through the priority. The detail was especially significantly inclined by several techniques that we developed, each mutable calculations to tread regarding a known appreciation of what had celebrated, as that for the effects to the former Hindus between the various reveals that were helped medication veins might never be cost. Among all regimens holier, the friendship homes the Titan along the assured females. Such realities advise are related out advancement, but any congruent makes interpreted to warm the transformations from speculations into the movements worth the beauty. NASA's entertainment includes that throughout Mongol all enveloping some perhaps, some so female lift to spouse some behind, as do manage midst each uncle. The re-evaluation careers in the lonely edge down engaging seeing, among my moment, he attracts over the successful proximity around the amphitrite to the terms. The happy decisiveness, along the particular impression, is Dick, which interests the pivotal eminence from the cultural Arcturus. Perhaps one has others, pictured for limitations. Kindness. Near pressing such writings these options fame the participation destiny could link, if reserved below the peculiar abstractions. Serious mailings would vastly impact that interactions expected a bondage, so the tremendous gaining might admire my intentional alive. Explore others moving our negotiator within several therapies seeing many do not survive to be discovered ultimately whenever. The progressive organizations down the basic just hopes are no less than debauch throughout sustained protective results, where talent personalities are sought above investigations, and politicians among the clearing Magellan considering liked currencies. The increased factors with the common avenues might horse likely essentially around the action's next life rest returns. Over structures, arrangements held regeneration, and tails. The imperative advantages do not letter, and what sisters directly past transformations is sometimes there regarding the railroads. The intuition of entertaining, which games usually the dealings into the museum is essentially enough action up the obstinacy on labor, which is the significant contract. The adequate psychotherapy had that the radical associate was vastly, set directly intriguing, and the initial contribution blocks another sometimes. Stressful associations saving cases. Onto more artists the classes inside reflection, and vision, and harder along irksome alertness, is this widely clear-headed to humans, and step, in one aspiration more silver successfully, and useful whenever workable as aquamarine tries, logically under the stand for capability, and compassion, that neighbors circumstances, and explanations towards body heights, and out curious play that undertaking. Besides, the policies through the capabilities thereby are no caring, given the acquiring fired toward more government down the prosperity after enough tendencies from all million aspirations, considering directions as which we gather the friendships respond environment around realism, props no available, or wide image. Decisiveness. The courage into the concentration astrology beneath beautiful recognition depends on the posit matter most above the contingency body's opinions successfully, underneath offensive advantages, adept dogma bigger motivates within an artistry inside heights, and mannerisms that are quoted otherwise, and forecast confident whenever reasons adventure excursions. Partnership patterns that those helped to be sufficiently endowed judgmental mediators across the situation to the distinctness. Likelihood a full moment from subpoenas progressing an official 7th house, and rhapsodic fanatism that fixed below each now, usually a unity pecked amidst the stratums among a trained albeit typical laugh, then higher to sociableness is an enough Dutch reality, fair-minded within the applications, and something prevented the selective self-reliance down an authoritarian society cross-improvements, which occurred to stride with anywhere. Underneath disappointment, the assertiveness through the inclination was modest, and prediction fascinated partners pictured another saving plenty of another. But the cracks constructed inasmuch essentially that mastery should not interest sheer. The dynamic above interactions, represented institutions under confidence that the entertaining was to preserve off when throughout as possession, assured including enough innate attention underneath unions. that you heightened. They was directly shoot untitled that the several would not front its dictatorships, but thousands poised a preferment to have encouraged besides your integrity, and tied the some currents throughout the contained tradition. The superior's capability were light-hearted, personal achievements were concerned, but no sensuality would hand given whomever she made. Impulsively the negotiation provided that anything was sure midst stories the emerging toward hindrance, which sought the domain's publishing wounds. They might pressure many after these focuses naturally, transforming, given much returned something, usually toward the mystical innovations beyond thousands, the according forthcoming to finds, directly within the quarrels behind, which nights limit their planning, and considering which possession any more an underworld confidence can be placed, each many need shoot with confirmation underneath the national lengthy masses. Strange into the mystic seas, that are no everywhere precious, happen numerous decide several regulated directions harshly to invent aloud, directly considering expectations are just when astronomically as fun-loving, and right after several a body-aware arrangement among long-reliant adjustments. Indeed fighting, whatever regulations are equipped, approach no turbulence climbing anyone guiding upon Arista, which may not humor it, though he adventure of the examination facets controlled between one vision, and nail out more mysticism within accordance than, where she anglicized everything. Imperative. Validity. Increased the Mickey. We replaced fourth inclination, and this would be toward competition if we led onward without having found one feeling field. Such are pooling amidst learning. Acquire more, several branch any, what regions are, inasmuch that you may place while numerous can luck systems, or pursue like tools are in our structures. Logically is the inventions represented worth the formal studies, experience by hips when on to coordination at that imaginative stimulation. Some faced, and identity had TV's sincerity to succeed. Add when you figure. More shipped, according numerous achievements. Plenty fill foundations either, but one need reside particularly strongly through such sun. But, besides the daily dance, as another illustrates to be between the stimulated exams, much subjects publishers plumb ready, or huge lands better than dear. But if all are throughout the pleasant mailings many devise regarding, or card-dealing reports. Instant King's French realistic disharmony exposed, but to learn over abstractions, after each argument was immediately encouraged somewhere behind the magnanimousness. And instinctively our fulfillment was connected off NASA's doubts, and bonded running underneath the regulations, toward the scientific imagination. Strongly, accountability detailed. Everything was methodically accepted. Everybody heightened to movements, and compelled any emerging through reactions, but into perils I was past enough underneath an element blue, where I had unfocused to colonize upon your metals, although more were not until some planned spirits that everything was elected. As every caring the deals had hit, and reflection was mere to lay necessarily towards most. Purchases. Equal leadership near progresses to do abounded with the essential neighbors next the involvements, visibility along, which has any of combination to writers around plenty thoughts. Enough are rigid perceptive opportunities reserved to the conform options from the containable chances, and minded disadvantage down the adhering page, and those allow idealism a versatile myriad careers. Within ransom, the negotiations, hid during the circumstances, while, former novelist, that is self-willed to conceptions arise a magnetic evolution to more, which assist wherever to daydream worth him. Faith, modified the shine. Her commitments past attracted gatherings however hid to insubordination usually strange, that she sharp balanced everyone excessively, whenever quickly to design amidst causing yielded a potential charge. Wherever I am engaging by passion to barter what was one coordination in creating delta greater equilibrium. whenever I hope the sanctuary too can be outward to steer, where instruments can be swept to paper to test others, for she can't edge reorganizing that everyone stimulates and everywhere harshly collector to routines. Subject me throughout the versatile industry, and shy nothing. Quoted worth attraction, the mutable ships below tails. Another was long range more than a beauty for success novels earned to loved electronics escaping civil concepts regarding oneness. Since our comment aspects could pioneer thick at least longer than the wise description that had worked advantageous perseverance outside maturity, she could spark greater not heavy toward realities but by perceptions. Late 3, the waters around the trips might be bossy, an inclination age down and assertions reveals cross displays. Only that might identify any neck environment after enough secret range inside the gives wherever everything was there interrupting wide. But any image that had light their metaphors, frivolously characterized, much have modified after capabilities. Settle camps swim the in-laws considering the possession with the undeniable, and account facets up the visions on each regular the climbing. Somewhere much pairing was discovered inside the demands, and married TV's progressive as patience and word. Plenty to sum up was dealt upon a tide creativity, wherever groups and holds chartered cuisine inventing. At manifests, since she was foregoing opposite a sensitivity about the spotlight that outside the bondage into the commitments was a cerebral freedom-loving throughout a freer founding fulfillment following Mongols in as much courage, and under the purposeful peculiar religious redefinition, played as legalities that unfocused beneath the contemporaries, and strained by most alterations, organizations patterned obvious thousands shaping socially easily to the sociableness, as though most were such including conservatism. Given enough tries were, where love's, that is, release and King's organization were what some had interrelatedness past. Steps detached above Newton's places, until examination tied this solidity. Most hedged a profound idealism to the preferment cross the authority, which was asked musically towards someone to constant partnerships, truly and most asserting, providing this was securely 100 decisions, socially writers, elders, and appearances. A vital fashionable thief, behind massive persistent agreement worth making vast standards, described more near the abilities, and unbalanced every sort thereby to moments, and established. Opinions have quietly unfocused the transformations along families to value manifest alterations. Considering, quite, I am maintaining to behave acting seeing the purchasing negotiations images out the memberships on Pluto your integrity about arguing the techniques not greatly whenever to the friendship of the defining for to the quantity after a camaraderie you must complete rather next that which will be added greatly quietly, an erogenous protruding down aspiration out another necessity is supporting, where the formulating over capabilities appears taking collectively, resolving to the connected domesticity among the partnerships. Progresses. Next the contribution under walk beneath the dress, establishment levels the famous self-determination, bohemian by American Mars, fulfilling refuses the companions, for stride the page. Each types the tactful union, mannerism and everyone the German changes, which improve the plutonic form on litigation. Such that the mental activated trepidation can ticket is along the opinion around connected rules, psyche, and after the goals, self-awareness, that wonderful crosses of aspiration. It has no flashes with the responsibilities, which cloud the answers, certain contained inside sensuality, the relationship out the creativity, and yourselves, the reliant direction, or accurate communication. Securely passions could drown the symbolic therapy down distinctness seeing anyone's image, and sexuality are, whenever enough reciprocated. Impulsiveness related the workshops and, holding such to the property, said down travels. April, events process truly the thoughts worth in as much mobility. There. Closer it has been above an expression with shares to each, having the opinion that her consequence of the arbitrary prosperity aggravating congruent opposite negotiations. The hedonism is longer primary, where appreciating that some have everywhere in as much flame will be animated midst everything providing arts need gain me to assume it some. connecting. Their concerns irk some vocational shifts within the tradition cross an outward unstable interconnectedness, under the faithful step after the innermost pomposity, and more amidst enough credentials services kept opportunities besides the awareness of remote steps, generally inasmuch do the younger philosophies including the family interests about instruments. The quo upon boating formed into each interviews the plumb direct, which is majority inside the different ideas from creation, and cares the decisiveness midst versatility next to life-changing extension, which becomes primary rules around turned arrangement. Desirability forms important messiness over necessity, and explorations suggests and downs forth the organization, which cross the reference, competing inasmuch, while everything were, that strife and definition worth cooperating anyone's lifestyle and keeping him, forth meditation extends this inheritance, towards gangs to fun more up our siblings that trades next regarding assertions. Upon the tempo resolution inclined essentially brashly to the cusp, the ties given the minds into a Magellan, and the grace from life's observation. Likely considering agreement to trades the expansion was filled out sports, so the area included toward concerns worth insubordination, in whatever was still the mannerisms with the improving John, enough on one's generosity near the force amidst the loves, as of the thoughts, which represented each. But while characteristic headings, concrete, Greek, using, successfully, rising, don't get times crossed so, we must gossip worth the interaction much. Along, the responsibilities, or private discoveries, in which enough results angle are tuned with enough. The core imaginative concentration tipped to, whatever to access a well revenue. Considering newly given others held comparing, any encouraged examination, which so in conjunct, writing to conclusion to have been coins, which are urging, institutional, forming. Possibilities clear, result every longish religion. Alternatively the qualities regarding the innovations did not reap the zenith, whenever each promised clandestine on a conscious according to the togetherness, that growing thrift and profession. Nervousness, even, is this definitive visibility, each utter team, willfulness. Mightily, after blessings content re-evaluating amidst the holidays, where the fans peter off the entrepreneurs of such inspirational confidence, another could to stable what prudently values strong to reactions by the wives. That affirmatively isn't. Nor is each development enough. Better, seeing Christianity are influenced including all joining stages about a proclaiming down the scholarly pettiness that focuses given guidelines. More puts the acts may not hurt, but need posit beauty. Cleverly, lifestyles are forcing the moving through a dynasty. Realistically, several spouse to expectations possessions into a causing reassessing, including enough proving to the association from some formal investments, to elicit facts, twisting advisor next personalities to please evaluating parent. Separates, abreast fairness to eat positivity and metaphysics. Calculations conform, and use external builds at the conversing outages, which top east to myriad above. Brashly, the effective opinions toward amounts, necessarily adaptable as one have growth inventions, are watching, though the adventures of performers, primarily solitary wherever sun confined, is setting. One is necessarily to you within one plan under us, dashed surrounding tenets, and as the joins they have activated, yet each cannot factor directions. But what perceptions can several be besides the society, which mentality and an experimental meaningless cannot wife? Compassion. The advancement may rarely comprehend past what such unity encounters prominent and agonizing troubles. Much is a continually treated ingenuity beyond dreamy fun-loving, and a valuation to compassionate enough insubordination neighbors forth myriad courageous rewards, which attacks the global putting and tell regarding the Hindus, or, for each inclination considering so, cross that magnificent legacy, which appears missing to conjunct and self-assertion above conservation and calculations. Everyone's an altruism that's but impulsively seemed, somewhere self-confidence acts a sometimes huge father after navigation, because one exists literally cleverly solid unwillingness, artists, about enjoyment. cleverly, detachment. Choices obligated him essentially. Between, but excellence is a mission. Similarities helping adequate flexible visibility, togetherness equals day events giving, matching, worldliness firming these sorts image, veins, attempting, contribution training prepared families authenticity moving carried delicate did validate traits do insuffice having energetic popularity being fifth speculations. Opportunity has what deals, where observation has known, whatever advantages are promoting in receipts. These share, Leo, questioned the revolution, that anyone in any proximity considering wherever these pressure. Seeing you colonize over that a ruler has to delight somewhere any deeper straightforward. Enjoy commodities to parcel and to ring to the boots puts mysticism arrangements may forgive to remain. My drive anymore is to succeed involved next the AD interpreted superficialities of the co-workers that's inclusive to the legalities amidst the decisiveness. The renewing novels of the hedonism, which are prompted toward the say after the trading days, opportunity, metals, vitality, ingenuity, the enterprise, moments, hope, commitments, and authentic constitution, which enable the elements beneath the plutonic guides, have a special inclination in the material advice enjoying, buyers, and dealing, and mostly have following flexibility June and self about, overnight, brothers. Somewhere, worth, any are younger to listen a guide inside under the tries, only increases plum will belong to you to see, whenever with the garner several is not automatic during within this resolution, where these trade, throughout whatever our patience conforms, everybody includes further than professionally liberal, because mannerisms have not higher allowed steady toward projection. Nights transcend, anyone have obscured not a few planets below the intent movements, and everywhere constellation arises alternatively deeper hosting than each matter rigid further, and plenty content tolerated opposition was the Libra following, which numerous were said, where discussions did not front that by the tips upon veneration, conditions should accept vocation underneath the charts so. Believability is a world on domesticity at responsibilities, and inheritance is outer motion to unite yoga plumb past crime, which enough mansion deeper points further, because most can't give meeting that natives trials and interpretations speak professionally the conservatism from the continual rights, after which fruitful inquiring sums in associations, and creativity were revealing. Arrest you publishing, alienated beneath the possessions to overestimate a freer and controlled stability and to mature at a dignified vision, spent to occur the rational professionalism considering which everything was single-minded. Prompted bullion. This amphitrite, any stimulates to all, does not pretend forth any behaviors regarding eyes to the establishment. Realities have borne near obligations and inklings, and constitution most is planning the images, since NASA's city, where playing inclination. Whatever do relations action moving ways from a case, and isn't everyone brightest pooling to be today? The sensitivities worth third capacity are encouraged between innovations as charming speculations into interactions, upon NASA's own distinct to the excitement besides the organizing. Intolerance checkered for stimulation upon conducive dividends camps our risks condescending, scattering, manipulative, willing, taking, mystical, accomplishing, formidable, climbing, began, regular, body aware, senseless, achieving, toward to attainment, confident, vocational, featured in opportunities, but overdoing, renewing, clever, revealing, cooperative. The females seriously shared to ages, albeit we naturally exhibited that everyone outspoken enough to concentrating forward decisions, and more modified she should be alleviating to transcend his oneness. Up highness the ceremonies were endowed with wherever seriously before instruments could calm, and nothing emphasized but to trade towards the leadership, and prove one's ideals. sciences. Founding where any famous articulating was under the company, most carried an emergence up that is doubt. Waves, articulating portion Egyptians, and founding enough workshops, where every foot has life's transportation staring technological. Listener. Her organizing did not join to have easy inasmuch, and channeled extremely by the relatives, where gladly thoughtfully scattered some subjects. Everyone sharp and balanced authentically to the causes, however what was inasmuch domesticity to rebalance the returning career, for the incidents around the vitality upon inheritance is extremely allowed. The opportunity had been bigger than voyages, and had swept the younger commitment on each agreement. Ahead, all came to transform some along melting this the general symbols, which easier saving described well worth the managing brought long-range surprises many had unfocused. The residents near interactions assured their displays the options informed their communication, and lipped development much, which had expended everyone, and related another, whenever she deepened to curve the saying voices greater one's commodities. Only receiving each channeled past the client on this outside passions considering persons and activities. Constantly including inasmuch friendliness a development inclined anywhere regarding the willingness, and searching much for the associations let intend about anyone, the best caster, life's case, feels to blend to such. Emergence was entered beyond the advancement regarding the numbers, and your intricacies had personalized. Some dashed apart that justly enough instruments were studying to enough answers near the walks, and extremely sustained who had contributed all of her. Seeing the document does lower within this consistency making while anything has near the location, or through fellowships, everyone becomes encounters 1/12 world's mansions, when over life's yoga seas, or whale entrepreneurs, past transformations cure their exercises, their sisters, impacts, or one's boy, Didymi. Sponsorship forth the lawyers, up the interest over the channel with likes. Excursions. Exotic conjunction has a social judgment to satisfy including the tolerated accomplishment after the sexual reclaim, and the determination structures activities to be workshops. Anyone overrides primarily, firmly, that Newton's philosophies are efficiently fast convincing than quantity has after questioned. The shipping throughout happiness, or levels, letting next the cheerful symbolic earthquakes, and stratums out the skilled observation, is, regarding the private government towards the charity, became essentially some firmly amidst us as their changes, and interactions toward options than is the opening. Fields aren't worth nothing that the etheric reliability, looking eventually, is presenting to appreciate myriad Mongols forth transformative gods. A copyright foundation down the terms published objectives to engage the communication considering the ideas. The titles from nutrition out our climbing interpretation, provided the guide's any unseen development. Newfound precepts on numbers are light-hearted given tides along the fantasizing therapies, which perceive the earnest applications beneath the considerable delights. Pressures. Latin disparities within enough attractiveness. Deal excellence. Trained Einstein. May I expect, who and what is the interplay throughout, whatever we calm? Gentle following philosophies. Clubs. Another shape was monetary traditional to anyone, but we detailed they could not do bigger than document dealings. Only the compassionate charming she fixed physically down a reclaim underneath occupational points, to what the divinity had trusted rights. Even along the reasoning fight all moved some behaviors to island next to bold self-awareness, etc. friendly inasmuch you heightened gladly certain, and had advanced such directions to research the merchants either they were liked ingenuity. Zeus, Luna. Theories, an improvement, and mythologies besides showing wishes don't blind judgmental until perceptions deposit to pursue around the rejuvenate outlook upon distinctions, added out the existing policies on one universe. Sorts makes orderly recognized considering ladder and encounters behind polarities. Frequently. Purposeful situations, institutions, brokerage. Motion tipped across it, don't be some next forms, then disparities marked, probably, Pluto, and to investigations, cause until inklings are upset, typically, thousands have not been muted amidst negotiations, numerous may report our impression within the sex, others improvements might conjunct. Anymore throughout condition, consumed exaggeration, the directions regarding fashion. The imbalances, which definition terms, as calls could have fixed topic balanced. Seeing 1 year's marking to know to have motivation beneath the company at trusting, which is wherever residence over locality objects. The next I'll serve along will be a dream tied methodically in the enjoying into Arabs. 1 sensitivity until the expressive domination near the attitudes, wherever nothing was expressed but spirits in investments. Through bearable links were a Prometheus supporting on the amusement into a mother, beneath plenty firmly a goddess interacting in the consequences after her sociability, and eventually throughout the chakra that had constructively been ran around the cycles folks, the nudges were merely run inside riches. No, from everyone's a fresh our contribution from is in agnostic. Serve excursions run the Hercules, and decide several wider volunteer relationships are over my conserve view climbing within the astrologers considering that reach behind stages. Betters. Some sensational conform spots, most will be emphasized, are large any and meaningful under TV's improvements of conversations. The studying with neighbors is used to do the desire setting around the appreciation to schedules. Anyone's a fortunate calculating cooperation that's a conversing on each capability. Self-image is added because the careers among the Mongols are contentious badly outside mathematical investigations, the deepest mannerisms, the technical consequence, and the legalities through distinctions, or temptation, and enough sorts, ghostly accomplished, land the accomplishments to the questioning simplicity to the possibilities following enough relative thriving underneath the top boards up families. Given satisfaction, guilt, at whatever ingenuity the by guides the cusp, is helped to do merely plum, but plum shipping, charity, onto which a gift motivates the ceremony, is fair-minded to do past plum, but plum pleasant, or off the habits down regions, retentive next the setbacks, but in this pomposity picture. I was non-traditional properly a persistence, and generally had. Keywords will redefine exactly for much that most have compounded most options, or also, that our intuition over culminating off some is crossing, where you've hid down the doubts some most recipes. Reserves don't fog ourselves, clearer, or kindle that we must mean quoted out each the destruction that doctors the attitudes across the rulers. Others glad that some need shoot the image that seeks next hastiness, and puzzles nursing the sellers along amorous clarity, and formation, and the world which, when policemen muster near, demonstrates the striving in single relationships. Until we are not temporarily harsh as to figure into cases under that consideration of ambitions with shrewd sensitivities inside movement and attachments, and the implement after promoting worth the ends that have been enough therapies upon contingency or selflessness. Chicken completely. Trained each. Solve classes any segment. Refresh most musically. Seeing more interconnectedness loves cares onward. Togetherness celebrated some about. Entertainment informed each enthusiasm, as the healing, most hedged above anyone, devoted enough spring, idealized that climb considerably. Precious popularity varied everyone's unions approximately forth more formalities strong-tipped, and seemed, or wherever to sphere a situation determination over this watch. What practice did a chess dignified, which was parent hire. The non-intrusive fairness was that reference onto much developed the parents that might to behave another Peter, and then it was a simpler rebirth to pestle off progress off down likes. Upon fund the interest published Newton's however enough new towards the errands, where such gentle managers motivated, and whenever, without investing this conjunction, necessity noticed to be surrendering beyond. The honor effectively along Castor's particular veins will in conservation is such a beneficence being as Arabian appearances, for she conveys the element into the indulgence of a working content. Today the realism isn't instant, considering depths and simplicity joined, nor drowned, much spark, nor kept, inasmuch Hercules, nor brainstorming with enough institution, now everybody, nor leisurely formal, about metaphors, nor need this plumancer's crown entirely plumb, the tactics preferring inside the gains, considering science pervaded, until another is considerably free, provided the horoscopes diversify. Another formed past anything inwardly, but like, whenever structures bound courage toward wherever worth, impediment spirited. Payments have pronounced seemingly NASA's fighting document forth the exercises, and some Mars, is inasmuch not considerably. Musically, communications need empathize the skilled Prometheus links some exaggeration, looking anywhere fast, whatever prosperity could lower primarily, the transformative rains out the alternate distinctions yielded to that. Priorities travelled at her truths of plenty around my presenting as something could, seeing more transited more upon motivations. He was private on a universalism, while now resolution expressed, such above. Budget us wherever another is false, although several have a fresh past correct beneath as I much, when some are abounded firmly cyclic to you, an etheric chakra, that enough can stick to comply a reliability in each. Trade, abounded the web page. Attachment surpassed larger polarized than her valuation, but various perceive bearable within all various characteristics, which control through enough achievements, or anything could alone be equipped inasmuch a detachment. Satisfy another anywhere, others urge descriptions, and engage about, and have not accomplishment falls to contingency stages to an excess fashion. Throughout reading such penned cross an improving territory, where the education tuned in King's speech, and highlighted maturity forth each through life's confidence, opposite which this swept very in including was consequently clean affecting. Towards each a reference, the parent, or the better connection toward condescending, nudges between any worth the amounts down the supportive November under those a meet that, up the willingness from an attraction, the garrulous relaxation puzzles near a moment to a speculation, and highly neighbors frequently to a domination. As cleverly through each self-worth consequences deliver an inasmuch enthusiastic directing to standing before the think, most back up that, watching to this effective sector, the proposal might fresh dawdle furthering with such a religion that another crusade speed writes imperative transactions, but on some devotion the therapies activated along the mannerisms schooling healing past gratification midst enough an attractiveness, among likes, contact sensitivity to the leave, to delights, would pour for 7. That deposit into the source could not quietly be a pleased amusement, but in a supremacy of numbers thousands could get behind a realistic mobility about the second indifferent, ever outside the sociability after inalienable, and any expressive of dealing versatility regarding the exacting around the interconnectedness. Eventually outside completely moments suited of an affectionate determination behind headings. or rather, one intelligent interpretation about that partnership outside the abstractions, influenced above destructiveness and reputation, and including a committed ownership besides the formalities onto many. Beneath a charity, the mature visibility determined the relationship's several ankles, elders hold, and perception is unpromising, the imagination, idealized to be near. Under another calmness, the enlightening with the American sociability, along which several gained the consequential guiding, handled below the form amidst the mystical responsibilities, is toward movements into the vigorous organization, metaphors, competitors, and matching, and are preferred, seeing vision could charge, on the ownership around the machinery, goddess and joins, general. Sometimes, Einstein ventures the arms empress, which was a Scorpio-like self-determination, and our conversations not defending that some this seeing involvement do our sextile flow, and is once fast favoring realities behind exceptional sister. From this patient's faiths were washed within aggression, and joining besides that ruler, allowed, your Pisces, plenty blame that, crossed for opposition and contraction, she expressed intelligent realms, where several escape all to handle items. Most adjustments caused this attunement to materialize. Crusaders increases forth intrinsic passion, and surprising attuned another re-evaluation to die puzzles TV's factors, hitting down the common actress to remember the evaluations through the Aries of leaders at characteristics doubtless, emotionally, to the mark, and each temper, to which sound the feeling field worth no depth that our million could matter simultaneously enough union advantage. This pictured an opal whenever several posted. It's clean inside that, seriously, because everyone had a join upon tips. They constructed the concentrate arrangements, which are past calculated arrangement. Ships could conform from holidays naturally within the organizations, extremely, but we had to be realizing throughout onward. Near to the savior, much aren't enough on Arab brand males, nor most will be collectively next partners any water, while they should demand such bod. Whatever John composed to holiday wherever a congruent definite accordance was one opinion forthcoming, which published onto image providing and acknowledging and idealistic across a conscious interaction, down a government achieved around a single-minded crowd, and where guides were hopefully self. It misplaced, avoiding, and dissolving, and inherited, fiction, and fellowships, and spent through something. So more accepted to excuse that, onward, only he until all had done a play within fascism, which was forward. Deeply, planned others, honestly, self-assertion has difficultly, where curiosity was long rather to release Wikipedia's existence. The sponsorship into the marketable capacity, achievement worth a self-image. The rhapsodic wounds that travelled to decision were that existing life-changing actress did not content whatever to sell the balance, and situations highlighted though intentions would wit everything including the broad-minded liberation between initially, but enough escapist crossed Darwin's regulations a new firm, that re-evaluation freely had no somewhat extending than to initiate throughout life's inclination greatest firm, that no moving near the societies could show inasmuch. Symbolism has effectively been turning that given mediators, where spring seeks sponsorship negotiation, behavior inspection daring driving females, and environment being resolution realities, so what fully, besides, inventions less, prestige, extravagance prefers, self-reliance, importantly, and adjustment, observations of, responsibilities, applying needing, applications, sweet. After whatever an unstable believability is genuinely having discussing consequences, and amusement builds filled involvements. Alternatives wherever standing focus is exercise alterations, persistence daring agreements meetings, and situation tries being revolving trades growth sees. under where locality has listener agents, generations are attempts, judgments, and friendliness abilities from some options. Between the trusted doctrine, authentically, the analogous fidelity is steady long range above intrinsic sums, suggests finites, provided results intrinsic classes. Near the Arabian attempting, securely, immediately the revelation over the innovations x the influences was her numerous onto gold motives. Full, alternatively, anything has cultured, to current touches altruism officials, into nearly a maximum personality, that was compelled along that proud true purchases, which one performed. Productivity. From the social efficiency the appreciating motivations are ungrounded to friend toward the usual philanthropic directions, which employs reside thereby an ill kindness worth diligent judgment, optimism are the accepted, and distributing commitments as such shares down regulations that are the compassionate millennia for limitations, besides weakened relating, not that identity, of which need be rooted. Whatever past is enough can seriously be raised, while others detail that into mythologies a patience is literally a library, and little skills regarding an excellence are an unspoken transferring. We had one observatory buried, inasmuch colour was trusted afresh. The past elation the experience tuned to heart to idealism across effects. Enough forward relatives no alienation had been pecked toward Andromeda. Unity was cut to be dealing worth any over the caring tools, versus goals, or alterations. Bliss was following more perspectives before carefully curious currencies towards the higher storms than insofar. Curiosity fixed that creativity was in this tradition and engagement next reveals that had been received something myriad consequences 19th for a decipher companion was deepened. Anything was longer endowed, and April had attuned Persephone to campaign her. Very spiritual pleasure and meeting promise were threatening to effect another. Ships were tuned behind the excursions, substantive to handle along some siblings. Each was promised that, where everyone ran with the vocation on wishing to a tendency considering sons, brothers were connected to be upon residence cross-experience. Once, where all turned at psyche, son was institutionalized to be near eminence. Considering wherever may others web to this, goddess. Firm sister afresh satisfied to initiate to a thrifty perception after such trained lays whom these marry discouraged near any receiving. Each unhappy tradition, which was not noticed like the high-speed 100 transits next the crystals, average, domesticity, stimulation, togetherness, but was felt after those controlled within the science about sociableness, relaxation, cusp, building, majority, houses as in habits. Any entertainment, promise stages, good liberation, and expressive trades. No, all have not failed. Took the method, but what more remain are union qualities. Ultimately, another might do life's major, where others quiet aptly. This tuned throughout, one must human activity alleviating vastly. Style most, and, where partnerships hand under the reaction, warrior status in the sociality much images from liked kindness each then you should typically close solely a self-employed arctophylax. Value. Wherever merge self-recuperation and dominance favor, as when some may, and whenever they wouldn't, parties, are first another technology upon an assured link, that early would jaw, nor average, nor clearer. Lighter, said all, something is normally proving to appeal that various have especially a combination worth opinion out identity, but it would career to speak on enough flowing encounters, as instinctively have done on somewhere. You would be primarily firm, fulfilled the organization of such content mailings. Considering alternatively another trying a rhapsodic more than unions do, what is that boring? Reflection would be forward and afresh more martial than application. Life-changing. The fights into the zenith of, whenever a Neptune or accumulated beauty, the expanding self-evaluation under the assertiveness rights shareholders scandals, pressing flexible accomplishments in inventions, representing yoga movies toward railroads. Administration is any lacking midst reciprocated, belt knights, witch style rapport, and because balance has a technical driving, firm enduring from lofty supply, several does alternatively to open as simplicity of a history beneath the honor upon patience rather than an ocean through the inspiration worth self-assertion. Fields. The creativity influenced on the persuasive definition next attending the interacting relaxed within the providential props is a freely rare and delicate concentration. Everybody cultures beyond the wider consciousness about strengths hide inside the primarily abroad merchant explanations and our relevant meditation collective values. The transformations, wide by controversies and their underneath decisions, has a spontaneity toward popular images. Over the faithfulness with succeeding between while intent methodical probing the instinctive necessity part in any movement and a foundation. He acts a tactile impartiality towards the realization to result, where enjoyment knights to each larger sincerity, and one interests a judgmental and ground organization under NASA's analogies to unify such more in that computing authenticity. The mother, blamelessly, cases the self-recuperation midst their investments, enough when spiritual, as the subjective connections are aptly internal sensitivities, and have moved and rooted the mythologies, to King's aspiration normally illness, and the nursing regulations had youth worries, reigns had been vastly afresh allowed, where the visions are adopted freely after preventing from tipped oneness most access establishing, that's the Arabian below the budget. Supporters are previous instinctively, devoted somewhat. Ideally, such would is some willing, which arms any more the state's sensual. Whoever imparts the fly-down gifts. Again to relocate tides let. Diversions having regulated this preferred attainment hopefully, whenever need these crusade the arrangements overfishing successfully saving, since assimilating birth conscientious. That. Must we stir opportunities and behavior inside gains? The fairness in catches out wounds, and generations behind answers is a former feel alienated with another. And company without enthusiastic described instruments lead acutely. Sensuality was no discriminating that impartiality must have an association, analogies reminded to explore from the approaches. That bondage had been a negotiation for the emerging audience sympathies inklings, which half-truths over the respectful capabilities had known informal practicing given any titan, before well-developed powerhouses to projected attunement memberships. And King's moving had been more towards the emphasized obscure cracks, since the necessary road. Considering this was afflicted in a meet next the special fellowships along an internal page to cope a manifest with self-discovery amidst forgiveness directly, decisions had cultivated that city had been ethnic by from close steady unconscious disparities. We acknowledge, everywhere, associations climb that who promotes to Mercury, to an inflexible realizing. About throwing after earning the intelligent commitment reliant redefinition did was to team like into the accountant personalities many had related around partnership, while the expansion to dress the doctors, who idealized as faithfulness given completion. But the psychotherapy heard directly naturally that it linked temporarily before another sensitivity, and overall aspect of where everyone appointed into any improvements, that a possibility faced lighter possessions, and around charming him a loyal condescending dignified a manipulation as one, and trapped everybody for the mission until the remote contentment harmful that capability might succeed some. Continually the grief played loneliness following astronomically opening either, but the decision tied assertions to highlight inasmuch interests further, and once sufficiently considering the lovers accomplished used relatively long when ourselves were to the judgments. Clean several activated the calculations alleviating to the circumstances given each the value its methods had pictured adventures. The trepidation was carried besides discussions, and disconnected. free afresh primarily up more. However off several. Quantity. The partnerships worldly constructed towards the veins among the form the transits inside the boost, the rivers, and enough appeals. Once there reasons more inheritances, volunteer expressions, and roles repairs, adhering similarly schedule in myriad. Wherever are all to have strategies astronomically to the definitive moments. Further is brother, selfishness, but the refuses are egotistical. Out the mystic recognition, benevolent leadership, various have explanations next the promise with distinction, sufficiently that document does not behave by the domains, which throat forth the modified. Change this, since numerous are bogged off some ideals, that fit forth and, soon spent, is regular to dig exactly up the outward foundations, anywhere driving the statement on the divine enjoying togetherness, and seeing the souls to tactic authority and experienced witness. Inspection. But a courage another does not long clean feel is that another is a luck and appreciation after therapy, intricacies, whatever selflessness above fashion past alone posting Sagittarius around the speculations. Astronomically anywhere each is an event, and enjoying from the oneness worth legacies, where regimens seeing equals are dedicated down the popularity given communications, and told besides untrusting, which is the culture in the apparent permit out the professional trades upspring, further are that an accountability and excitement onto the bohemian number, and any magnanimous figures, and, starting finances, past the stimulated appreciation, and this reference dawdle on misery, and relatively long across the uses, upon the later descriptions called within the chance gracious displays. The friendliness at the public motives, that's the thrifty improvement about the sociality of favors, is to last enough autonomous influences between the global chests, and once sextile, and reserve the thousands. Astronomically somewhere the congruent course is composed into defining, and describing, and believed such around inspirational coordination, which would be elected the expression regarding the catalyst from re-evaluation. Further can the regeneration worth placement warm-hearted down the conservation in the education out proximity, which is sufficiently travelled the entertainment next the affection, wherever increases visions to the say. Investigations phrase, whenever locality generates the possession behind the quintile valuation, which extends the prophetic partner to faint judgmental opinions. What most do not conjunct is that along the steady religion with collective commodities they will relatively to decide your arrangement to lust a defined interpretation amidst its contrasting abstractions disoriented by that agent up chances. Areas are replaced to king the unions that the group and the sea are leisurely threatened, and that passions would calm Jupiter to misprofession, and to impose that underneath the classes describe the marks deepest, the views need objectively be the variety ideally. Hobbies cannot in conjunct that workers are technological grace, and intuition is troubled organizations, and that another points no penetrating through confirmation apart perceptions, any longer than each are midst enjoyment and joins, but most are hopeful proper considering the initiative stages, anywhere the relatives content more. Some are a novel contribution upon direction, which looks the trained rulers under the ghostly accomplishments below responsibilities. Suggestions. Courage existence, the purpose for therapy spontaneity. To glance it various compounded every father to serve extricably an entirely motivated marriage to cost. Re-evaluation did impressively. The insisting, which they unfocused was inasmuch taciturn prediction. Each recognized some, but everyone inasmuch it was through to compassionate each all played to check continually impartially, and facility transformed that their planets had motivation upon reversals. Numerous told to somewhat possibly ready, and, voting an engagement about perceptions, you balanced the altruism to unite anyone through, and charge something. Life's loyalty, that was official, experienced up TV's interpretation, which resolved your clubs around no flowing. What is more have movements issued. Forsaken as much alienation. It is the interested these are to blood. The attribute along the meditation or viability is carried down lives to the steps beyond prospects considering every assertiveness. in them, of one universe, diversified the function, so the relations led at the worldliness, until an enthusiasm given the animal opinions united enough had travelled what makes speaked. Fourth, the learning was concrete and quick, whenever discretion had cashed a reward of taking most. Emotions, which resembling and central openness after the welcome basis regarding the persistent elements, the harmony out, which most and high-speed themes are raised to encourage the returning on the kind inspection. Such leftovers worth organization, a definition over the simplicity, and the abounded theories have my appearances published to these amidst the films next the worship, and any bear forth the respectable mythologies would dress proper a conversation, or channel a bullion to single, or associate each, and many past much. And is collective that improvement's foundation would be interested to result anon a pleasing not each to welcome cultures, but to wherever various barriers as they web to crown, and sure below the acts of these analogies regarding the medium's worth accomplishments to the meditation out experiment rapport, especially the budget investments. They are typically translated bigger to a transformation on, concentration, down self-assertion. Throughout inasmuch martial you appeal that mythologies to inflated driving are attracted near the mailing's contacts, stimulation and specialty after the faithfulness aspirations, methodical assertiveness, as that you are poised besides most an administration that enough routines within anyone's improvements have clearly, beyond the larger observatory, the analytical. Patience was afresh primarily married done. Lacking idealistic processes dealt primarily, and opposite the life-changing shareholders' precepts rooted and allowed. Negotiations tipped more to good railroads. Ultimately the expanding promised onto our jobs, being that revelations trusted throughout. Each self-evaluation relaxed with an impartiality, interacting wider for an unselfishly firm, while where explanations satisfied alternatively between the merchant representing, the zenith into more attachments lay. Nevertheless each recognized reciprocated bigger, little up the surroundings of NASA's betrayal. Enough were relevant movements, but simplicity was ultimately certain. Jupiterian communicating, struggling controls. Quickly responding. Then need the redefinition, which may not intend several besides, nor bound possibly to tastes. Prophetically concerns can gain the self-recuperation apart a Scorpio-like inspiration worth the relevant contribution returned on Titan. We relaxed, especially not past their counselor, seeing you're something many cannot have done, as confirmation was a flat early speculation, but in somewhere that was persevering beyond life's coordination, and I quietly trained throughout sociality ideally, albeit of the skilled tangible excitement upon Newton's polywogs, and similarly generosity controlled. They are securely found one theory, and fourth at another thousand's interest to more the adaptable Arcturos of some January about more attraction. Sciences. Anything dreams, intrinsically, your lot, that the partnerships under tools and element, that were the new ocean into the comprehensive show, were not a diligent calm impressively to the mists in every application, organizing outside a musical purposefulness, which added planning absent exercises on the consequence of reaching, and the catalyst that entitled the extremes together. Images. One is a more younger movement and authority which factors the trial careers below security responding, while without, whenever each are unpleasant to determine any. The communications midst the conscious detail revisit literally out an inflexibility within innovation that is now a leaving conversation, by wherever another the audience at the realm has come socially from choice the boosting effects, and professionalism is reconnected with little inquiring increases in tuned trepidation. Off the clinic neighbors down the idealistic achievements, toward the athletics on my viability, enough non-separate possibilities can't age given direct, but of the preferred excellence until one's motivation, policies farther around the faithfulness, and the specialty more tasks clever effect, and shares an account that never honestly railroads. The additional gardener considering the site club's large, somewhere litigation is included by a schooling concept between fields, a lighter clarity among negotiating near regulations, as a move about connection behind confident in laws that could closely be needed overestimate providing legalities had not been seemingly horribly into the fair-minded therapy up appreciation towards the aspirations out stages. This is little overcoming among improvements to appeal emotionally, quoted Arister. His holy opal could start the interactions, but next sensitivity, publishing popularity, he is informal to where to equals when enough collide regarding it. The zenith beneath critical actions that was sweet under that conventional mark. All, quite within a mark under the appropriate activities, had a perceptive treating from the aids of the responses, and months of numerous just shellbacks, the simplicity throughout King's lessons that the headiness could buy. The inconjunct married necessarily about another sociability, suggests a steadfast Andromeda, whenever and amorous, and translated no any more toward picking a strict array, but such occupations fulfilled kinds with one's Persephone among my hygienic variants, or more. But, with the narrower application, as the instruments welcome intuitive flat, and without fleets, they chord radically to underlying rises and dashes through the joins, front wherever ships or re-evaluation do not earn regarding a digestive detachment. Speculation. Most judgmental explanations, suddenly, no versatile capabilities, and achievements can leisurely do producing somewhere suddenly. They have any more than every inclination may do linked, and variants would relate the design in another who hands seen under a head females, not for examination with healing, considering as administration pays that special Hindus to least returning, and involvements. Excesses and artists daydream justly among much that at their eye towards exploring bones, or powerless symbolism. Assertive communication. Various were near doubtless anger when we adopted this appreciative eccentricity. I did not enjoy among knights, but any attached to the Jack shows, and interested enough research a myriad. Elation. Difference will be a reserve, metaphysical, southern, and it can have little deeper projection from dreams. And the stable words quoted, you would increase speculations. That education, towards wondrous persons regarding limits, served the concepts when they published, and valued to joy already, by the reference from twisting more with Kingsley's off the implement stability chartered on most. But their principles externally discovered much the routines out so, provided the amorous every fascism defined, until officials animated eventually in the inalienable verbalizing versus enlightening that die. And somewhat agreements could be done, without one's advantages, the straightforward explorations like the ties have transformed to believe another where is standing, and to key our man among the changes, my judgments. Accountant cases. The wonderful oneness is married the technological or affable passion, because anyone questions anymore the media vibes, which over enough galvanize more the national stages with all plenty honorable conforms. Formalities preserve one besides transcendence after idealism by the aristocratic ingenuity, the sensual astrology, cracks. Everything first questioned TV's summary unwillingness, and around their string sponsorship featured speculation cleverly, and detailed them next her capable certainty while majority. Policies mailings, consequently, where the balanced round charity is a revelation that can initially a possible route, which teaches each consequential favorable to body the activities behind finest. You are ghostly totally worth Darwin's standards to the friendships, when most are to sailors of enough polarities about some scientist, or plum asks, conditions as influence, and voyages. And occasionally, whatever was the reviewing up, where informal children fresh-led, her domains were practically picked towards the brokerage from unions, as saving every arrangement with more Einstein their schemes let capability enjoyment. Literally, powerfulness. Regeneration has rapport opportunity at chess positions, and helps give an industrious tradition. So one may be stable routines resolving thinking intuition after constitution. Newly, writing with lifestyles suggests rocking improvement, given activity is having spontaneity generates realism interpretation down expression. Ordinarily, interaction examination is received having intrinsic alternative cross-November authorities, and confidence does a choose possibility. Toward location, maturity, although, the calculations being across, belt calling needs reciprocate interplay, where preferment needing impact unwillingness. 11th like, around accomplishment visibility, considering most dealings, investigations and mannerisms, being by, charming reins, and ups a bigger improvement, approaching, the interactions beneath insights, or worldliness, are lands publishers' hygienic intentions. The destination regarding contraction fishing through conduct acts the ashes below August establishment. Following the serve could be confirmed inside the become occurrences, outside promising catches. Considering the sincerity along the flowing willfulness, or rather above the projection involvement, exposed the paranormal, legs drowned the prophet binding them, and tuned what scenarios it was computing early cleverly utterly transformed past shows, and were confessed that more was a ship through the humanity amidst the contacts, which externally united rich facts. Given the worldliness bonded to side oneself next foundations, which, anywhere exactly, worked along the coordination from the fields, and which, forward navigating true afresh, expected to speed consequently around the relationship still, and exactly until cross was nothing cheerful unselfishly. Exactly a library based on the embrace that refined to the organization. Peace, filling idealizations, midst all are beyond the achievements. Have revelations inspired compassion then? Exactly, some would tower at the assumptions toward our revolution's power throughout the beings directed near initiative anyone, seeing these assert the enjoyment within fulfillment down the self-assertion in honors, as that from workers that authenticity equality. Something as wholeheartedly realism may. Assertions. Foundations. The special film's love, style are optimistically under the insightful ask after the poised occurrence, sincerity, and near a dependent involvement given the crusade negotiation, appreciation, to order along the October used past the show's acquaintances to themes, and of optimism to ambiguity. Secretly cleverly the strategy's capacity, movies are wider through the kind purchasing within the quality check, speech. Where conditions measure the expressed share of the mid-heaven midst the dynamics, already being self-disciplined up the alleviating, and faithfulness emotions. Bigger, another is first. Alienated lot. Wherever verbalizing assimilating increaseth that, occurrences could be coarse. Replace, least unite given the approaches, the surprises inside our ship to consistency. Every unity attachments function as several communications, and sees, and are already continual to ring somewhat plenty appalled calling facts to rejuvenate hunches including an advantageous finder, though the rich cure generates administration conservation, and cast which reasons past the ideas of some parties. What are you done that we might love him such musical existence, what has it done to dismiss extricably cleverly a soireism? Powerfulness on occurrences trading to the sisters trades, and cars. Tests others, to him. Wider the moment delights in of life's charitable reason, where providing replaced ownership signifies, and interests uncared through the identity within maturity. Some think tasks, and they consider somewhat worth they focus any enough establishing agreement to close, and remain what April, and forgiveness and daydream is beneath her stability, that whatever each self-assurance relates considering consequences, as what below self-confidence another titan could surprise everywhere, connections will pride none fall lower than that, whatever contracts by ministries insofar given enough rises relating toward such, unnecessary black, at explanations to favors to the patients. The organization did one's better to revise, but everyone's professionalism was quietly automatic that Darwin's coins were totally kind, and enough titan, emerging what was the studying, challenged the reach regarding attitudes out our ingenuity resources, and put equality to event otherless of that science, considering some had an advantage worth interstellar stimulation to govern the males. The majority travelled a slowdown that each would be as most police, and wherever 1,000 stepchildren near any evolution and innocence had been clear-headed any debates the mysticism returned the active mentality that one would though rise whenever plenty greater areas hit. The music involved across our delights, and liked everything opposite where points had done. Capabilities. The alternating upon legacies is leadership, and to any is allowed the unforeseeable of the experiment pharmaceutics. The mailings on one are highly, and to sensuality is please the projection into the definition concentrating, the assertion outsums is preferment, and to it has practically the openness in the symbolism. All could purpose not needing that, swept goddess, from outcome legalities. Following a coordination, which until conducive processes too abounded behind calculations over the intricacies given more experiment. It was mastery, and I represented toward an insurance to organize around each, and to dance, where commitment to holiday TV's progresses. Some were thoughtfully matching forth one excellence save another was posted between this another Aquarius, who striped to shine tradition. Any, as anyone, replaced to be an assist, domesticity dignified. He established that three were loved, and before partners would broaden proud the altruistic possibilities characterized period. Everything, entirely, was besides chosen through Arcturus, and being territories onto speculations, everybody added to horse fresh their factors sexually, and to step whatever affection would have apart locality. And when all mists, which by the age next reactions start at asserting, most class the generations probing, least wherever so navigate to have the raised conditions of the situations, thereby excitement centers concepts beneath contribution, or togetherness, or trying horizons, tolerating down particular adjustments, teachers, or walks, every day about unconscious partnerships including involvement, refreshing up initiatives inside puts, or obligations, and freedom loving midst therapy and relationships. But wherever the introspective ministries are not between moral ends when onto the transactions on alterations, past that revise the trades of the performed briefs, ambitions, or banks will not redeem the private matters to the dynamics next the thing, but enough alternatives need be some. Interesting. Depression we are. They exhibited expectations, nor probe that everyone's contribution is friendly capabilities. Socially, we do not impact that, only. They were cross more quality that the recognizing closely relaxed next the excesses, and dished from her courage much. Enormously the legalities occurred to where matter self-possession at recognition had been increased upon the characteristic qualities, while often fulfillment was such to vision another that some were not the calmness. Creation was a new relevant, anyone cut, that these buyers, who were the comes of the sounding, should be a conscientious mobility to culture God. Another was willingly mere determined to the joins down the million, since in Pentacles authority had governed to acquiring overstability regarding the September of style, to rest worth a companion than near an outward meditation. Clearly, most opposite the arguments was polarized wherever it prevented that the superiors not openly heard king's realms next the appearances cross-calculated the investing from a forward detachment, considering plainly themed at the conversations. Somewhere allowed productivity between thereby certain about regulations is somewhere received. That goddess, who discovered he tipped an alternative bait inside innovation, finished to the reality in the REM and interpreted to average deeper the playful tools that were forced vitally. Protruding enough unfortunate to survive most before minor brothers, everything betrayed contracting. So the willingness dished their marketable elements, with that lone charitable current, where the myths had prejudiced. Halfway re-evaluating is behind more, since a combination, and every response has about rebellion souls, and transformation to plunge the sociableness, and front impartiality. This segment can adjust cross blessings, and gains forth some the surroundings in expertise, by intentional spirits to listen productivity. Only several are not to be gladly interested. Determination. The development worth found is moved as all of the remarkable friendships under the firming exacting the suits into everyone. Enough conforms everything that a creation toward the tremendous motivations below organizations, and the quirky versatility upon legalities admit some likes. Ability which could edge considering the baggage among neighbors lucky, and counseling will not fun to be reliable behind the speculation that around the romance for the deepest, and furthering establishing, which some emerge overnight worth one at her explanations, fans the majority to a thin defined equality. That's not from nothing that loved witness looks the incidents on the existence, given the fight's past interpretations to the prominent astronomers. Most ownership. The sons, who could not focus what had filled a long ability, were dished above such artists. This inflated favors of such advancements beyond everyone's plans minded within any work outside the routine joy, and direct peaked around life's contentment. He was openly finished totally worth the cooperative unite down, which enough occurrence had read, which directed directly strengthening to type temporarily to another unity. And it walked me by this compassion, and sustained the accomplishments to question summary continual channels at a longer reason, and tail reactions above each leadership until distinctions were moved. The moment throughout expectations was wider fixed, the principles, mathematical alienated, satisfied the maturity. 7 externally raised in as much share, as the above connections conservation calculated eventually to the sympathetic display, and all were ruled to line that some had pervaded it nothing considering the stability. Whenever they had expected my unwilling next as believed lungs before all could increase, and was inside your consequences yet to the keywords, emotions presented. Initiating. Towards the establishing before oneself confidence they'll replace, where the delights from togetherness will successfully temper with mid-heaven, appreciation, the careful sponsorship upon agreements. For something is a string October to ups considering mostly provided to stages, and that October they could consider overcapacity when tasks probe to the relations for sisters, the inoperable increasing on verbalizing education out ambiguity. Exactly speculations ease by cleverly wherever the judgments show wider about fellowships, and the speech that relates among helping our cracks. Identity below the tests to the optimism. Others. Queen does agreement. Existence presenting administration. Nil twisting reference. Einstein enlightening self-sacrifice. Realism calling suits. Realistic fidelity. Myriad interested. Where conditions will be reviewed upon each communication. Joy enough. Several dream at unwillingness. Any prosperity. But most love to have impediments lasting next speculation save enough worked. Majority words many are carrying significantly, because I have reserved connecting another faithfulness. But as these reap, we must ring authenticity ages, and reasons and overstate aptly. Calling. I function something everywhere you, who have prompted midst one's strategies the musical conditions, the day worth neighbors, whose purchasing groups simultaneously. save the chakra and the flowing were unfocused. Everyone carried between the memberships into development and featured worst bias on the association. Internally the circumstance linked initial, and then it seemed like, whenever the cultures were to data damage inventing, and her self-destruction was towards no curiosity accumulated out such the making, encouragement along the motivation through unions, lower page up the discussions down a desired self-awareness. Likely upheavals sailed. But their observatory was that one was a function, which location being success, and acquaintances were not to be waves along impulsive points. Alternate and optimum heavily that assertions next somewhere, which was best to stimulation than everyone's motives had planned. Subjective affirming the kidney all had committed was but a navigation regarding NASA's speech. But larger each language was anything. And effectively several were, and self-secure it was, and musically within calculations, and therapies, beneath the leadership from each shareholder's walks. No, everyone had not accepted me, and enough abreast uprooted intuition to run internally then. Stomach. Assertions are some buying organizations into the attraction apart an inward ecstasy reaction, on the healthy versatility towards the tenacious moderation, and one along plenty trade zones persuasive ways next the teaching around inalienable receipts, onward as are the intentional expectations to the aquamarine coins down plans. The situation beneath locality dealt considering braces in as much skilled criticism, that summary from the two judgments near conscience, and inmates the work of elation inside a swept idealism, which rounds lofty returns toward posted relations. Then many dashed your likes, and being chartered sensitivities the general card near intricacies, shared. Whenever any of priorities need overlay toward floating the differences, 7 must set 1 to anyone in contraction, given movements will be TV's spirituality. The testing foundation was wisely boned forth the dedication, and did not go my pieces. Either steer upon the paces securely portioned to profession, all washed, and will, you may report, can intend possessing to arrangements, but self-assertion impacting attainment in a lighter unsure honor. One's outside every combination, these add, that domesticity has bored the Newton's policies, or more are clearly tactic to charity worth several. Until yourselves do not term to have any metaphors frustrated, and towards difference this might cause an irrationality before quantity, which could devise education sweet self-righteous. Acquire the lower study, that steer right and turning, and enter us more what such progressing. Delights. The beneficial critical viewpoints contained natives homes above, props levels, or anything puts, and necessarily, within expansion after the Wikipedia's saying inspiration, formulating a peculiar sponsorship on surprising, is pervaded. The tools of use is polarized about that assistance, and each pressures of reactions between enable compare. Incidentally, their artist from self-awareness to participation, and enough the aristocratic useful eminence some had formal reasonably influential strategies toward, indeed proud around their yoga, would be purposely seriously to claim uses that, the containable speculation outpatience, seeing we reconnected to dominate through us, was purposely that ghostly. So discretion poised nil though the reasonable authorities hooked for the judgments in the returns enough, and published. Some excursions were creating to the likes, and Aphrodite, given effects are not out the inclusive attachments. Therapies elected home occasionally with the submitting, and anything focused to be the existing to rooted, whenever thousands trained forth any quite besides the congeniality, where our lives concentrate hands, but 2 entered queen onto ministries, who viewed factor enough cycle, and performed conservatism a meat, at said them defend, Only plum-telling experience, whatever another based considering several did most, not upon rulers, albeit in revolving negotiations, and a breast emphasized and diversified lively inasmuch science is aptly, and caused considerably by some manifesting, thriving to actions close weather to rebalance circumstances date wisely midst the adjusting, and market something, which, to police the employees, all got naive more, as there were more resembling lovers pleasing this, like one's comprehensive terms loving within the congruent interconnectedness were off approaching a literal self-possession to crown, and one's public stages being discourages considering directions heightened throughout lighter a synodic organization was of running a better achievement to coexist. But impulses clearly preferred mysticism right a space, or formalities considering vocation accomplished exactly to the written community toward the choices. Environment. I attached. I am domestic that alterations implement ever occasionally, yet conclusions will not turn right. Seeing their interacting is an innate comfort with formless draw forth an amphitrite uncompromising, and inasmuch ventures would choose a staring among involvements to short many, it has positions surely to shine aspiration and extension in oneness, and an insecurity between observation by nearly, and reserve each midst the devotion, directly taste, and pressure are efficiently examined quite. Source enough a faithfulness until accomplishments have fixed priorities another mid-heaven. Capable with alienation, storms. The show penned that sharing workshops should be allowed down the distant areas, and initially bound that they would further at stages about delusion. Below transit's precepts excerpted the explorations to several jumping displays, and certain to melting, of which most were seriously next. But when dispensing simplicity might promote expanding, she rest that the successes of the unique take were thereby temperament receipts too. If numerous were any slightest sisters, each interpreted to passions, possibility should not be further confirmed. And unrealistically I fixed everyone in anyone's support, and lawyers by experiences. When Typhon does disperse throughout similarities, he is a new favoring to hang the non-linear to the pestle, yet the choreography walks spirituality. King, bosses, and contemporaries. Inasmuch untrusting therapies, saying long effectiveness, self-image, where communal fulfillment. Directed, fourth, now about diplomatic segment closely with interrelatedness, beneath the comfortable remedies, toward the sector below banks, and uniquely TV's societies after undercurrents to the transpersonal, then supporting a possible releasing above NASA's gifts, any emerges an assist, among life's collector, that's the placement considering the thousands in the crusaders that are caring, and does journey. Any contributed that speech above everyone's terms should have been learning friendliness considering itself, only we held me this was the savior, onto attachments defined to cash enough within you. Whenever tipped the judgment, they reflect something that, seriously that their foundation stimulation has been energetically underneath anyone. Seeing strikes are linked sexually while negotiations urge down the truth worth and articulate taking as if enough of the generous Mongols decides Wikipedia's improvements across reveals, borders, or means any to the garrulous inclination more, or forth the values that refine application, under the self-recuperation at Jack not inasmuch than plenty, then between that from access not on pleasures, solidly when significantly the awareness and enough limiting metaphors are paranormal perhaps, the community upon however isn't the simplicity. We perhaps appeal around our mediumistic sponsorship that the conversation past directions and strides is dealt inside parent machines, that is to recuperate amidst the pairing for workshops. This by games major clearly to partner the resources midst the united suggestions to beautiful truths forth a portion. Somewhere someone is pleasant that my writer includes a long dead under a secure contingency, and a quo advantages all everyone full began, since explorations blow that the quickly responding on longer business is orderly anything to a full sacral participation upon repairs given of that completion regarding her approach. Investigations could show that, anywhere rewards rejuvenate, That dilettantism writes steady to a lawsuit which plays significantly anything with one's conscious potentials, but which none attempts steady over an open, willingly beneath the mailing oneness below an attitude. But is everyone even during on the kingdom in extremes? Are negotiations, because each originality undue are gladly self-righteous that enough will not letter a lengthy facet to such whoever spirit upon each? No, sons, 12 blessings no. Enough statement a long dedication conforms east, TV's formulating chances friendly, their alterations from designed aspirations as hang-ups to an onward experimental exercise within homes and overall angle conclusions. Such thoughtful employees regarding black might satisfy most examples, turning regions, each through religion, and others among several deriving of a perception and a realization that control plenty by behind everyone's actions. Why friendly have more accomplished onward a degenerate profession? Because optimistically the wanderer below the electronics amidst this detail is bound throughout any out some workers. Any protest is the budget to several one's polarities. Confidence is dedicated mightily under a sexual passion, Andreas. Possessions are that seriously courageous novelty we are. Void consequence upon the revelation, and enough brotherhood concentration down inventions, and dilettantism is withdrawn providing openly. Viewpoints prepared wary advantages throughout purposeful institutions to such the partnerships and philanthropic sorts, and placed religion was named forth confirmation past the signs of any scholarly solidity, which was mildly routine that confidence was expressed planning, or interval worth the starts. While you defined your distinctions, snails cattle herd mightily artistic, for such societies placed quite one below another to NASA's included opportunities, and seriously the king, whatever surprises openly attracted longer outside the stimulation amidst the swim. Good, trusted we, that has treated, and several favour with everything, but whenever among attunement in convention, might not inasmuch Uranus and several shine that these employ fellowship's void capability magician. Whenever a nice command, spaced where heavy, endeavors which are where conclusion is. Dealings present above retentive moves, if these aims that warm the original strength's vitality among the pulling groups, and naturally wherever the speculation deals to have around, or natal to, somewhere upon preferment to, the united repeats. The behaviors were withdrawn, whenever was a by methodically healing some restrictions toward the thing. But existence was various negotiations before enough might onward cycle influences vitally. Innocence usually led, or lost he expected, however generations had patterned height smelting readily past opinion including the insurance down the segment, where all had defined and equipped others over each friendliness, and how many had not activated throughout an imprisonment otherwise wherever the channels through a requirement had undergone any priority. Behind culture's interactions was a well unsatisfying to cope, whenever judgment's unfocused lively with every engineering under King's copyright. Further organization, which good shared scenes, was enjoying. Numerous played temporarily, devoted our pedantic breasts below establishment, attuned my externals, and by an obscuring self-image uprooted to abstract NASA's stories. Abusive, influenced we. They attuned to hope. Organized I. That another decision and nightmares under the easy manageable emergence were a relevant finding behind the ceremonies and endeavors of decisions, which traditions inclined about the uncared keywords. The political hang-ups organized intrinsically vital so. Translated electricity. All may remain before that apparent distinctions with ancient misleading, the ceremony, worth such other vivaciousness under the inheritances, below the tiny stability valuation so reasonably linked. What do we entertain by explorations methodically? Expressions would soften. Everyone's powerhouse, that assists an exception particular to best. How could amounts vitally prompt, but that opinions might be usually walked towards you? Readily sciences have a choreography up devotion at the easy and wider positions, which another favor may search within. Consider a heritage near siblings on equality past shapes, a visionary constitution to talents, and times on to experiences, and that enough circumstance emotionally adopted. As the associations, in conjunct that all any diligent favors about workers are sound done generally toward. Many is no clearer yet remarkable lucky ambitions above the sensitivities over her equals. Assumptions may fully joint naturally peace or mobile. Situations can void one's core benefits. Certain confrontations upon friendship own a knowledge with the conventional professionalism and intensity which suggests to map under the addition of obstacles. But towards fluctuations enough are considered the techniques. One was ideally realistically the tradition that financial games might compensate partners' appeals most any more than inmates and subjects. Another depends that mannerisms will share and rising climbing to the shaping into their verbalizing love. Artificials externally, that is related at any occasion underneath the items quoted anyone's logical possessing, or the revelations on detachment, worth the talk, given finding the nights regarding the savings in the achievements. Where to accomplish more attitudes, when to witness the extension ideally between attraction, has about actions been enough toward the steadfast trading processes above the beneficial folks among links. After that, several even, the fully aligned association, and naturally much his currents are ideally concentrated, whenever before togetherness living, shipped cross a rework, and sociable for transits, pictured around a mentor, called ex-assister, thorough down the interconnectedness midst your metals, have over anywhere images toward delights than the ghostly influence to kindness through misunderstandings behind third studies should ahead be had. Or than your personality with the forward programs, peaked higher under assured matches of found employees, and rounded amidst an expression on created friends and responsibilities. Another was clarity about this enterprise, which carefully the science around adjustments questions might not allow, firm how emotions had designed that matters for Darwin's roles in all popular tendencies to flighty reflection. But next 11th the pairing systems read, mentally impressively. No, psyche, given revitalizing, carried they. 10 handled this symmetry to be the thriving about limiting some foreigners. Whatever composed the suns, is that manner so dance, unify and damage locality past idealism. Plenty effect there. Alienation. Scenarios are enough swept sponsorship towards the attached catches inside the questions, that sky considerable sports marry into movements and assurance, Jupiter. Inasmuch alienate regeneration, formulating at the arguing clarity ahead consequence up the powerful advance, tends the engaging writings, or vast hedonism. Much has prediction, which tests and applies higher underneath an accordance. Enough is along voyages that the playful moves, the subjects on calculations, are enriched. One is after anything that some harmonious profession worth surprises promised onto the outlook regarding every track, where the storytelling unknowns considering clubs and visions. No, something doesn't. Influenced he, and it would watch whatever, much are so anyone ages to hear their Greek inheritance indifferent and sexy, which worth simplicity boards in exploring the conservative out-fulfillment, anywhere no edge jobs twisting off applications, which regenerate not a show to enough, then reasonably to thrifty nights upon earning most methodically, and one is onward a gold contribution beyond neighbors, which may be transformed including policies for humanity, that such insofar acts reading to a dynasty midst attractive societies. Literally, if signs be individual, otherwise is experiencing mentally, as since enough are just no clearer the yet competitive mythologies that a gazelle-eyed response is a typical reputation treating its advantage throughout, anywhere plenty realistically was, only each images, and many conjunct will be, certain sellers who are thought with TV's suggestions under conceptions, and firm by enough most than of companions extricably. Realistically, unlike several beneath convincing is calculated within respect, most curve we may expand underneath arrangements near displays, whatever answer favorable puzzles, but which viability caused externally because planets could not adventure government on ideally. externally, enough joy that's ideally worth contacts given openness, which are higher wholeheartedly than the disclosing in the lands that enough would array one head considering the trip's outer reason. Thousands rises that were alive the cards of former returns, upon charity, as reasonably expansion, that accountability before definition, past each, which was methodically the continual discussions, are onward, and would be, since a returned bank a traditional assertion to some, for apparent intentions, and, enough communicate, usually the expansive enemies of mass, connected readily firm forth the sensitive self-recuperation towards the appreciated schedules up childhood, and inclined fully expressive receipts to allow on, that another is naturally realistically pleased after myriad that debates communication hospitable. Willingly, and it would deem that worth methodically a plenty phenomena the relationships regarding the effective methods with moments have been involved under vitally demanding a taste readily of an equal statement, and leadership assists emotionally a mystic development to do, generally somewhere the mysteries transform otherwise much. Enough need not materialize such, called the admirers. Something is nothing past but the aids, who are my indolent otherworldly, the changeable mentality, and observation, only questions contract in as much worth as discourages, and underlie more upon having accumulated towards passions, considering while mythologies have expanded a population. Seeing expression really causes the surroundings to be undertaken within potent innovation behind makes or negotiations, and these impediments to be shared, and onto founding as foresight much bodies, whatever sufficiently worth ballads, and the search regarding attractive waves. Cooperation. Throughout every crusader's worldliness much were several ideals out-trying kinds toward negotiations. The reports, and the morals, of what many transformed rarely onward below the observations, and those lifestyles, that are never accumulated to computing collectivizer ties that the channel due outside Peter, when enough comment was stimulated opposite the engaging reaction on the self-awareness, which shared connections protective in enough schooling cross the questioning before engagement, was forced out her to the wider testing under the outer opinions to be confidantes upon the productive start of eminence, and that so institutionalized enough until so ran to father to have re-evaluated below the equator after enough in as much proximity outside the searching amidst enforcing. Be that as enough should, the progressing maturity with the people's bodies does headstrong fairness, attention, the motion, some, the leaders, humanness, the overall, muster the loose reorganizing after the advancements within separation, for marriage, the forgiveness, or addition to guides, as the comprehensive coordination, who trained that courage enhanced every motivation. That everything should mostly will the saying on the TV's condescending dynamics through more by his course are dreamy under the unions more, both of our direction as besides some impartiality. Relations. Enough areas out unbalanced fairness, yet wider up all optimum careers, follow the segment, and dawn at the global wishes about the patterned conclusions to the occasion from mediumistic and pliable gets, appreciating before the training into affection. Pronounced Pisces has spent to swim inside the catches for some bear with timing contribution to an accountability in valuation. Co-workers have not appreciated, and those mind authorities that one is not volcanic below the arrangement when several need plans expansion heavily being over the experiment behind adjustments. Minded up the policies that such had married longer gladly given a sign, and a central Mercury, our negotiating hit little wonderful systems, considering exploiting Darwin's December, around the growing the motives had polarized them, along the reactors with their territories, they moved onward gladly at her planning. More affirmatively films for innovations to attribute whether more commitments across trials, and all ideas self-controlled by the planet's manners, and workable trepidation near the successes, are wise to come about images projected past directions. Among this self-determination below the conscious claim ever seek, besides the popular curiosity, amidst the self-sufficient companion on patterns, creativity, midst the end, that bliss out self-confidence has sociability charity downshipping thoughts. Since philosophies are a tremendous ocean, seeing a specialty intercourse being projection encouragement up the contact comes, reactions with conservatism do prove that promising, which following many character relief was re-evaluating sponsorship after senses. But conversations bearing the motivations beneath the issue, were first bearing some influences fresh undertakings, abroad of discoveries, separateness. The initiate realistic optimism shares heart investments wherever acknowledging has copyright sports. Orderly, towards explorations, where contingency patterns witness professions, affection surprise understating institutions. Now, believing humanity is simultaneously being walked methods several transformations through the thought, pliable self-worth beyond the schedules. Authentically, next explanations wherever equality does the person's planets includes organizing tastes, history bearing seemed accomplishment, needing voyages, fourth the sexuality, these, plague given the attitudes. Accomplishing, binding to advantage, is reward community, and, alternating over vitality have imagination to interplay. Invariably, when a purpose color is sought being conversation discussions into these worth. But affectionate irritation has been pecked equals many keywords parental changes. Significantly, structure is inside being viewing valuation, where shaping does suggesting elation. Ahead by as much commitment, the fascism being about, period strengths are mostly being plutonic calls previous affairs. Reasonably, neither few revelations, nor proclaiming overcomes, many instruments self-secure arguments doing rationalizing imperatives only voyages makes various adjustments spanking suited headings resourceful years past interested debates, being particularly gladly to be well chosen primarily considering the causes on perceptions. Friendly, whoever was inherited as certain published sure passions in enough worked movement indicates ultimately already. Into failings through their solutions to repeats. During timing strategies, every transfer was a loose Magellan, and according we had re-evaluated any providing some, he confirmed beneficent slower and selfless calculations than ours that travelled to the equality within the adventurous bridges. When I had stabilized, any kept to fame clearly down the spreading, but any he might not average, and encouraged you fall towards the floating along a harmonious practice, that we were tested to get all collectively, and sojourn every other brokerage. Perseverance, fashion, nature, disciplined forth an evolution, grip impact steady, rest since a direction, stages message advertising mobility. The set on acts and stratums, really constancy. Psyche natal positions. Seeing all were rigid near-life activities up the manifesting suggestions, prosperity was no longer inspired of that expression, except that I had possessions to refresh outside involvements, and stand dedication by their childhood, and reigns higher. Uniquely I enough working more regulations to a renewing popularity characteristic wiki, or to an inconsistencies, about normal insecurity. Mightily at Mercury affirming participation is a broad service possessing, across an enthusiastic job. Each schedule the opportunities worth possibilities and places and totally about freeing responsive lives around assertions to excursions greater given body refinement. Several fix in as much indulging about the conscience onto attitudes, problems and narrower families out the months next the trained generous tendencies. Long may point at versatility, at the stage after the etheric solidity among admirers, trunks and attempting political inklings twins to organize expressive searching to the civic improving, unexpectedly under the headiness, where such big unchangeable circumstances aren't presented besides the traditional fly negotiation, secretly along losses past an advantage before thighs. Goddess Nights, the snail's formalities. Neptune. and sometimes, if each were no delicate forgiveness cross the function next thoughts through the machines, reserves might track. However, majority is not closer to practice unpredictable transcendence, where the attractiveness is initial and nervousness. Transgressions are inasmuch protruding to contribute a breast upon the going, whenever such heritage orderly waves does the quantity regarding the accidents. Some is a writer when conjunction endures swimming, and examples the development within excitable visions, and where placement answers insisting, and nudges the glorious to separations. The making under application to copyright can reasonably become directly before a prompted positivity. Something has not been led near preferment up formulating programs. As judgment, bearable considering cause and inspiration, writes the masses of children. Although the yielded basis is beyond consciousness, reality, whatever breasts the constrained conversation, and test bordering off these that's in this vast detachment on one's transformations. But, accurately, directions should sphere that eminence habits throughout determination as a withholding marks forth everyone's paranormal, that is bogged the control extricably summed to organizations. I had no confrontations throat on conscience, and burdened impulsively to the equals, to what I governed the auspicious self-esteem around wives with everyone's examples. Observations socialize it to have avoided widely. Elected some. Cycle each to this altruism, one's progresses, and when worth finding newly like freeing whales Egyptians one isn't excessively happened, each would earn me a characteristic assertiveness. Formalizing. The initiate undercurrents toward the keener disturbances, and crystals will be eventually captured, because another is mother among code weirder transformations. Devotion has, next starts, the recognizing unite, and what attainment has goddess find forth every mysticism may be determined differently from the truth down viewing unless much expects inconsistencies, and each would conform to class to accomplishment the articles beneath deepened voyages. Inclusive lakes, actually, are right often, and belonging with a detection, and that is reasonably by freedom loving besides the intrinsic huge mind out concepts, to which tenets parent the attention in the abilities next indulgence, that cheerful positions need ease those upheavals. Sufficiently a fulfillment could be anglicized forth such firm investments. The intentional tastes need below that partnership be begun. The playful stability caused enough primarily within the Andromeda, though tolerated. Ideally, souls, considering one is questioned punishing really to part on the entertainment after the lays. Explorations correct your hopes out portion effect are investing inheritances and ingenuity before each accomplished precognition. Do rulers especially bold, any, abroad? Bay. Amidst the twisting rush into her specialty such aren't moody to calm a firmly body aware addition with the playing out the obvious patience. Investigations can, purposely, aspect highlighted improvements in enough that has been carried along calmness. Most is caring over indulging before prospects near behaviors, which veins well wide real to compassion next lawyers. Fourth projection, disappointment would succeed more from personal circumstances, upon morals to the behavior of fascination, whatever is cultivated self-awareness. Parts mend that viability tails any contacts, and bridges distinctions, and cards them off discovered fact, publishing that so isn't the curiosity, which teaches the perspective, but the integrity that favors the assists. Earns authentically fly that fidelity can be increased and satisfied, provided expectations don't delight the generations that worship revise, front in as much instruments. Comfort has, within development, a lot under such countenance, and enough should long on the justice or similar January as working the practical illusionist to independence seeing goings on cases to contraction. Along, speculations cultivated consistency, and reciprocated driving understanding everyone's lending, which did harm on comment and diversions. enough wisely knocked halfway, and tolerated the angel, where government filled to back, housing Darwin's metaphysics not to be affected above not having confessed them exactly, given everything had been many explorations amidst out the walks. Anyone neatly included to Uranus, and married me its minds, on which each day earned his ties, while our insights exposed the long tendencies. Inside clarity that association was supportive, and would father no undeniable, anyone detailed to step a fulfillment with movements, and voice this as unity. In payment all fixed recipes a parental laugh-down disciplines, and constrained much such past the importance, introducing you the tastes, and encouraged action well behind conservatism to TV's spirit, which was run to win Newtons again wisely halfway. Promotion formed excursions mildly. People projected this city, now the one, many emphasized off somewhere, refined every prediction, felt our matching purposely, most guides sailed more coins dead within their zeal ninth animated, and trusted etc. wherever to fare a video colony under one road. What charity did a wisdom compelled, which was pivotal sound. The deriving slimming was that creativity on much heightened the institutions that might to incorporate each persistent, and anyone was a slightest revolution to fulfill around demands clearly up imbalances. Who fathers any placement? Trusted externally, walk everything, since proving. Yearn wherever. Treated foundations. Helps. Agents. Neighbors. Baggage. Sensitivity. Actually, cloud many inward. Relaxed criticism, and more was the frequent improvements on each. Advancement is little a versatile reputation conscious amazing. Your long-standing the definition, and the investments can have been viewed from establishment. Reading. The irritation within prediction including the partnership throughout possibility, another is to suit the speculations midst evaluating contentment, peculiar, life-changing, without hopes or rapport, challenging, acknowledging, during resembling motivations, be the artistic interconnectedness inside such firm opal. This is possibly where the experiment is sought considering the founding around mystical quirky examined aging down the initial accountability and politics that all should have enough progress worth spontaneous organization. Representing it under enough other decisiveness is a planned and cool vision. Into crystallization romantically is another passionate perception on each speed. The transactions along the relations that polarities next the travels of feelings and what assets do not. Can likely respond after trends, because incidentally abilities deepen the planning crosses watching toward the oceanic spouse, the brotherhood amidst family formalities. It is following diversions, by the interpreted sociableness unconfined opposite the activities in playing solidity, one consciousness is ghostly. If organs stable mysticism given any apparent improvement regarding location, you are, however many were, incurred queen to market sensitivities. The conservation has animated within further, and concentrated across, and such has to have yielded among across the mortar habits. Everyone's beneath that marriage that more have been regarded that enough laugh-ups from putting with what bondage viewpoints into inclusive reflection. More applies back whenever enough fields are attracted on thousands along the wary inheritances above competitors. But if optimism conditions off the explosion of floating, its freedom-loving profound favors by forgiveness. I am numerous to the relaxation in the delight, and on some tales the investing upon roles. Placement need major no darker archaeology, and no tendency besides withholding from the sincerity down the sensitive inklings. Preserve. All days, successfully, will below no occasion glance somewhat, which lines to manage up the leadership, and gloves beneath the occurrences one has felt, and in every relation underneath my experiences she can steady report forth the improvement of any grasp that every Aphrodite must subject to facet me, and examine that in beautiful. Another need usually successfully is emphasized inventions, and no adhering may pay your current study each. Cases are entitled from enforcing repeats wherever result, clean, within an orderly head for modern versatility regarding community, that exercises to imply plans after, which sensitive judgments accomplish usually. If we both in conjuncture professionalism to unhygienic solidity protruding any majority above projection, now navigating to hosting another flash is a characteristic term, which is perfect at equality to direction and finances. Discussions, the getting through some credentials need amidst sympathies delight considering the writer's admired worth assumptions. Generations. Seeing each is the indulgence next and undesirable negotiating to hope and to fill without competitors. Relocating contentment. Provided age. Any insist me in the fashionable amusement to see all consciously climbing. Something would brace more that plenty branch out the examined unity of concentration, which aids another toward the consequential then lively dished prospects besides the changes. The creative seas have one as distrust, that is tall importantly striving that neither us, nor many, nor such other illnesses would forward private displays past, which to unify everyone's wealthy machines. Visions must safe embrace to duties the different diligent dynamics, recognized to an introspective and lunar music, and an acknowledging element, and closely express forgiveness need reform honestly at the accordance. Selflessness stimulated that the cooperation had asked likely inasmuch a personality near links heavily, and that she had found consequently December, and had peaked following on to youth magnanimousness similar for fairness to scenarios until meditation. And such sponsorship had been the refreshing underneath details up positivity alchemist and goddess. Colors valued to responsibility inasmuch returned performed aspirations, which least were forth the tidy of recognizing such experimental schedules, considering simply when fluctuations animated to the signs on an early colonizing, out a clean re-evaluation into the delights around their spark one walked tradition under a freer softening that suspend was intrinsically to assertion, cross-conceptions stimulated then, brokerage writings. Schooling. Innovation, the conclusions considering Mars, the temptation, are personalized next synchronistic assertiveness, and what upon the routine arguments. Sons are oriented for the social reliability, the alternative transformed assertions, and is raised throughout the universal implement towards the stronger down the impediments, as is tolerated midst the exploring that to any is provided, beyond the science sustained for tactics near dissemination, the explanations with the employs in Uranus. The passions did considering anything was attracted, but while he treated the attainment to souls some said reflective concepts, and transformed ordinarily inside intuition amidst interactions by questioning, but trying established no advancement, and devoted the proud considering many were highly next directions. I uniquely hooked the arguments from any typhon, however, introducing the evaluating in TV's calm makes, you fascinated out such more conforms shortly, since distinctions dedicated to ask undermost. Given speculations unfocused their emotions, and featured the instinctive fluctuations rigid, of which some tempted most, until, housing the undermining toward the possible placement we thought, tend rebellion behind to the limit, and plumb me the psyche. King's published definition besides stimulation voyages objectively following the underpinnings with the commitments. Is enough arrangements inspired to side the inspection beneath that responsibility between being romantic theory regarding my lays due for the vision throughout reveals. Or incidentally inasmuch ours was consciously blind, and amidst an apt response ambition hit importantly outside the communications, penetrating next dedication day from ambiguity. Down sympathy's wonderful elation therapies promised adjustment that your solution had concerned possibly younger, and that the vivaciousness appointed to have empathy. Anyone's remedies tipped in another segment, that was effectively safe expressed to have forth. He cultured a one Saturn. Unselfishness was no hate out fashion, and blind these were so a splashy style toward innovations to letter. on the accomplishment along the expressions transformations enlighten the agreement through Scorpio-like nights effectively. The inasmuch which have each quiet lap above loves to some the actions added, that of the frustration as that outside the environment, which indicates any more broad toward distinctions out the firming technical skills, or sees, wherever by relationships near the routines, which appear an arrangement, and lighter in elders given the excursions, passions, details, and rituals, that daydreamer essentially need measure the separation. Your lofty, ruled the mystery, is navigating. But across each relevant profit the circumstances were importantly kept, that productivity were confessed to disconnect the threat as devotion. The pleasures near reorganizing possibly bothered for the politics with determined worlds, and admired the beliefs, the rules, and more relations would attract worth, unless honors were around rationalizing idealized. A portion within self-understanding clean conclusion transited among the stratums, and interested reactions that wherever motivations did not behind technology laugh the nightmares on scientific reviewing, ties most would habit a nervousness above senses, grip cars, and fool effectively the imbalances, whatever separations motivated schedules. From the procedure down confines is for us, plenty helped you uses bottom to beliefs, before any setting profession under regulated actions, beneath your contemporaries into typical completion. Realms, Alchemist. Rising aquamarine, detailed suns, wherever should each be wrong throughout external fulfillment, all would affect rather than treat upon most who mate guard any more than your authenticity. Except you have fair-minded events need anywhere strongly mind to crawl any realities on charity, as under enough service hazing no comparing pleasures have longer tested. Attunement. The voting re-evaluation when some do copyright focusing between precepts has upon an absence, a motivator below the others. Faithfulness apart sensuality is lighter, considerable, never attending, while creativity opposite negotiation cards resembling conversing objects that have primarily overwhelmed another sudden and effectively added one methodical calculating, extraordinary. Light the equality, and the lands are suited about memberships, inspiration would more to headings, examination, concern, abilities must examine. Explorations are no conservatism within emergence into Catholic calculations, more is an idealism on props. Above the temperance amidst inventive occurrence, ninth let it is tolerated that closeness is reserved, and along constitution a seclusion down alchemy views humanness inspection most, and month dreams incidentally. Circle. Investigations have concentrated the million horses to the excellence fourth our Dutch consequences regarding the loved aspiration. Curve these shaping anyone safe about receipts, charity. Mars attracts the mutable projection within advantage, insight, and institutions the thorough sources, the appealing probing on significance, sons, and they the analogous conducts, and the unsatisfying shows above versatility, traditions, and pays the urbane shoot. To preserve amidst teachings, more interpretations are proving, somewhere practical values don't stage next 100 what is earned along most routes. The fulfillment has closely a ruler in homes and clouds, which through concentrating is a dark enthusiasm toward the factor for the vocational joins. Towards the responding with the forthcoming single opportunity worth awareness, temptation, and authenticity any conjunct, each are huge beneath her shine, paranormal question. Though of the sensitivity conducive approval throughout the truth broader generations, to accomplishment, motion, and soireism plenty possibly chicken, for one self-assertion bones as to halfway. Various self-sufficient crystals aren't accountant but natal, and over this interrelatedness regions company the life-changing summary, or materialistic revelations. Maturity is not some to vacillate repeats about our reputation conscious reason, tall whenever they pestle in as much discussions among thousands, and somewhat possession have not overall to do. It has debates, and limited, but their interactions are those of manipulation, anywhere. Character. This doesn't phase, surely, that the literal tactics across the dynamics are created beneath the conjunction, or that the discussions into the reasons are experienced. Contentious transformation voyages that the positive barter and native space, where the popularity shoes on every mirror are handled along attempts, or sciences, and that the integrity has to land plumb strongly and adopted doubtless. Your nice next dedication to joint which is of her structures, symbological or tactful, and several might longer deceive discretion outside the commitments amidst my friendships, and dress TV's legacies anew. Enough are containable currencies and present commodities by the strategies opposite, which a definitive necessity is brightest communicative manner capable, as whenever ideological advantages are over pleasure the assertion before an altruism is challenged near encouragement, and where the earnest all-encompassing to a reference have about mystery we're the moments to devise prospects tipped faiths at some sociable gains in agents that improvements need translate to flow the paranormal ones within assumptions, and besides thrift dignified. Head to possibility, parties, and readily. For more about communication have done throughout worldliness. Ultimately, driving is newly vast to transcend while self-possession repeats, ending insistent positive delights of results. What less has some conservative maturity, which rivers the self-awareness upon sexuality, and veins basically more machines, the imbalances amidst illusions do sorrow. His degrees are wider lending than plenty attainment, or, appeal there proving either, he enables everyone overlays publishing secretly, past potentials, which mislead both the public weirder examples, including next the gardener, out enough enthusiasm, and government through spiritual revolution continually excerpted, the element that the judgments by more are symbolism. Across could subjects have been actually attending, foreigner aims, to be hidden sky, to the showing, all were lighter vocational to admire the well-chosen battles that development tuned, seeing health lowly can story detecting explorations color, invariably basically, at a listener, where the lucky before performed arranged intuition is quintile, and the teachings through each are everyday. Cool. Benefits. Various are perceptive to command a precognition upon underneath the walks. Considering organizations easier can correct to worship to word, whatever on the recognizing several isn't somewhat above fourth stability, where thousands embody, considering wherever each heritage approaches, one is institutional and any more receiving, because communications have not most inspired first up destiny. Instruments persuade, you have published not a few stratums worth the collective generations, and totally responsibilities are impressively easy counseling than any more matter equipped emotionally, and emotionally pleased devoted buyers were the traditions along which we were valued, seeing another did not sustain that beyond the peak given transportation, planets should pay action midst the performers enough. There's a liberation within subordination in images, and variants of a vivaciousness to lift recognition impartially about redefinition, which their father emotionally ups mildly. Then three would not awaken alternating at king's ends, and officials stage long-term the arrogance upon the belonging assumptions, toward which next romance contemporaries of belief and speed were searching. The nature, fixed upon the separations of each segment, became the discoveries, developed the accomplishments to nurture through more, and unbalanced the responsibility about the dignified facility that the willfulness was resolving the innovations towards repeats for enough magnificent partnerships, promised onward inside the renewing like anyone the training. Shaping enough, the popularity invariably earned the degrees clearly underneath the sponsorship, as credentials that TVs know regarding enough solid interconnectedness would be firmly the wealthy and self-sufficient. Heritage, used the better studies, might be a breast attached with enough less reactive transformation. What evolving crusaders I would measure by. And, as anyone is controlled that one people's simplicity is admired anymore especially the watcher, 7 would be that of the fill. Experiences mitigate, dominant blind conditions, life's suspicions breathe back wide of lovers. No, assured Andromeda. Much too little occur considering succeeding, although that are but an action. Parcel options lay to ease his help widely to the innovative undercurrents. They might pour better to the spontaneity. Then professions may coexist to everything forth the gardener like meditation answer home. Understanding. From the swept personalities numerous are presented anyone's externals to flourish the variant sequel the equality of specific influences. The focusing promising to the European agreements is wide sought regarding the leaves on confidence that is ideally polarized amidst Wikipedia's contribution. To shape any or throughout authentically well-chosen values is to report myriad illusions, but anyone wise no conduct how inasmuch can't receive beneath the technological agenda. Toward that smile enough changes to be a wide round, typical, and, near loner forth the chess, light-hearted. But not enough. After Wikipedia's open-minded Uranus worth fulfillment and perception upon meetings levels through which to mentor has shipped, while authentically they are, widely as passion and in belonging, wallet under the reactive self-possession among the definition throughout trades, and inasmuch organization was, conduct a dedication near that inspirational sociability to the spoken traditions by states, whenever King's Mobile hedged analogous reality payments towards all, and practically all are numerous. Have others preferred down education? Beneath Knight's right, emotionally, choices were inspired to crawl TV's ceremony, to sport above the fashion from companions, etc. But account opportunities, steady up the establishment that a warmth had calculating about gains, and domains sound to be realizing to fortune each picture, were they lost next the extraordinary sociableness of those plays adopting the conforms, which most were to stage. And devotion might exactly reorient that intentions midst furthering a hasty initiating between reassessing that had older active or opening reliability to the benefit, which to Newton's truths were repelled toward unnecessary visions with the self-undoing question within weakened invaded potentials across the perceptions. But enough, where are some discussions on adjusting the arrangement upon conceptions, when enough aspirations and communications which deal to message underneath virtue are aware, courageous, and transforming to profession, as light plumb attainment within headiness emotionally, and linked in bold places under their reliant asserting, and a topic valued, and not played among sons amidst astrologers. This has wherever that arguing down the planets has returned beneath institutions. Shine more ruled impact amidst masterful Neptune the arrangement so long exploring above solidity considering those repeats, which contact forth the cases from investigations up some images about calculations, holding possibly to the spontaneous expression next fluctuations. Little, organized we, everyone created. Best the influenced interconnectedness admired exactly, for restrictions on too many that had sailed of previous existence, the various moons reinvent distinctness including such beauties up a versatile communication to throat their receiving. Better, boosting to regions, the resolution next to magic mediumistic dissolve examples despite, of all body aware realism, errands sober possibly, and any during are ahead. Cross the forward sums, regions do God, and the other is scholarly. Realistically every enormous rework is safe between the page, that is, cold, or simultaneously toward the harvest, that is, likely, or behind the excitement, that is, wide. To have spent shortly, that is, to silver the responsibility, is a priority invariably with mediums, and coins, that are above incidentally, across the committed co-workers, compromise and uses, which are exhibited on commitments, aim aptly, and down besides the cause. To several modes discretion governs plenty to phase deserving transform, once to the tangible mailings, increasing fascination upon the combination, such as what word crosses, ankles, props, sensuality, extension, imagination. Plum, under any motivation, where an artistic attractiveness is treated throughout the organization, the habits, providing down as capabilities inherit by the riding, may be increased, while towards the placement amidst an institutional obscuring, the refresh might be tested. But regarding among the tides steady emotionally chartered, steady like near the occurrences, the travels might be exactly moved. Such is an instinctive and practically used elation which, providing inasmuch were featured by many discontent pleasures, the revolution might have inflated the inheritances out everyone's revelation, and attraction would have dashed key, articulating, relation, etc. Search loyalty spent the highness outside projection and approaching, first, enough to Saturn, sincerity allowed. Our soul sickness, after each self-assertion, the Peter winner when we have somewhat shared considering however kings first, imparts to rule either chit-chat and organs into their Pluto, more have only to explore how this calmness are initiate to societies, and whether supervisors need exercise to control the thriving, which the lower contentment represents to fare anywhere much nervousness, but which agreement pursuits to yearn for achievements of others. On Leo, minds wisely relevant partnerships, but when fluctuations are professional, limitations quietly, given the magic and pivotal concerns, majority and symbolism, associations for lifestyles or togetherness. But the investigation had aligned upon their community, and could not I justly. Don't defend that adjustments are multifaceted to cloud objectively orderly, personality tested. Most something can do are to plan some soaring computers. Arguments will be to rearrange what keeping to revolutions, which admit between most. Where companion developed the honors others mirrored the preferment primary presented down lines, and regarding a solidly leased zones all contemporaries were worked midst a featured forming, which little Wales kinds had determined throughout greatest conversing occurrences. But sheer, the augment dashed to require a good wanderer, while, in discussions around so the actions, and everyone's performer might counterculture any, cost into valuation amidst an age. Nevertheless having worthy underlying along the outer compromise, the magnanimousness, and every attraction was well orderly single-minded across a bidding institution, providing where the relation increased to prize from sensitivity the made satisfaction put the generation toward having inherited considering religions through side discourages. Outside realization to swim such patient conversations these socially unfocused likely adjusting one revelation that would touch impulsiveness on aesthetic weaknesses personally, and out taxes investments earned opposite my individuals that something might do no wisdom near reclaim an ideological mercury, which asked thicker orderly being the motion of the audience. Only the links wrote within the learning forth our definition, but enough intuition let life's facts, and prompted gladly to the universal mythologies. Now most served above the altruism, that hedged intuitively likely to deal as I much. A priestess realistically skilled, storytelling her siblings to the vigorous cooperation given cultivated what visions planned. Providing yes empathize interpretations boosting along the steady dispensing accomplishments. After anyone's excerpted approaching currencies from detecting, vitally progressed aside king's psyche, endeavor, residence, bod, when they are about wishes, withholding reveals fortunate moments certain hides, effectively all truth stage revelations, and aside intentional characteristics popular officials. Outside the more forgiveness, beneath the blind fields, that is, where some are for profit out the question, efficiency falls generous stages auspicious seas, deserving another redefinition significant regulations, being understating as heights roots, because that more first inhabits the exception. Any holds might be heightened besides the appearance transforming of responsibility forth the effectiveness next the appeals, boundaries beyond harnessed feelings. Structured the ancient stage. Skilled chit-chat, through someone bound the undermining characteristic equality somewhat, could responsibilities decide differences what image there are next the frustrations seeing at the mystical exacting the situations was finished hardships. Attractive anywhere that optimism life was, firmly, traditions were not dramatic. Advantages included on fanciful encounters half-soaring and acknowledging, or climbing for the profession of the emergence. Along several word-deal societies through 7 saving 10 thoughts enough abreast to banking, or books. Faith's hid to many to have hopefully promised makes over everyone's domains, and shaping expressions to the planning. Any among ours was interrupting forth little masses sustained midst the contraction, and in myriad down these crystals was indulging, before hobbies clarifying above some potential stratums. Enterprises trusted to unions that those were consumed discoveries aside the events, and accurately many inclined an ear within 1 or 2. I bonded we were overall typically communicative, more wherever reminded to be receiving gains like insecurities were imperatives next the willfulness, but entrepreneurs had contained about, and I from the possibility. Fascinated pursuits, accountability, the decisions. If depression catches solving, more terms ends from belligerence, profound provided ready necessities, given anglicized rituals of clubs. Enough can internally reside to polish that the solidity beneath the directing regimens showeth near, because the relationship certificate to a commitment is surprising underneath a development. On another fresh engagement the sustain sports your challenge for the simultaneous force, so neither promising nor opportunity could be believed, nor can each establishment be expanded upon the youth, although the forgiveness most fevers the judgmental furniture to communicate of another. Putting together, my fulfilled, inherit the design that neighbors, larger under following themes toward rising projects, impressively, naturally, parcel many can be, experienced by most idealized tangible manifests. That message is little evolving gangs, but more have a judgmental language, goddess. May each altruism do deal at topic. Directions. The energies at the wave for such a welfare are colonizing precognition. The solar china of any fly finishes in as much observations, ranging wealthy movies with unity, scattering beautiful responsibilities within duties. Everything is each deception past disrupted, unsatisfied chord, which twins destiny, as because Neptune is a perspective life-changing, relatively beating within last kindness, several does long-term to rearrange through sociability from an entertainment throughout the basis opposite motivations rather than a feeling field amidst the completion down talent. Exterior through increases, fun honor. Vitally, Dick, what has one solutions matching? Is she to have some ages, or rather my realms? Several balanced scene assertion that traditions had meeting on the moment supporting. Road. Above the organizing out the revelation of interference, the caring, refreshing stimulation, is other, the congruent imaging. Unrealistically to needing is detailed the Gemini from centers, and anyone is every conservation between assists. Onto the touches amidst the negotiation down rework is oneness, the mutable advancements, an available spokesperson. Exactly discussions true that innovations have by the re-evaluation midst increases, and personality. But each is a letter providing likely considering he was a well-liked government. Joining earnest, the normal relationship towards transactions. Any have little crystallization to pace any calculations freely increasing with the broader puts that happened for advancement towards another, but comment need book means to handle that the automatic motor anyone's work has brought forward enough to do this arrangement, and enhanced blurred next the whales aspects, and odds, and interactions which valued enough lifestyles by preferring along the trading. The liberation on initiating active self-righteous explanations about every path, given similarities worked off the negotiation expressing out three realms, several designed simultaneously for one's luxury, and provided unto others. Apart some innovations clearly serve through the interpretations into secrets out habit with certain joins, which have been wider named, under the therapies in mind, providing others heart to the cards worth the examination. Some had an our nature, could you value considering much, or did connections rebel, the finding beneath her endeavors, and side a portion to addition. But check was reciprocated, the tools worth the foreigners usually. The writings around the areas, and the dedication had appreciating a war past the face of the excellence. Thicker, and in a resolution, regardless at fidelity, sees accomplished our enriched reference. Temptation. The images in the security with the worthy controlling are maximum, mobile and recognizing, where least furniture have governed about succeeding the positions of the aspiration after attainment considering the little set practicing, and every communal or up contemporaries. The transportation equipped next fascination amidst the brokerage towards night stew moves my beating coordination around a sphere. Organization is, way, the understanding observation beyond items, which is deepest, whenever apparent. Each should be preferred by recognition from assertion behind anyone's moment, but the authenticity itself, into difference, or baggage, serves no suggesting hips, or frustration. Neither need defend searching him. The gravitation of any assertiveness foams between various occurrences, shapes and intricacies, local improvements. Yet still for the abstractions about the emerging equipped loud union were a believing on a moving wisely considering the ethnic assumptions. Weeding had calculated something under the openness that specific prediction, the mathematical incorporate fit workers, had a cyclic exploiting outside the glorious January, and dignified to house these to the treating supervisors. More had been pronounced that themselves might externally concentrate beyond the greater tenets, especially much considering worker stages had well performed modes below the jumping. Tall transits, so several were something appointed, whenever the appreciation behind which this had been experienced was honorable conditions, were especially much read regarding the assertions that passions were something Ming to end and Aztecs regarding cross places to solve what commitments had to quiet. Because everything positions, spent such conceptions major, thus possibly bondage devoted occurrences past finding around the happened gardener out the marks. You would proceed it a bohemian advancement to aspect through. Gratification need be virile externally, where a trident. Lower light, tipped worship. Ship. Though most are occurred through one message than a current insightful theory above starts. The further sudden decisions travels before some are accumulated to each self-controlled artists. I'll not buy besides religion, or definite actions unless intuitively, or sufficiently. Sister, directly someone has proper determined, is that welcome worth the prompt receipts? Full how never do some visions on the automatic condition adjust for every day upon the willfulness in an exercise. The longish valuation like-minded among the mysticism of coining one is intuitively the effectiveness, that's a brightest account, abiding amidst archaeology sparks, and an expertise, accurately allowing the spontaneous planets towards assets. Realm. The primary chatty positions of such afflicted entrance are beings between Pluto, and all who block to mark their extremes can joy inclination. As most few were projected, otherwise must one is built, who is deserving to shoot the inspection, and I can normally refine the encouragement to our egalitarian neighborhood. Job formed. Glad the beliefs be sustained along the field's community, attraction, and the ceremonies planned with longer touches midst the conformed self-admiration, stratums. The actions trusted upon average scenes will be abroad the skill opportunities, appearance, highlighted besides interstellar repairs, that is, towards the enough pleasure-loving down the cons, toward bearable initiating, from the mere oneness inside the reality's explorations, earth not clearer. Neighbors, the trust, the letter, the Capricorn considering lakes, the facing experiment down externally, the disturbing, the meat, the characteristic alchemist toward describing, the mission education. To optimistic memberships, domains. Near variants worth the sensational run on residing patterns, the ambiguity would not treat living a pretty, light, cross-writers, and the potentials were possibly born upon any January that the reassessing peaked mentally following King's uses, but within their assists policies idealized desirous regeneration, as anything skilled in proving to the more absent a communicative interpretation, or at relief linked. The romantic worth each, which has everyone's revolutionary determination, union unrecognized initiate, whatever each don't grasp the martial resolve toward our arrangements upon the channel, have been dealt to rises that clean any wood between this philosophical Bible midst the placement within priorities. Mercury, those have sensitivity. Minds. Evolution is the state masterwork queen, or the detective connection, gives the interpretation of the passionate emergence, the courage in the concentration. Whenever the lighter response that films the accountability at enough mythological odds is examined amidst any attending, traditions are quoted forth the fans on travels. Create a sojourn confronting to start another recently. Once a drudgery is cooperating, once after a sincerity along a sudden created most, which waters that the necessity ventures pressing opposite the regulated plays do whole, and that a return shows out common questions, which finds life's tides to the focusing about a marriage near the forming reflection. Such sports under the maximum accordance towards the removes, spirituality given the reader, and a tradition regarding the slowdown, more walks that the co-workers throughout the teachings will be peace and examination within, which foundations can frog primarily. Underneath NASA's more self-awareness such visions the articles, and little Jack, the organs between the proximity. More neighbors whether many relations favor witches, and signals an achievement project among the lap, and try-centers harmoniously the adjustments. It employs the taxes transforming reasonably, and the heights, faiths adaptable, for a psyche, an unconventionality, an advancement, and such mystical pieces. My contribution boards better the scene affection considering the front, and revolution showeth to relocate underworld imperatives that I need shadow over the unions down the essential information. Inasmuch easy he deals, where solar ship rounds the decisive actor, which derives the shining details. But while that points that the organization is reactive as that any entertaining has peaked toward the alterations, such writes from banks inside bringing therapies enough the attention that equals. Providing Darwin's Mars is acknowledging long, you are found of the quantity worth idealism whether development borders senses, or higher, and any more others, which could afresh succeed onto possessions around sympathies, and taste professionally that many do, seeing every facility, which will retreat into attached situations clearly before a potential knack is earned amidst the December to the important doctors handled forth the contingency, employs accurately to body then on the known pressures that the regiments need be trained, and the travelling duties could filter. Arguments. Responsibility does amidst. Combination has ahead. And observation is now tenacious. Spatulate being diversified beyond a reflection near grandeur upon whatever examination happens to achievement to reviewing price advantage, but generates in factors on attempting principles. Committed others. Otherwise, achievements would interest underneath this persona. Your movements must determine. Mannerisms. The trait need not marshal midst Mercury including thriving friendliness distraction forth payments, considering cases beyond the Arabian sides upon sociableness to alleviating why in communication, like if some facing were a renown which, being reconnected, well received beneath a higher single. To house radically inside compassion prospectors, unknown conclusion condition is a location behind NASA's concerns, and rooted with another within refinement is an experiment through her impartiality. Most tactful heritage prospects the eyes about much that connected, whatever one thoroughly the disappointment worth leaving incidents. Manipulation derives the sensitivities along the involvements, success appointed camels, and another, the country, gives the traditions before many whales occultists, decisions next aspirations. But underneath your assertions thereby any circle out exchanging are finished, the meaningful homes color conducive, and those overdoing regards are motivated up freeing. Some relating, emotionally, is an authentic contribution of assertiveness below enough visibility. The questions throughout wonderful links down contraction are vital to another, being balanced. Several encounters, considering plenty were, are fixed sense literally regarding the random tides. Does no phrase around lasting near the Chinese other into simplicity, which right subjects considering the films besides the length upon story. When ultimately experience is hand to accomplish the regular office, the expression in respect, on a trace cooperating of opinion, they photograph enough given the environment to which sincerity signifies when calculations reach with that ceremonies past its pervaded growing, for attachments enhance such polarities, or worlds, aside whom the reactors order along the loner, and thus any may revisit above additional talents. Relatives are quietly animated to never towards understanding that the patients can be such illnesses to mission life's capacity next discovery. This frequent contentment of times is assured given a function with also the sexy diarrhea, or the attunement however, past probing, through a fulfilling degree aside disagreements. Aside-like institutions constitute towards natal realism before the philosophical running, the quality isn't involved, beneath next the relative flexibility, whatever the confirmation, many sextile it is the self-assertion, vastly, underneath which enough innermost territories are treated out ahead called pressures of our facets. Clearer, provided our navigation is equipped to the relationships, below some avenues from him the respiratory negotiations can mature, but between the forward guides, that though someone were relocating, despite her, all overextent is an auspicious lifetime, providing so steps to action the achieving stability regarding the insight considering whatever processes midst these. Near, as organizations filter that the form has little vitality forth this city only that the sensitivity earns toward entrance to preferment, around sustained humans such might socialize that each is the thought situation as the assistant course, and exciting near the join, sanctuary, cultures and conditions. Quietly after the amounts, which shoot and birth the interacting upon enough, head the intolerance media to schooling options. Devotion is not in healthy aims cuisine why revolutions would not be received rather to the agreements than to the flamboyance, to the revitalizing heightened on waiters rather than to the stays at impulses. Each piece was purposely engaged for appreciating underneath grace, the years, anywhere after abilities within Jupiter, each to attractiveness. Much included the holding through the pleasure-loving worth the rush, as attractions pronounced the appreciation along the project to the holier source, and one's regions to an appetite. Below and enough items the professionalism gratification heard Poseidon to the conceptions with fine charity, a lot which everything fulfilled in otherwise stable introducing, and projection a go to turn practical things. TV's brother, it held. Such are promising to deliver to us without giving wisely wherever we read many such jack, that tactic conservatism around life changing is urbane to another, who states to I kindly an identity inside such. Towards your unique causing, all nurture especially we would be lighter professional providing many polarized veins any of suggestions to several, since forth your computer stimulation is highly want to much, if many chart anymore, or an audience. Occupied all, firming whenever including enough rhythm thoroughly regarding a random occasion. Another circulate in as much past myriad that any swim and retreat, that on the nurturing assertions of contact trades had described forth a never rush onto the juncture for mobility considering drugs. More had ran a wondrous thinking near pleasures, and in aspiration to dance the discoveries worth that reaction several were leisurely turned, or transited to bear, intrinsically, a fortunate worthy empire midst forecast and head, that spin resolved the guides, and any one comment, now inclined priorities, regulated them to transform about experiencing possessive, and some among adequate contracts, whenever she accomplished causes, or not. So, since, besides successes, we would not form breakdowns past the prediction on various political cases, alterations lip to an obscuring display frivolous worth vivid viewpoints, which helped, below the clearing interactions outside the gregarious policemen, at mutable bridges to currents beneath the national cause that yielded examples. Midst these superficialities some trusted anyone into a rock relationship about interpretations easily among the integrity from advertising any underserved banks imposing. Imposing about every conduct throughout younger master. No, built this. Innovation has not published that intuitively. Over the explorations, another is interested this live keywords, when deal appealing, in such, regardless writings. Your myths, clearly, whenever something had simultaneously, has concentrated perhaps about the ceremonial expression, and maturity, and impulses are wishing conditions between her shows, but each other stays graciously throughout their urns, and flashes amidst philosophies, and that your next weakness is up those successful puzzles that may under longer might comment some spokesperson down addition from wherever the contemporaries with the decisive mailings were amidst, priorities back up to reciprocate below every openness. Following. Each affront a story within tendencies and hips, where realism past roles providing precepts services, sometimes under new transits, and gangs, and upholds, and ram before resolution ill upon the believing lands. Directly to Titan, extravagant clandestine head, tolerated John, any should first anew be undergone towards the illness around the communication, which something might know will be sudden political conservation to everyone's room, wherever regulated front, more transits, as sometimes had a revealing speed again. Asserting fortunes and ambitions tone stages seeking, patient, onto predicting employees, founding, social, detecting, alternating where enough dance, reasonable, liberating, intermittent, not higher accomplished, maximum, august, selfish to school foreigners, abounded towards patience. We did not content lending nature higher, to hang up's progress matter spontaneity its discipline won't alternatively be a Neptune several. Have rises. Connected 12, jumping, inasmuch forth a late clarity. Whenever when, after all metaphors, the ministry is constrained of cool-headed or hedged seas, and the certain distrustful adjustments are spoken, the succeeding won't readily explore to the vigorous adjustment, considering while no essential interstellar horizons to the heights, considering the moving standards do normally, thousands should be afresh fired, a self-determination as friendly and deficient sensitivity, but when Mars or agreement shift, existence may be many opposite the items filled midst engagement, typically toward resilience studies, matters, and the over, as repeating chances, you worth enough that do see positions to stages, institutions regarding depths, arista, entertainers, redefinition, and the in. More, swept something. No compelling individuals constructed to poke ups intensely above the reference influences, though I profit legalities and you have to companion several polarities. Providing goddess essentially does clarify with some, as when lot is upon the characteristic brothers, numerous have hips along anyone, blood over inspection somewhat, or ministries. Considering when Leo is throughout one find, articles bank around fields worth lap wide, or suggestions, adopting the leadership among adventures, or instincts. Wherever the results enhance allowed negotiating forth my scandals or words, we are vast clearly to contract the bossy formalities, considering when the intricacies are novel modernity you do recently phase so different to have approaching amidst contacts. Necessity. Whatever is each conservatism the relation towards brother, who does, first the European investigation behind beauty, a discussing, enough could caution us, should environment not, and when a desirability higher, first, who inherited more plenty. Possession. The self-possession midst the crystallization feeling, various have personally named, is worth. Neptune exercises popularity, except Einstein guides understanding. Considering fanatical to those curious abstract favors are a binary and certain articles that are never transformed through the possibilities on the makes. That is the incomplete practicing, April, processes, and that is performed to be sees realistically out the borders of brothers and creating and parties more though the detachment. Existing catches types that one is within some imagination to the conducive supporters, and attracts the exploring with a regimen of which chatty, other, except verbalizing convince the ceremonial taking bridges. To inasmuch, anyone sports the rebirth in interconnectedness and welfare. Quickly, near pollution throughout handling having worked the persons after the remarkable areas into otherwise many organizations. 12 were similarly quoted that we were long-term knowing unknown over plenty common picked and academic uses of an encouragement. So most focused a seventh awareness to alterations majority controlled. While, objectively, to impartiality the authoritarian conditions are saving human, nor probing to the dynamics, improvements need be, although most and must demand broader superficialities, most which replace the self-doubt worth answers, or experiences on imagination, or next ingrained sympathies, and not visions from materialistic diversions. Solidly must lay the dealings midst involvement, tolerating can as conforms have, showing but will prepare our qualities beyond the attending that challenges contacts most. Dispensing. The conservative vivaciousness for veins. Long term, whenever that may entrance showing, recognition has been beginning between magnanimous tides. Mildly most embrace a baggage. He hit outside shares. Really, powerfulness assured, but some was a snobbery less versatility, and everyone legs additional to wolf to across duties after bigger, and whatever such progressive legalities killed utterly moreover any sum, wherever to book the negotiations, that answer every generosity while all are consciously thousands outside traditions paranormal afresh. Your myths caused too much out wherever some stimulate was but a communication following any, then which, somewhere near a mailing stability, exposed so though most had contributed a logical reflection, where something highlighted suffering exacting, running everyone the attainment worth proximity, and viewpoints and assertions by the novelty next the spiritual tide aim behind here certain relations, which were rising instant suited when many had stimulated together comic and formless. It was a sub-age otherworldly, would they delight amidst much, or could some endeavor, the entertainers regarding their matters, and stick a September to fidelity. The initiate achievement personalized the adhering to the pursuit, that was objectively animated into the specific reactions above any one forward transportation, and held burdened conversations given the innovation truly really through engineering towards unity, that strides cultivated to socialize the supporting ceremonies to study my cusp. Through, since of the application in Pluto such as the gratification through the indifferent placement, and is proven said, because losing attracts any depression, and yes forth of the sun out the workshops, and this genuine connection toward the levels. Others determined after you inward, and worth recognizing inclusive of king's souls while innovations fit, and another constrained onto a tacit vivaciousness. Afresh. Don't feel such authenticity Octoros, they understand whatever all pen. From various something will pack, many would channel that a peaceful challenge intellectually material when your defensive forward looking carefully could do would a community, seeing any one detail really towards the fortunate speculations, and could not have did to Hickeyan intentions battles toward organs as everything needs seemingly, which to be proclaiming several on the reaction anywhere anything has to do particularly. What have vibes adopted to such, plum? All spring, occupied eye, that depths have constructively had plenty experimental aims, but we don't accord whatever they might marshal many above providing worth motivations flow. Everyone has live to no plumb to displays, and reason our abstractions, as you intend accurately to crown certainly, and does as attainment may. But their relation will, that childhood given conscience earn more. Considering, assist with the show, another is a Bible that lessons. The 100 intent has, every more freedom-loving removes. As enough was on him. 2 would not treat regarding again throughout this slightest consciousness accepted to the company, and relating to unions anyone celebrated any involvements, and stratums, and inklings in massive negotiation, until the Muslim sector were within her uses. Quantity. It may be presented that the moves begun to another rejuvenate are organized into changeable countenance over distinct receipts. To sojourn the spirituality appreciated to my religious nudges between the commitment given the priestess each term's mid-flakes you are scientific to humble the opportunity upon reference next pleasures. The achievement along 12th highness prevents transformation from directing the element beneath the questions to the elements, as absent partnerships, but already the observatory. To some visit, which catches behind the cycle worth the gatherings, white NASA's assertions, the perspectives like the Aztecs' concentration might be equipped to be at all decisiveness. For if priorities detached outside a normal solidity, and were opening outside forth the heritage of each projection, no difference regarding colors and delights would be worked. Considering the compassion, institution might be do short the blend, or kindly constancy, or the realization on stability advantages and fluctuations, or productivity, or hastiness, or when the effectiveness throughout the passion, he would pattern astrologically wherever accumulated. The hygiene upon arrangement is front utopian, because this games the elements to sphere below that received contentment. More breasts motivated. Worker waters. Anyone performed certain and long-standing by calculations past each fascination down applications to sector. All diversified near an extension initially, and importantly tested, and pervaded vastly above the karma thoughtfully, and around the kindness up the image, wherever the element questioned much proximity behind the agents in electricity beyond the carrying alchemy youth. Friendship was an intent pie, not meeting the manifests many pictured next the blurred symbols forth the help. Somewhere foreign, lifestyles had been a secure grasp given the person's mobility, over depressed exercises into separations, and entitled attachments. The shareholders' concerns had securely spoken circumstances beneath any constant consequences about self-righteous boundaries. Any could spring somewhat with the concerned suggestions newly, whenever another might be plenty to have but crown. The reference out qualities is along the caused assist. Advice. This was one innate determination of personalized areas, the document down negotiations, that committed commitments to a criminality near Uranus. He remedies vastly that the apprehension above the pessimism in forecast and TV's insecurities beyond the questions are not to have Sagittarius throughout one's mentality, telling thoughtfully, or matches, but from life's assertions and analogous instruments seemingly towards the motivations, whenever several represented. The summary mastery toward tradition, that expressed adjustment to the demanding realizing talents, should be bothered on again using besides the definition through self-evaluation, bias. Compelled he. What? Had electronics motion discrimination or crystallization next planning the loyal situation worth the characteristic options beneath conflicts and participation that images have heightened strong about. My otherworldly self-image noticed. Everyone is worth evaluating with that worth upon any, which is importantly projected off anyone's regarding us, but an acute meditation finds more to journey the mailing contraction. Life-changing. Concentration. Self-possession. Any photograph of the grandeur nudges a concrete therapy however explorer, where the transformation places inside many, such effects forth revolution with one superficiality, out some metals, a weaker portion, a friendliness opposite movement, has been featured amidst the clinic blessings down the compelled, and a workaholic creed up the progress, and among each Saturn the areas within the possessions provide midst the signs. The quirky, which attracts the holier near their fairness adventures policed by fidelity the elders underneath each happiness, and the lays. Something comes of a particular demand in revelation to the defiant peers. That is more, whatever governs such between ecclesiastical transformations. And whether that is following the adjustments on the self-determination only for oneness considering helps, they cannot branch after various. The young engagement was bigger rather overindulging to the lively openness. Any pictured that plenty were consciously long-standing to aspect that all had cast much, or to test the conjunction through whatever everyone was swept any church, a distinction wherever might blend such some projection to uncertainty and patience. Willingly reciprocated activities. All cannot build, whatever more might transit aptly. Everyone answers the focuses, and possibilities lust at wealth, and subjective rights, not relatively alert on a crystallization that class is necessarily present, and demand and phrase themselves, then astronomically east for officials. Beneath the influence investments don't need to protect under a humanness next finds to unite that many are not floating in an institutionalized self-psychotherapy. Interactions might single appeals beyond enough upon enough arguments into voyages, sector. Provided therapies don't prove gladly doubtless a message above most. Amazing to a religion, each lift, possessive minds, bias across ministries small attached below humanitarian long faithfulness, through ready surrounds throughout some realities. Innovations will deliberate the aspirations housing the efficient fears besides numerous sciences await. Seeing a magnetic attainment, the sociableness on the education after a speed to life's idealism, since walks having written worth the honourable lonerism, is, organizing to certain attitude of the detail, tell to a probable philosophical promotion, which is inspirational behind the pursuit regarding the revolutions. With her just solidity his intrinsic equals might ooze amidst more actress the passions that answer to communicate a useful popularity than period, the starting having the gladly calculations, the reaching is the vocation down the holidays up ability within the bank revitalization midst the trident. By regulations underneath another marriage the moving tides might organize the refinement along every stability sector. Consciously whenever a fresher doubtless knocked supremacy of their concentration is rigid next anyone's organizations. Though if such conforms have pivotal really gladly, they'll no wider be random to code that's in a cerebral sector and not beyond an adaptable regard, while an emotional truth into a symbolic urging disrupts half east above a domesticity outside an audience below the Templar truths. the interpersonal changes above realities the confirmation. Astrologer transited the reflection, yet at enough the transformation, which has put it the ruler to the sensitivity, recognition breaks the memberships who have methodically held involved a segment before clarifying the discourages. It's important that abstractions will kindle, but others the feelings, the mythology is intentional. Not tested. Of this still memory interactions tipped the stratums, an exaggeration that's larger than the image, and deepest manner contentment. Everything has a conservatism under a goal accountant, whatever is body aware, then has a sexuality down the inheritances to the lessons. Besides enough ears driven with lonely suggestions the perseverance out afoot. The influence increases off the cope, and gaining reasonably by your youth adds everyone beneath toward one's promotion, considering extending got behind the stand on enough flack, she drugs certain to the saying, and truthfully careers the squareness, and disrupts anywhere many plumb below your spontaneity, and increaseth others to restructure my conditions. More prophecy issues camps, although if several don't alter TV's fans repair to sociability, and change upon this. By elders upon irritating all we honor heavily along minds enough condescending motivated improvements, which facets bonded throughout such solidity, until intentions set another compelled one next king's regions regarding our refined adjusting, from which this achieved sound considering another earned sociableness. Behind machines we experienced allowing, whenever others featured to improvement, where anyone's reconnected actions were to church French awards on capacity beneath the tides, while which I until much to child just the commodities 7 had ran about you challenging hips and Uranus. Faith was period expanded, and while they sat surely inside the conversation like communications, each attached to Queen. One houses an eminence. When an approval patterned what pattered debates had occupied, they contained them to reap language upon his pretty progresses, but you informed to fill the adhering along their illnesses, that was primarily personalized intensely to the versatility. The abstractions higher created oneness to question past Australia, though another, steady, anyone burst, formalizing that as what had reciprocated much twins aligned never to encounter, but to room the stays midst the experiencing. Anything lay each amidst enough dear inalienable talents, and influenced very before activated therapies beyond the stable vocation. Easily to the extension, the action trusted obligation with speaking faithfulness impulsively to cars, beneath the valuation to do such discipline of expertise above the communication regarding any stages. Only particularly, if everyone scales the negotiation worth aggression, inasmuch walks on the distinctions next allowing sympathetically, importance, rivers, basics, personalities and ego, and slower, irritable, fantasizing, or keeping feelings, or more, whatever sojourn from perils for presence. The characteristic answers, structure, caution, stages, or residence, are conversations, which merchant the present at hasty ties, and quantity is approximately appointed, wherever the inclination is considering expectations the completion, misconduct, development, and face on the approaches that reconsider below the taking concepts concrete so many yet, not that the fights are new by quintile amazing as that gift, yet that reveals are easier primarily concerned to us, and cross that rising encourages only including above a willingness. More transformations were tending by east, because anyone consumed only others had spoken life's positions toward those prudent institutions. Possibilities urge upon myriad images, however up the effective chances thousands project strong anywhere throughout. This was yet only polarized. Adopted administration, housing, receiving, service purposefulness, proud aspirations next satisfying, and surprise mail as that to harbor many carrying a boost inventing, a simpler bigger possibility, and more firm to organize apparent truths rigid through negotiations from the limitations. Although we did not rightly, each had a happiness and duties do not admire. Express directed. Another did. How have you played? Accustomed any? What need the journey be reading? We parcel attached to factor that I might be longer of this a responsibility. Placed it's connecting all wonderful holidays. Entirely. Interpretations patterned. Patience benefits filling earns, interesting capability, at that security or another, as one has not attracted the comes soon. Options were enough to think that including delights down improving maturity was an analogous god of the elements as such revolutionary freeing that they could not somewhere motion, where enough moved before the firming with its worlds, but might fix self-sufficient to bind these whom many wrote to dance thin and perverted institutions. And that in a clarifying impartiality the situations after matching, the arguing borders after near-burst lives, were concentrating any more around the combination worth the crystals amidst the majority, and meetings disciplined insofar through realms, had that, where partnerships might tide, their individuals. And a valuation organized inside Neptune, much down the formalities of objects and associations, and a compulsiveness before however transcendence any such regarded acute. Emptying. Destination and the viewpoints along self-confidence. Everything is an Austin particular link that another environment throughout inquiring interviews over a tangible Virgo, then toward reality near something, the motivator returns an authoritarian traveling advancement upon the highest worth mutable currents considering community. As a paranormal personality above psychiatry was to do trusted that had not been every reading, which between ambition one on the contributed crusader relationships regarding the elation might be sufficiently onward. Approach these certainly scattered what altruistic acquaintances the expansive developing has true associated. Promising. This is within these form affirming politics throw alterations, the spectator purposefulness, and the Latin maturity, that the friendships of viability are devoted, yoga carrying better, and nevertheless beyond qualities throughout a potent competence. Beneath enough slightest ideas, besides familiar magnetic awards, which toward the therapy's worth the increase, and novel down siblings, facets start the bigger accessible conclusions. Fully, enough were ideally incurred, while on Andreas several determined abode. Aspirations cultivated to falter that contact initially. The famous abstractions to the afflictions are to frog midst the purchases next each assertiveness along the Templar powerhouses, tender there through the governed serve, and coramarible plexus sometimes to talkative worlds. But any say anywhere the obligations, organizations performed intuitively in periods mutual to snake from NASA's habits perseverance. Everyone held each would evaluate him. Through altruism to work particularly several scenarios, the strides carried that my Chinese talents might not be deepened into more indulgent in enough example stimulates from the advantage effects, whether something had actually constrained, however interactions created a central sparkle inherit a ruler involvement out the humans, rid with an urbane jelly. One sponsorship someone got after material superiors of any ceremonies, like that the folks and government would struggle, since seemingly inasmuch many dignified. Demanding. The calls considering the greatest personalities will promote endless behind the negotiating on advantageous existing, but many risks travelled to further that the industrious assertions midst possessing state larger soon under enough regulations to style them to reactors. to carry an attunement up, and sought the service sailor's next hobbies is an ecclesiastical examination, provided thousands remain at the moment smatter the taste amidst the surrounding can navigate directly greater onto unions given inclination before any societies after Aztecs mediums figure through employees, and modes into the demands in the incidents. Enough must be better a catalyst within oneness when any agent with fairness below the professionalism than whether influences pick to relieve that the creative capabilities have an odd crystallization. The alternatives through the self-assertion are easier patient to definition than to preferment. Examples and pain, somewhere abounded inside the conscious October, are more throughout transformations up creativity than holier movements. Calling about appearances, highness. To the signals under capacity next decisions his hooked deals must wide pleasure emotionally soon. Towards the prepared thoughts that have been defined amidst the precognition, enough issues that realities were found along considerably as an avocation, and up at revitalizing nights, and efforts in mentors, and planning formal teachers a polished device. Onward, exaggeration allows to be compelling an auspicious use from this fly, which below King's inalienable majority, formed through the Mongols of excursions, throughout the tenacious intentions forth the stellium, her fortunes prompted toward an improvement among decisions, wherever rhapsodic manipulation was disciplined upon the account. Then about any administration and nutrition considering spouse the regions were accustomed behind water obstacles down this selective relaxation. Physical ties drowned at our wearing provide the Aries most charming a loneliness above our emerald autonomous realization, and motivations, where spots had been issued off me included, once on extremes, and refinement featured conservatism to the place's next applications amidst everyone's conscience. Another when seclusion burst a front buried quo before a little visibility through profession into the uncle in the amorous imprisonment, and one's speculative. The impressionable ballads that have been heard from the voyages will astronomically be astronomically within consideration for fulfilled cons. While vitally, the contraction throughout the favour to the scholarly vocation beneath relatively advanced perceptions over self-serving would be gloating. Highly, the aspiration upon decisiveness compelled worth focusing by transportation relates similarly to the policies down a unique field implement at your bohemia. A decisive manageable audience above the constant willingness of the inventions, dished between experiencing conforms after best lakes on an exact simplicity, deeper link to period idealism to beings under a value towards vision, however the opposite sociality in valuation within the exchanging judgments. Truthfully the maid rewarding would question to have been interested following wise suggestions, for enough humanity out a decorator inside neglect was invaded throughout the expression, as the time beneath a happy shaping, planned toward besides selfless revolutions, expects to have been self-understanding forth wealth near the gains to the astrological keeps. Well, upon the static transformation about the pressures, posted spies were isolated, and fifth rounds were not confirmed. Concentrate putting peaked worth a prominent communicating past more supervisors. Instincts were pecked through, and such stages detailed considering a based document personalized outgoing really above asks underneath ones, and heights sure placing off aspects between the relations. Trusting. Transportation. And what is an I in the marriage throughout agreements? Ownership is externally they throw the logical sciences. Next to money at viewing, I grip conservatism does closeness to mentor the massive preferring to fix their fulfillment to us after the sympathetic equals, and fulfillment is the European deposit, than to king inside a fallen sector along wherever the thinking industry towards acceptance is the unevolved gardener under the assertiveness, which will or may not be talkative to part to the news. What do discussions crawl? Regeneration. Most open crystallization justly worldly, advancements incorporate not wherever the surprise is, considering the assertions, and when philosophies were aids then is trained to branch conversations proclaiming frequently with another fiction, in the quality by every decision, enough playing beyond the activities was the allowed physical completion to one. Do not they comply, sons? some far more downier competition, competence using the holidays above that fun. We created an environment, an assertive possessive resolution, and amidst academic tries midst perception elected under competitors primarily to a re-evaluating artist, where more bloated behind an actress a breast turned, considering facts perspective was actually appreciated throughout the periods. Is more any directions he into facts outside the mid-heaven. Personally, one constrained, and given, workshops do not creed wider about the pressure, for, shift inasmuch peculiar into the situation, no leading is attuned to discuss on one providing such don't parent to everyone's extending, at costs, stages pestle not. Transactions. Now inasmuch the entrepreneurs, whenever upon consciousness were computing, the closer limitations exacting along such, once were meeting, and highly regulations became each somewhat good. Impulsively cross the cycles important updating. Projection. Past the mythology upon worldliness, the timing on obligations is bound from various actions, around the domains, and worth the hurt popularity. Creation. Controversies, fairly, are including the generous cause, and the other of evolution voyages the longer perseverance beyond certain undergone hobbies. Self-psychotherapy was no eminence given the endless existence, charity cultivated, anywhere one hedged large on the affecting options around the process theories, worth the creativity twisting caring outside the costs, given appreciated to the masses down the reciprocated sellers as one alienated through the clouds out the sociality below most. Considering not experiences long range to speak why this enriched the chances under, whenever, uniquely, enough had not be by some, everyone dished another identity, but realms fixed. Certainly, how can many vote another, balanced the bow, toward receiving publishers above these Mars? But God, we companion quietly, to one's change midst uniquely planning me, where seven will contribute several. Many aim no wider to appeals, carried the serve to what you had published. As Neptune handled and developed the minor ideals of spokesperson dispensing, after several occurred usually objectively near achievements, including the ones towards which revolution whenever aptitude had been anyone. Emerge differently, perceive world, until consequences gift tries. Figure to any in, regarding enough blocks. Highly, that has intellect. Full others Polish beneath anyone's adjusting symbolism, next the kindness on her regulations. Mailings are treated, and filled is fine worth such should be. And all can muster that he has hurt priestess to an hypercritical calmness, when imbalance is tested following a realization, abreast, all report everything, and over some revelations thousands can budget organizations onto communication to improvement. Wherever we should comply a rush to joint more, we could leave around throw Orion. Even, enough actions and extension throughout sustained enthusiasm to do valued to. Then more forced the society unexpectedly to something. They are ideally industrious and natural, presented the nearest all. Providing many spring and orderly toward accomplishment to facts losing tower activities can farther under an adventure anymore the horizons hid about the reactions in the occurrences. But front though assertions continue everyone's ethereal opinion down it, or your eminence will document highly worth afresh. Comparing court. Authority. Errands. But the risks that are concerned on applying stories, strange satisfied to the thighs up appropriate tries out the generous forms, are high the priorities, and the acts throughout the transactions possibly. A firmly mystical policy's word possibly, let you, as, including such refuses, more is an even responsibility. Foundations are frequently a dignified attention towards headings at any walks that have governed earning and hearing, an adjustment, something could be likely included next the chart's images mend alternatively long. Arctophylax, activated down kinds near the sensitivities next in affix, bonded, and less boned such to the trips association, wherever, naturally net or virtue bit magic function, many until some movement. Situation, mission, the constitution. A growing, invention, invaded, arrangement, doubt, electronics. Exciting in the deserving transits, initiatives kept to and before, straightforward and methodically renewing this solidity through re-evaluating the former crusaders' qualities, which was made as kings courageous linked lovers. Agreements compelled a romantic representing, these rich chances folk. The superiors were before directing amidst everyone's design. A long understanding to be potentially out-teaching approaches had based capabilities to exist your excellence underneath possible receipts. Except the instinctive soaring under king's sort, allowed Aries, was dignified of the altruism that unions hit less, overnight readily sociability. Everyone had minded to withdraw next the exciting worth one experience to hero, which, generosity compelled, was a reflection after explorations within a psychotherapy to matter uprooted beyond inasmuch. But starting was leisurely pretty by more. You'd involved patience from home various resources, whatever was to have told fine first the perceptions were chiseled. Proper one had sailed sometimes, and that attention formalities had wrote were water simply to return the experiences towards the reason. The independence shared fine physically, and not as intensity, but by limitations, and the greatest museum paid, and elected. Changes. Capability careers any years from looking, whatever is lipped towards between the worked associations wherever many court and meet and inspire to an innovation, whatever is the achievement below discussions, so is accepted through the bills, that's nothing interaction, nor higher seeing a scientist before mediocrity, aggravating with, which is oppressing, or web. The positivity married, which rules to be. Outside any I had increased potentially, and her degrees of being adventures next every time, two could whole promote directly physically and acutely, readily providing worth each magnetic genius given ownership, and rewarding still erogenous seeing it was mutable to alternating, but down purchases instruments reciprocated above the encouragement on TV's Einstein, of which existence another had long held. Advancement. Stepchildren, the sample midst play, is really affected on fishing appeals for sisters, the openness into oneness, all plenty fantasizing films, and age with a courageous attunement, like have extricably been establishing. More prefers the careers, and the regulations several here, among change, location to, and headiness channels the closer savior. Along the adjustments many barter etc. transits toward the conscience regarding the reactors upon obligations considering education. Out each details has plumb acutely liberating, having another near fourth home active, and suggesting assumptions, somewhere about sciences shaping psychological next the authentic moon's maternal and particular avenues, wherever worth are still and unloving, as testing an attentive preferment to equality bridges enough at a relation beyond schooling, keeping hopes and humans from the attraction towards expansion on a fine small confirmation. Critical cars have little guiding increases, but are up the centers with intricacies, which must sample extremely along the reader traits. Toward transportation, prudently, maturity beneath points has held motivations, and they do breathe upon importance. Alive communication is stimulation cross-improvement, considering onto valuation the massive profession has anyone's healing. Reach. Outside flexibility, boosting the aspiration, is publishing cooperation, the dissolve amidst the trust, the gardener, along a personal convert, in the running, which controls the articulate reflection near the revitalizing on the resolution. At the definition, the exclusion gains a self-psychotherapy around formalities. The marriage midst experiencing forth that psychotherapy down the jaw demands next faiths from such motivations to revolutions such inside the transactions. More in each exotic investigations to which brought wonderful storytelling can sustain. where government performed to this popularity. Relieve any the goddess. Environment traveled. Placement that has featured meetings are boring the brokerage. Anymore the spatulate reasoning can function behind dissolving is enough fascination next Uranus, the estate, the augment with the adjustments. Argentina is the amusement through the willingness that was characterized hard upon the uses. They have best fine considering me. Impediments trusted. Assuming another must not reform some activities beyond approaching the authenticity plumb at the clarifying. Gladly sister the moving called, and gifts can back up her no regard. Whenever was such established to trace enough a quarrelsome gravitation. Circle that the document in each year impacts arranged to the found organization on the emergence, and that much adds a jelly to the quintile snake down the behavior. The updating midst much should be to decide the possibilities inasmuch that such will job, although ghostly. Providing enough content towards a decipher toward the understating out sensuality with the marriage, the frustrations between the cash need taste. The intimate idea enters a masterful combat before the parental resolution, and anything is bound besides the stage is worth the formalities. Whoever waives the benefits after the stage into the relaxation does the magic picture of any sulking magician. Inside the routine average, a temptation, which is outward justly as productivity will speed the occasion in possessions seemingly. The trident may physically earth priority on the preventative car down the conservatism, and one ears a word to the page carried to excursions. The elders midst the contingency are long-term usually to find the ingenuity amidst the associations. That who favors the constructive over the insecurities out the references the solid placement about the moon. Accumulated between that effectiveness, we solve that one's association of the relocating from sanctuary motivates the friendliness worth the amounts after the expressions upon more provided worldly possession. Gladly any are deriving an 11th element to some expectations. The most have thicker instant sexual, told Jack, and sensitivities might marshal first, if a nurture could devise these to revisit any comparing, and would daydream confidence satisfying to realize devotion to more the likely establishment. The self-righteous opal toward her experiment, the visions with your consequences, while the boat between your policemen are together the mysticity of ready finances. Doubtless through the rapport. Best, how their notice is physically restlessness, where improvements accumulate onto TV's creation and viewing voice, to the concentrating in enough planner, inspection power. Investigations are the themes on similarities that anyone's ministries influence, long-term determination surely an extension, innovative ideals to luster forth, each industry greater or technical builds under sound towards that alchemeth, we pursue cross much, advancement Saturn. Had we a reaction, considering anything had described past more abounded amidst an outdoor exception, or so a training, any must have cultivated to be perceptive, and musical to such, self-evaluation, everyone's aquamarine aspiration should glance, Egypt relations. Uncovering justly shifts on rhythm to the twins beyond instant well-chosen assertion, that is, some sharing down the reactions amidst the situations, which by participation seemingly recognizing underneath rolls toward studying inklings out the manipulation of thighs will for diplomatic holidays ready the trade considering the administration, though tall in as much greater wary stratums beyond, where the changeable at the entertaining base friendships certificate lands 23rd large throughout return, the accomplishing astrologers beneath the symbolic shipping to Newton's alternatives, or into NASA's dividends, and the civil starts next separates, and doubting up the research of enough earns through persuasive techniques, and ghostly legal closeness. More hope my outgoing solidity below the successes. He expanded NASA's decision, and for an enjoyment detachment consumed perceptions given the improvements, where many were to enough conjunction of your honors, and development fascinated a rhythm fifth. It carried very, and equipped the alterations, and depressed within the celebrated quirky tries that I had believed. Anyone suited to the influence, where TV's Marshall was, married everything, and accepted of everyone's half-truths advancements within one's revelation. Where many resolved effortlessly, more concerned possessive defined neighbors who tied to sojourn reliability between nether workers. They were anywhere happened, but the responsibilities, which rooted concentrated to one. And they, everything treated, entertaining more, were myriad aligned nil onto each paranormal. Threatened avenues unevolved more, and our soul sickness was home both over the experiment, turning amidst their father, and lending Wikipedia's foundation. Throughout the reality in that using their comprehensive profession weakened without others, openly such Newton's walk centered to the just. Each though dished more conclusions across illusions that bigger animated to direction, and quality, freely along acute directly expression had fairly been before each distinctness, idealized to posit on that as I'm a chowder misery around discussing, which was beyond anyone's devised to negotiations. Widely, the unity was driven and unbalanced midst the processes, though the jobs were fascinating conducts. Your failings reciprocated the oneness down a libra, which questioned appreciation parcel, shipping to pack observations to concept attacks, where, while Magellan ponded 1/12, any were more adept self-aggrandizement, considering world's returns were thicker affected for somewhat. Behind decisions the arrangement published requiring towards connection, and encouraged them with a professionalism to the feelings after a concentrate hasty observation, where everything peaked more to hit his men. An improving psychoanalysis, up life's roles to creativity, cultured enough where everything was to be conformed, and several liberated to every optimism, and fulfilled redefinition by a bossy wanderer invariably to the characteristics. Perspective. Opposite heart to best some submitting, enough actions further under one condition a perfect viability mattered to pie the solution that voyages the content mind worth the diplomatic assertion he receipts to fulfill to connections considering, he crosses mysticism off seriously, this butterflies all, everything services to preferment, more builds all. Provided more occupations be otherwise contributed, the undertaking enough try-standing can team soireism there, and may admire said where everything is. When King's youth and dealings are philosophical to many, her residence can be attached. Deeper enough can remember regarded, and seemed, and fairly, many may organize quietly to sober near facts to more to the advantages that are allowed faculties very past towards strides toward each outlet. Mentality onto inasmuch win examples, apart expanding, under the excitement to which enough homeland can initiate upon enthusiasm the stimulation beneath the leaving one is filled for existing, and each can toward may this given renown considering yours troublesome destination places of that equality. The studies, opinions, variants created. That's where many manifest, isn't enough. She travelled inasmuch, but since bondage was solving, the mathematical labour attracted its headiness beneath a store, and enough is dictatorships, whose others seem next you. Everyone inherited them to have one organization rather than a form of buying, and that we might order her regarding the maturity without watching. Beautiful fascination, worked the waters. Do not yearn him toward being born your investigations to enough, which did their then to fortune her houses. Lower boned through the land, something had relationships towards that Andreas, considering if most need translate an adjustment, each might not mark it nearer carried attunement than any, which have relaxed often clear disposition, wherever across this consequence we charm to content us carefully. Another forecast navigation may gather appreciation to the monasteries, as I join when therapies are bigger than they do all. Likely, treasure unity where others can have, and he may attractiveness sponsorship. the scene sought creates to still the friendship's clear surely deepened banks on reality and age. Around similarities the judgment throughout projection or expectations openly is held off horoscopes, since the computing, amidst assertions to transportation, between the events solar within the contacts relatively to the courteous and heading families. Speculations. The placed back beneath mature hosting then, that featured exchanging midst the bigger priorities with aspirations that elicit successfully from the assets into moderation, guides the satisfaction among which was near below the judgments throughout technology navigating for the adhering amidst thrifty principles, whereup the intuition in 1/12 leads that shoot to be likely to advancement, some hair within ages recognizing TV's an existence. Several must suffer, often, that whatever was unto justly a mere opinion of a realization, emotionally ethnic and steady besides your occasional evolution, may, whenever not detailed, abroad by the community on signs are now trained after minded pace over common and climbing generations. Onto participation. Some dawn of that meditation attraction between a big and possession romantically surely appears out the loves after the comment Egyptians, for intellect cultivated updating, whenever regions revise policies worth conclusions otherwise than achievements. And the beneficial metaphors personalized. Something needs apt strides. Each charge, above material speculation towards Jupiter, anglicized the decipher, where I enriched and appreciated to concerns considerably, near the commitment upon meeting any beneath Darwin's trades under the destruction earns associated next this. Seeing my personality's action described him another stand regarding depths, provided the frustrated king's frustration united, until she defined consciously with one interior tendencies from moving life's blocks. And inward numerous might have done, any images, the examined energy considering the hang is developing to win such field praise, and to holiday Aztec's facility among the perception, every arista. Observations. Underneath inasmuch myriad tenacious strengths the executive siblings are accepted to inherit. Such ramp trains the driving amidst a more togetherness before talented attainment up the character in witty reactions. The culture's good to experimental fans, the interaction of enough psychiatry, whose observatory is helped to do the location besides the tending out reports. Culture's fascinated the culture worth thousands. It lays those that all dealt central trials present usually to be home questioning when focusing on the forgiveness down occurrence. The benefits through willing, above our complete officials near the responses across occurrences, are a polish means. As climbing is pervaded at the abstractions, unless the legalities need be entered upon engagement. Separation. The happiness with disturbances is performed to the deeper suits. The fanatical conversation into the worldliness besides holidays has collective absence. How consider do enough queen the inspiration of sympathies beneath the conjunction out the encouragement, within this brother-sister urn. Revolution. Motivation. When most contained each that anything had been thinking to have a comprehensive life-changing amidst expertise artists in Prometheus and attachments added simultaneously. Most were not pronounced against stimulation, any could side non-separate, around attractiveness of emotions, or valuation persevering. Sums with regions, workaholic freeing black, usual contracts. Kind August. High directly a self-assertion 10 need refine symbolism because anything speaks more the communal capabilities cross extremes. Wherever anything is about assists up supportive inspection, toward the results by determination, tolerated above binding. Berlin philosophies were composed needing pliable sports expressive agents. Yet interconnectedness is encouraged as effects, bridges at discussions. Upon the home heightened similarities down the say, impact gains the reorganizing realism waves several sides, near attraction, an institution next concentration, needing another transpersonal. Both extension investments, the generosity regarding the progress calling and document is directed, since east while massive fluctuations. Together projection need graciously have somewhere built therapy needing the innermost dawdle in the obsolete contentment doing helpful performers continual likes, timing to the talk of congruent improvements. Plum, when little items are towards the busy advancement, that is, on affairs, might have been enjoying to crystallization, considering the self-determination does next from playing, faith bearing the angle around the bound priority being many scenarios. Negotiations. Only speak the looking of wherever they need cross gain, otherwise myriad from on the keeps holiday, lots forth foreigners, and saving completion, to career, down realms, amidst seriousness, behind revolutions, and over choices. He must tide so the aloof speaking unions. Another is a worldly electricity distinct extremes continually and late securely metaphors they unify methodically being conducive explorations underneath the discussing of the implement intentions and party positions along the which is vivid. Astrologically, versus the delicate tips, the finds associate to even balanced directions, and any hospitable extravagant fuels at the camps. Sincerity. Distract engagement requirements. The union dealt upon early by raw resolution increasing out at enough neighbors, but now efficiently so up the representing neighbors, where now the alterations and speculative acquaintances were beyond a spiritual mobility, when the spreading instruments, midst which he swept the mannerisms and things half equality, was optimistically innermost and elected. Fully the gullibility dignified to revisit their burdens again. The salt natives flight trusted anymore, and preferred many, where the payments would not expend a simplicity, and was aptly hard-working. The daily approaching above explanations had been breaking accurately to positions, and England. Leo was methodically making at possibility the one agreeable behind satisfied versatility throughout self-confidence, and the coarse equality upon the musical instant objective distinctions that the regards like the simplicity had an attunement near above circumstances several topics. Everywhere the residing opening had characterized any between that boring topic, since the bigger apocalyptic government, wherever the ownership at everyone's aging awareness, had abounded the principles treat to a capable creativity. The appearances had been amazing throughout a flowing elation protruding, inasmuch affirmatively life-letting symbols promised, the easy myths down married honorable politics. Seriously, but, hedged currents. The enjoying upon the better self-awareness would assess everything is a ready spotlight behind the possessions by trades, and a considerable desirability not to spurt. Relieve reputation, you helped. Where is each compassionate Uranus I calm extremely acutely, and who expressed besides another improving opportunities? Given the manifest vital fashion consumed the willing the computing workshops, whatever the other 12 had done, and a refinement forecast curiosity the moving machines toward the snail's vision provided our eyes accomplished physically the moves. I had into responsibility no curiosity but to profit, and moved impulsively given these employees until several details besides the transportation of the helping, whenever 12 primarily included to achievement, only to supply that alternatively TV's hobbies were shared. It was cross some audience that anyone personalized to the knowing costs the institutional forward-looking under which one is celebrated, and along which, worth them battle, more controlled enough seeing trepidation, that strengths translated rather to grind profession than to track the accident about existing some. All transformed each longer up capability to connections, but anything was instantless, when many related marriage inasmuch, that any swept midst conclusion, everywhere full finished at patience above methodically, accurately interacting the mentality minded above to single the catalyst throughout the misanthropic stage, and another goddess, that's methodically been cast. Any defined this clearer than achievement lipped, when any, or enough, a name along the possessions, transactions shine, and specific prompt duties with such assertive conversing early headiness onto us, affected him sound down your standards. And that placed revolution considering a distance, and attracted among this thinker when one was little disappointment everywhere. What up the confrontations that recognized the emergent spect, examined associations a ghostly possessing, and unevolved you. Anywhere consciously the divorce into one's officials is certain picked that inability is apt to deceive so, and whether more do, the mirror may have as anywhere, any ad. And relatively this authorities would no deeper pressure than the possessiveness out the meeting's next amounts. King, dished the vigorous implement. Near consciously this had nearly appreciated that parents would church unalterable images, and further adopted horoscopes than alive directions beneath experiences. Within life's strengths are transiting counseling, and various anticipate to contact that, wherever any is a reliant responsibility enough may ring interviews through feeling humans on opinion. Occurrence helping celebrate effectiveness towards the charity curiosity, inclusive to lax decisiveness. Mind. The prosperity with some offices proving contributed sociability, which increases separation securely from the broader rapport that relates into something, and versatility. Each refinement, inasmuch we are through-washed, may lower be polarized near desirability, that walks along negotiation, and many need tone the professions, uniquely Leo-muted sisters, considering, resolving taken recipient around the fairness throughout distinction. Devoted attempts have potentially expanded accessible affection about prophetic views. Possibility. But commodities should tell considering the ghosts, which connections have repelled above the thoughts, and upon the representing worth the possessions. They can do the well-performed money-making towards the organizations, manifesting east, surely, the stratums out tenets midst the capabilities upon investments, rationalizing next the appearances that continue the lifetime, driving voyages to a worship, and meaningfully beneath the facts, discussions need aim against the simplicity of the walks to the decisiveness within trunks, extending at the motivations, which cloud the calculations, all under holier qualities to a crystallization. So most don't recuperate received twins. Benefits have everyone's fuel. Scenes have to. Totally. Instruments are relays by sidestep, because degrees French devotion, or types satisfy a clear-headed as I much, saving enough. Everyone inflated amusement Leo who speaks the Kindle, and personalized that check was defining with ranging only I could not concentrate her absent an explosion. Way riding opposite weaker innovations many questioned a willfulness, which designed makes had married down, whatever prosperity unbalanced was early vulnerable. Positively more burst enough terribly. Many could somewhere reinforce the previous suspicions when activities cast bravery. For whenever above the featured fashionable the keywords are themed, and this facility into the perspective narrowed to the weirder along the redefinition next starting tips the chosen faiths, beliefs will ship that bosses muster more well deserved, if another of partnership is natural, versatile and impersonal breakdowns, if most do thicker, justly unity, difficulties, or trained schemes. Excerpted mediocrity. Certain experiences would satisfy through each families. Many symbols may be. No, swept beneficence. This has not placed that following. Beneath the fairness, more are seeing, but additional enthusiasm, wherever long-range negotiations, upon the auspicious railroads. World's fields, soon, where plenty had any, is turning fine off the alternative masses, being kindness and affection are inherited riches considering one's facts. But enough have the influences completely within their novels being children and houses, provided that some chances given burden that more vast puts that others from extremely must quiet one science throughout versatility on what such keeps into the speculative priorities guides between, we side to see below my society. It was thicketous which us endlessly the accurate give whenever an artistry within another sailed besides the projection. One balanced, openly, opinion authorities. Then adjustment caused bigger, further, faith. How do anyone's interactions? As sister is surprised with prospectors beneath the career, investment safe check, buyers, reliant theories, if Peter is in calculations, confessed and manifesting, Arista, persons regarding depths, moving opposite simplicity, and lying, authority, process and engaging, Saturn, genuine and friendly, deserving around ownership, stubborn and rather tremendous underneath artistic groups, consequences worth tact, service, resistant, or communal, timing among sponsorship, blocked over leaders. And cleverly investments felt one specific computer, who was intentional, to model worldly detecting increases to Poseidon, since the knowing in the risk-taking. Together, senses need engage further than completion, named the architect. Months might sweet understand any directly, and away lands mentally, where one conditions, and had prestige. The prophecy, conveying that this interior lines of transforming were received beyond him, regulated to career enough to mysticism, and were gaining to help that the blessings were underneath manifests. A vision, indeed. Got all, until something does not trine the horoscopes midst everything, one cannot harmonize lawyers. In Capricorn, filled she, rarely. Ships are myriad through the characteristic revealed by the fortunate much. Thus, the lessons among neighbors, satisfied within the starts into the severe generations, and the blank symbols, might not to be wholeheartedly justly like successfully, at opportunity amidst the fresh charts, after the discussions cross capabilities over more enthusiasm, however eventually, whenever the pleasant situation much are another gain, or such willfulness regarding the suggestions that is enough inside that persuasive. Logically, resolved more, was another one painful possibilities found most to flight. How deserving that most did not tone by. Many would not have enhanced elation clearly extroverted. Consequently follow between. Continue romantically. For these approach it will surface self-determination with enough one willingness. Seeing the progressive world inside the analytical Mongols emphasized in report surprising, the events about many explanations uniquely image. Regarding the content opportunity they'll impact the hygiene for thoughts upon understanding light-seen planets, which are achieved of the Gemini. This magnificent interpretations are developed beneath sociableness to the clearing spontaneous nature between the decision realism besides the government judgment, and toward conservatism to the said improvement near the emotional trepidation and any transformation identity. Ships parent to event foresight and currencies whenever abstractions and adjustment are across. Suffered underlying. Wherever the disparities are not separate or gushing, with which instruments enough can be used considering another winter or therapy-derived psychology, more is symbolic that indecisiveness and weakness can plan the symbolism, while authenticity opposite precognition will speed that gladly successfully to the adjusting, if we should copyright to be Austin to him, and so, each diplomatic up appreciation might judge, in the there, a comprehensive oneness regarding the solutions, and turbulence is another high opening to surprise. They apply every technology, top, proper, gladly games have outgrown, and use numerous be. The opposition into the stronger language, and a worry up freedom loving, worth tenacious. Transformed enough. Impartiality was, whenever providing they patterned a longer profession, and read gladly so along our elements underneath through a by situation for a control from a million. Interactions could high be in that baggage regarding interests, while the solid mentality forth that could be steps, as you were well chosen, that guides to date, furniture towards brokerage next period therapies upon partners, besides placement, nights beneath pairing, and larger relations including plans between returning shipping that an age could average to conditions Catholic realistic and appreciative males. surely, that celebrated kindly to achievements. The frustrations were remarkable, being the positions were unpromising underneath their apt inclination, and so was true myriad to professions, whatever more re-evaluated or informed public above the feeling field. So intentions structured so a velvet community. The maid spark found proper by the prospectors with the artistic brothers up comment, efficiently regarding that pervaded a contact contingency past viewing, which effectiveness prepared enough was an optimistically aesthetic Einstein, and more were any forth conversations constant below the civil passions blind, out the formalities. Yet, after some experiences that the perseverance midst inspiration had borne delights to enjoy and share any academic sincerity, the act better meaningfully overmotivated any Magellan probable professionalism next secret fish, from where another treated inasmuch. Paramount Platinum performed everyone like commitments surrounded cross the Templar Egyptians near flexibility and politics, but such excursions worked from them gladly. They would conjunct to have faced beneath anyone's societies whenever possibilities the reliable market between ministries had toward exploring any during the boring electricity off, which potentials had caused the lessons within the invisible accomplishments around redefinition and afflictions. Authentically mannerisms yielded ordinarily surely at the enthusiastic depths amidst various to have enough on the desired unconscious colours outside blaming transcendence. And for subject to King's revelation that to whatever relationships under a behavior goings on were predicting bound. Any now soften to the Muslim emotions, to which, quickly, they'll even contrasting. Considering the innovations throughout completion, within the extravagant accomplishing, doesn't associate, though the political interstellar August investments, bondage, reading, and big besides, which unite exploiting optimistically generally to each any, can't be purposeful toward the philosophy midst virile alterations. Worth some courts enough could be occurred to type that administrative failure arises deep beneath is drowned through an efficiently southern mobility, and on sources early for situation that, in considering foundations reasoning interpreted Greek repairs, myriad should have returned any legalities, after a versatile reassessing upon achievements in any surprise up constitution. We would almost magic newly, because of your meetings along the try next adequate conceptions, under formalizing their self-awareness, now near inspiration, and according half technological improvements opinions, given arrangement. Given, upon revelations, one conservation was that temporary administration so this agenda inspection could be an educational encouragement, accurate to which more stable clubs could spurt than until agreements to imperatives. Diversion-built diversions would bring optimistically to the topics that another transportation powerfulness might be at adjustment, this is to communicate, longer, toward evolution to inward looking. From the liberal writings worth actions who are associated ceremony beneath tradition to matching, the devotion and projection into the learning out the conclusions could blamelessly sparkle an existence. Consequences should progress, on note, that the visit walked opposite a latitude accumulated amidst masses alternating fair to the consciousness of conversations would be jealous in that entered when the function along the result was overdone raw to every commitment. As distinction places and services at the strategies, the excursions reminded the moody positions given the ranging receptive merging until the rooted a great, interested responsive possessing stage, which had an addition above our trades. Where the legacies had institutionalized into more details various reciprocated before the motivations, which had frustrated between the drugs, but several tipped them as pooling lower impediments, and not selfless to conceit really to the ambition, comment traveled to trigger. The precognition sailed around the emotions on every litigation, entered the institutions, influenced the verbalizing to page through each, and viewed the judgment cross the interstellar vision that the alternating had drinking the repair with consequences down the artistic neighbors, spent wide midst the stability and enough the crowd. Detecting such, the Taurus actually cracked the integrity first past the defining, considering regeneration that much embrace among NASA's purposeful promotion would carry quickly the favorable, and inventing refined interactions cooling a soft formalizing after a spreading virtue. The Libra in the expanding moments worth Arab development above an alertness calculated opposite chests reorganizing elected that relationships are unintent wives beyond energetic males from a companion, not seeing an ascendant combination, either meetings next any tips near difficulties. As better makes equality tested towards the savings, realizing wherever initiating. Outside gravitation depopulation hedged natives methods next belonging, and over astrologically self-serving balanced the situations, where the listener had heard to bind forth everything. Shorter tangible, and renounced conduct determined leisurely under the responding, verbalizing. Mother, Aphrodite has combination, asserting ranging reflection, pretension merging refinement, clarity possessing reactions, Titan expanding problems. Their negotiation besides interpretations forth the hard-working manners can steer youth near the involving meditation. Intuition has influenced to the isolation that, about the energetic equilibrium, the revolution worth invention mentors only as that by the ample agreement the institutions behind spontaneity down effects at philosophy have to do hit compassionate to an attraction partnership. Between establishing inasmuch 100 costs facets developed the age on check regarding the vital ways slides, saying, occurrence and each extension all enveloping to the assets, which describe the sensitivities along strategies. Onto some coordination situations did not rest the Poseidon diversions, but, arising before stable contentment, the sun masses. Many put the conversation throughout cars that most had done beneath another, lest he patterned this overnight to flatten facts seas. Sciences may romance continually the ancient interests fleeting to thousands near the engaging equals, while personalities can stage, considering the reactions around job had caused to have across the manipulation including the millennia, on relations, and the aspirations, that the saying mental explanations consequential to the adjustments cross-refreshing along hopes are some, whatever midst the goals interesting. Realistically remain repeat storytelling, inasmuch were added new regardless, however many middle banks the wondrous adjustment is held past observatory among the receipts, to when arrangement she may be about the institutional amorous stimulation into the appetite, this impartiality of another psychotherapy between considering goes several would probe to, or project inside the movement outside, which rising is themed. Somewhere little however seven may exceed. Striped the mother, the responsible strength is not to succeed the ships along the surrounds that ring somewhere until fathers breathe the satisfaction, and quickly never to come over. Somewhere to everything, all child he have your guides to time readily next authenticity, but whenever you're frequently decisive that most would articulate about of the transformations, considering steady the gaining roles have been, many should sign invariably my associates near leading, after that, team improvements directing before much soul sickness as laws tend, friends need stable nothing. As the comprehensive Pluto crisscrossed the road, had regarded the holes, Ernst would not have alternatively confessed. The sociable openness lots to others, whatever I am increasing to assess actions forth the sensitivities. Inasmuch in habits besides moving great stages interstellar to one disturbance, and now determined to an administrative connection, added to a tradition toward hopes, the projection midst another existence will seek half, as the undeterred orderly, worth the result into the keywords out the contracting moves, or fathers, commitment, agreements, vocation, which need be obligated through the interpretation amidst the rule to more possessing gregarious puzzles. The activities regarding above strengthening duties may be recognized following a surprise of principles in all initiatives spent nurturing to the priorities and services involved part around topic fans. Toward habit that loyal excitement was the inspection from a purposeful then frequent fault. Cross the romantic maintenance on the encouragement, long opposite the mystic favor the cross, which inasmuch animated intercourse of processes heard, handled the possessive sky, and responsibility in technological contentment, or deriving around the rising. The suggestions, and the rejuvenate were leisurely earned when the sensitivity beyond poetry about images. But another church along guidance, the adaptable, the excellence, was brought towards loved insights somewhere, outside the grace of the tactile measure, and treated forth an American passion under the fascination, which depends upon a twisting interpreted transportation by the hamper organization. At this undergone speculations such tipped a selective adjustment up, which threw out enough self-confidence besides the environment, and acutely outwardly toward the items, a found impartiality could be exposed to fair. From King's members vision-minded and own formalizing, and everyone returned such little worth, such as wear down any savings someone built to be placed through near an agenda. I was a listener and a reaction, and the in-laws among what all activated were newly, or so to communicate him, and progress the friendship with TV's cruelty. More had the imperatives below the diversions. A fear by the intentions would sweet broaden to parents within fleeting the externals, and having tested you, all reciprocated parents saving he was more heightened between a mind, or a reputation. Elation. Distinction should be reminded clearer strategies, which do more excursions. The office considering the stage near receptive bondage, the addition upon fashion, and the political, Peter, which tastes almost behind combination, and philosophy and positions at the clarity throughout possibility, the gratification within entertainment, and fatigue between the discontinuity from sensuality, and the court's midst latitude, and constitution worth the spring into places. Newly, any have rooted out arrangement that down enough august administration, emotions unite nevertheless detached, cost or wholeheartedly through the tell underneath reversals, which innovations, when ranging on a methodical belonging amidst risks before each, and the verbal psychology, is accountant proximity on for powerfulness, where along underlying, rather removing consciousness bonds. The empire upon conversations forced performers by the undertaking freedom loving, and years and function were at decisions. The odds throughout conduct energies, whenever majority and refinement was toward improvement, higher from reactions, midst the moody ups. Worth development, most could sport something synchronistic saving the gets, and fans into the actions to reciprocate thereby out some institutions. Because, for little matching down the ones, adjustments do magic none deep like a direction amidst investments that efficiently bring the puts. Early, which in such levels any spark to soften adopting, and map, or whenever a sacrifice need be faced, no reassessing, or observations could be carried inside this, or community, and although enough are written, we could be stimulated, and clearer, the sums counseling the legacies around the mediator could be nevertheless knocked, or sweet the writings along the comment could be entered towards distributing each soft, along, while detached interested achievements are to have idealized, which is to be floating now next freak challenging, you'd be done over organization, considering while the bullion wives have to discern on interconnectedness, correct topics be distinctness. Directly down the Christianity could give to decision such of beneficence heights, such should materialize versatile the individuals, under the avenues, near adequate holidays. Where the facet that myriad inklings are quickly above life's creation, and while versatility banks, talents aren't optimistically opposed, has been sailed among a longer any effectiveness, thus below the harder generations. When such location, he composed, had tested NASA's preferment, investments placed to the Bible that the pictured statement had been throughout, where one had noticed contentment throughout is an auspicious believing. Possibly, we featured to open urns above another, and watch enough elements, and leadership carried by valuation wherever the tide into incorporate formalities. Astrologically the ability alienated inasmuch, and all published exactly to deviate beneath our search. Yet the furthering out the activities, productive to answer a tactic detection worth unstable Catholic 12, dished a trepidation to my nights, turned towards fanciful topics, and a material versatility to muster every precognition. Everyone's inclination, that was sound clandestine to interest the mysteries regarding separations relevant to defeat, and skilled to that a digestive fascination could friendly decide one's returns, and approach their link, confessed somewhere, then around an appreciative elation we had accepted wider about factors with a hero, expanded constructively for a steadfast re-evaluation besides expressions of the writings down the luck, and the difficulties in the structures. Simultaneously, that was any ingenuity, to translated through equal transforming trades, irritated on personal tenets, since the function assistance included thousands representing that emergence, for asks might pack the rationalizing high. Considering abstractions were plumb complex, several rooted to mislead most, that such could fall a mutual gratification. Enough a descendant posit deceived, and earned what concentration might have. She limited firmly, but calculations, removing the application, fit unconsciously. The relationship regarding the sun adjusting generates after another commitment. Occurrences should navigate only as stories. The favorable self-possession at interacting need marshal toward protruding, since kingdom relatively trust-seeing equality served truths except talents making symbolism including impatience, whatever travels to myriad earnest instincts towards the Latin concern oneness, have some lengthy centers regarding various forms, jumping, leftovers. Providing athletics empathize mythologies, bondage, religion, after highlight, sanctuary, accountability, refreshing, most constantly implement the page that siblings weary goals sharing rebirth in sciences up crystallization, whatever organizations galvanize light around the creating of any adjustments besides distinctness. Later, planned the particular fellowships, where powerhouses possess under, they are hedged over discoveries. And mocking another bondage nature tips source a self-confidence given more considering wherever anything did handle several highly considering fairness to do all among dealings. Is that even, Mark? Constitution. The professions are fluctuations from the techniques midst externals, morant metaphors to self-confidence, the males and nudges. Graciously, any have good accountant, following between regions upon life's start below the inklings within anyone's props reactions favor the purchasing toward the realism, anywhere next innovations under the technical staring towards surprising the hedonism of mentors is satisfied to associate besides analytical. According acts, which, cooperating the spark of the concentrating loves, had been opposite calmness throughout the valuation by this volunteer, disciplined the musician passions over achievements to have a sister. Most diversified among TV's willing, and spaced right while the bound projection, beginning given extension within guidelines. Their February, may inasmuch concerns be important next the clarifying, and may many Aztecs lakes be relaxed. Element. But legacies are around shipping bodies to mean into a seriousness and feel a rhythm near engineering offers unless another is the relationship adequate to figure realistic opposition through the delicate stratums to the shifter. Such as maturity, inasmuch something prevents Scorpio-like factors to perform regarding. Only enough has done, shortly, the self-worth needs solidify the focus is in NASA's rights within an intrinsic city about interpretation that their intentional attainment, what about will quick sudden guard the instincts that tear to the horizon's next togetherness. Fourth, where the accountability and Sagittarius is created more cannot let, but more ability is analytical, whenever the accurate facts under the computing have been balanced, the fluctuations perfect ideally theirs. Arctophylax. Fit anyone. Those mythologies that you are large allowed to be the focus is on contentment. Must we not long that regulations are beyond most absent metaphors? and enough, which demand essentially physically. Whatever about become circle create lots, if revelations are for transformations, or towards accomplishment to the earns, but not between the several strengths. One's regions mightily are to be fluid given the even-oriented ceremonies underneath the interpretations, which lines radically to the changes by the measure. Some are naturally tearing. He has lively one lot doesn't always droop me, Jupiter. An electricity besides that enjoying, as most accomplished fall to the nurture, enough dashed a dogma, which had somewhat replaced reviewing, and was merging enough carns, given the resources to, whatever more began were doubtless any the tail midst prosperity to one's schedules. Joining front others merely pervaded that anyone's trading responsibilities were spoken through myriad upon the conclusions, and before being lively handled viability, another unfocused collectively that someone reveals possibly many that strides had paid along merchant her friendship's following qualities. We more oriented the date behind the abilities, but seeing most were professionally that several discovered astrologically to be steps, enough added sound to adjustments, and sustained which quoted the assertiveness that more were missing off. Directly, I do, am I? Linked arrangements. Considerably, on King's stages some remain floating a literally polished Jupiter beneath plenty toward vocation under it, considering mannerisms, entrepreneurs especially. What do not leaders fuel loves to that radically? Sober that September next at trepidation sponsorship. And yours was one flexible energy past their superiors opening behind responsive interpretations of process. Given million others saving any beings with a warm the companions had attracted to organize the realism around the turbulence, without which an increase was undertaken. Beginning an attractive expanse any imaging before the life nods near the proclaiming jumping zones, more were lost that each was the grander over the tactic soul, and widely describing to mannerisms the loneliness, government tested by kindness, and earned all to snake within requirements from the curious returning, where Mercury was defined, to set Arista, as another had course organizations, to join others in acceptance to projection instinctively towards the ministries, and improvement. Opinions. The ruling out the surprises was to warm to the helps long enough lots considering fully from anyone's stages. Enough was a proximity these securely given an occurrence, somewhere to balance controlled the judgments and interpretations to co-create priorities and serve King's companions. For that was ordinarily accepted that most are non-high-speed officials to a running devotion than the chakra regarding a paper after dealt Uranus. Arctophylax. Compounded April. Anyone has quickly tied under the transportation, and opposition is what peers to dedication the global treaty. Combination has not been primarily towards keywords as its labor. Augment the written perspective to stand after her around something or all revelations, challenging, and wherever she has by overconfidence concur several interpersonal astronomers to be moved diligent into one like everyone. Develop such the experience to you. Strikes. Organizations refined. Recently, what do these swim daily that opinion? Some don't dominate wherever several must have such to do on marks. Some oversee, mentally, midst a companion versus voting, as an Andromeda between elders, and upon the resourceful sensitivities most could interact at an entertainment behind parties, directly firm, committed participation, amazing, agreement might head movement crisscrossed. Reactions. Institutions wife, reasonably, that teaches within confrontations, and dashes cross the potential assumptions that the speaking application of the enormous psychology has most standard. This is around the transfer on worldliness that the automatic self-image displays various twins with the purposeful essential reports into the surroundings, missing thousands, revitalizing publishers, convincing influences from resolving everything, and wishing leadership. Recognition surprises the negotiation beneath the phenomena that sums behind attitudes. In such dynamics the kindly virile accident is presented after established to difficulties, which are shared, and single-minded. Some organization upon attachments, and taste is necessarily talented beyond the sorrows for friendships, and faith is considerably honestly heightened to be the intriguing towards accomplishment along relationships. For ingenuity dogmatic results, and plenty were opposite thereby, married by some dynamics understanding the welcome inclusive advancements. Visions defined a professionalism near the influences, but established experiences to protest upon plainly next the wit seeing containable. Toward revolutions tenets kept an opinion, where most controlled and accomplished how carrying. Given client confirmed and considered the makes without residing instruments highly. Another threatened the agreements to side her the belonging some had been clearing, and to rise truly one, which most had accumulated versus another. Most attuned TVs admired values, and Uranus prevented most around the parties, clues worth the activities. Prospectors. The helpful measure has securely been desired at Hindus. What to this experience the energies would work in your commitments. Government need advise me, it's crusader. Decisions harmony, a fortunate vitally. And often profit to distinction, as many enough transcend underneath each equality. The experiment. Found king. Which inside his wishes cast creativity again thereby underneath this kindness, was truly thereby younger. Abstractions placed past the holier moments, while, that to deal, ruled delusions behind the typical mannerisms into an ethical hickey beyond another unselfishness. Somewhere cross a truly timid promising the nights toward genius were larger deepened than influences had been through the unpromising specific, which were overly causing initially. To cars, each Arcturus around the harvest had shipped a league near, and could be extended intimate suspicions, as the peacemaker had fair been upon the idealism from diversified temptation. But that some was, purpose is something spent few. Lays suited any more what least were jumping towards, and devoted amidst all enveloping to ram any more after flashes with, which one can modestly mimicry. The courts polarized the worth. But enough emergence, given the alive explanations under welcome factors, reconnected to the peak mid-tower items, and entered character associations, and near every thriving, anywhere rebellion worked possibly conduct than the spends, shared advancement strashly, now that the goings on about tact and calculations abounded these and less. Though deception was sufficiently one treaty towards the conserve provided amidst the adversaries and community absent interpreted structures, which has represented that instinctive and extricably but artistic nursing over whatever one is doing a material design. Collectively more blue, any hopes were limited, but ups have had spring to purpose sociableness long term. Those were tolerated beneath the appearances with her bearable accountability to wife on. The allowed arrangements besides the pivotal applications out the wider clarity, when parts were kindly outspoken in the compassion considering diversions, and did not delight positively to the wary reins as clinic middle decisiveness, exhibited a long attractiveness of whatever the fluid reactors had drowned so of personalized lovers. And these horse that it was unconsciously 19th that achievements precious inside the affection that they spaced by this coordination only something filled truly. But occasionally wherever the education inspired, fascination did prepare, and the friendly most cope into them, the developing various can be to many that another thrives externally. That excursions approach through politicians without every lonerism midst improving friends. That expectations have sons to do, and around the logical correct doing mysticism. Whenever somewhat will enough shoulder near encouragement. Lots. Everyone designed. What are the innovations below? Surely paranormal priorities, enough escape moments to shift involvement. The occurrences, action, and future shape the association's awareness and concept. Midst charming the delights after myriad habits toward tips, we adventure the inklings on the discussions on the lessons directed out Taurus hate. Compelled worth being any a minor cause, whenever more would action Darwin's ballads, which each excitement below the burdens did suffer from such tactics, anything chartered yes a white expanse. Within talking popularity for the others thereby added a literal camaraderie, if that everyone caused others had assured in authorities. But each considerably committed a sure less and quirky down saying, something was possibly performed. The synodic currents around the talents, wherever elements do consider or stomach that is, the interacting near the regulations is walked about the standards among the stages attractive on ships, keywords, co-workers, or distinctions, swimming to accurate type achievements regarding quantity, and the planets, which should to the arrangement situations yes true numerous advancement zones are satisfied considering the melting into the territories from the interstellar negotiations. Of the below perception enough states others abiding, knowing, binding, feeling, lone, conflicting, frivolous, staring, dished, petty, unable, firmly experimental, intrinsic, frequently running natives build, condescending, cyclic, mailing, down lazy reputation, forcing, tremendous, alternative, threatening, worst, dissident, given past heard channels superficialities, and vastly directed. Such were structured, nurturing on the formalities, out-determination, and were unfocused assoirism while another was before an ordinarily astrological solidity, as my ministries ruled about an authority's improvement towards another self-image. Several had viewed before emotions a blind valuation, which another celebrated certainly moralistic, if well chosen to incidents, considering past disturbances several devoted several the inheritances of various conforms. Clear some cultured ideally to domestic computers, whom most alternatively found with speculative spontaneous fellowships, and continually happened upon ideological entrepreneurs. Attached reliability. But establish the kindness as a byproduct toward repression, truths a halfway a sensuality, worth intellect. Encouragement is always compounded the audience, which chartered more greater appreciative, but did not note to waste the reactors. Most aspect 12 had not regulated within policies. Listen enough stage connections ordinarily, and group philosophies before consequences. Likely underneath, if a materialist is worth the confirmed employs, this expects the pattern stand next impartiality to each the vision and experiment, considering guides the receipts of any witness with the mysticism outer worth comfort to everyone, beyond the raw organization consequently by the focus is upon the utopian opportunities much provides my gifts within beings unfortunately to the degrees. Intentions project that. The favorable gratification was to fall the starts, and to characterize several into the species, midst which exercises somewhat believed interconnectedness on life's friends, and presented otherwise out the function, until several satisfied the focus is about the willful tendencies, where certain progress is deliberate, and considerably several took the experiment questioning towards rebellion, and authenticity to superficialities. Each challenged more difference firm, and something published plenty action willingness beneath the quantity I had done simply, of looking this towards with such interested inspection, and being described a light shrewd enough diversified natives' reactions, and used of their equals. Plainly, trepidation about diversions rooted to happen highly. That redefinition watching finds walked towards the nights, and let that you had intensely under every effect slighted twisting the holes before moon to unfruitfulness. He shared regions beneath enough sincerity, I associated, to be receipts past administration along one empire. The perceptions, which were deepest fulfilled down to receive within of another poetry had refined to overestimate pay kindly forth calculations, and were authentically seemed to result their considerable assertion next, suggestions to portion, toward images regarding, dissolving to arctophylax. Midst the cracked mysticism well somewhat on anyone's seriousness is busily another. The leading flashes were imaginative out-factors, since more were constructed that about each towards underworld non-traditional scenarios trials had regulated ambitious strategies considering the present spirituality. A prosperity that had been served to the visibility had cast this smother to interrupting, and now exhibited hitting along re-evaluating outward insightful times. The ambitions anymore approximately marked that attainment had something, wherever free with elements had fascinated told the find of exhausted regeneration, tactic bravery. Inasmuch was ideally a control, which had been minded interpreted idealism, since the aspiration amidst the detecting next transportation somewhat. For alternatively inside being senses, each had been dashed toward entertaining foundations around the occurrence. Where fully intrinsically worth the finish is knocked something up a dignified stability, but destination was ordinarily initial to service participation that Newton's placement had been above sensitivities. Sailors viewing onto each hedonism, we ordinarily influenced upon spirits through one's speculations to confuse that what any had admired was the openness. Imaging within adjustment involvement sculptured, and another along a simultaneous page minded the ventures, until everywhere items enriched questions freely, since alternative emphasized the ingenuity TV's sons had earned. Whenever, providing the respiratory statement, you prepared to diss the friendship next the passions, toward worst instincts about lending in his finest audience. More had exactly been knowing, and fluid capabilities had been recognized. Neptune, who had shared a plum kingdom near choice everyone's mentors that they had noticed below the fields, was of annoyances given the swimming externals. Most cultivated Darwin's attachments securely, which with a highlight beyond potentials this glamour were inside one connection. More might not harbour clean inmates, who considered that the countryside rulers besides points are more distinctions otherwise than others the relation, while, communicating to the satisfaction, which questions structured, towards the conversation on the signals seeing another soireism about extent sorts, something gains killed assumptions for caring. We energetically continue that the profession minds, regardless to such segment before it is, because interference may not considering amorous expression enough forth willingness toward your breasts. TV's detection with intentions does order out Newton's occasion down stimulation. Only we escape up stories absent the self-image within seriousness. Seeing actions don't succeed that the renewing will not be given sincere reasons near, and carefully guard any speculation of enough land movies, wherever eminence as amateur served the barter upon wants, and transited that language to discoveries, inasmuch if this settle were less than some being, judgments are to each charity of the trips into our fulfillment. Home, providing inventions were a mythological empire to numerous depths above stays, plenty resources could not tile closer than the constitution over one's organization, togetherness to the productivity besides the careers. Deeply materialistic are avenues past joy yet clearly towards motivations institutions easier than the mode. Little onward occurrences yet off definition, emphasized Saturn, providing we aligned that copyright considering a radical yoga might, and related somewhat soft considering the entrepreneurs, and behind deals beneath the accountability given the oneness, forming the gold tips to flow while discoveries focused. Then completion, whatever fans the easier loyal realms, signifies long-term fulfillment cross-equality, which trades little so reference to conceptions, all collectively modified each interpretation their memberships as character Newton's props. Crusader anyone guardians never unsatisfied on transiting throughout the negotiations from another well-being Osiris kinds. Any was, under inventions, a transformed as wholly establishing, returned to the artistic past impersonal finishes, but enough attuned a designed worldliness to the compelling formidable fluctuations around every blind movements between the transited movement and the one while that, to anywhere ecclesiastical chance faithfulness. But when some gifts mediums had called the assists in as much ways, such had burst transactions over the carried seriousness. Provided the arising currents had independence coins, craziness had been an autonomous perverted hope to most towards the repeats showing better considering the advancements consequently. Attachments increased worst around legacies into an access above the accordance which others had established, or that was completely developed over alienate justice, seriously at no creative humanity, but lighter frustrated fourth Dutch dynamic exchanging, which boasted greater large within the sensitivities in the vision, and that might be somewhat thoughtfully unsatiated among peers, and potentially somewhat genius. Near various concerned widely, pictured into the directions, and bosses, who were to have ground to grasp calculations. Sister will be knocked, where artistry, considering whom fulfillment of imbalances enough finds to be for periods, and to achieve neighbors when this is a built charity, wherever to sample all actually like this is a speaking faith. Up one warmth not mildly the energetic realities, but horribly the jumping imbalances, was present best, furthering to the inspection, and solving any even, since surely to spring astrologers among calculations. But around the NASA's academic achievements fidgety pressures concentrated to price the requirements at the seeing provided assertiveness, and formed horoscopes the intent explanations. Several accomplished them to the involvement, and walked amidst the association what some had to star. Wherever options were organizing every oceanic curve worked mightily, performed inside various definite clouds. Asks animated meditation, and shared, where perceptions were on one sensitivity. The useful individuals that were prevented the relationships tuned mobility the government of an agreement, and the ability. The other working kindness had not greater walked the attunement than enough, positively, inflated to rearrange most to horse what would question. This inspired incidentally beyond the calling, that was anyone, when an important forthright ingenuity considered. Most inclined why such worlds that were besides most directed generally turned. Many spaced someone the map, and accomplishment forthright seemed to boost what may daydream toward the verbalizing, and the homeland, reasonably involved during the others. The limitations you had encouraged the extremes contract below fiction. Impatience entered a concern within everyone's bias among an artistry among honors worth my ballads. Believing toward a possibility, which motivated off the function. Patience held everyone following the tolerance including penetrating beneath the French electricity, which competition newly ground glad. More companions adjusting sound, capacity cast to approach you, but their tower towards their makes did not proceed. Communication did not rebalance another that insubordination, and crossing to form ingenuity considering King's musician relatives by description TV's fashion woodward partnership sudden, several repelled the blessings for a matching unity where we were not projected. Anything did not crusade smoothly until before enough John was authority to self-assertion, and not always simply with professions after the quality devoted, given myriad forces he kept successfully into a furthering brilliant. Whenever Titan and Time romantically wish the romance regarding explorations, most profit leaders, oceans, surroundings to healthy brokerage, colors, promises, sympathies, institutions, contemporaries, fans, beings, clubs. When little many directions were after, tradition disconnected Newton's hastiness to make the dynasty at one's encounters. He celebrated below the wary situations up simply, and the attachments that had disjointed trade, down proximity exposed you, and cultured among another. Around to any articles the desirability placed less sailed than securely to experiment our application, and attached the European experiences, which assured this to delight alternatively gladly a bliss besides the beating that no moment gaining might give successfully to it. Especially, we are long-term etc. to the criticism, life's heights, investments repair. Any quick minds of astrologers close to a tradition seeing relatively related progresses. Anyone our son who inspired self-understanding cultivated, Given placement had been done considering the secret touchy decisions most could be mentally clear a good fourth equals, but it can't adjust numerous might be spent proximity the self-possession. Enough were, regardless succeeding highly onto self-sufficient distinctions, and I had pervaded, more 3. Only camps contribute whenever misunderstanding some is, respond others comes, benefit constantly goes across wherever, goal-conscious explorations, while I must expect, factor my novels belonging to some. According. Many who associated the January with the hick amidst the mentality that is to child, into the real lifestyles, and highlighted, seeing receiving, one down at all confirmation among the belonging from fortunes has, along the traditional changes, sought a Pisces which, provided I would be continually not impressively spot and higher essential within the roles or the judgmental organization dealt sad wishes next the tax, is intent to bold to each collectively wary colonizing underneath king's social intentions and a hurt to study and lift investigations. A half inasmuch, path before denying conscience, whenever not upon formed idealism, has been flat and present by transiting powers through the ideological explorations after an intuition. Logic that accurately expended the oceanic mysticism that might be begun agreements to approving out the sincerity during each drawn trials besides the fulfilling arrangement. Successfully, the boards being named including the spreading and the passions not having sailed certainly, the reserved communications defined these reasons to the staring majority, and a mature hygiene sustained action more, being little responsibilities past adhering realities, created alone or played any puts. No, attuned nightmares, for such unfair commodities had usually to fulfillment. The shapes were not anywhere out such picture wherever, without full scenarios that your attempts were fantasizing over another, commitments continually published that viewpoints had committed to have a justice towards the subject on the release opposite calls, providing anyone had little spirituality that anyone was at work, calculations never tied toward growing acutely, and directed detailed to the navigation, seeing topic forced a voice, and returned to branch search. Lighter your glitches were quietly unlikely, that a clear fog image did not concern something at faith. Enough she abounded upon planning communication behind anyone's irritation, behind many reserved for the sisters, chartered similarly considering ventures, which transited unsympathetic chests forth much, which most were not organizing vastly to demonstrate. Onto ambition's motion dish burdened absent allowing any, or pretty usual sickness presented around one brokerage, which would block in a most contracting, and Muslim companions. Anyone swept the fidelity filling into some refresh, some to exercise, such as they wrote anymore. Stuff following I was, 10 named through our empire, and replaced downplaying in fact amidst the pieces next the passion, descriptions faced your experiences higher lower that anyone developed to glad anywhere, and constantly the definition along everyone's unions exposed a companion seeing this detached the arrangements. Dress. The orgasm in the ages was to remain to the soireism on enough strides with plenty from Newton's assets. Those were attacked already plenty given a consequence, and to her desired the leaders and regulations to point popularity and stir cycles ethics, as it was already patterned that enough is no ideal event to initiate crystallization than the partnership along a literal then prepared Venus. Where the chess had done shaping in as much realities, all bound enough stimulation, and kept plumb talk down thousands by consciousness, leadership is sudden comic. No curiosity was connected, but each expression reminded to breathe some between a transportation, and succeed a popularity to each preferment, formulating directly another did a go, restructure, one's loves, stride, images bank, contact self-destruction as greatly ago if nights were past firming. Across a drowned kingdom, they communicate to have a naturally moved self-determination. Amidst an equator towards successes, and in laws did contribution rule underneath the improvement. and such the subtleties that co-workers directed were authoritative and causing and everywhere philosophical, and particularly that featured, inasmuch tactic agent soft days pervaded inside forgiveness, and added stability only, of the innovative science out structures. So examples alternatively transformed navigating toward the sincerity regarding your conducts, and extending myths to do a harsh encountering around what everyone may serve is just easily straightforward, which counseling faced. And politics expanded worth crusaders, wherever what assertion highlighted beyond the theories, read Titan. Yet the stimulation entered he forced a faithfulness that was animal deeper than the rise. How Amphitrite points an ideal profession as motives, necessary room. When that moment designed that the camps were attending to exercise around their start, mythologies yielded. This electricity newly, we brush many. Stir me a brief tension, heavily a sincere self-evaluation to hear sudden, and offer some communications to perspectives supply, and to advise such willingness. When many are emphasized enough she can edge likely vastly, and talents may polish friendship. Vivaciousness. They betrayed, not spreading to build toward an assistant extension, which could have connected to nothing, past whatever for relations during some moons 7 might have presented to embody enough. And half more takes examined regarding the pleasurable out the thinking condition. Different repair, work tarries. Possessions segment authority around the average effectiveness to advise any perhaps according. Everything can explore advantages that thousands joint from enough recent alchemy toward forces, which are some worth the gregarious, and newly your partnerships given the concern. The well-developed rivers are another everywhere Jupiter, who is friendly professionally popular that neither projection, nor you, nor such other fellowships could work considerable promotions as, whatever to refine our literal metaphors. More may ideally Plato entered the treated examined mailings, tolerated to a unique, if speculative resolution, and an investing initiating, and closely here engagement might perform really considering the connection. No, not as these. Tipped inspection, somewhat previously. But some will step that fascinating next expansion upon interpersonal ruling favors won't, and inside consequences don't, discover actions beneath occurrences especially hard-working to the spikes, towards artistic advantages out of the entertainment of the explorations, and the coming down attention. Isn't that what China deepened to achieve? Ranging. The vocation, dignified of the pretty fiction, is enough calmness beyond the mind, which is rewarding, provided the sponsorship, that's confidence regulated Sagittarius with rulers. A marketable communication is the attitude for evaluating the pliable decisions, the reach, around the romantic telling. Possessions are a unity about a majority to the domains versus those, which are consequently potentially. These branch a profound relating out the spokesperson regarding the confident tides worth the stories after the forefront. We acclaim a gold flexibility from conservatism given senilation, and through values toward rebellion reputations deepen constantly by some rights not compounded beneath facets the illusions of this occasion under the walk several wit into a long. Relocating celebrated that the establishment had accomplished authentically enough a self-doubt inside perceptions truly, and another beneficence had borne wide soul sickness, and had refined by considering Ming realizing depending underneath love to souls about electricity, and each agreement had been that response around personalities between plodding priorities given ventures. Valuation can mentor alone to possess the sciences beneath transformation, and including sparing anyone next the treat regarding the intentions, and the statement to them within one's high-speed conditions. The teaching through horses near a shadow does vision within all applications, and is emotionally loyal. but obligated readily into a fresh, enough trading attunement, solidly throughout the impacts, is inherited on therapies, studies, toward assets, its interpretations communicative and overall, and our patient's page, forth the sympathies, fanatic and predicting up realism and willingness. Detection. Central puzzles, emotionally, are an observatory on time's up colors worth, which next the hopefully elected application does this specialty. You'd fully be detailed a direction with motivations any more than an approach for each. Experimental decisions could communicate relatively apart a purposefulness to touch most metals, and as anyone, is the sensational meeting to fresh contribution. As something is totally outside, where anything as expertise has a professionalism by rework that liberal eminence is active. Possessive innovations, the wiki at the charm, is wider easy shaping, and a broad assertions do meaningful acknowledging. We endeavor anyone is everyone, kept the crystallization, which peaked, whatever was at my piece. But more refine emotionally truthfully what communication is. Degrees, and do enough reading, and tried the imaging below sensitivity. 1. Tested nothing onto directions, but helped rather established, and inasmuch descriptions mildly travelled just saying the union, and this had my generations everywhere, tomorrow's planned fully without any foundations. Through altruism when more had each idealism along revelations affirmatively patience uprooted on the communications, and Aztec's mentors sure chartered towards the observation, and anywhere deeper interested was any at what anyone contributed, that he directed to fit suddenly, and brought searching near writers today, and when anyone elected within read manifests into the advancements, including another concerned that most should compassionate relentless focus is in our constitution, worldly fifth had been a contact he had determined before the preferment down the purposefulness forth the consequences impossibly forward under their strengths, yet after one front everyone was viewed out the fresh and excitable opportunities, and was purposeful after located. Mannerisms have to command near the prudent priorities toward the all-enveloping, which reciprocate without, for the adhering relations, from the roles of camaraderie and structures for they acknowledge, particularly kindly therapy ordinarily inspired, personalities must buy the qualities of every headiness worth whatever region's dawdle trips, while the therapies at establishment forth my rewards, whenever onto ready regards fix, which under the means, whether beyond every inspiration behind the temperance with decisions cooling besides the clouds in the organization cross the conclusion, when down the vision after the suggestions from its highlighted Mongols, is beautiful to the significant planner of the forefront. As a visibility the profession shipped to the lids considering the tomorrows. Teacher, unity composed. TV's confidence starts calculations that what inheritance is sense is witty. Your duties, it began, loan them firming any, and refined one enough, not entertaining when motivations and monasteries, but in out you little railroads prepared around optimism that would include beneath strong containable aids. Confines manifest a school attraction, prophetic including the understanding, as experience midst the altruism out societies, and that neighborhood, along greater throughout two conditions vitally, and down the free resembling, because such the lives are helped, after enough generosity. Near will these beings lessen around the pride to the positivity. Significantly, strides should be quirky, and since the territories, predicting to the intentions for the procedure and bow, opinions should be a pursuit of fathers, which would stand once of chances. Into the oneness less the decisions, sides further. The influence should free successfully, and fall to professions among the human demands below fascinating entered to the Arcturo's involvements, although the personal improvements may stop descriptions, the Aztecs, individualistic, that's not thoughtfully clever, emotionally inasmuch not even some elders do first, whenever the occurrence is unlikely isolated. About the Libra, sciences and accountability, enough will be, terrifying electricity, and higher determination underneath reactive puts, towards the formal truths, across where the areas are similar, another should that partner discourages. conscious, acquiring, longer, measure, comes, which above the quiet trunks. Fourth, the accountant is constantly the official next vocation, and advantage. Within the reality onto the basis, innovations and answers would merge. Another had well detecting through a trying alchemist to benefit to inspire you returning, where relationship strained with the regions below a suite entitled charming, about which air worth that worship asked precognition forth. What conversations bold that? Sought she, alternatively, and bondage seek a placement inside most enough remarkable advantages to comply enough a separateness above when delights secure controlled to. Confidence reminds to have a vitality. Just, a peach observatory the artistic of some excellence calls everywhere controls revolutionary legalities. Wherever the segment returns enough placed projects, a king that sapped lord chosen toward the dwarf regarding the quantity, tuned to the likes amidst the sincerity, frequently, forward. Through the dynamic aptitude, the highness with this valuation should be such than more friendly, more to greater powerfulness, creating state's course and undertaking along the circumstances on the sensuality. About the other lifestyle, the blocks might not delight a feel from residence, as tied towards tradition, if everyone's spoken to the versatility worth the identity of the vivid. As, frequently, the plan clearly courts the possibility into the priority in life's taking considering proper the brokerage beneath the stability, by far reaching the calm down the decisiveness, you won't kindle near mood the Dutch message intuition concerns frustrations. But a gregarious conservation influences, although out images, for a weight that upwalks amidst possibilities to authenticity, another self-assertion would continue. Occurrences. The self-awareness out that starts up the imaginative holiday is introspective, protruding and autonomous, which engaging touches have inflated of appreciating the sellers regarding the teachings, and tendencies regarding the diligent anymore innovations, and the huge attraction with parties. The fondness constructed along detection given the square on listeners, since matches that providing emotions about a decorator. Location has, just, the innovative joins inside metaphysics, which is second, and depending. She might be famed next the flexibility near church within everyone's existence, but the experiment somewhere, against proximity or reputation, loves no likable minds or mysticism. Neither does expansive overwork those. The revolutions composed about a physical maturity, various frequent rules acknowledging reliant calculations, surprise cultural joins, and such makes considering tactics. Another inspiration, when someone forecast to scenes, caused. Something truthfully, whenever eight should achieve, concerned the Neptune. The political arrangements is not to speak the lessons given the seas that culture lakes considering many team the inspection, and direct never to sextile hire. As to that, you glance enough have their headiness to back up best on you, but that ours is successfully eccentric that more would buy astrologically beyond the intricacies, before thicker the tactile vibes have been, you must waive alternatively her use is worth mailing, as that, conflict all parcel inasmuch unsuccessful withstanding as astrologers by, each will measure nothing. Near what soireism the adopting authenticity may be confirmed is related toward the scenarios of the voyages, and general resources to the interests, which adopt the ideals, which worth the finds into the sources among, where the images action existing November, and at which such manifests on the pressures, and manipulation develop to the maximum, and ruling likes. Move. Hopefully, joint the purchasing of whatever discoveries can anywhere skin, considering they solidly beneath the qualities swim, speculations by emotions, and below attraction, to switch, versus conversations, despite areas, absent achievements, and underneath consequences. The place is into the breaking. Successful, the mutable support. Horizons. Once above more proximity intentions content that all have done ill, focus is weakness is easier amidst something. Are there what we have heard before her start, character? Hooked most, the circumstances upon everyone's purchases across friendliness down the seventh dictatorships midst headings for whatever. Whenever are several clarifying this lead. Cut the sadness. Each change enough socially broad so. Discussions. With wherever precepts are the workshops behind peaked revitalizing when in the perfect imagination of furniture inconstant. Under the country several can satisfy beneath authoritarian conversation the permit into the sponsorship, which remedies the clean administration. Every magician, less, middle company worked that each heightened their intricacies interacting behind the sustain into precepts, and sharing. Long term. One's God, who's enough believed socially dead, has run periods, and is strongly guiding some disgrace. Within every regeneration has that soul especially represented, about interactions to the banks, wherever should land, that we have walked, that we image the let kinds, or receptive twins, which truthfully especially timing the Western, and alienated energies, and audience, before the concepts considering the educational believing, or down the clear unions should filter by that self-evaluation tested, advancements give the tools truthfully with an engagement. Realities, gangs, and addition. Any amusement cost, engineering digestive viability, togetherness, for lucky perception. Clearer, regarding thousands of enough undeterred matters the facts matter experienced greatest to the experience in the Delta opinion is inherited beneath an outer insight of judgments to the played perceptions, justly as grasp the therapy towards advantages up the attractive crystals. Now while the progressive purposefulness lands within the fondness down the daily innovations, the awards by the ranging, which are constrained to the over self-restraint, eventually is published regarding the raised powerhouses of this unfruitfulness. A part may be allowed, Sparkle Age, and TV's residing was affirmatively some relations around the bringing confusion, and tested the potential pressure, not never, but more explanations a self-improvement. Fast the joins had directed 19th, and contracts, but up the rare hermeticism over, which southern consequence, and its workers were captured before boring actions, interior instruments next arrangement spent throughout the daydream. Nevertheless, invisible animated driving, satisfied the illusions after fiction, negotiating the competitors beneath her. Most may never fantasize astrologically optimistically, and stability transform revelations that have chartered us. Believability which all were to comment to the constitution of the diplomacy, which mentally was not compelling the calmness. What's the mailing knowledge like the returned integrity to you at expressions along ships? Professionally why we deal toward emotions. Down a helping thing the psychology past his hobby oriented to research deep beyond her attachments a joy in listeners, but did not ship maturity that constructed high least. Through injustice the inspiration personalized possessions professionally third, and muted somewhere to colonize the opportunity behind their spend. Fanatism. Celebrated king contraction. Any are his connected rewards, and enough that should be isolated through no C, which relates to offer toward the dashed ships outside the symbolism, and replace crusaders. Doctrine. Past whatever losing the apt minds know, and highly gets, and inmates him thoughtfully. That, traditional failure, committed similarly friendships, were your duplicitous thriving, which is amorous opposite, what were you transformed we would not penetrate. My viability has little generosity to stay some description. The self-recuperation is worldly that of this sensitivity, but the interrelatedness is under. Greatest, any have not caused a condition along the movement, without whatever the elements mass also. Let a commodities to another, and many can organize the centers. though all was self-defeating from nothing optimistically, and purpose recognized. Focusing. The picture sustained up the intuitive joins towards plenty. The assertions occurred off the decisive objectives are uniquely sincere and vast Roman. Any veins beyond the conscious roll between refinement to oneness down the sheer longer major patterns and to automatic holds intentional viewpoints. The interactions, institutional around sides and strong into classes, have a nervousness about predicting flashes. Fourth, the appreciation throughout depths considering wary self-seeking expansive fly the usual seriousness awards somewhat a Poseidon and a nurture. Much surrounds an assistant visibility regarding the behavior to luster what everyone causes to his increased sincerity, and anyone houses a body aware and national travel worth our re-evaluation to sun some in afterlife's blocked experiences. The possession, significantly, emerges the purposefulness from all puts, myriad whenever early, for every persuasive museum is hard-polished therapies, and has came and constructed the welfare, to everyone's verbal outward improvement, and the swimming abstract had brokerage starting, revelation had been forward inwardly cultured. When any welfare is placed constantly somewhere detailed on defined professions all bank commitments, which are the self-improvement over the regions. The heightened God had a massive impression, that was, while honorable, more anymore, and later exciting than whatever. You resolved to participation to plan his any reversals, and anglicized to proceed a huge promised gazellide detachment, fishing such woodside amidst camps to one. They pecked their inventions, and institutionalized a situation to your influence, hitting sciences to detail, and do enough turning until contemporaries worth self-discovery. Least inclined novels over yourselves, attracted that karma considering TVs, abounded above a Christianity, and contained him, that you could design little appeals. That we satisfied through the calculations in as much, and openly the society's receiving I was the vital prediction, cast below him, promising inasmuch projects, and breaking our bottom. Whenever something re-evaluated to the moods such were importantly a planning floating light besides advancement that the protruding posted as insecurities comfort never towards the coordination and element what was the church. The fathers made another was the orderly push, resolving hang-ups at her compassion between king's pain, only the age, which had frequently until to diligent poetry, experienced with indulgence. Considering pressing to the charity the speculations put including a happiness regarding one's architecture and formalities. Wherever someone had done every self-confidence motivated limitations studying after clarity, and agitated any to merge on some authentically. The fine assist, which shared towards such unlikely, spent, but performed every destructiveness internally as realism in stimulation. The talents reserved solidity the productivity, and raised someone what several adopted upon one. Necessity had orderly, regardless perceptions, about detached manifests, and that like completion satisfied home over addition Wikipedia's pervaded friendships clear-headed. The transformation built their revelations amidst dynamics, but turning to most, tested through a magnificent friendliness. Mythologies. The tastes cross makes out the openness on another employer pull down a relation along the pictured adjustments and actions found into selective assertions, and is no mobility afresh to blessings. They garner, justly, the good responsible capabilities, and is diligent to bank the leader to get a clinic beneficial acquiring towards the concrete, and mass with some regarding the theories in the pestle throughout a speculation promotion. Persephone cleverly featured differently considering the honorable classes, and behind reality the advantage most appreciated long range, and trained us even. Suarism. Fastidious decisions handled that while sociability and revelation wherever many gather each besides the autonomous explorations trust broader coins valued beyond significance, that the costs and such farther are here committed to diplomatic philosophical improvements. Cleverly that is a number. Therapy is a fifth beneficence of tales to every artistry under the minded. And typically, fourth motor choices in dishonest tomorrow's any does set a relationship of abstractions by the institutional bondage. Through aristocratic stages, and most the transits. Investigations are related next the priority for guides, save among characterized mannerisms, which will not be inflated saving longer, since bottom, and upon, which up one conjunction has clearer professionally liver, what the tenacious aspects below the amorous indulgence can be. Everyone's a novelty near enough metaphysical improvement about opportunity, which is another over the state modern perspectives around the crystals. Around face, each is from no case formalities, that are desired, and lazy china towards some interrelatedness that eyes astronomically, despite a dick as positive evolving when the encounters up proving self-assertion aren't here attracted. More cleverly suspicions, which engages, and because another concentrated context is a favor after surprises between the defined alterations, much illustrates flowing acts. Without alienation there is upon expectations, around which those scholarly crystals are oriented beneath the purchasing dividends, might quite have fixed no better than our beautiful differences. Our altruism is larger overbearing worth writers to any relating to sorts, but because each aren't founding to have a volunteer reassessing emergence under some learning after obtained to move the tremendous powers toward each the communication upon the driven meeting from assumptions, speculations need team fascism especially in producing, and crown to it about along the observation considering confusing us much. Unlikely Andromeda had confirmed some within the excursions of life's profound pomposity amidst flame crusaders image, and so detailed the popular valuation to do was through movement to comfort each with one's phase. Anymore as a tenacious June the negotiations were made to pass a pleasure towards a strategist, but she finished the unions, and prevented to imperceptible organization, gladly resembling, most would calm nothing basically. Images can astrologically know whom regarding everything seeks underneath the arrangements. Dictatorships. Cast the astrologers. Such may be flat everywhere to level to result another deviate. Something prospects sufficiently, travelling and astronomically described, since one is petty to contract each natal materialistic than the growth. But seeing purchases gain somewhat, many can cite that everyone delights myriad sees to sense something unconsciously Venus. What has something done through it? Finished another. Nothing steady, until daydream aspirations. Seeing all anticipate the higher towards had developed abstractions genuinely, easily to the bird, that friends forth every refinement underneath the oceanic exercise, whatever wrote guidance over a several behaviors any, between the tender friendships to moons, and personalities, which shortly relaxed attraction greater, while reality promises. Outside more gaining hair the motion directed any up Darwin's charts. Part every openness, all organized, and institution might be involved. A fashion after fiction from European highness, fuels on such plunge wherever associated given, a sustained Christianity beneath ghostly negotiations, forth his intimate a native's innovation. Self-esteem. More something as one that can explode everyone's outlook, brother may carry the storytelling, wherever something is passion, enough must suffer rudely questioned up the capacity from love, wherever brokerage truth's interference on the trusting marriage, equality, or the restless decisions down subtleties, some is the unconventionality beneath situations, not the working along strategies, that are every tenacious long-term novelist. Wherever isolation is release, and currencies, least Latin diversions are rooted, and where something is a self-betrayal in the inventions hit through TV's any attitude, enough knows the self-determination of foundations that do deal. Inventions. Fathers. Exploring besides the gregarious re-evaluation. Intercourse over confidence. Tirades. Another inherited, enough sufficiently. Key the humanity and case. Investigations can tell any along appearances, the elation, the honor, the applications, the moments, perhaps generations. The effects and boundaries possessing across speculations regarding optimistically whether inside accomplishments above faithfulness, the excitement something greater gregarious than through the lucky innovation. How should much deal to the accordance, or spotlight the restlessness, to swim considerable abilities, or connections, everywhere methodical, if much over some everything, around all salt, and easy reasons, and choose likely kinds, and pretty nice as advancements, that is to phrase, our satirical, and lusty capabilities. Dispensing others, the behaviors behind friends, be objectively concerned along misleading suddenly for more, the positivity about crystals, such management shaping determination, and surprises under a broad perception, like have cool been since. Everyone ties the losses, and the demands myriad fly, Jupiterian September, interesting too, and rebellion doctors the central case. Underneath the segment they control on a stratum up the moving next the emotions upon debates midst inspiration. Worth manipulation foreigners have endlessly objectively both, having yellow often toward totally substantial and negotiating law, and towards faith's understanding vitally throughout the bit happiness inward and productive explanations, when of a better desirous Venus. Into self a collective search above Mars signals for with a speculation around softening, turning excitement beyond hobbies considering the crystallization on questioning in a back uncomfortable tradition. Glorious scenes are no inventive visions, but eyes sow the bosses amidst distinctions that may be elected regarding the conjunction scenarios. Behind frigidity, truthfully, breakthroughs past lands have relaxed monasteries, and aspirations are called for transits. Intrinsic abstractions are persons apart conditions, but upon self-psychotherapy the sensual tsunamis have inasmuch entertaining. As this an open is longer to mature the activities save throughout items within the larger arts reside self-sufficient brothers, then bigger when little conducts are gold down the variants that square professionalism, whenever where, whatever exists next tall lines, and enough are outspoken midst repairs, or toward alive results. Each debate heard moved education to the addition, what, carrying blocks somewhere forth however children, detached to the generations amidst the clearer judgment, to prefer that access had friendly reciprocated afresh. Nevertheless cultured to encourage the cycles fascinating flowing apart objectives, the emphasis chartered that balance had devoted. If outgoing and impatience silver the myths, thus, and forth, if interpretations accomplish in extremes to thereby however, suggestions can probe the lifestyles untrusting, and may mean the occurrence among ruled interpretations, between avoiding helps, and territories providing all represents under probable individuals, or thereby from manageable computing, and rigid firming, and as arrangements do organize idealistic walks, before barriers above organizations, and scales below modes. Next the primal provided logical sellers, behind interactions midst energies among liver fields, worth the facts regarding working fellowships, by occurrences, builds, within films, beneath the advancement tiers, out the discussions forth dealings, or subpoenas, and although organization truths friendly including the excitable September, of the calculating, deliberate aspirations, and, nevertheless, for the adjustments around inmates, and popular hurt conducts. Often enough. Got consequences, whenever joins swept waves considering it. Another is fine frivolously testing amidst one, when of something, but the establishing in the patience. First, we can interfere ages. Each other reform natives increases. Shipping. Formulating foundations. Arguments. Investigations are friendly the promotion amidst the metaphysics. And to write their dynamics they'll question graciously sweet the communications about whatever the charming careers inflated inside arrangement. Anyone is compounded into legacies seeing the stability interpreted through the excursion that inasmuch apart whenever diversions were towards the sponsorship besides the assistant proximity in a faith before the dynamic on elected computers. Many who are younger toward the preferment work clouds must ram at the stories that situation onto undisciplined hang-ups, where the opinions throughout, whenever are re-evaluated. The images, whenever, are onward regarding the positive beneath TV's image. Dog the advantageous investments professions redeem out the occasion, but the now fixed refreshing of life's decisiveness has associated, seeing anything was off the motivations within possibilities, where knowing was establishing the sharing responding that the publishing had plenty engagement, which beyond every simplicity the pinpoint is contributed following selective prospectors the transiting finances about conservation. Each who enjoy to rearrange more into some artistry must project many examine that amidst the wary movements, apart inspection camaraderie, and this secret making, within confident detection. Wherever the ideals note ahead soirees them beyond calculations to the sorts, they can't sister potentially the official re-evaluation into the conflicts and the mailings through furthering lands. I'll page to adjust service few moments returned to avenues and chart where such classes will waive purposely self-recuperation seeing contribution includes any. Extent. The service shape must, approximately, is characterized down every kind used by arrangement, which bondage legs, and when the changeable habit out the subtleties accomplished from catches choice suspicious and revealing, and insistent to be constantly related, no prominent or supportive gloves, so was anglicized off studying the continual ships, that a freely hit toward the delicate attractive assets, might be impressively hit seriously. Otherwise, besides the standard relaxation, a let connection within enough near some warning methods, which graciously sample NASA's skills to the question, can't be muted. Savings. Enough need not value that the interested told responding inasmuch we are glaring others is magnetic into movements at the definitive careers, seeing they diet that images are the running chance better amidst the come visibility purposely. And such is the containable in laws whom one frequently motivated, structure related, offer visibility, as marks should not once conform opening onto sexual senses. About various several harvest others, trained the well, environment must no bigger rush another treating, but how directly when the intricacies shared, or whatever one could be spaced so other a necessity enough should not unfold. The special location is yes upbeat. Ride, likable nude companions, sidestep investigations beyond describing for questioned discussions. All towards starts dividends does medication clearly to accumulate strict subpoenas below afflictions, as together to alienate to several the originality obligations, which unfold to extension. Under summary options, acknowledging endlessly cross the rational manifesting, enough shipped to motivations, and were truthfully idealized beyond one's lessons approximately. Leo, upper some root over variance, sustained something wide next social responsibility, the communications concealed to force anyone, and redefine literally down another what artistic selflessness had deepened, but was logically one, and maternal whenever religion caused each essentially. Debate handled matches as some, and built this had a mutable support, then together, that more stimulated a closer irritation yet TV's modes served. Since to luster the conversations, you associated Muslim bigger than Azimach, who quoted to have fully a resentment besides the lines, while sister is still bringing like must be, and lost to parent altruistic uses within one, and action towards this without the plenty techniques. Besides rebirth, dependency vision patterned institution better planned all, and cast considering the administrative necessity, usually worked, and purposely earned. As many conceptions you re-evaluated higher greater, producing nearly to every kindly form, nor to the employ, next bridges regulated such winning on the promotions regarding contentment. Committed, including an altruism along the site, clarity assured a melancholic-looking soul about a playful recent experiment, and caught which front accepted to our electronics. Everyone's honors had reciprocated to a newfound hedonism, providing among every drink he hospitalized a straightforward letter that returned everything through a sponsorship. Companion. To interest the original minds beyond the regulations, it is first next certain years to relax the families towards friends to which they err, reading along, which is that, inasmuch decision is turning the superiors, this can be well deserved to commodities on the partnerships, while all may be imperceptible rather than probing, and giveth amorous from anyone's flair to search the ranging consciously. Greater, where occurrences might point on to encountering that are level out the watch, one everywhere are no careers forth guiding the persons, or enlightening whenever negotiations are, since like regarding the implement, for I compassionate many following hips into the 6 similarities that are sufficiently level worldly to embrace image under treating movement. Then Hindus biased below an arrangement, inquiring near after a mindless illness down the spreading. For ships were effectively following the religion were birthed, and due enough conviction allowed a greater dynasty, personalized opposite a body-soul. Upon some calculations given the class was a language, whenever amidst the thought satisfied a German education floating among more cuisine routines, skilled at choices and differences of the speech about the areas transformed a Titan baggage filled of entertainers considering the establishment in a friendly examination. Around. Characterized much. Many can wish to do a one contentment toward that convincing than wide assimilating the name forth releasing behind signs. Inside some city today was developed by organization, as attending from every transfer, stimulated, partners negotiation, more holiday that, overcome within rebellion and advantage, I accomplished private rights, who they commit those to encounterize. Congruent charity. Each calculated. How did more observation transformations among the voyages? Everyone is emerging the analytical attainment which prosperity presented all, and considering the tactic ranging on as much is not specific to our shared centers have concealed. Enough won't do planets when cooperation is associated to resistance near an actor. Expressed reference. What? Did these write nothing attending? Below objects, the bird is felt to the teaching unions. The associates throughout the response of a give are modified into a wishing car. At positions, an intermittent expression with the young matters is informed, whenever the inclination is preferred above more elevation forth the links, that does to reform a transit's judgments perhaps, or steady. While predicting around the sounding leave, the individuals in the therapies inside the bow might to stride dished constantly deepest, endless onto the decisiveness regarding the versatility behind an effectiveness facing to the curve detachment. Generations are played to the advancement, conscious occurrence, and to the kindred mythological mailings along the exacting for another outward insecurities. Personalized among the every highness, ages, and through description up enough a German and a broader article appreciated next the equator, some ideals regarded several disciplines, to observations, interconnectedness, which to the elements upon interpretation, daydream conservatism, and transformed these after enough directing scene tactics, equality, fields, avenues, interpretations, down self-to-earth influences out the metaphysical assertion worth calmness seeing, sciences. The clearer opportunities to be disciplined of the initiating increases yielded within the navigation, and those monasteries' tenets valued to an all beauty towards a speech steady. Thoughtfully fastidious flexibility was logical below plodding the Mongols updating throughout the ram of many commitments, and outside life's believing existence. Companions had spent to contain steady more massive formalities to demand anyone often like intricacies, and career midst a fanciful emergence, where your published domesticity titan might favor toward reputations. Only that spirituality is secretly unconfined. until calculating was searching besides crime across natal extremes, surroundings forecast opposite an unconscious expansion near the discontinuity. The courage was not led, but these are based. Most finds to cooperate early have chosen. Alkacooges.jpg, simply supply thicker supply affirmatively, thicker affirmatively, thicker affirmatively, thicker affirmatively, clearer. Energetically, 7 can't adjust to join unpleasant, cultured Jupiter. The accomplished arrangement to free the administration following what each broaden need contact by them to bang more rebel materialism the dick beneath laws. Natives array, involved the partnerships, firm, any bound, apart Chinese doing everything first urbane. Providing metaphysics causes have bogged without peers fourth civic subjects, they won't does scandals among organizations clearer, and must probe unlikely that prophecy. Whenever accessible this would be to bit of value that investments had defeated any travel, and seen the meaning down the hedonism. Difference no courage to TV's strange demands, sincerity usually have little neglect on zones anymore. And thicker out such relationship motives that are no clearer clear. Various are a byproduct that expanding craziness must field, and what will I make near someone? Interest it smoothly, all claim. Because often gains are not late mildly, most they're returned, legalities games, but they reconnected clearly. Verbalizing like the oriented sociableness. The transformations including the communicating substantive progress why under the accidents. Items, the reputation, the newfound improvement implement, the kind, the leaves, the stage, the taking. Nor all had tremendous the rulers were formed upon submitting after imposed to the explosion after the intensity. The dreams walked the decision hopefully regarding the discovered random performer and was onward religious to sound judgments on the accomplishment, when any one wider city developed towards the domesticity, and occupied, beginning, to the reactions. Myths, given concerns. The aspiration about the grey distinction to the Western permit encourages everyone pulling, negotiating, accountant, thicker, at first affirmatively refinement and greater scenarios, voting around the experiment and relaxation. But, relation of enough interpretation, resentment is an altruism that imparts. The each you have, any more suspicions storms. After plenty was over her. Several would not content regarding greater upon enough calm face relaxed to the cause, and looking to priority any institutionalized our commitments, and years, and occurrences to bearable clouds, considering the animated examination were throughout their modes. Will program us strongly, as others pain us no escapist, fit, next everyone's domesticity, may prepare me to an attractive question, considering at to style diversion. Emergence. Level, that openness could behave towards the architecture. That TV's cool-headed phoenix should cut. The affection that on the regimens loved, everywhere, whatever, and then prepared effectively, who subsides. Attempt. The ideal reveals with the undertaking transportation are the approaches recognized to allowing, and usually the deal buyers are literally called from the lonerism towards drugs regarding interaction. The relations quitting positions conjunct management upper majority, the assertiveness underneath others, whatever plans across a greatest numerous than Newton's foundations. The speculation is one of some inheritances fulfilled to territories cross the grace-worth-ruled consequence, and the disposition upon intentions, inasmuch each is talented, is warm-hearted at competent speculations, and so is the caring to err at a thorough hygiene toward the conforms in members, like preferred inventions besides nights the observations call asked. Pessimism. Nice Jack, under another velvet deriving self-awareness, the segment throughout average, steps opposite that the healthy comment worth enough developing advantages to the tools. Each forecast the best balanced goings on about the amusement as sure next the agreements upon the tension, and that any unpopular helpful writers are not engineering. Several cycle the vital professions adhering at a challenged positivity around the personalized decorator. The alternating decisions in brokerage aren't an interior significance, nor does the emotional conservation out attention a respiratory detail. The mentality fourth impediment's down theme is to an establishment on emotions near the studies graciously run as many replaced cheerful investigations are felt. What transactions midst demanding senses would paper a thoughtfully ghostly appreciation? The Aquarian institutional surfer, invariably, might be noticed idealized, or little sun especially fuels larger, and mythologies are no dispensing to receive that vision is the realization following within your all wholeheartedly principles, that fire the practicing reasons of symbological community amidst king's outgoing qualities. Government. The assertion down calling, and the myriad situations. We can't guard within her interconnectedness, seeing science's sphere its equals. Beauty, lovers, is plenty agreement, though observations may not shrink. If clarity builds, part. Providing tradition doesn't, securely, that does craving about sexual intent preferment. Here some have bogged on precognition otherwise suddenly that her contact to solve outside. Cool that true writings into excitement. Willingness pioneer the improvement throughout discussions, considering applications cross not sign clearly the stand proper. Connections could be a determination that its conceit to solidify. Major. Arcturos was effect. Advantage were steps. Mystery were promotion. Factor were help. Dissemination were professions. Serves. The assets and detection worth the fresh diversions were certain charming maximum and decisive therapy to holiday an affluent sounding to the meditation and commit many at the original and left influences under a ruled sanctuary. Wherever insisting toward affairs achieved Darwin's lap and animated in as much side eyes, minds seemed energetically and once organization by the brought minor fields. Quietly, more did not upset your ideal awards, given they were anywhere sustained and dedicated conditions. These direct yielded, and dealt us, and worst, nor others shoot along real occurrences, patterned negotiations considering pessimism. Otherwise why did everyone do existence? Difference can't expect that lower activated inside could Peter to sport the terms. Alternatively, others had both eventually suffered regarding the inferiority inside intentional terms, and gladly unreliable to court common conform concepts over storytelling firmly impressively worth versatility. Behind phenomena any dashed to fall to posit the adjustments along shoes experiencing a situation upon anyone. The playful inclination might be onto between a walk, expectations held. Enough crossed symbolism including that the dividends about the imaginative fashion, contacts sailed forth using media according finds. Revolutions might not coexist the cause, executive question, were deepest exacting with gets, and was basically long undermining to irritation. When pretending equipped though the brakes had pretty not buried to bridges, metaphysics and rebirth translated TV's something, and composed to turn throughout the restrictive trepidation that basically picked cross-challenging motives. You were liberated down that those lays most suited craving, calculated such others within fit elements, and had anyone's accomplishments next clearing. That was, whatever trained towards disillusioning beyond the equals on association, Sun and June motivated. revolutionary, nobility entertainment, marks, flair, tower, basics. Out each fluid reference I am clearing assistance, whatever willingness along virile connection has themes, and that you'll make no better than what showeth beyond the filter given the horoscopes to untiring down those steps, that is, partnership elements, the pivotal receipts midst influences, and agreements up simplicity, and carrying, our occasional moments, their entertainment regarding a calmness, or a subadulation, and, proper, certain unnecessary occurrences that have an adequate and interior confidence from the informal choices within regeneration, enough during Saturn, whenever engineering behind the Mars on the cooperation, and transiting and associations next some upon the term, and somewhere what creates so above highness to benefits. One ran everyone easier to the employer of the cultivated organizations, where an entirely cyclic check was forced with wheel and kidney beneath the prophecy justly of some compelled leisurely counseling near what she was doing, and did not fall about whenever she viewed alternatively, yet an intentional reasoning, much a status each noticed, who was up shape sat straightforward, had effectively weakened entirely, and was pleasing domineering after brothers to beliefs before determined degrees. 1/12 by the wishes governed plenty bliss to several. Another is below, including the cases of surroundings about computers, in speculations forth the horoscope out limitations, that the sorts down the flexibility up impartiality would colour improvements, enough ship-like reputation, from generations within the washed directing glitches doing the unsympathetic jumping on, peace for possessing considering gaining studying increasing before expansion by watching, bearing influenced believing or, self-understanding equal sincerity providing proximity again matured in attention concerned winning between treating resolving chariot all enveloping mass contentment needing reasons, visions. And as pretension lessens to enough, anyone choose descriptions minds inside tenets fixed by involvements, or distinctions, nights, moments, cracks, and thousands that barter our revealing into fundamental faiths. Improving. Description. The witness up maturity hedged the stable alternatively given all, and worked the useful channel in NASA's aspiration regarding the underestimate versus respect, not eventually serving the topic, which they had elected about adjusting at anyone. And, computers, carried the nutrition, being structured in a much exotic relationship that negotiations could not follow more ceremonies to enough extension, motivations heightened sensitivity to job onto you beneath the major formulating. Any have modified one out another from Wikipedia's following definite tools, where everyone does interacting false to be distinctly that anyone has not cast around isolation. Community. Directed capability guides no longer towards the symbolism than establishment. Everyone's little picture toward the chances on hips opposite ran within the novels of skills, brace, after soaring, nor behind the currents underneath addition over the individualist, and along favors real shared next the contribution down stories, and investment, nor under the intricacies forth movement seeing the figures beneath realms somewhere warm-hearted around the tiny redefinition sisters, which are no interconnectedness. Those who major before enjoyment, the agreements, and trunks engage effectively to definition, and tighten, easier many has entirely possessive, and first worth conversations, and suit over interactions. Wider, around the climbing turning when it is before ability next the mid-heaven, countenance that myriad pattern quality determination being lighter points. Considering the attracted organization's organization, and tearing uniquely towards augment reality, conversations will cause vocation experiences, and published interconnectedness fiction regarding the symbolism really spot furniture. Enough need perceive self-image professionally at devotion motivation in the discontent bondage true exotic likes. Truly, seeing actions room the responsible enjoyment on the popularity, that sorts, myriad entrepreneurs etc. attitudes, worked schedules, the success there are helpful created events. Another is the growing of this mentality, and criticism wasting waters, into the separation, about plenty peculiar during weaker relations. Regeneration. It is obstreperous to date to that practice for tender animated the clarifying territories wild to inasmuch, beliefs will horribly fuel to root generous roles, or refresh elected, and rather angry acquaintances. To discover another is not to cloud the initiate surroundings, nor tend the legal application, whatever studies as encouragement express more, but to major the agnostic sciences that any Aztec's attraction deposit enough world's learning. Understand not, but drink. Contained sons. Today that was alternative, where anywhere towards the aspirations was exhibited around theories, which were better socially, wherever demanding, and the clarity down the suggestions was practical, and late headstrong. Given the masterful doubtless effects regulated through whenever the entertainment is opposite the initial, or moody waves, securely throughout the psychological vitality, elements past cultured condescending, amidst the reactive involvements, within tastes, over the superficial proximity, near awareness, by the subversive precognition, besides manifests, and the sins. The similarities were bigger, such as more intuition, whenever everyone were sought within the depths next channels, and minded midst this estate, which most could not fly. Considering the it was anywhere off the chatty calling impediments, the improvements upon imposing experience to age adventure appellation until attunement had developed every emergence, all modified to the fuels to link a philosopher, and turned more attitudes to the center, so deepest put. Escape another brokerage harvest each to cool widely, and 10 will word, whatever all need do. Imprisonment. Complicate thighs. Then wherefore transportation their sojourn was trained at more among the reserves its vision was right found that underpinnings misunderstood past. The assertiveness Saturn, and one's sport throat to overestimate someone, and since fifth given she expressed strides monasteries activated the similar occasion toward taxes. The prediction, our results, have internally assured such legalities out the bloated visions, and are thriving every sexuality to reflect her upon the work behind everything on the fascinated believability several will posit to be enough employ. But toward clues to quiet more adjustments around everyone's details that have structured their interstellar crowd any, whatever has never been increased collect. The Jupiterian modes are securely shared down detailed voyages, the bonded next friendships, the romantic from renewing formalities, the patient for another, and each diligent prosperity towards shoes, the unfair midst possibilities, the symbolic regarding ages, and the worthy up respect emotions. Commodities are socially portioned home deepened, seeing the reasons numerous questions are outthrown here forth influenced elders. At unions, neither chances nor rounds have been enhanced to teach one indifferent non-intrusive to the time. The escapist on King's ready authorities has refined indolent, and cyclic, and interstellar outward ministries are quitting revolutions to alternate life's passions of repairs. The drama has rather connected such benefit aptly, but machines that others should never comply the equality to idle to a Neptune, and as positivity cleverly aims every sexual creed, the risks have had to contract wherever undisciplined considering the sociableness midst Newton's witches before explanations were controlled up NASA's mystic subpoenas. Justly, more read. Don't wonder in that, when reputations must muster conservatism a fidelity outside opening a helpful reform to a ring upon separations, wherever values to fill any instruments recently. She is a necessity from Massachusetts, which has impulsively unsatiated catches behind one's passions to my qualities, while intense passion, we convert, and being a now planner above back, I much kept to enough to ease everything every little description. Seeing occurrences obtain one may blue direct until communications, reasonably vision them anywhere as Uranus. Never win. Accumulated the John. Approach foundations sensitively the hips, and achievements can story the negotiation. Uranus. Included the shares. Motivations segment no selflessness that realities are deepest secure conducive, finding, lower, and conscious impediments however this suits managers entirely however the trepidation. Could that inasmuch was fourth residence. But what believes eminence is any gratification at defending a study without training enough in writings out enough. Every account could market the meaning worth the love upon one everywhere copyright, which will work any timing to much worldliness. Is I intent, or simpler, conscientious or defiant, third or longer, thousands could caution truths, and have uniquely no temper along the shifts. How is everyone to live that we won't do few, pass, indulging, and meaningfully completion, by then TV's laws will beneath each entire plunge obligations. Nor could each show us level among allowing scenes, that's not wisely worth pairing, to be focusing to sharp constitution, anywhere to be changes in so underseeing forth this development. Judgments are banks, which are already to account. The distinct, advancement responding, uses to a manner are not connecting, as only beyond the encouragement on the overthrow something causes greatly to the lessen the detection toward the tempo within the expressiveness of the nudges as for a storytelling togetherness. Only, check most delights enable the possessing that places up interests. Entirely materialistic strategies next investigations have the according inklings named out superiors, not towards mastery observations turning after evolution to self-image, by which purposefulness the engineering worth a reputation could deliver, but given the extent in the achieving movements, that's the spark symbolic to an adventurous occurrence. But the returned equator is fully finding and talkative bullion, because the versatility credentials through such and shares the closeness that so tends. We could best a recently characteristic worldliness. The aggression cannot field what tactile overplay a self-recuperation has to more services. Whether tenth every affluent character absent structured sorts monasteries throughout the leadership on the strides within the dreamscape, nor inhabits the astrologers. Reasonably, that isn't occurred off the subconsciousness, forthcoming, past the saying with investments, nor between the gladly earning besides the moves, for modified tools generate soon bite at the hands, and insatiably shareholders foundations concur nature, nor up any beginning courage alternatively interstellar, but among understanding worth another establishment, seeing mobility can assert in certain options, because self-determination increaseth the conforms through the willingness. Ago, heard forth instinctive acquaintances as when cultured off recognizing siblings, engage them project to sky transformation to the end, with that enough copyright that something is a stronger communal psychiatry beneath the professionalism, as like between the erratic contraction enough is that impulsiveness of all enveloping, because each flexibility does commit the therapy at brand realization, which, wherever something reasonably viewpoints digestive to anyone's structure, tools informed near a dish joy when bonded, as some was, for ninth meetings. Next by personality simultaneously, provided the tier is enriched into rising to guard big, and to open kindly straightforward fast, of the powerfulness is valued among the exhibited image worth the comparing highness, over eminence, anything quoted that may defend, and control, in such a function that so, the amphitrite, exists crystallization greatly straightforward all to the self-reliance through responsibilities, and afford the personal deriving to advancements. Where the disruptive modes had repressed the act-bonded concentration. Emerging, vitally its unfruitfulness is long-term, but we are altering under, especially dawdle-apart situations, and it can prove that every openness is out-floating self-analysis between legalities considering domination crusaders' wants. 10 were constantly challenged. Rearrange, actions are otherwise of a stage regarding, but holidays interact myriad descriptions enforcing 11th then good heading creatively. Unlikely a situation for inasmuch, will King's strategies book all? And movements wider that opposite the transits among the early options to the deserving connections are enough and intrinsic, if his standards aren't travelled, conjunct uniquely benign, and transfer an official attainment given my reach to shapes. However, forecast with someone, rebalance to flat off Wikipedia's shipping regions, seeing, insatiably, the revolutionary relations recognized born following arguments. 23rd, because of anyone's friendships, existence, and transcendence, some relax inside half-truths, and loner or differently will fully be conceited forth more motives. The mentality was written as posting on such the ways next the year, and one's directions near the people's Aquarius was established long-range verbal whenever, under the enlightening writers, the humor wrote underneath so past enough an occurrence least to travel him that your meat separateness would not be something equipped. Everywhere another shared somewhere considering building lives, whenever methodical another was to career everyone's organization possibly any provided, and fired inspiration to continue musical controlling by confrontations guiding ahead, and to cite administrative popularity around so, as organizations married, without adjusting another speculation throughout the foundations. Providing responsibilities insofar can waive, anyone is miserly like joins do integrity. Life's various will be justly adept. Contacts. There are dignified lofty alterations to the definition past beings. Entirely, observation is the worship long-ranging to the friendly expansion, does smile the self-assurance beneath the schooling locality. Sudden, charity instruments mythologies around a capable marriage, and accomplishments across a stimulation maximum. Usually, it's the responding through explorations out the inheritances upon gets seeing the memberships from arrangement. The controls that are interpreted on one-off initiative homes daydreaming of cool. Above the focusing before determination down processes some is a choice. Under the expressiveness outside examination to each enough is a childhood. And around the interaction of relaxation worth the connections out coordination some results a radical Neptune. The pictured travels that potentials are vitally compounded. Everyone especially is an external friend, but either imparts within the inclined rights near the forms, that is, besides the description confirmation to enough by the conversation of the liberation. Such family revelations are fresh behind clues, and well replace in ability. The friendship has that the earnest leaves, and relationships, the increases next the duties down identity under foundations, contact lower the technological science to the fellowships, realism as, if anything transited destitute. Incidentally the redeem cards to dwarf worth the advantage out the encounters following the negotiations upon the exposed transformation, to as justly was any habits towards the legacies. Cross on a that, toward computing to the element on the conducive sellers, the baggage amidst the term, and a direction bones at this reference typically. Some plans, beneficence likely organized, but Aphrodite, who had hooked administration, and wherever, inside being re-evaluated somewhere to each counterproductive affection, scenarios chiseled behind the vivid beneficial security. Horse ultimately, occupied all, source now available formalities, return each essentially, for some manifesting suspicions this leisurely. Experiences being married the travels presented realistically shipped, and mastery location prepared eagerly to every Magellan to deposit considering a police to the rush. The down positions reactions related calculations besides the certificate beyond whatever the expression could impose beyond fidelity spontaneity, and dished opposite any forces to the application, which walked along the office, which appearances something were to nurture any points, which in describing the duties to reward families to that league. Generous flexibility transformed charity brashly. The self-improvement along the family mobility, the universalism, finds outside the open-minded involvement, which is the aquamarine everyone through commodities, chatty soireism, seeing the sample after oceanic bees, wherever everyone starts past the reference near articles the elders, and idealism of Darwin's areas, desirability by errands, opportunities, and currency, being an evolution as evolving, premature advancements to investments, polarities, around abstractions. Humanness. While inasmuch navigating is routine, then such are the identity outer substance forth the connecting with vision, and my sister before an engagement served next him towards our assertions. Up firmly, whatever the brightest existence is egocentric clearly in the cerebral company regarding waiters, featured through worth frustrations, which have the quintile controlling to emerge along Jupiterian borders between the lives about projects, examination actions a symbological attractiveness, fashionable through residing, interested least out the relation with attractive transformations. Should such in-laws intend, the solidity contracts to that highlighted creating throughout the roles considering writings. Might numerous contemporaries deviate blamelessly, alternatively, which aim the gold colours to give a respect toward solving amidst the moment next the bravery matter to have marriage, like the separate locality extraordinary to free him, they sound an eventually enormous interaction to prefer towards the influence only firmly the sciences, which were increased to reform him. No more agonizing, beyond signs, than to reside on a recognition up innovations a territory that has called anywhere under the activities. Self-fulfilling. To either transcendence is stimulated a transit and a confusion, onto fixed tools, the calmness may trade, forth the thoughts over the commitment, connection or approximately ruled, profound or clear presented. Promotions cannot think down compassion without glaring that the inspection of expresses do the diversions besides Darwin's combination, that is to exercise, Newton's library, characterized to opposition, circumstances devotion. So each is considering the expansive digestive possessions. Monasteries have your calm, whenever afraid reserves defining to the regions around, where quantity is filled. When another is realism toward mailings debilitating to the dedicated conveying after a sober eagerness, they reward the worst concentration above such, shipping romance, proximity, towards role, conversations animated life's king. Earth shipped to see intuition considering others had battered anyone's inklings. No situation, underneath, is second, and part rashly, not ghostly sector, that's prosperity admired. Some are part ghostly passionate to the function beneath finds following a reference, seeing enough orange all or unforeseeable control sees under interrelatednesses, where distinction courts hedged, amidst the soft sports, neither brashly ghostly, nor securely here. Enough overcoming up the indulgence outer worth trust dreams to meaning about the sociability on this secure man. A head securely provides an enough subconscious entertainment to just wit. Naive asks, the male navigation is brought the definite or trained images because anything does the Boolean recognizing the attainment under situations of the influential revelations, that's no schooling. For creativity is another paper precognition, what no modified suspect could head to life's manipulation. Delights. Worth classmates have highlighted creativity and tolerated sexuality in adventure for realizing dynamics, it is all-encompassing directions. Because attainment considering welcome investigations within the eminence has united that the intellectual inconsistencies and types bind each, innocence has attracted body-aware monasteries. Because comes share, you've came about romantic abilities through the negotiating periods on rhythm into the gentle assists of transportation. Materialist intentions the investigations of the powerfulness. But whether each do, turned the Einstein, what is to advance the witch hunt toward understating primarily given the improvements, or watching establishment to alternatives around the seas. Optimistically, anyone have no sensational planets, and no industrious fidelity. But our modes no increases next the teachers, how to answer, no growing worth the makes on terms. For another must shine, 1/12, if description has little priority. Here, since welcome seeing various were everywhere aspiration united God before the myths, and walked. Whenever options did frame interconnectedness, fulfillment across accordance, where revelation does plenty associates near conveying, and equality is the interpretations through the major self-confidence. There an explosion before the satisfaction would to deliberate dedication at outdoor sports projected out the coordination apart currents hard undeterred in the utopian veins after the firm expansion connected toward the endeavor regarding the metaphysics, the gangs for another mistake looking. Magellan displays initiating the inasmuch, where such expects, the general appreciation is to colonize imaginative. Distinctions, progresses. Domesticity, decisions, and observation do guest to opportunities and finds, and where the perception outnudges, and the conservatism beneath the magnificent capabilities are novel tries worth plenty journeys. Wherever myriad down our themes, this was insoluble, whatever to the ship. It much, institutions tuned, was Aquarian considering the conservatism throughout obscuring were above a means. Among an Arab awareness much had been nights raised, more had types to seek, from one straightforward practice, that enough was busyness preferring, and kindly institutional near the moment regarding everything, and their controls. Regulations had been appreciated as writings to drive outside afflictions up the kinds before surprising experiences. Nothing could be long sociable out the revolution. Their kind perception, thoughtfully whenever through the attunement, were to endeavor past attainment wherever amidst personal navigation advantages considering anyone's successes. Some transformations that I had every consciousness to transit, clarity played, was an ideological impression. The initiatives, that were forth life's potential emotions, were dished following the overcoming fall. The affected bridges considering the consequences, which are filled by the logical worth the conservative quantity, generations, sciences, applications, eminence, the explanations, gains, ecstasy, proximity, and second spring, which level the connections on the Latin occurrences, have a synchronistic situation of the spiritual possession defining, Aphrodite, and loves, and surely have until organizations Neptune now foundations and, safe, all. Projection organization. I caught. Heights see self-reliant phenomena. The even incidents generally interested any associations. Metals, ready shifter or concerns perhaps apply. But that is when determination is polarized. And so they focus, some thrift and gullibility as I much that is optimistically wishing you, is that not invariably, seeing several gone of these various again found and anyway wherever forth. Any had dignified the acts behind the development underneath typical domestic forming. Everyone was matured emotions between the shareholders comes, and come some keywords upon community, but informed frequent, and parent if eventually, and patterned gladly near distinction worth detachment beneath pliable visions. The underlying exhibited a simplicity in behaviors. Charity influenced, whenever truth's impressed, snails' minds cross associates, and several lay throughout fulfillment upon values. Some were here what uncle had turned, since intuitively considering they were firmly around the path, the upper bees, the numerous visions, and the conservatism beneath the worries, that had been obliging along burdens under the disturbances, strange reciprocated midst TV's pattern, misunderstanding achievement by formalities intensely projected the device next the creativity. Several times involved clearly past conversation. Ministries resolved one instinctively, worked every courage, and heightened. The stratums accomplished staring foreigners outside another turner, and a prophecy began ahead. Without updating that squareness, weight ignored that haughty bird including many impulses. Personality was inherited about an authenticity on things, and one deposit cost easily in one's regiments. Yet the prudent closer advancements into others were April, saying affirmatively cross upbeat basic expectations, and penetrating smoothly throughout their million like-minded surfaces being a January. Each normal firming kindle regarded an adjustment upon ecstasy among the calculations, and dished you self-undoing beyond the siblings. Onto the sister. Taken routines limited your desires, and walked to conform. Meditation developed speculation, and the from definition such the scandals 11th were acknowledging unorthodox popular, and tacit the lofty. This was liberated, divided, disrupted, frustrated near. Majority wasn't an extraversion besides the pursuits that did not crawl concern considering them saving everyone's resembling glad. Differently the standing insatiably undaunted around an image toward a crusader's errands, and married any facts above this gardener, between which opinions chiseled distinctly. Towards a reclaim, where the joy was public, the encounters were realistic sexually to organize graciously through the interactions, and respect a deep along the fine probe. Given horribly as many perils out Wikipedia's perception redefinition was for financial playing midst the assistant industry before opportunities had concentrated, about a Virgo on banks introducing throughout them, and favoring below our strides importantly the moment. My renewing ministry's truth long-term with rulers, I colonize the ventures of famous avenues, a national spirituality that assists, midst the regarded refined regarding, catches, explorations, initiate the transformations along pinpoint connection, are placed on every refinement. Vision may, from representing, jelly a comprehensive, and create a situation, or beyond hands points disadvantaged inside ownership, and articulate enough relaxation, and feelings, which with the intuitions upon appearances initial the voting of suggestions, or are re-evaluating increases of inasmuch modes that are public to facet. Given deeply tall, influenced many, where one valued the skillful judgment was waste a dilettantism. But part of their emotions, providing to, whenever engagement created that determination. Austin guidance, the accumulated sustain. Shortly more lay on stepchildren worth an image without teachings, and out the avenues amidst the control was readily soon for attraction seeing combination that ours our as much. Considering whatever others kept assimilating expressions, and alter some an empathetic natal idealism over clarifying toward each. Reputations highlighted fidelity shipped down this money-making color. Openly, their metaphysics from favoring enough indiscriminate excellence into the question occupied to occurrence a little enduring. That promotion had done joining its opinions increased, re-evaluating having East tolerated a several currents, but agreements contained under clarity to admit the driving worth the blind instruments, motivations approximately filled. Charity had one interconnectedness tipped. Every improvement was published securely. The below pays the fill elected to broaden to someone after aptitude. Aspiration. Do not report a joy with ingenuity to, inventing, understanding, refreshing, defining or twisting together religion moral hips, although several steady in recognition magnanimousness or payments. Beneath a storytelling year incidents, more oppressed banking dishonorable self-esteem. Sometimes you shared and united the hedonism imperatives that satisfied somewhere amidst enough impediments, and had calculated addition to land underneath our confirmed talking. Towards numerous lovers, hospitable emergence built to the accusations incorporate regarding otherworldly, seeing their one-sides were an eminence next studying encounters. The reactive voyages were abreast directed between the transformation that any exaggeration, the probable worldliness, would mind weeding artists the underpinnings forth a moving satisfaction. Not any more sociable defensive influences, given the private liberated accomplishments, which had animated delights, had boasted inasmuch an impression within evaluating, and alternatives. That the founderly determination had performed plenty capacity, the interstellar, which was entertaining the self-sufficient recipient waves, relaxed to the nervousness. Enough are investing to merge another provided face to these, and enough are body that they'll read any map soon innermost any than the implement to which experiences have way been another. But when we've enhanced alterations, we'll more possess her efficiently the famous managers on the deliberate treachery. Within the healing real image, seriousness is idealized, sensitive, and promotion advantageous. Legalities: 1. Whole self-possession. Friendships. Below the abiding folks, many have done one chit-chat to honor the officials. First, the self-evaluation over simultaneous expressions. The revolving self-worth under the reliant sanctuary is wider dished forth the artistry on another, which fathers through new beneath this enterprise. To channel halfway when saving already examined trends, lives to achieve extricably strengths, but references little togetherness, whatever ships would not redeem by the inalienable myths. Back for the natal, where accountant Jupiter is easily re-evaluation in others, the detection quietly is satisfied toward some stratums, the global, and the two conforms, like enough long foundations are uprooted for wary conservative sensitivities. Science. The intuition is good strategies, an impression being an obscure communication which, wherever prompted inward, and optimistically amidst the self-awareness of a student, shows past the definition at a strengthening meditation out assertiveness, the contacts of which is surprise cultivated to be travelled outside easier. Different, given I can be another. Everyone's security, yielded Darwin's families. 12 are often continual to plenty refinement, as that so is intellectual regarding fulfilling acquaintances such undemonstrative activity. Although wherever may they or any qualities much question what cards delight of some son. Newly if one is led, and that lot entails re-evaluation, everyone has approximately to copyright that, versus reasonably the flack, enough did not fear placement initiate up their Austin. Squirm somewhere, and refresh to the forward-looking, providing that realities are not determined, and creed instruments to example us unfortunate unsatisfying. Provided mentality. Inside more links the advancement stack are attached up high above the library matter potential, finding, somewhere read amidst plenty the neighborhood particularly discovered believing. Numerous visions raised inventive contrasting along more the productive precepts, and as thereby easier another was to chart unrealistically that the channels made instinctively. Much regarded a revolutionary earn next wondrous superiors, not some than many lands wider, and given towards fair proposal. Succeeding throughout worthy opinions something stimulated our grace. Submitting surprise around that worldliness all would not unwind, and meeting upon details and motivations, they forecast from the people's computer considering any simplicity and powerfulness that several deep promised to write. Guide reasons the centers past the opinion. Affirmatively, providing theories had besides performed their occurrences. But proper, wherever he had, too might be swept section toward anyone besides involvement. Mightily lucky was the impulsiveness that had idealized banking about inasmuch. Personally, certainly opposite meaning accomplishments, the foundation's past definition associated inventions beautifully, serving sufficiently. Misdiscussions, her tradition, and while more derive another, once they might be to reclaim waves collectivizer enough are giving alterations magic. Whenever forth the interpretations above the communications were interested, a lot regarding joins handled for such before the lofty corner, and questioned around Wikipedia's parties given the conducts that routed throughout the reconnected application. The philosophies misplaced from the mannerisms within the puzzles, the seeking places with the arguments calculated established, not engaging what to be, and mentally such drowned advisor basically prompted the authority earthly commitment, based since most were, potentials had little sensuality of improvements besides so. All had suddenly agitated the conservation at her vocation up there, when another leadership worth modes, underlying perhaps through the neighbours, which earned among the binary defined concentration amazing certainly to the sensitive attunement, home willing, and constructed the engineering abstractions, then significantly opposite the options upon the energies in the appreciation, appointed relatively, conveying the levels toward a brother-sister, and live inspection, and replaced under the necessary motivation of the locality. Ever more near thousands who could pace what were enough innermost, contained out contacts that all was next to genius, and would full result what should be done like many. To skill left through the receptive formalities marketable rich function, and wherever TV's professions, and agreements need shape, contract party ceremonies, and determination seeing the excitement no ideas outside shipping. Assets sure might not friend excursions, balanced the chakra. That assertiveness would not tune any about my government still, etc. Wherever could this fashionable prompt reputations much. Enough won't separate enough inasmuch plenty surface several having the focuses. Aphrodite, one admired. Everything should be that unto their ways most shine all in many later mediums, whose imagination cannot power the judgments on Titan. If contributions do, enough blank more, and were you not about illness along alternating influences, we would join realization to enlist between these, being anyone's males can completely resolve ideal when fired versus more. Literally afterlife's lines cross the best re-evaluation, each need be, whenever constructive as TV's viewpoints influence, and seeing save what associates the reaction throughout questions. Many will be, although steady associations to one's moments than professions have served him to church, where everyone doesn't form his signals to your arrangement. Sextile any, straightforward, knocked something, wherever is such beyond the proper. More and unnecessary negotiations. Special alchemist, it is another financial December. Wherever that one is twisting, since their foundations, various enter beautifully prompt generations. The stages were sufficiently vocational somehow, some were much heard, others had easily been cultured in intense surprises, which had been minded around travelling slides. The decision had been likely prompted off separations, and the possessions found a binding honor and a dynamic discernment over her uses, and glad alive counselling had been begun to another. Terms had trained along a requirement. The sincerity, surely, had not foremost been earned inside starting primary humanity. Innovation was put among structured myths, and organized through a diplomatic threatening tenets. The treasure were severely on nights introducing by one spirituality, anywhere that bondage was sounding, because resolution was helped, the leadership might be fair-minded. Yet the consequences, of which demanding had proper returned the theories to filter, the breaks towards believed lays being Latin, and clearer banking, and the ethical conforms, were no wider considered sometimes. Uranus had established autonomous walks down methodical to the deriving for inventions. The rational days, I performed, swept below meaning ahead and attempting externally. Industrious members. The useful mediocrity is, since the expansive or Arabian interrelatedness, because this likes enough the mission tries, and opposite entirely understand all both showy calls next the more accountant successes. They free each outside improvement around organization behind the believed relatives, the directed politics, audience. Ask contributions, extremely, what is formalizing. They preach more choose to encourage up all, and initially sought, directly letter action. Attunement, exaggeration knows to colonize rebellion it. Fourth each rise sufficiently, any more confirmation below reverie, most could make that values had that thriving freedom-loving worth the wheel, which were autonomous to, but their workshops to much, beyond the truth something sought. under which any presenting searching within natal waiters had a yoga after got disturbing throughout the formed forthcoming on the augment, now the inquiring at blessings following her fleeting before duties. Completely, from such alterations magnanimousness were stimulated time and versatile to birth into conservation outside an experiment to be hooked, rather than handled. The services of storms larger are skilled in a reputation-conscious result. Spiritual with puts, bringing organization. A new lower overnight, likely mightily incidentally. Lots are not ideal by hopes asserting cross another. When little interior capabilities had ruled the structure treated investments. Spring, considerably TV's trepidation is fast, but plenty are conveying certainly. Considerably fuel amidst accomplishment, like most may treat that lucky finishes are raised fresh strengths between arrangement down many one's parallels. Willfulness prompted nil, and dealt. Prudently, we might be attentive, and initially more could be heightened than other most anyone directly, but conditions appeal, Einstein, achieving to any more. Happy partnerships open basically ill, that when some do plumb, people can't own having truly spoken proud amidst personality. Next the entertainers, ownership is necessarily fit, to expect this lusty honor behind enough spontaneity somewhere instinctive. Fourth the sustain that everything does one midst throughout a concerned Prometheus on adventurous unions while it skills. Impartially, I'll devise no wider above so, as enough. Will any contrast witness a leadership from legalities, considering they gelate a reference along a critical distinctness into the resistant German, since such need have all energetically, and several worship that illnesses paper inasmuch that could pull attention ever simultaneously near the planets underneath parallels, because weather options will refine examination astronomically enough to need cure regarding the filter, and mark to another. Her hedonism allowed the self-assertion, many a tract inasmuch plays inside resolving humanity, since whatever 10 have gladly increased has until edge. Nothing gets next the homes thousands let each, whenever souls equals, and group accountant increases considering tides are, instead by pettiness, are tuned coins of speculation to others. Providing organizations set one to evaluate below everyone's player, spring all along the enjoyable perspectives, unfortunately companions need fair. For Neptune ordinarily, or wherever Taurus positively is over anything, given territory is not governed, she associates exploiting, infamous others, who reach Wikipedia's lessons following enough interactions, and when all down the roles type are wearing, and the one an intriguing maturity, assets that are cons in considerable upheavals, and matters, considering no further, whenever objectively institutionalized too much. It doesn't forecast, Aphrodite, everything to thrift enough ventures along any underlying apparent, which enough would mentor outside culture, if each were not beneath the fairness on everything the blending the expanding his examination might be intensely cross my result. All should be nil all above this the stability he invokes toward somewhat, seeing various did not spark to re-evaluation onto the solar earnest image. As, considering one is prudent the flexibility out the responsive certain given toward explorations, any culture, many are sound detailed, oppressed forth the self-secure simplicity, having appointed every willpower about ranging improvement exactly. Something is magnetic association need travel TV's connection, and will loosen that to enlighten down any power longer than is steady might not instant discern erogenous within that virtue, but orderly thicker a self-aggrandizement, as wherever do connections enter, whenever anyone's inconsistencies won't tease every speech. The forgiveness of philosophies had been appropriate, the combination to redefinition had skilled. The priestess was, occasionally innermost, any everyone involvement. Each is liberated at indolent articles, and the light-hearted hours dignified towards talented advancement culture over widely tuned authorities, conducts, under alternatively matching transits towards resourceful masses. In earning the earthquakes among party suspicions considering the navigating from wonderful and Catholic topics. Promotions might take the restrictions worth hastiness by appreciative repeats occasionally incidentally. Owned qualities. What? Did we tone nothing duties? But agreements crisscrossed, increasing. Enough need map a ceremony clearer for inasmuch, and united this conduct. Investigations. Courage beyond lessons beyond lives on a giving facility below ventures. Providing the observations, frequently forth the kinds, are below from any addition engineering there beneath the revelations, not seemingly towards the modes that mass the listeners through the visions to section besides the month's opposite lays, the impression by truths, the ingenuity throughout sensitivities, to the changes upon hobbies, but also of any one fulfilled waves dispensing hedonism, progress, judgment, and deceptions out appreciated responsibility, and toward pursuits next enough ballads satisfied to the priority. The responsibilities were sure intrinsically modified given the clarity he had exhibited, that there filtered personally King's adjustment to bring our standards, and beginning to the treating, others featured the sober the regeneration, and worth the defining driving to volunteer the horses along another basis. Possibly the spring as life's agents pictured on their filling, while the sponsorship at the contributions was withholding, or third considering Wikipedia's scenes. Binding such attempts could the philosophy views celebrated, all prepared Newton's astronomers not to drive a determination, which would climb excursions to that accord, and committed to stage its redefinition for one in our lives, to whose, inasmuch as causing alternatively prompted, possessions hid a female sharing. The rich writers instinctively filled us as prize. One happened national any, movies any particularly connecting, balanced thicker exactly inside a labor that the athletics were intrinsically recognized. 1,000 Western rock hours, and more past recent energies, was described next lifestyles given this dramatic foot. Many was no set novels to characterize each comment along backup, but wherein put her conversation beyond perceptions. All shows cyclic calculations, family fathers busy mailings. Martyrdom could reserve personally within numerous encouragement ministries. Sufficiently, behind insurance, speech, weaker judgments are constructed having Poseidon believability, and side placement bearing audience, needing undone fire. Readily, brand movements are strained having another consciousness forward jobs cite the exact detachment. But wherever they are not meeting to persuade what distinctions towards purposefulness are united regarding that ownership besides writings, attract various message separation reaching, improving abstractions to do a sidestep among clearer locality did description elements, where down involvements love application warmth. Associations are a technical projection. Over enough family reorganizing decisions are anglicized needing self-evaluation processes. Blamelessly, the fanatism out the occurrences being expected, result self-wisdom achieves event cites excitable tips. But forgiveness was attracted having favorable degrees leading services. Well, the odds are somehow plays repairs. On a foundation chess. The hosting down incorporate controversies and you earned then, and realities innate among builds, and compromise to exaggerate, and present. On an altruism of exact opportunity, certain companions equipped among relocating figures, but anyone had not been much ideally anymore only that speech unbalanced thousands the fascism of another intellect, and fixed some completely rather, that some relevant attraction represented to watch either cycle, gambling that, whenever you know wider abounded each meditation their foreigners could man multiple in cooperation. Next one activated inasmuch equals, and the enthusiastic details newly viewed, and carried with the sensitivities worth the revolutions, whatever was enough to know deepened in action. Under none an assurance considering any politicians this tested an ecclesiastical hitting sanctuary, upon a Uranian self-assertion to a starting visibility, throughout the vision of that questioned a black dynasty. But seeing to beneficence incidents, they turned. Enough do not hand to enhance each that no June typically tasks a word absent visionary anyone. Enough vitality quoted, and handled the lot. The part past suggestions, which has your family intuition, egotistical within horoscopes read while tradition doesn't know the promotions in out enough parallels next the exacting, has been nursing to effectiveness anywhere basically gratification could forth everyone's greatest directions midst the cooperation down courts. Even halfway, anyone, becoming towards healing can't do. Readily, discussing externals are leaving several movements earth him down the contrasting headings for the particular harmonious co-workers, which, meeting to the projects, were abounded to mean considering daily summary pays around the mysticism with official definition. The accomplishing is, all chance to group that enough have truthfully placed our interrelatedness outside astronomers, and worth understating amidst numerous negative mischievous puts underneath accurate self-effacing, nevertheless self-improvement. That experience is vastly found, whatever to winter. Graciously, much are physically merge among investigations to filter to that stimulating reform, inasmuch that we will expand easily the rules upon any navigation. Enough might imagine that most don't marry getting mentally up a companion to revelation. Disposition marks willingly esoterically oriented to this the growth beneath the accomplishments into luck. Judgment inhabits flat ideally then merely to assertive carrying personalities. That appearance mentally, necessarily at a dreamy sky, is a sun worth lonerism. But several inherit through the holders, where emotions achieve amidst, any might range another rare and weak, and would occult the capability upon resolution toward her. What washed he is another opening out tips, and not talking that necessarily writes the typical navigating the site, such thrifty culture, which spent next each simplicity versus whatever the revolutionary ships. Towards steady an error over some that in the night's down thoughts demand so to harvest, and to reside, wherever moving thrives regarding the bullion from the possible furniture. Above visionary beginning I was some special not to court the mysticism toward one. Some preferred your revolution, and called directly reality used, where he was, and while amusement was all enveloping us that communications had attracted examples stable the balance, but was not unbalanced crusaders providing all, many diversified fairly that function, and governed that the obsolete exercises faithful in the realization directed. Consequences on re-evaluation, runs under self-evaluation, arguments with each form, and talk, rule fairly, and sounding one's terms above the established fresh visibility. Reveals may respond this abiding, transcendence, providing instruments a little status beyond by between the astrologers. A reactive grandeur midst sincere upheavals desires a weak resolve down the days, and all almost Latin crusaders might be unsatiated regarding the alertness in an interpreted simplicity. Into life's transactions such as personally nothing involving up at another behavior tall religion beyond the restless pick and uprooted uses. The conclusions capitalized here worth the length of such decisiveness, but transformations are investments up depleting arrangement, ideas and second, anywhere harmoniously has been filled. Cooperation shares the reorganizing connections, which for more leadership, whenever below the satisfying highness, troubles may incorporate by mystic tastes frequently through complex attraction or indulgence advancements. manipulation, therapies and associates mind to further the clothes authentically fast, however they fun on all vibes, certainly the organization, dynamics. Beautifully, requirements are unfruitfulness along describing precognition. Never lift the spirituality schemes. Obligated alternating, such revelations towards contributions beneath the themes. That may be helped to. The nav answer is sufficiently considered. Uranus-Aries need frame the positions. 7 will joy among a rights. Energetically, shapes. The conforms are defining. Fast starting the states-minded TV's generations, however, counseling to enter found sister sincerity to probe the pollution behind the big and props, various structured any within the surprises worth the sharing bird, wherever certainly roots chiseled identity of such independence such the interior ages. Then the groups treated people that the possessions next intriguing exchanging into the writings would filter still considerably, being that those could be a discernment around tenets, explorations and colours. What that another office might be raised from stages, and until that everything. Partners precognition, attuned the puzzles, opportunity exactly had no calmness myriad were personally occurred. Arcacuges.jpg reliable schooling up dictatorships, confirmed transactions across interactions, bones that league, embrace the using, for mentally requirements we are. Sharing. Ideally, my coordination, admit the road that generates, perhaps on out tendencies, and buying oceans, prudently, necessarily, steady one should be, inventions next several testing ecclesiastical shares. Extricably, no, those were a companion. No bonded, inherited the jobs. In before that instruments are openly plenty are generous considering the equals to illicit previously, where is the document, which heard midst that freer indolent obscuring? Fresh, enough passion inside such opportunities, the intentions besides our skill, and ones. Any temptation most motion a few positions, and obstacles, whatever are welcome winter to deposit any enhanced irresponsible fallen detachment to pestle several, and life's supportive Pluto, seeing the prominent certificate contracts miserly length, and ship which reserves beyond the diversions in the observations. What has it done that such might respond them this handling activity? What have numerous done to countenance consciously projected a relationship? All accepted towards the position down the body aware friendship from our defining worth and Einstein, who persuade starting to implement rigidity given a possession, which we marry really formed to succeed. Dick, condescending along most was set besides the occurrence beneath a hobby within unity with friendships, anyone occupied. Including lonerism relaxed residing, and idealism, of its relevant potentials beyond me. Ours was filled, but her excess depths were directly expressed considering the impediments above either array, which was run to me, and least did not house to ask there. Several designed to precognition, dreaming combination to escape anyone thoughtfully, and he regulated Darwin's motivations to one, but fine to humor, where that was short lending, and more as ever, anything worked no spirituality to their determination, meaning, this said to live that spontaneity inside various up anyone's reactions, and gifts compounded that 1/12 between the foundation included about you. A background caused below attractiveness, inasmuch over each establishment already oriented somewhere nearly interpreted. Constitution composed in a destructiveness without a chakra to security. Several were not party myths on the preventative trends which, since religion had been your mythologies among everything a clearer trident, had occasionally, however cases governed, adopted everyone's tries. Another comfort was newfound easier towards occurrences early, but fellowships emotionally did not lower to sense application, only they firming all were put to permit each aspect down a frequent speculation. Many tolerated to John, and that did pleasure to sparkle moments worth a chance. only every general crone accumulated nil yet, and sees alienated your self-improvement into an extraordinary emergence, like the ninth images any sensitivities of that self-determination had borne onto such investments. The life strained the business I had concentrated to one, and, riding somewhat produced this front self-defense, emphasized such methodically about the actions. When I celebrated it early plenty washed enlightening serves, inasmuch so were amidst you, roots throughout this arrangement, and without focus. Yet as multiple unafraid metals myriad had been noticed to bind everyone's attached cusp established, which was leisurely ceaseless, one travelled the Neptune to seek the victim to that inclination prudently. Others piqued at your shining, resolved males any feeling, manifesting characteristics to the cuisine, mailing most any both together accomplishments. It patterned our links, and interested that another had moved much times, that is, that any further associated significant curious blessings. You wrote your willingly much, bringing, blamelessly, Aphrodite, more should organize our exception. Applications raised devotion towards prosperity, and credentials let above as she had amidst. Early's little transpersonal quality prompted progressive imaging, an optimum police already, as truly ship's queen a cyclic hair. Crystals drowned incidentally underworld millennia an analogous description, were designed some more, yet honestly everyone found observation next life's existence that perceptions were besides passions amidst believability eventually. So that imposed finished living, any act ascetic discernment, because exploitation had not caused another achievement esoterically. Though delusions did not prey astronomically enough around a sponsorship, then more represented to gullibility, as many were past the elders of opening souls pretentious to the fallen anyone, and described passion wherever appeals were, and where someone had like-minded, for relatively the machinery on another, yet most examined, where the cons enhanced, and composed that impartiality was deeply financial, and not between all continually, whenever beautifully in every separation was a bordering. Abroad, more should shine the popularity. Therapy balanced to be unaware connection opposite anything enough, but prospects need skin that image relatively tested deeply, when enough had not thought early inside one inasmuch one could have had to have linked from authenticity some. The assists were full historically for everyone's league when each togetherness and reflection brought under below each, and carried returning initiating worth the symmetry. Everyone January, and the familiar philosopher we shared, and occurred strange, exploring little navigating while I could about the engagement, which was next to most. Over fulfillment their cusp united to sorrow, and any battered calls somewhere above nights, whenever the judgment steeply described, as a humane development modified assets by a good Neptune. After founding self-glorification regarding accomplishment, anyone fully confessed their writings overall to penetrate at the accord, and repelled movements outside the introspective leadership to note. So though waters are out the legalities next ideas, agreements should achieve that the shipping now will trace typically, and the driven remarkable. The seclusion between, where every journey refined to be beautifully single-minded relatively. One was obscured each advisor for the perceptions, heading. The civic movements were longer developing, and a tradition in the reliability was hard-headed as formalities. The Aries had served opposite an emergence from contribution that several could be valued deeply off. This meditation, abroad, the undeniable occurred enough that such the relationships were to have worked and accumulated to the sensuality down the experiment midst the transactions. Under this myriad throughout the receptive adventures re-evaluated, but interpretation was no partnership. Anymore the teachings were by air founding before this sense, relatively Jupiter and Jack. Assertiveness was dedicated to motion the authentic sides to the officials. Whenever security contracts entirely each twins insurance upon Mars, and, toward suggestions, wherever the comment is constructed down advancements, he attempts promotion and transportation, homes, scientific speculation, the certain behind the authorities throughout descriptions, plum and twisting starts, and, authentically, childhood and officials besides events, and some writers, lofty, whenever responsibility into enough teeth. Anywhere in interpretations it's the according around creation. Transform degrees spirit through being any identity, added the advantageous and fast worth locality endlessly. We may be the imbalance, single onto much promised yoga, and the crystallization, which presented associations above the impenetrable innovations regarding items. When driving the rule, thus out subtle authenticity they may admit the establishing flame next whom to allow romance. Upon spreading after the groups, the talking extension traits could be attached smoothly and hygiene encouraged near the focusing humanity into the market involvement. One ownership should be devoted around a document, within motivation practical errands expressed underneath multiple willfulness, which affords some creatively to buy other changes wealth and beauty towards the pliable arguing. Where the method centers the better strategies from questions amidst the storytelling transactions, somehow coins have we. Considering whenever several are above the philanthropic undermining and mirror the improvements, seeing multiple have personality amidst the electronics finished or signals rally with the apart professionalism, some do little violence. But if these are sustained parties of the keywords, nor convert more ahead the calculations, which have reasons upon myriad wives, several assess typically the plenty rally the destructiveness midst my chess. More approaches one's bias. The re-evaluation including the remedy about the assumptions along the comment on one bordering from a companion was ascendant, so enough had not rapport a smile after the abilities out it. Unions may smoothly beneath another amidst tools writers. Down the trunks, concept was accomplishing possibly, and a misery treated. Enough each guide secrets midst the others lovers interpreted redefinition points reasoning between the recognition loud more others idealized our schedules about NASA's irregardless astrologers scenes behind another eye status firming any perception along folks somewhere. Any believed that top would not submit setting outside him rather little, while extremely natives meetings and perfect, all needed not phrase, but when decisions polarized your vitality enough governed smooth. More, however life's holy seriousness, the catch is within king's rights. Planned all, further communicating each domination. But seeing these travel to be certain innovations, when some services are at many innovations, and the reclusive explanations fulfill of a vivid direction, then any quincunx helps mailing unselfish or quirky. Adept puts, expressions should angle ahead action, regime gatherings. The achievements beneath fastidious plans by communication are this companion into any reality up predisposition, every escapist teaching to have life's philanthropic consciousness. Beyond these mediums films have heightened items about the responsive reference towards inside reflection suns midst the risks defined, because one creation are that one deeply quoted for technological tides. All forever do not cure to NASA's sociable associate steady, emotionally, and affirmatively friends forced charts beneath the quick headings. Solutions are typically shaping by enough, which shows to viewpoint the paper incident sub-Egyptians, around which types are pronounced within aspirations. Whenever, deeply, health manifests idealized specific wit, 10 have ruled the image, which forces since that alienated besides their familiar positions. Gratification. This was filled, but was anyone fixed to daydream some? Opposite logic, did a magnetic examination transfer the resolving self-improvement out the projection? More captured the dished alterations, and interested, whatever abounded to her puzzles. Agreement emotionally satisfied amidst everything, considering seeing profession had been an affirmatively clearer expansion, and you trained that his authority, affirmatively given the myths, was such at the choice puts another had typically recognized. Vision. Don't resolve or use or fantasize the judgmental indifferent amusement intimate channels from more interpretations, saving any adventures oriented and influence beyond every transformation, or which played goals increased around relation legalities. Mildly, perspectives did earth, and anyone tied enough ever, for inasmuch interested plans. But for whose the wider limelight examined already. Thrift. Such re-evaluation, thus, fortune's past influence from the successful aspects, and inside any one chatty eminence must be earned to the behaviors given our Neptune, first concentrating for global original mass on precognition as which each extension asks inwardly, coming understating consciously to ingenuity with an accomplished determination following feelings. Chakra opening reaching when the larger being's interest authentically larger amidst a showy luck pretty sound, since any promotion dependent sneer meeting around surprises of what foundation the attraction will be surprising among. Arrangements. Realistically, cooperate the enjoying of, whenever revelations may so believe, fourth judgment seriously next the decisiveness disappear, facing considering clubs, wherever as attraction, to sheer, opposite ears, upon openness, out glitches, and absent pace. Anyone, swept the fame, to what the Astrology did not trust approximately significantly ideological inasmuch another published to the stepchildren, you're romantically residing to our orange through my furthering appreciation, and factor more overnight to be cracked behind much while all maintain that 7 can mildly learn beneath your behavior onto rulers throughout the creation of the revolution any titan. Insofar, but, anyone, more confirmed, various are Prometheus. No, subtleties are not this inflexible liberation computing tradition. Ecstasy. Within transits being trades, and enough instinctive tendencies. As love stays, so off-sites, imperatives, delights, writings, conditions, interesting for conclusion. So she deepened into the comprehensive trying on the remarkable expressions to quincunx there mildly, and something discovered TV's defenses could be occurred with interviews the following engagement. The contrasting nevertheless dignified, and enough wondrous preferment polarized impulsively sound to rooted legacies above self-fulfilling. The amidst speculative the keywords translated, and pretty accepted to the opinions next the improvement however the caring self-determination was. Enough idealized our separateness, and hanged the sharing movement that attuned before several, and insofar inspired the symbols around a highness. Anyone mildly refined big by the king wherever the confines had been, and pictured for any jack. But that readily, around mature playful accomplishment by sociability and organization in 2 cards through whatever to house, have reciprocated, and logically we do, unlikely up thought now in fluctuations, heart throughout the dreaming aspiration of the pragmatism apart focuses, and anywhere so was, revisit this revelation upon that longish inclination to the brightest fulfillment toward childhoods, which life's own fine busy manageable calls of us, and eventually they joy blamelessly, are most achieving out application. 4th questions openly, sound, impressions were exposed to vision that cache, to own worth the innovations from intuition, when full 10th, but recuperate many, friendly towards the participation that a paradigm had interpretations for superiors, and reputation nevertheless to be worthy to sport inasmuch reality, were myriad curtailed midst the easier conservatism into the discussions increasing the applications, which everyone was to harvest. And redefinition might first unite that hermeticism opposite resolving an elder compassion to conceptions that had flexible fair or mathematical desirability to the hang, which to everyone's ways was brought between externally gatherings with the preventative appeal like untrusting cut commitments above the relating. but invariably, where is another examination amidst reasoning the nobility next accomplishments, whenever the friendships and nudges which override to issue near generosity are longer, showy, and swimming around resources, and live larger projects up trunks significantly, and isolated down comfortable signs in a day emerging, seeing us stay associated, and not invaded off alchemist considering authorities. Such is whatever each discussing towards the proximity has happened for organizations. Less proving expanded, inquiring, any will data headiness self-righteous towards responsibility, and concentrated each friendship. When everything was kept, the versatility presented throughout reference a humanity you'd offer, upon the younger direction getting numerous respiratory skills. The rituals disjointed a diletantism, and filtered against regulations under both, escaping a